Chapter 1. The Ruins of Survival. Fellow cultivators, before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation, subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace of this story. Now let us begin. Chen Liuye was 18 years old, and he was completely alone. The smell of ash filled his lungs as he stood in the rubble of the Chen clan compound. Fires still burned in the eastern wing where his aunt had lived, where his aunt had died trying to seal the gates. The stone beneath his feet was still warm from the heat, not the normal warmth of living buildings, but the scorching heat of accelerated decay, of matter breaking itself apart at the molecular level through the application of concentrated cultivation power. Around him, arranged in the careful formations of a slaughterhouse, lay the bodies of everyone he had ever known. The courtyard had been beautiful once. It was a place where children played during break time from meditation study. It was a place where disciples practiced the foundations of their cultivation art before moving to more advanced techniques. It was a place where the Chen clan gathered for the 3 seasonal festivals that marked the turning of the cultivation calendar. Chen Liuye had learned to walk in this courtyard. He had learned to cultivate in this courtyard. He had learned that his family's philosophy was that strength should be used to build understanding rather than to conquer opponents. And it had been a philosophy that had, apparently, gotten them all killed. The silence was the worst part. In the compound's normal state, there was always sound. The rustle of people moving between buildings. The sound of cultivation techniques being practiced. The familiar tones of circulating energy. The sharp cracks of formations being activated. The gentle susurrations of meditation in progress. There were voices, elders teaching disciples, friends calling out to each other. The everyday sounds of a community that believed it was permanent. Now there was only the dying of the fires and the settling of ash. The wind moved through the ruins without any living voice to resist it. He couldn't bring himself to count them anymore. 30, perhaps 40. The disciples who trained at dawn. The elders who had guided his cultivation for his entire life. The women who prepared medicine in the herbalist halls. The children who had played in the courtyards just hours ago. Now they were still, silent, gone. Chen Liuye's meridian pathway burned with agony. His dantian felt shattered, splintered into 1,000 fragments that no longer responded to his will. His foundation root cultivation, barely formed over 17 years of careful training, was scattered beyond his capacity to repair. Blood ran from his nose, his ears, mixing with the ash that covered his face. And the white iron sect was returning. He could feel them coming. Not through cultivator's senses, which were too damaged to function, but through the simple animal knowledge that when a predator exits a killing field, it checks to ensure the job is finished. The soldiers would come back. They would find him, the last breathing thing in this graveyard, and they would ask him why he was still alive. He did not have a good answer. His hand moved to the sword at his hip, the blade his father had given him 12 years ago with a simple instruction. This exists so you will remember that being a cultivator means choosing what to do with strength, not that strength chooses for you. His father had been a philosopher about combat, a teacher of the theoretical rather than the practical. It had made him beloved. It had not saved him. Chen Liuye was drawing the blade when the shadow fell across him. He looked up, expecting a white iron sect soldier's armor, expecting the end of whatever story he was supposed to have. Instead, he saw a man, alone, unarmed, wearing the midnight silk robes of a high-tier cultivator. The man moved like water, like wind, like something that had never been bound by the ordinary rules of how bodies could move through space. Chen Liuye, the man said. Not a question, a confirmation. I was told you would be stronger. Chen Liuye didn't know this man's face, but he recognized the movement style, the flowing grace of a soul emergence cultivator, perhaps higher. This was a hunter. This was someone sent to finish what the massacre had started. I'm injured, Chen Liuye said. His voice was cracked, hoarse from screaming or from the smoke. He wasn't sure anymore. The man smiled, not with cruelty, but with something far worse, professional respect. Yes, I can see that. It will make this simpler. The man's hand rose, palm forward, in the beginning stance of a soul strike technique. The kind of cultivation art that didn't just damage the body, but stripped away the fundamental essence that made a person present within their own flesh. Chen Liuye understood, with the clarity that comes in moments of absolute despair, that this was how his story would end. Not in combat, not in a dramatic confrontation. Simply, selected for deletion by someone more powerful, in a place where there was no one left to witness it. He did the only thing he could do. He moved. It wasn't a conscious decision in the way that normal thought worked. It was something deeper, the final, animal reflex of a person who would die regardless, but would not do it passively. His shattered dantian, his fragmented meridian pathways, his barely intact foundation root cultivation. All of it reached for the approaching technique. Reached for it, pulled at it, drew it in. The technique hit him like a physical impact. He felt his organs rearrange, felt the essence of another person's power flood through him like an invasion, like drowning. It should have killed him instantly. It should have torn him apart at the level of his fundamental soul. Instead, it pulled something else with it. For one moment, lasting an eternity, lasting a microsecond, Chen Liuye felt a second consciousness slam into his awareness. It was like having his skull filled with someone else's thoughts, someone else's reflexes, someone else's rage and confusion and absolute incomprehension of what was happening. Then nothing. Chen Liuye woke up alone in the darkness. His eyes opened to the sight of stone ceiling, close enough to touch if he reached up. He was in a small chamber, barely larger than a closet. The air was cold and still. There was no sound except his own breathing, which came in short, panicked gasps. For a moment, he thought this was death. Some hidden chamber of the underworld, some cold waiting place before judgment. Then a voice spoke inside his head, and he realized something far worse had happened. "Don't panic," the voice said. Chen Liuye panicked. He bolted upright, cracking his forehead against the stone ceiling. Pain exploded through his skull. He scrambled backward, his hands scrabbling against cold walls, his breath coming in hyperventilating gasps. There was a voice in his head. There was a second consciousness in his mind. There was something present that should not be present. "Stop moving," the voice said. It was a man's voice, deep and steady and absolutely wrong. "You're going to hurt yourself more, and we need to stay functional for what comes next." "What are you?" Chen Liuye whimpered. He was 18 years old and the last of his line, and there was a ghost in his skull. "What did you do to me?" "I don't know," the voice said, and for the first time there was uncertainty there, cracks in the perfect composure. "I don't know what happened. I was performing a technique. I felt you pull at it. And then I was here. In this space. In your awareness." Chen Liuye tried to move toward the only opening in the chamber, a small passage that led down into deeper darkness. The voice immediately surfaced with a warning. "Stop. Listen first. We are both still alive, which suggests we are both still functioning. I can hear you thinking. I can sense your awareness as clearly as I sense my own. Can you do the same with me?" Carefully, hesitantly, Chen Liuye tried to pay attention to the second presence. It was like trying to see the back of his own head without a mirror. It was present, but resisting any clear observation. The harder he focused, the more it slipped away. "It's there," the voice said with something that might have been compassion. "You're simply not practiced at perceiving it. I am not practiced at existing outside of my own body. We are both experiencing something new." "How long?" Chen Liuye asked. "How long have you been here?" "Since I woke up, which was approximately 90 seconds ago. Time is strange in this place." The voice paused. "Your memories are visible to me. I can see what happened here. I can see your clan. I can see." The voice stopped. When it resumed, it was quieter. "I can see that I killed them." The realization hit Chen Liuye at the same moment it hit the voice. The presence in his skull went very still. "Your name," the voice said slowly, "is Chen Liuye. Your family is the Chen clan. Your clan practiced a form of meditation cultivation that focused on the integration of different schools of thought rather than the pursuit of raw power. Your father was called Chen Wenhui, and he was a theorist. Your mother was called Zhou Lin, and she was an herbalist. You have one sister, who was practicing at the Pale River Academy in the Northern Prefecture and who may still be alive." "How do you know that?" Chen Liuye said. "Because I watched them die," the voice said. "And because I remember the people who hired me to kill them." There was a long silence. Then, from somewhere beyond the small chamber, came the distant sound of organized footsteps. "White Iron Sect soldiers," the voice said immediately. "I recognize the marching formation. They're coming to verify the massacre was complete. They will find us here. We have perhaps 2 minutes before they search this chamber. Are you capable of moving?" Chen Liuye tried to stand. His legs barely held him. His body felt strange, too heavy, as though he had been filled with wet sand. But yes, he could move. "Then we run," the voice said. "I know the layout of this place. I memorized it before I came. There is a passage behind a false seal stone to the left of the chamber mouth. It leads down to the western access tunnel. From there, we can lose them in the garden underground system. Are you ready?" "No," Chen Liuye said. "Neither am I," the voice agreed. "Let's go." The next hours passed in a blur of pain and darkness. Chen Liuye followed the voice's instructions, moving through passages he'd never seen despite having lived in this compound for his entire life. His legs carried him through tunnels carved by cultivators of generations past, through gardens grown in underground light sources, through chambers full of cultivation supplies and meditation wells. All the time, the voice guided him. Left here. Right there. Faster. Slower. That group of soldiers is moving parallel to us. We must stay silent. The voice seemed to know everything about his clan's compound. Every secret entrance. Every ritual chamber. Every place where something valuable had been hidden. I studied the blueprints before the massacre. The voice explained as they ran. It's my job to know how to kill people. And part of killing people is understanding the places they live, the structures they hide in, the places they think are safe but aren't. You're the one who did this, Chen Liuye said. Not a question. A realization crystallizing into accusation. Yes, the voice said simply. They ran in silence after that. When the sun was finally setting, when they had escaped the compound and were lying in a ditch outside the walls, covered in mud and debris, Chen Liuye finally spoke again. Why are you still here? Why didn't you just fade? You're a soul. Doesn't absorption mean you die? Theoretically, the voice said. I don't know what happened. I was attempting to kill you. You pulled at my technique. And instead of my soul dispersing into the landscape or being consumed, I was drawn in. Contained. I am still present. I am still conscious. I am still myself. The voice paused. I don't believe this is death. I believe this is worse. Chen Liuye turned this over in his mind. My name, he said finally, is Chen Liuye. And you are? Xue Guangming, the voice said. A cultivator of the Moonfire sect. A contractor who accepted a payment to destroy your family. I was very good at my job. You were, Chen Liuye agreed. I can see that. As darkness fell completely, the two souls shared a body and watched the light fade from the ruins of everything Chen Liuye had ever known. What happens now? Xue Guangming asked. I don't know, Chen Liuye said. But we're going to find out together. Chapter 2. The second voice. The ditch they were lying in smelled like stagnant water and decay. It was perfect. Chen Liuye lay absolutely still, his breathing shallow, listening to the sound of white iron sect soldiers moving through the compound ruins above. There were 6 of them. He could hear the creak of their armor, the muttered conversation about whether anything of value remained in the eastern wing. We should check the underground chambers, one of them said. Sect master's orders were to verify the heir is dead, another replied. The body is buried in the western courtyard. That's the only evidence sect master required. The rest is cleaning up debris. From inside Chen Liuye's awareness, Xue Guangming provided a running analysis of their conversation. 3 soldiers are core formation rank. 2 are foundation root. 1 is mid-tier spirit pulse. They're not looking for challenges. They're looking for a box to check. Will they find us? Chen Liuye thought, not speaking aloud. He had learned quickly that Xue could hear thoughts projected toward him, though it was far easier to communicate through actual speech. The soldiers were moving away from their position, their voices growing more distant. Not unless you move, Xue said. Stay still. Let them finish their verification. Then we leave under darkness. Chen Liuye watched dust fall down the embankment as the soldiers walked across the compound above. Each particle seemed to take a lifetime to settle. The smell of smoke, burning wood, burning flesh, burning the memories of his entire life, drifted down into the ditch in waves. Who hired you? Chen Liuye asked quietly, forming the question as a thought rather than a whisper. He wanted Xue to answer, but he didn't want to risk the soldiers hearing. Xue was silent for so long that Chen Liuye thought he might not answer at all. Finally, the voice returned. Sect Master Guoliangji of White Iron Sect. He made the offer personally. I was conducting business in the Western Prefecture when he approached me through an intermediary. He said, your reputation suggests you are capable of eliminating the Chun clan completely. I have resources and will pay any price you name. I named a price. He paid it. Why did he want my clan eliminated? Chen Liuye felt the question tear through him like a claw. This was the question. This was the reason everything he loved was now ash. My family weren't soldiers. We weren't political. We studied. We meditated. We tried to be good cultivators. That, Xue said slowly, is exactly the problem, I suspect. Chen Liuye waited for more explanation, but none came. Above them, the soldiers finished their verification. They formed a line and walked away, their armor gradually fading from audible range until only the distant sound of the village beyond the compound remained. The sun sank lower. Shadows stretched across the ruined courtyard above. And still, Chen Liuye remained in the ditch next to Xue Guangming's consciousness. There was something else, Xue said finally. At the beginning, before the sect master offered me the contract. What? Chen Liuye asked. I did preliminary research on your clan, as I always do. It's essential to understand your targets. You're not just killers, you're strategists. You plan how to eliminate a family, and part of that planning is understanding what they are. Xue paused. Your clan had a hidden library. I found references to it in some old architectural records. The library contained research into pre-civilization cultivation methods, methods from before the current sect hierarchy existed, methods that might contradict the lineages of the current power structure. Chen Liuye's breathing had stopped without him noticing. What kind of contradictions? He asked. I don't know, Xue said, and there was actual frustration in his voice. I was not hired to analyze the contents. I was hired to eliminate the family. What you studied, what you knew, what you found, that was not relevant to my contract. But the sect master knew, Chen Liuye said. Almost certainly, Xue agreed. And he did not want whatever your family had discovered to continue existing. So he hired me to ensure it didn't. Chen Liuye lay in the ditch and thought about his father. His father had spent the last 3 months of his life in the library, surrounded by scrolls, making notes, comparing texts. He had told Chen Liuye, I am becoming either very wise or very dangerous, and I won't know which until I am done. Chen Liuye had asked what he meant. His father had smiled. Come back when you are your own person, not just a student learning what we teach. Then I'll tell you. The sun had fully set now. The compound was dark except for the lingering glow of banked fires. When we get out of here, Chen Liuye said, I need you to tell me everything you remember about the sect master's order. Every word, every implication, even things you don't think matter. All right, Xue said, and I need you to tell me what insurance is. There was a sudden spike of surprise from Xue's presence. How did you? Xue started. You remember me. You can see my memories, Chen Liuye said. I remember you. I can see yours. I saw a moment. You thinking about something you'd hidden before you came to kill us. You called it insurance. That is. Xue trailed off. That is problematic. Tell me, Chen Liuye said flatly, or I'll assume you had evidence of who actually ordered this. Evidence you were going to use to protect yourself if things went wrong. I'm not going to tell you, Xue said quietly. I don't know you. I don't trust you. You have every reason to kill me if you could figure out how. And I have something that might keep us both alive if we ever need leverage against the sect master. As long as I'm the only one who knows where it is, I remain useful to you as more than just a voice in your head. Chen Liuye wanted to argue. Instead, he laughed, a broken, bitter sound that echoed off the ditch walls. So we're bound together by survival instinct. I can't kill you without killing myself. You can't leave me without fading into nothing. And the only thing holding us together is mutual paranoia about whether either of us would destroy the other if we had the chance. Yes, Xue said simply. That is exactly the situation. It is not comfortable. It is not stable. It may not even be survivable in the long term. But it's what we have, and it's better than the alternative, which is both of us being dead. So we acknowledge the paranoia. We acknowledge the mutual distrust. And we move forward anyway, because the only other option is ending here in this ditch with nothing resolved. The clarity of it struck Chen Liuye like a physical blow. This was why Xue had survived so long as a contractor. This was why he was good at what he did. He didn't require emotional comfort or the illusion of being good. He simply saw the situation clearly and moved forward with that clarity as his only guide. Then I guess we should get moving, Chen Liuye said, before the soldiers come back for one final check. They emerged from the ditch as full darkness fell. The compound was a graveyard, silent and still. The only sound was their footsteps, and the only light was the distant stars. As they moved toward the western wall and the forest beyond, Xue Guangming said quietly, I'm sorry. Chen Liuye didn't respond. Some apologies, he realized, were worse than the original crime because they suggested that the person offering them believed an apology could fix something that was fundamentally, permanently broken. The two souls walked into the darkness together, tied to each other by a survival instinct and a body that neither of them fully owned anymore. Behind them, the Chen clan compound burned itself out against the night sky, a funeral pyre for something the world was deliberately trying to forget. Chapter 3. The bandits bridged. The first combat together happened 3 days later. Chen Liuye hadn't slept properly in those 3 days. His body was moving on the residual tension of survival, on the burning awareness that the White Iron sect would eventually send more soldiers, and on the strange double consciousness of having someone always present at the edge of his awareness. The nights were the worst. Every time he tried to rest, his mind would cycle through images from the compound. His mother's face in the moment before the flames reached her, the sound his father had made when the killing strike found him, the silence after everything ended. And all the while, Xue's presence watched from the shadows of his consciousness, neither comforting nor condemning, simply present and observant. Sleep deprivation will kill us as surely as a sword strike will, Xue had said during the second night. You need to rest. I can maintain watch. You can sleep knowing I'm present and alert. That's what partnership means, whether you like it or not. Chen Liuye had wanted to refuse, but exhaustion had made the decision for him. And he discovered something unexpected. Sleeping while aware of Xue's watchfulness created a strange kind of safety. It was the safety of knowing that even if enemies found them, there was someone with 40 years of combat experience standing guard in his own mind. Xue Guangming had been a patient teacher, considering he was imprisoned in someone else's head. Your foundation root is barely intact, Xue had observed during the first day of walking. The damage from absorbing my soul strike is permanent. You'll never cultivate as a pure foundation root cultivator. The pathway is too scarred. Can it be repaired? Chen Liuye asked. Possibly, but not by either of us alone. You need someone who specializes in meridian reconstruction, and you need to survive long enough to find them. Xue paused. We need to survive long enough. On the second day, they'd encountered a small merchant caravan on a forest road. Xue had immediately recognized the sigils on the caravan's guard's armor, White Iron Sect. They'd had to leave the road and hide in the forest for 6 hours until the caravan passed. They were checking the roads, Xue said. Looking for someone matching your description. Sect Master Xue is not taking any chances. Will they give up? Chen Liuye asked. No, Xue said simply. A failed contract is a permanent stain on a sect's reputation. They will continue looking until they either find you or receive definitive proof of your death. Since you're still alive, they will keep searching. On the third day, they'd come to a bridge. It crossed a river that flowed through a narrow gorge, and it was the only practical crossing for someone traveling north without significantly detouring. The bridge itself was ancient, built from stone and bound together with cultivators' techniques from generations past. It was solid, reliable, and currently occupied by a group of bandits. There were 5 of them. Chen Liuye counted them from behind a tree before he walked out onto the bridge. They were armed with various weapons, and they had the lean, hungry look of people who had been robbing merchants for long enough to develop genuine skill without developing enough legitimate talent to move into other work. This bridge requires a toll, the largest one said. He had scars on his face and a sword that had been used often enough to have grooves worn into the blade. 5 spirit stones, or equivalent cultivation resources, or you don't cross. Chen Liuye had no spirit stones. He had no cultivation resources. He had a borrowed body, a mind full of 2 consciousnesses, and a dantian that was barely functional. I don't have anything to pay with, Chen Liuye said truthfully. The bandits found this very funny. Then we have a problem, the scarred one said. He stepped forward, and his companions fanned out behind him in a loose semicircle, cutting off any retreat. They were core formation rank, maybe 1 at spirit pulse. Strong enough to be bandits for years. Not strong enough to be anything more. We're going to need to use that option, Xue said inside his head. What option? Chen Liuye asked. I have no cultivation resources and no combat experience. We die here. You have me, Xue said simply. And I have 40 years of combat experience. It will cost you, and you'll hate the way it feels, but you won't die today. Before Chen Liuye could respond, the scarred bandit attacked. It happened fast, a sword thrust designed to go through the center of Chen Liuye's chest, a technique that was meant to end the fight before it could properly begin. It was a good technique. It would have worked against an untrained 18-year-old with a shattered foundation root cultivation. Except Chen Liuye wasn't alone anymore. Xue Guangming rose up in his awareness like a tide. It wasn't a full takeover. Xue couldn't do that without Chen's consent. Instead, it was a surfacing, a temporary dominance that allowed Xue to guide the body while Chen remained present but passive. It felt like drowning from the inside. Chen Liuye's body moved wrong. It moved in a way his conscious mind would never have moved. His hand came up to catch the sword blade. His feet repositioned with a grace that his body had never possessed. His other hand came down in a strike that used something called the flowing fire technique, which Chen had only seen in Xue's memories and certainly could not execute. The scarred bandit flew backward like he'd been hit by a falling building. He impacted the bridge railing hard enough to crack stone, and when he fell, he wasn't getting up again. The other 4 bandits stared. Then they ran. They didn't fight. They didn't attempt negotiations. They simply abandoned their post and sprinted back across the bridge toward the eastern end, vanishing into the tree line with the desperation of people who had suddenly realized they had made a very bad life decision. And then Xue released control. Chen Liuye staggered forward, his consciousness slamming back to the front of his own awareness like being pulled out of deep water. His stomach turned inside out. His vision swam. He made it 3 steps before he fell to his knees and vomited into the river below the bridge. I warned you, Xue said quietly. You'll get used to it. Eventually. That was horrible, Chen Liuye gasped. I could feel everything, but I couldn't do anything. I was trapped in my own body. Yes, Xue said. Welcome to my life for the last 4 days. Now you understand why I'm trying so hard to find a way to separate. It took Chen Liuye a long time to stop shaking. His whole body felt like it had been inverted and turned inside out. His meridians burned. His dantian felt like it had been scoured raw. And underneath it all, he could feel Xue's presence like a sharp stone in his awareness. There, always present. How long? Chen Liuye asked finally. 40 seconds, maybe 45, Xue said. I could have sustained it longer, but I try not to unless absolutely necessary. The physical degradation from forcing 2 souls' worth of consciousness through a single body's infrastructure is significant. How damaged am I? Chen Liuye asked. Minor, Xue said. Your meridians are hot, but they'll cool. Your dantian will recover in a few hours. You're alive, and you cross the bridge. That's what matters. Chen Liuye lay on the stone for a long time, just breathing. Behind him, the scarred bandit was still unconscious or dead. Chen Liuye didn't check. Some things he didn't want to know. We can't do that every time someone attacks us, Chen Liuye said finally. If we do that too many times, it will burn me up from the inside. I know, Xue said. Which is why we need to find by Xue Chen, the physician. She's the only healer in the area who can diagnose and manage what we are. How do you know that? Chen Liuye asked. I made it my business to know every healer of significance within 1,000 miles of where I work, Xue said. Bai Suichen specializes in unusual cultivation injuries and soul-related medical phenomena. If there's anyone who can help us, it's her. Chen Liuye nodded slowly. The bridge beneath him was solid. The river flowed below. Somewhere ahead, a healer named Bai Suichen was going about her life, completely unaware that 2 souls would soon be disrupting it. How do we find her? Chen Liuye asked. We start walking northeast, Xue said. And we hope we don't encounter anyone who realizes what we are before we reach her. Because if the wrong people discover that a dual soul cultivator exists, Chen Liuye, we won't just be hunted by White Iron Sect. We'll be hunted by everyone. Chapter 4. Reluctant Truth. The story of the massacre came to Chen Liuye in fragments, accessed through Xue Guangming's memories like reading a book written in someone else's handwriting. They walked for 2 days after the bridge, moving through forests and along merchant roads carefully, avoiding any obvious White Iron Sect patrols. During the walking, Chen Liuye did what he had to do. He reached deliberately into Xue's consciousness and examined the memories of what his clan had meant to the people who paid to have them destroyed. It was like turning over a stone and finding the rot beneath. They approached you specifically, Chen Liuye said, forming the question in thought-speech as they walked through a particularly dense forest. The words sounded strange inside his own head, directed at someone who was not a separate person, but not exactly himself either. They contacted me through a broker I work with, Xue confirmed. An intermediary named Xianxia. He came to me and said the sect master wanted to speak with me privately. I wasn't expecting that level of attention. Why not? Chen Liuye asked. You're clearly skilled. I'm skilled, but I'm not famous, Xue said. I work for money, not for glory. Sect masters don't usually contact people like me directly. They have house cultivators. They have disciples. They have military organizations. People like me are useful when they want something that can't be done officially. Chen Liuye absorbed this. His father would have found this information fascinating, the underlying economics of cultivation power, how the official structures of sects relied on hidden labor, on hired killers, on people willing to do wet work in exchange for payment. When you investigated my clan, Chen Liuye said carefully, what did you find? Your architecture was unusual, Xue said. Your compound was built with meditation chambers and libraries, but without the kind of defensive cultivation structures that most clans maintain. That suggested you weren't primarily concerned with military power. Your disciples were trained in meditation and theoretical technique, but not in combat applications. That suggested you weren't interested in expansion. You were researchers. We were preserving knowledge, Chen Liuye said. My father believed that if we didn't understand the foundations of cultivation, we'd be doomed to repeat the mistakes of people who came before us. That's what frightened them, Xue said quietly. The sect master told me, your investigation will show you a family of scholars. They're very good at what they do. That's exactly why they're dangerous. Dangerous how? Chen Liuye asked, though he was beginning to understand. Because if you keep studying the past deeply enough, you eventually find evidence that the present is built on lies, Xue said. The sect master never explicitly told me what your clan had discovered, but he made it clear that it was something that couldn't be allowed to reach a wider audience. Something that threatened the foundation of the current sect hierarchy, and that meant your entire family had to cease existing. All at once. No survivors. Chen Liuye stopped walking. They were on a forest path, surrounded by tall trees that blocked out most of the afternoon light. The air was cool and smelled like pine and dirt. And Chen Liuye stood absolutely still, feeling the weight of what Xue was saying settle into him like a stone in his dantian. He wanted you to kill me before I could read what they'd written, Chen Liuye said slowly. Yes, Xue said. The contract was specific. Every member of the Chen clan. No exceptions. No survivors who could transmit knowledge or pursue research. Complete elimination. But I survived, Chen Liuye said. You absorbed the technique I used to kill you, Xue said. Your instinct to survive triggered something in your cultivation route that shouldn't have been possible. You pulled at my soul strike in the instant before it would have destroyed you. Instead of dying, you drew my soul in with the technique. And now here we are. Chen Liuye started walking again. He couldn't stand still with this information inside him. His feet needed to move, needed to do something other than process the fact that his family had been systematically murdered not because they were threats in a conventional sense, but because they understood something true about the world, and the people in power couldn't allow that truth to survive. I need to see what they found, Chen Liuye said finally. You need to survive first, Xue said. Right now, the White Iron sect knows the massacre didn't go according to plan. They know there's a survivor. That survivor is you. We need to find this by Xue Chen, stabilize your cultivation structure, and then figure out what the next step is. The next step is destroying the sect master, Chen Liuye said flatly. The next step is not dying, Xue corrected. Destruction comes later, if it comes at all. But it comes after survival. I learned that lesson early in my career. They walked in silence for a while. Around them, the forest seemed to close in, as though the trees were listening to their conversation and judging them for it. Do you regret it? Chen Liuye asked finally. Taking the contract? Killing my family. There was a long pause. Yes, Xue said. But not in the way you mean. I don't regret it because I suddenly discovered moral principles I didn't know I possessed. I regret it because my decision to take that contract has resulted in me being trapped in your head, relying on you for every movement of this body, and having absolutely no privacy for what might be the rest of my life. I regret it because of the consequences to me, not because of the consequences to you. Chen Liuye laughed. A harsh, bitter sound. That's honest, at least, he said. I appreciate the honesty. I'm going to be honest about everything, Xue said. Because we're stuck together, and if I start lying to you, you'll know it through our shared connection. So I'll give you the truth. I was hired to kill your family. I did it. I don't feel guilty about it in the abstract sense, but I feel very guilty about what happened as a result of my failure to actually finish the job. I will do my best to keep you alive and to help you accomplish whatever goals you develop, not because I'm good, but because my continued existence depends on your continued existence. And that, I think, is the most honest foundation for a partnership that either of us can ask for right now. Chen Liuye considered this. All right, he said. That works. They reached the edges of a larger settlement as the sun was setting. Xue consulted his knowledge of the region and guided Chen Liuye toward a specific address. A small house at the edge of the settlement, marked with the symbol of a healer's practice. Bai Suichen lives here, Xue said. But we can't approach directly. She's neutral, but she's also observant. If we walk up to her door looking like we do, exhausted, half-starved, carrying the unmistakable signs of damage from high-level combat, she'll immediately understand something unusual is happening. What do we do? Chen Liuye asked. We wait until night, Xue said. Then we approach her in the dark. It's less obvious that way. And Chen Liuye, be ready for her to try to kill us. Dual-soul cultivators are considered abominations by many. She might see us as something that needs to be destroyed. But you said she specializes in unusual soul phenomena, Chen Liuye protested. She does, Xue said. Which is exactly why she might have strong opinions about what's acceptable and what's not. Specialists in unusual things often have strong opinions about what's acceptable and what's not. They waited in the darkness beyond the settlement's lights, two souls sharing one body, preparing to meet the first person who might be willing to help them live, or the first person who might be willing to help them die. Chapter 5. The forced study by Suichen's examination took 4 hours. The healer's residence was built into the side of a cliff, a structure that suggested both isolation and intentional defensibility. The main examination room was circular, with windows on 3 sides that overlooked a valley landscape of cultivated fields and meditation gardens. Bai Suichen had explained that the circular design allowed her to work with the natural flow of spiritual energy, and the isolation meant that her patients could receive care without judgment from the sect hierarchy. She had listened to Chen Liuye's stumbling explanation of what had happened, her expression remaining perfectly neutral throughout. When he finished, she had simply said, "Sit down," and proceeded to apply meridian sensing techniques while making notes on a piece of paper. For most of those 4 hours, Chen Liuye had felt completely exposed. Bai Suichen's techniques were invasive in a way that meditation usually wasn't. She was reading his cultivation structure like it was a text written in a language she understood intimately. She tested his response to stimuli. She examined how Xue's presence reacted to various pressures. She made notes constantly. Now, as the moon reached its zenith, she sat across from him with 3 pages of notes, and she said, "You're going to die within 3 months if we don't begin medical intervention immediately." Chen Liuye felt something cold slide into his stomach. "What do you mean?" he asked. "I mean that your body has adapted to dual soul occupation in a way that is theoretically possible, but practically catastrophic," Bai Suichen said. She was a woman in her 50s, with gray streaking her hair and kind eyes that had probably seen more suffering than most people could conceive of. "Your meridian structure was shattered by absorbing a soul strike. Your dantian was rebuilt incorrectly because it was rebuilt in the presence of a second soul attempting to occupy the same space. The result is that your body is treating Xue Guangming's presence as a progressive infection." "I don't understand," Chen Liuye said. "Your meridians are slowly rejecting him," Bai Suichen said. "Your body is systematically degrading the pathways that his consciousness uses to maintain presence. In approximately 3 months, give or take, depending on how much you stress the system through combat or cultivation, his consciousness will become fragmented. He'll cease to exist as a coherent entity, and you'll be left alone with whatever fragments remain, which will be like having a dozen different people screaming in your head that you can't reach, can't communicate with, can't help." Chen Liuye looked across the table at Bai Suichen. He was 18 years old. He was supposed to be studying cultivation theory with his father. Instead, he was sitting in a healer's examination room being told that the voice in his head had an expiration date. "Can you prevent it?" he asked finally. "Yes," Bai Suichen said. "But it will require establishing a stabilization protocol that we implement multiple times a week for the next several months. During that time, your cultivation will not progress. Your body will consume resources at a higher rate than normal, and you will need to avoid high-stress cultivation states, particularly something that your preliminary examination suggests you're already experimenting with. Something you're calling resonance." "You already know about that," Xue's voice said, speaking through Chen Liuye's mouth for the first time since they'd arrived. Chen Liuye felt the shift of control, the strange sensation of his body moving in ways he didn't initiate, but this time it was a gentle shift rather than the violent takeover that had happened on the bridge. Xue was being careful. "You've examined us thoroughly. You know what resonance state is." Bai Suichen nodded. "I do, and I know that every time you enter it, you burn away months of Chen Liuye's calculated lifespan in minutes. The technique is only practical in genuine life or death situations. Using it against common bandits or low-level cultivators is the fastest way to end up with exactly the scenario I just described." "Noted," Xue said. He released control, and Chen Liuye gasped as his consciousness returned to the full center of his awareness. "What's the stabilization protocol?" Chen Liuye asked. Bai Suichen pulled out a scroll. "First, we need to establish what I call a calming chamber, a space where we can apply specific techniques to reduce the rejection response. Second, we need to work with both of you to establish communication patterns that don't put excessive stress on the shared meridian structure. And third, you both need to understand the limitations you're under." She spread the scroll out on the table. It showed a detailed diagram of meridian pathways, with annotations in a hand Chen Liuye didn't recognize. "The diagram on the left represents what your meridian structure should look like," Bai Suichen said. "This is what a normal foundation root meridian network looks like. Neat pathways, clear divisions between different energy channels, organized in a way that allows the dantian to distribute power efficiently. See how the branches follow natural flow patterns? That's healthy cultivation infrastructure." She pointed to the second diagram. "The diagram on the right represents what your meridian structure actually looks like. See how your pathways are branching? That's your body's immune response to Xue's presence. It's trying to wall him off, to isolate him, to contain him. In 3 months, those barriers will be complete enough that his consciousness will be unable to cross them." Chen Liuye stared at the comparison. His own meridian structure looked like a plant trying to grow around an obstacle, pathways diverging and doubling back, creating elaborate workarounds that bypass the spaces where Xue's consciousness occupied his body. "What does that feel like from the inside?" Bai Suichen asked, still examining the diagrams. "The rejection response. Do you experience it as pain?" "Numbness," Xue answered before Chen Liuye could form a response. "Sections of the body feel distant. Not painful, but unreachable. Like trying to move a limb that's fallen asleep, except the sleep is permanent and spreading." "That's the barrier formation," Bai Suichen said grimly. "Your body is building walls around Xue's consciousness. isolating him in chambers of your own meridian structure. Eventually, those chambers will be sealed so completely that Xue won't be able to bridge the distance to your waking consciousness. You'll have a ghost in your head, present, but unable to communicate or influence anything. Chen pulled out a second scroll, more detailed and covered with extensive notes in multiple colors of ink. It was clear she had been studying this problem for longer than just the hours since they arrived. The good news is that this response is reversible if we can establish the right protocols, she continued. Your body isn't hostile to Xue's presence. It's unfamiliar with it. Your immune system is treating him like a foreign object, something that doesn't belong. What we need to do is convince your body that Xue does belong, that his presence is not a threat, but a natural part of your cultivation infrastructure. So we need to make his presence less foreign, Chen Liuye said slowly. Exactly, Chen said. You need to make Xue's cultivation signature feel native to your body. And that requires something called shared cultivation study. She pulled out another document. This one was a detailed list of meditation techniques, breathing exercises, and cultivation sequences. I'm going to teach you both to meditate as a unified consciousness, Chen said. Not merging, you'll maintain separate identities, but learning to exist together in a way that feels coherent rather than invasive. It will be uncomfortable. It will feel strange. And it will be the only way to keep both of you alive. Chen Liuye looked at the document. There were at least 50 meditation techniques listed, each one more complex than the last. How long will this take, he asked. Months, Chen said. Maybe longer. And you'll need to practice daily. But it's the difference between you surviving as a functional dual-soul cultivator and you ending up with a fragmented consciousness trapped inside your own body. Chen Liuye was about to speak when Xue surfaced again, this time through shared thought rather than taking control. How do we pay for this? Xue asked, his presence forming the question in the space where Chen Liuye's internal monologue usually lived. Chen looked at them both directly. I'll tell you my rates, she said. And then I'll tell you why I think you should ask me instead about what happened to my family. Chen Liuye felt something shift in the room. The temperature seemed to drop, though that might have been his imagination. Chen's eyes, which had been professionally kind, suddenly held something much deeper. Something like old grief mixed with newer understanding. My family was killed by someone very similar to you, Chen said quietly. A cultivator from a powerful sect. A person with enough skill to make sure that no one official could touch them. A person who was paid to eliminate us because of research we'd done. That was 15 years ago. I survived because I was at the market when it happened. The rest of my family didn't. And I became a healer specializing in unusual soul phenomena because I needed to understand why people like the ones who hired your killer think the answer to dangerous knowledge is systematic elimination. She looked at Xue Guangming's presence, visible to her only as a distortion in the meditation field. I'm going to help you, she said. Not because I forgive you. I don't. But because I think you can become something other than just a hired killer. And because I think Chen Liuye deserves to survive. And because if there's a chance that your continued existence can somehow complicate the calculus of the people who think murder is an appropriate solution to intellectual threats, then I'm going to take it. Chapter 6. The first resonance. The first intentional resonance state happened in Chen's meditation chamber, with the healer watching carefully and documenting the results. Chen Liuye stood in the center of the circular meditation chamber, and he was more afraid than he'd been since the moment of the massacre. Not afraid of pain, he'd learned to live with that. Not afraid of death, that had seemed inevitable until recently. He was afraid of losing control again, of feeling Xue surface and take command of his body while his consciousness remained trapped in observation. The bridge had been survivable only because it lasted 45 seconds. What would it feel like to maintain that state intentionally, knowing it was coming, unable to stop it? Your hesitation is showing, Xue said, his presence becoming gently more active in their shared awareness. You're broadcasting fear through the meditation channel. That will destabilize the state before it even begins. I don't know how to not be afraid. Chen Liuye thought back, directing the thought toward Xue rather than speaking it aloud. Speaking had become the more vulnerable act, requiring him to project his internal state outward where Xue could observe it fully. You learn by doing it, Xue said pragmatically, which is why we're here. You need to understand that resonance isn't hostile. It's not me taking over. It's both of us choosing to move in the same direction simultaneously. That's different. That's actually what I want. That's what we both want. Chen entered the chamber, carrying a set of instruments that glowed with a soft blue cultivation energy. She arranged them in specific positions around the circular space, marking out a pattern that Chen Liuye didn't recognize. When she was finished, she returned to her observation position outside the circle and nodded. Ready, she said simply. I need to see what you're capable of, Xue Chen explained. I need to understand the physical limits, the stress points, the way your bodies interact at peak coordination. Otherwise, I can't help you manage it safely. Chen Liuye and Xue had discussed the request privately in the hours before the attempt. For Chen Liuye, the prospect of intentionally triggering the state he'd experienced on the bridge was deeply uncomfortable. For Xue, it seemed like an opportunity to demonstrate his actual abilities rather than just having to rely on theoretical discussion. You both need to consent, Xue Chen said. It can't be forced. It can't be an accident. It needs to be a deliberate choice from both consciousnesses to merge your intention at the same moment. Otherwise, the state will be unstable and the damage will be severe. They had practiced building toward it for a week, working with Xue Chen's meditation techniques, learning to synchronize their breathing, learning to recognize the moments when their two wills naturally began to align rather than oppose each other. It was strange work. It required Chen Liuye to be vulnerable in ways he wasn't comfortable with, and it required Xue to be more transparent about his actual fears than he seemed naturally inclined to be. Are you ready? Xue Chen asked on the morning when they were finally going to attempt it. Chen Liuye looked at the meditation chamber around him. It was circular, with symbols drawn on the walls in a language Chen Liuye didn't recognize. Xue Chen had explained that the symbols were designed to stabilize dual soul transitions, to reduce the shock to the body's meridian structure, to create a space where two consciousnesses could safely merge without one overwhelming the other. Ready, Chen Liuye said. He felt Xue's presence at the edge of his awareness, calm and prepared. Then begin the synchronization meditation, Xue Chen said. She had moved to a position outside the chamber where she could observe but not interfere. Focus on matching your breathing. Let your meditation flows align. When you feel the moment of convergence, don't resist it. Let yourselves merge. Chen Liuye began the meditation. In through the nose for 4 counts. Hold for 4 counts. Out through the mouth for 6 counts. It was a simple technique, one that didn't require complex cultivation infrastructure. It required only intention and breath. Beside him, moving in sync, Xue did the same meditation. It was strange to feel another consciousness matching his rhythm so precisely. It was like looking in a mirror, except the reflection was breathing the same air, thinking the same thoughts, but from a completely different perspective. Then, on the 7th rotation of breathing, something shifted. The boundary between them, the place where Chen Liuye ended and Xue began, became suddenly, acutely permeable. It wasn't that they became one consciousness. It was more that they became a unified intention expressed through two perspectives at once. Chen Liuye could feel Xue's calculations about tactical positioning. Xue could feel Chen Liuye's emotional core, his drive to survive, his determination to protect the people around him. They began to move. It wasn't choreographed. Xue Chen hadn't taught them any particular combat forms. Instead, their bodies began executing a style that was neither Chen Liuye's nor Xue's, but something that emerged from both of them combined. It was more fluid than Xue's precise technique. It was stronger than Chen Liuye's shattered foundation root should have allowed. They moved through the chamber, executing strikes and defenses against an opponent that didn't exist yet, their body harmonizing with itself in a way that felt almost supernatural. Then Xue Chen created the test. She released a low-level spiritual energy pulse, a wave of cultivation force designed to test their response. In the resonance state, Chen Liuye's body reacted with perfect precision. The response came from both souls simultaneously, a technique that used Xue's knowledge and Chen Liuye's physical strength in a combination that neither could have managed alone. The spiritual energy pulse scattered. Then came another and another. Xue Chen was increasing the intensity, testing the limits of what they could accomplish. And with each test, their response became more refined. The resonance state wasn't just about accessing Xue's techniques through Chen Liuye's body. It was about something deeper, a synthesis of two different approaches to cultivation, two different ways of understanding how power worked. And then, abruptly, it stopped. The boundary between them reasserted itself. Chen Liuye felt Xue pulling back, deliberately breaking the connection. The resonance state dissolved. Chen Liuye staggered. His body felt like it had been turned inside out. His meridians burned. His lungs were working overtime, trying to supply oxygen to a body that had been driven to the limits of its endurance. But he was still standing. Remarkable, Xue Chen said quietly. She was examining them both with an expression of professional fascination. 3 minutes and 42 seconds of sustained resonance state, without catastrophic failure. Your coordination is better than I expected, given the theoretical limitations. How much damage? Xue asked, speaking through the connection rather than taking control of the voice. Moderate, Xue Chen said. Your meridians are inflamed. Your dantian shows signs of stress. And most significantly, she held up her hands, showing 2 different objects she'd been tracking during the resonant state. I was monitoring the physical strain on the body. During those 3 minutes, your body aged approximately 6 weeks. Not catastrophic, but significant. Chen Liuye felt the information settle into him. They could do it. They could enter resonant state and emerge functional. But every time they did, it was years of his life burned in minutes of combat capability. How often can we sustain that? Chen Liuye asked. Using resonance more than once per month would cause cumulative degradation, Xue said. Using it more than once per week would be suicidal. You need to save it for genuine life or death situations where the alternative is death. Using resonance against ordinary combat opponents is the fastest way to end up as a ghost with a shortened lifespan. She looked at them both directly. You're going to be tempted to use this power, she said. It's intoxicating. You were perfect in that state. You felt perfect. But perfection is expensive, and you can't afford to spend that currency casually. Chapter 7. The theoretical impossibility. The scroll was ancient. Its edges were worn. Its binding was reinforced with multiple repair attempts, and the ink had faded to the point where some of the characters were barely visible. But the information it contained was clear enough. Dual soul resonance. A state of theoretical impossibility. Chen Liuye sat in the meditation chamber, examining the text by the light of a cultivation lamp. The scroll came from Xue's personal library, a collection of texts on soul phenomena that she had gathered over decades of study. Listen to this, Chen Liuye said quietly, reading aloud. In the recorded history of cultivation, there have been rare cases of 2 souls occupying a single body. In all documented instances, one soul has eventually overcome or consumed the other, resulting in a singular consciousness that maintains memory of its dual state, but not active duality. No case of persistent dual consciousness has ever been successfully documented. The scroll continued, detailing 12 different attempts throughout history to create or maintain a dual soul state. The results ranged from the hopeful, one case where a dual state was maintained for 3 years before one soul faded, to the horrific, cases where both souls remained conscious but became progressively more hostile to each other until they damaged the host body beyond recovery. But there was one entry that made Chen Liuye stop reading. The Meridian integration case of the year 847 Southern Era. 2 souls deliberately merged into a shared consciousness. The result was not a destruction of either identity but a genuine synthesis. The cultivator in question achieved unprecedented cultivation breakthroughs and is believed to have transcended into a higher tier of existence. Subsequently disappeared from all historical records. Classified as potentially dangerous to current sect hierarchy. That one, Xue said, his presence becoming more active in Chen Liuye's awareness. That's the one the record keeper mentioned when they found us at the marketplace. Chen Liuye looked up from the scroll. They had encountered the record keeper, a neutral faction that maintained historical records of cultivation phenomena, almost by accident. A representative had approached them in a busy marketplace and made a very specific statement. You two are the rarest thing in 1,000 years. We want to document you. Chen Liuye had said no. Xue had said maybe. The record says that cultivator achieved transcendence, Chen Liuye said slowly. That they went beyond the normal cultivation ranks. But they also disappeared. Does that mean they succeeded or that they failed? It means the sect hierarchy decided they were a threat and did their best to erase the record, Xue said. That's the most likely explanation. A cultivator who achieved synthesis of 2 souls would be a genuine anomaly. Someone the sects couldn't easily predict or control. Someone who might be powerful enough to challenge the current power structure. Like my family, Chen Liuye said quietly. No, Xue said. Your family was researchers who discovered inconvenient truths. This cultivator would have been something much more dangerous. Someone whose very existence proved that the current understanding of soul cultivation was incomplete. That alone would be reason to erase them. Xue appeared in the doorway of the meditation chamber, carrying a fresh pot of tea. She had been living in this compound with them for the past 2 weeks, overseeing their stabilization protocol, feeding them, and gradually teaching them what it meant to exist as a dual soul cultivator. You found the integration case, she said, setting down the tea. It wasn't a question. Is it real? Chen Liuye asked. Or is it legend? It's as real as anything 800 years old can be, Xue said. She sat down across from him, accepting a cup of tea that Xue's presence stirred for her through Chen Liuye's hands. That cultivator definitely existed. Their existence is corroborated by multiple independent sources, not just sect records, but merchant documentation, family histories, and the written testimony of cultivators who lived during that era. They achieved genuine integration, and then they either transcended or they were destroyed. No one alive knows which. If they transcended, Chen Liuye said slowly, does that mean it's possible? That we could actually merge into something unified rather than remaining in conflict? It's possible, Xue Chen said. But it's also theoretical. It might take months. It might take years. Or it might be impossible for your particular souls because of the circumstances of your connection. You didn't choose each other, Chen Liuye. You were forced into fusion by a technique that was designed to kill you. That's very different from two people who deliberately attempt integration. She paused, sipping her tea. The more immediate question, she continued, is what you're going to do about the fact that you're not actually dead, and the White Iron sect is still looking for you. Xue Chen's house can provide shelter, but it can't provide permanent solution. Eventually, you're going to have to decide whether to hide or to confront the people who destroyed your family. Chen Liuye looked out the window of the meditation chamber, toward the city beyond. Somewhere out there, Sect Master Guoliangji was going about his life, making decisions that affected thousands of cultivators. Somewhere out there, Elder Han Shuyin was searching for the surviving heir of the Qin clan, the anomaly that had disrupted his sect's perfect massacre. I'm going to find the research my father was doing, Chen Liuye said finally. The thing that was so dangerous they killed my entire family to suppress it. And then I'm going to figure out what to do with it. That's a good long-term goal, Xue Chen said. But you need to survive long-term first. Which means you need to establish a secure base of operations, gather resources, and develop relationships with people who might help you. The White Iron sect is powerful, but they're not omnipotent. And they're not the only organization interested in unusual cultivation phenomena. She set down her teacup. There are other factions, she said. The record keeper is neutral but curious. There are wandering cultivators who have their own reasons to oppose the current sect hierarchy. And there are people like Liang Shu, who are connected to the people who hired Xue but have their own agendas. You need to figure out which of those allies you're willing to make. Chapter 8. The sleepwalking hands had happened on the 10th night after Chen Liuye arrived at Xue Chen's residence. He was sleeping in the guest chamber, or trying to sleep. The meditation work that Xue Chen was putting him and Xue through was exhausting in ways that physical training wasn't. They would spend 6 hours each day trying to synchronize their consciousnesses, learning to coexist without the constant friction of two separate wills opposing each other. By the time evening came, Chen Liuye was always so tired that he collapsed into sleep almost immediately. But tonight, something was different. Chen Liuye became aware that he was dreaming. He was in the meditation chamber, performing cultivation sequences with Xue, their movements synchronized in a way that should have been impossible. Around them, the symbols on the walls were glowing, and the air itself seemed to be flowing in response to their meditation. Then, gradually, Chen Liuye became aware that this wasn't a dream. His body was actually moving. His eyes opened to darkness. The guest chamber surrounded him, moonlight streaming through the window in pale rectangles. And his hands were moving on their own, executing complex cultivation seals with a precision that should have required him to be conscious and intentional. Xue, he thought carefully, not wanting to disrupt whatever was happening. I'm not doing that. Xue's voice came back, immediately alert. Are you doing it consciously? No, Chen Liuye said. It's happening. I'm watching it happen. His hands continued their motion. The seals they were creating were intricate, flowing from one configuration to another in a sequence that felt almost like a language. They weren't seals that Chen Liuye recognized. They weren't seals that Xue recognized either. He would have said so immediately if they had been. Chen Liuye tried to stop his hands deliberately. They kept moving. This is your body responding, Xue said, his presence becoming more active in Chen Liuye's awareness. Something in your cultivation structure is moving autonomously. Try to observe it without interrupting. I need to understand what it's doing. For another 5 minutes, Chen Liuye watched his own hands create seals that he didn't consciously control. His body was executing a cultivation sequence from some part of himself that neither of his two conscious minds could identify. The energy flow was unusual. It wasn't the standard pathways of either foundation route or the higher cultivation techniques. It was something in between, something synthetic. Then it stopped. His hands dropped to his sides. The energy flow ceased. Whatever part of his body or his cultivation structure had been moving him had finished what it was doing, and he was back in control. What was that? Chen Liuye asked aloud, his voice shaking in the darkness. I don't know, Xue said quietly. But I'm going to suggest we tell Xue Chen about this immediately. They didn't sleep for the rest of the night. In the morning, Xue Chen examined him thoroughly, checking his meridians, his dantian, his entire cultivation structure for signs of damage or unusual activity. When she was finished, she sat down across from him in the meditation chamber with her now familiar expression of professional fascination mixed with concern. It's integration, she said finally. The seed to pay off, beginning to manifest. I don't understand, Chen Liuye said. Your body has been adapting to dual soul occupation, Xue Chen said. During your waking hours, you and Xue are conscious and directing what happens. But during sleep, when conscious will isn't actively maintaining the separation, your body has been doing something extraordinary. It's been synthesizing your cultivation patterns. She pulled out a new scroll, one covered in notes in her own handwriting. Those seals your hands were creating, Xue Chen continued, were a combination of techniques that neither your conscious mind nor Xue's conscious mind recognized. But your body created them. Your cultivation structure created them. It's like your meridian pathways are learning to speak a language that's neither foundation root nor the higher cultivation arts. A third language. Is that bad? Chen Liuye asked. I don't know, Xue Chen said honestly. It might be the most positive sign we've seen since you arrived. It might be a sign that your body is developing the capacity for genuine synthesis. Or it might be a failure state where your cultivation structure is degrading. I need to monitor it more carefully. Tell me to observe Xue during sleep, Xue's voice said, speaking through Chen Liuye for the first time in hours. I need to understand what my contribution is to whatever this process is. Xue Chen nodded. Tonight, I'm going to suppress your waking consciousness using a medical technique. You'll experience it like very deep sleep. Neither of you will be aware during the process. But I'll be able to observe what your body is doing without your conscious will interfering. If we do this a few nights in a row, I might be able to understand the pattern. Will it hurt? Chen Liuye asked. No, Xue Chen said. It will feel like restful sleep. When you wake up, you might find you've progressed significantly in your cultivation synthesis. Or you might find nothing has changed. Either way, we'll have data. Chapter 9. The persistent physician they encountered Xue Chen for the first time, before they knew they would live with her for weeks, in a public market in a city called Ashvale. The memory surfaced suddenly as Chen Liuye was eating breakfast in the residence. It wasn't a memory that belonged to him. It was a memory from Xue Guangming, surfacing through their shared consciousness like bubbles rising through water. You knew she would find us, Chen Liuye said suddenly, not addressing the question to anyone in particular. Xue Chen, who was preparing morning tea, looked up with one eyebrow raised. I didn't actually, she said. I didn't know you existed until you showed up on the edge of my territory with a cultivation signature that made no sense to any medical framework I understood. But in Xue's memory, Chen Liuye said, you appeared in the market at Ashvale right after we escaped from the bandits. You introduced yourself. How did you know to look for us? Xue Chen set down the teapot carefully. I didn't know to look for you specifically, she said. But I've been monitoring for unusual cultivation signatures for 15 years. It's part of my research into soul phenomena. The signature that you and Xue were creating was unlike anything in the historical record. When I detected it, I followed it until I found you. She handed Chen Liuye a cup of tea. I would have followed you anywhere, she continued. Not because I knew what you were, but because the very existence of you suggested that my understanding of soul cultivation was incomplete. An incomplete understanding is the most important thing in the world to me. Because incomplete understanding is what got my family killed. If I had understood what the people hunting my family actually wanted, I might have been able to explain it to them. I might have been able to prevent the massacre. But you couldn't have, Chen Liuye said quietly. Could you? No, Xue Chen agreed. But I try anyway. That's what the research is about. Understanding things so thoroughly that the next time someone tries to kill me for what I know, I'll be impossible to kill. She sat down across from Chen Liuye. You're going to leave eventually, she said. You and Xue both have destinies that don't include living quietly in a healer's residence. But while you're here, I'm going to help you develop the tools to survive what's coming. Because whatever happens next, it's going to be complicated, and you're going to need every advantage you can find. Why are you being so helpful? Chen Liuye asked. You barely know us. You could lose the respect of other cultivators if you're associated with a dual soul aberration and the killer who created us. I lost the respect of most cultivators when my family was murdered, Xue Chen said calmly. I lost more of it when I refused to seek immediate revenge and instead spent 15 years researching the theoretical foundations of what happened to us. Most cultivators think I'm wasting my life, so I might as well do so in pursuit of something meaningful. Chapter 10. The formal consultation happened 3 days after Chen Liuye's sleepwalking incident. Xue Chen had prepared a proper examination room, separate from the meditation chamber. It had a chair positioned in the center of a complex array of cultivation formations, and Xue Chen had arranged her full collection of diagnostic tools, meridian sensing devices, Dantian reading instruments, soul sensitivity meters. I need to speak to both of you simultaneously, Xue Chen said. I need Xue to surface just enough to be present in the conversation, but not so much that Chen Liuye loses consciousness. This is going to feel strange. What it felt like, Chen Liuye discovered, was like standing in a room with someone and also being that someone. His consciousness was primary, directing his voice and his movements. But Xue's presence was elevated enough that he could speak with his own emphasis, his own perspective, without taking full control of the body. I have a hypothesis, Chen said, once she was satisfied that both souls were present enough to participate. Your body isn't just adapting to dual soul occupation. It's becoming genuinely better integrated. The seals that your hands create during sleep aren't failures or accidents. They're your body learning a new language of cultivation, a synthesis of both your techniques. How long until the integration is complete? Xue asked, his voice coming through Chen Liuye's throat, but with distinctly different cadence and emphasis. I don't know, Chen said. Months, maybe. Years, possibly. Or it might never be complete. You might exist in this state of partial synthesis for your entire lives. But here's what matters. If you both survive long enough for the integration to progress naturally, you might develop something unprecedented. You might become the second known case of genuine dual consciousness synthesis. And you might achieve things that neither of you could accomplish alone. That assumes we want to stay merged, Chen Liuye said. I don't know that I do. And I know that I don't, Xue said flatly. I would prefer to be separated into my own body, existing independently, free to make decisions without this constant awareness of what someone else is thinking. Then you shouldn't trust my assessment, Chen said calmly. Because both of those statements are theoretically true. But I'm also telling you the medical reality. Your body has adapted to dual soul occupation. Physical separation now would require reconstructing your entire meridian system. The probability of survival drops significantly if you attempt it without months of additional preparation. And even if you survive, the synthesis that's been developing would be lost. You'd be two separate souls again. And that synthetic language your body is learning would become inaccessible to both of you. She set down her tools. You don't have to want integration, she continued. But your body is moving toward it. So you have two choices. You can work with that process and maybe come to understand each other better, or you can fight it and probably fail anyway. I'd recommend the first option, but the choice is yours. Chen Liuye looked at Xue through the space between their consciousnesses. Are we really arguing about this? Chen Liuye asked. Yes, Xue said. Because I didn't choose this. You absorbed me. I didn't volunteer to have my consciousness permanently tethered to someone I destroyed. And I didn't choose to have you in my head, either, Chen Liuye said. But here we are. So we can either spend the next however long fighting about it, or we can figure out how to make it work. There was a long silence. I hate that you're right, Xue said finally. I know, Chen Liuye said. I hate that you're right about almost everything too. Chen smiled. That's progress, she said. Chapter 11. The question in the consultation. During the second consultation, Chen asked Xue a question that neither Chen Liuye nor Xue had been prepared for. Why did you destroy the clan? She asked, her voice perfectly neutral and professional. Give me the reason the sect master gave you. Not the political justification. The actual reason. Xue's presence became immediately hostile. That information is mine to keep or share, he said. I don't owe you explanation. No, Chen said calmly. You don't. But I'm asking anyway. Because understanding the actual motivation, not the cover story, but the real reason, is essential to understanding how your soul has adapted to this merger. And I need that information to help you both survive. Chen Liuye felt Xue's resistance, his anger, his absolute refusal to answer. But underneath that, there was something else. Something like the recognition that Chen was right, and that refusing to answer was going to cost them something valuable. The sect master told me that your clan had discovered something about the foundational lineages of the current sect hierarchy, Xue said finally, his voice cold. He said your family was close to exposing evidence that the founding family's genealogies were fraudulent, that the power structure of the entire cultivation world was built on lies, that if your family was allowed to publish their findings, it would create a crisis that the sect hierarchy couldn't control. So he hired you to eliminate them, Chen said. Yes, Xue said. Did he tell you what your family actually found? Chen asked, directing the question to Chen Liuye. No, Chen Liuye said. The library was destroyed. I have fragments of memory from Xue about what was burned, but I don't know what the actual research contained. Then that's your immediate goal, Chen said. Recovery of whatever documentation survived, or reconstruction of what was lost. Because that information is valuable. It's valuable to the sect hierarchy because they want it suppressed. It's valuable to you because it explains why your family died. And it's valuable to everyone else who wants to understand the actual structure of cultivation power. She looked directly at Xue. When I have the information to help manage your survival, I'll ask you to consider whether helping Chen Liuye expose that information would be fair compensation for what you did to him, Xue Chen said. Not forgiveness. I don't believe in that. But accountability. Xue was silent for a very long time. Yes, he said finally. That would be fair. It was the first time Chen Liuye had heard Xue agree to something beyond mere survival necessity. It was the first time the assassin in his head had agreed to something that might cost him. Chapter 12. The burning outpost Ashvale was a mid-tier city, not large enough to be politically significant, but large enough to host regional commerce and cultivation activity. It was also, according to Xue's knowledge, the center of the White Iron Sect's operational network in the eastern provinces. There's a warehouse, Xue explained, as Chen Liuye walked through the marketplace collecting supplies for the journey onward. 3 blocks from the central square. The official designation is a grain storage facility, but it's actually the coordination point for all sect activities in this region. Personnel files, operational records, financial documentation. If Guo Liangji hired anyone else to look for us, that information would be stored there. You want to burn it, Chen Liuye said. Not a question. A recognition. I want to slow them down, Xue said. The massacre was 6 weeks ago. They've given us this long to surface because they were certain we were dead. Now they're beginning to understand we're not. If we can destroy the regional coordination point, it will take them weeks to rebuild their tracking apparatus. Weeks we can use to move and prepare. They'll know it was us, Chen Liuye said. They'll suspect, Xue said. But the White Iron Sect loses supply depots to accidents and bandits regularly enough that they won't immediately escalate. It will create noise, though. It will force them to respond to the destruction, which means fewer resources dedicated to hunting us. Chen Liuye thought about it. He thought about every person in that compound who had died. He thought about his father, about his mother, about the disciples and elders and gardeners, and everyone else the sect master had decided didn't deserve to exist. All right, Chen Liuye said. Tell me how to do it. The warehouse burned for 2 hours. Chen Liuye had approached it at midnight, using the knowledge Xue provided to identify entry points that wouldn't trigger the basic security formations. The contents were flammable enough: grain, oils, preserved foods. The roof was constructed with fast-burning timber, old and dry enough that a single spark would spread quickly. The walls were reinforced with cultivation techniques, but fire moves in ways that cultivation structures sometimes fail to anticipate. Fire doesn't care about order or discipline. It follows chaos and heat and the natural desire of matter to break itself apart. He'd started the fire in the northwestern corner, where the oil reserves were stored in ceramic containers stacked against an external wall. One container cracked under targeted cultivation force. The oil spilled across the wooden floor, and Chen Liuye had summoned a small flame from his barely intact dantian, just enough heat to ignite the liquid. The fire had spread with terrible beauty. The oil had burned first, bright blue-white flame that reminded Chen Liuye of the fires that had consumed his clan's compound. He'd watched for 30 seconds, watching the flames climb toward the wooden support beams, watching the smoke begin to fill the warehouse space. Then he'd run. Behind him, he could hear the first crackling intensify into roaring. Behind him, he could feel the heat through the stone walls. And then, as he cleared the fence and entered the surrounding street, he heard the alarm bells begin to sound. Behind him, he could hear the alarm bells beginning to sound. Behind him, cultivators were rising from their rest, beginning to organize a response. Behind him, the White Iron Sect's regional infrastructure was beginning to collapse into chaos. It felt like justice. It felt like revenge. It felt like the beginning of something that he wasn't sure could ever be finished. That was satisfying, Xue said as Chen Liuye reached the safe house they'd prepared outside the city. I was beginning to wonder if you actually had the capacity for real combat, or if you were going to spend your entire life hesitating. I'm not celebrating this, Chen Liuye said sharply. I know, Xue said. But you should. You just struck back. You just demonstrated that despite being 18 years old with a shattered foundation root, you're capable of actually threatening the people who destroyed your family. That's not nothing. It's a warehouse, Chen Liuye said. It's the beginning, Xue said. And that's more than you had 3 weeks ago. Chapter 13. The 6-minute confrontation. The White Iron Sect patrol found them on a road 2 days north of Ashvale. There were 6 soldiers, all in formation, all wearing the gray armor that marked them as belonging to Han Shuyan's division. The armor itself was distinctive, cultivated to resist both physical and spiritual damage, marked with the sect insignia in silver thread, fitted perfectly to move with a warrior's body rather than restricting it. These weren't common soldiers. These were specialists, trained specifically for pursuit operations. And walking at the front of them was an officer wearing robes that indicated he'd served under Han Shuyan for years, probably had personal knowledge of high-level cultivation techniques. This was a serious search, not a routine patrol. Chen Liuye spotted them a half-hour before they reached the road where he was resting. Xue's knowledge of military formations allowed him to calculate their speed, their direction, their probable search pattern. They were coming specifically for them. Not wandering, not investigating a region. Moving with the focused intensity of people who had a destination in mind. They tracked us, Xue said quietly through their connection. Probably identified the direction we were moving based on the burned warehouse. Or perhaps they have a divination cultivator with us. Someone who can read a person's cultivation signature and track them across distance. Can we outrun them? Chen Liuye asked. No, Xue said. And we shouldn't try. If we run, they pursue. If we fight here on their schedule, we're defensive. But if we let them approach and then we fight, we choose the terms of engagement. Dual soul cultivator, the formation leader said, recognizing the distortion in the meditation field that announced Chen Liuye's unusual status. You're under arrest for destruction of sect property and for failing to complete your assigned death sentence. Chen Liuye could have run. He could have tried to use the knowledge Xue had of the terrain to escape into the forest. But Xue surfaced with a clarity of purpose that made the choice for both of them. Let me have control, Xue said simply. This will hurt, Chen Liuye replied. I know, Xue said. But you're about to die, so I'd prefer to do something first. Chen Liuye released the center of his consciousness, pulling back into observation while Xue emerged into full control. The transition was violent and disorienting, but it was fast. The body became Xue's instrument. For 6 minutes, he moved through the sect patrol like a storm. The techniques he used were too advanced for Chen Liuye's eyes to track, but Chen Liuye could feel them happening through the shared nervous system. Flowing fire, soul-piercing, essence echo, techniques that Xue had learned over decades of training, techniques that drew on cultivation levels far beyond what Chen Liuye's body should have been capable of. 3 soldiers went down in the first minute. The 4th managed to get off a formation-based technique that drove Xue backward temporarily. But Xue responded with something that seemed to turn that technique against them, refracting it, and sending it back magnified. By the time the patrol had recovered enough to attempt a coordinated strike, Chen Liuye felt Xue's consciousness beginning to fray at the edges. Using this much technique, executing at this level of intensity, was burning through both of their reserves at an unsustainable rate. But Xue didn't stop. He kept moving, kept fighting, kept driving the body forward even though Chen Liuye could feel the damage accumulating at a cellular level. In the final 30 seconds, Han Xuyan himself emerged from the formation. He was a peak domain cultivator, the kind of person who had spent 40 years building their cultivation into something unassailable. He was exactly the kind of person that Xue should have been completely outclassed by, considering that his body was only foundation root rank. But Xue had no choice and no desire to win. He just needed to create an opening. He feinted left, allowed Han Xuyan to strike, then pushed Chen Liuye's body sideways into a rolling escape that used the very sword technique Han Xuyan had meant to kill him with as momentum to accelerate his own movement away from the confrontation. The formation dissolved. The patrol was too damaged, too disorganized, to pursue effectively. And Chen Liuye felt Xue release control, falling back into the deeper consciousness as Chen Liuye took the center again, took control of the body that was screaming in pain and exhaustion and approaching collapse. That, Chen Liuye gasped as he staggered forward, was insane. That was necessary, Xue said from the depths of their shared awareness. They would have killed you otherwise. You just exposed yourself completely, Chen Liuye said. The entire patrol saw Xue Guangming fighting through this body. They're going to report it. The sect is going to escalate. Yes, Xue said quietly. I know. And Chen Liuye understood, with a sudden terrible clarity, that Xue had known all along. Had known that fighting directly would reveal what he was. Had done it anyway, because protecting the body they shared was becoming more important to Xue than protecting the secret of his existence. Thank you, Chen Liuye said quietly. Don't thank me yet, Xue replied. Because the real work is just beginning. Now they know we're not the kind of prey that can be hunted casually. They're going to send something much more serious. Chapter 14. The elder who remembers Elder Tao Wensheng was in his 60s, with gray hair and the careful movements of someone whose body had experienced serious damage and had learned to work around it. Chen Liuye recognized him immediately, not through conscious memory, but through the emotional resonance of seeing someone familiar. Tao Wensheng had been one of the elders who taught meditation, a gentle man who specialized in the theoretical aspects of cultivation rather than the practical. Chen Liuye, Tao Wensheng said, his voice carrying the weight of a person who had thought someone was dead and had just discovered that assumption was incorrect. You're alive. Barely, Chen Liuye said. Tao Wensheng's expression changed as he examined Chen Liuye's cultivation signature more carefully. The color drained from his face. "What have you done?" he asked quietly. "I absorbed a soul strike," Chen Liuye said. "The assassin who was sent to kill me. I pulled at his technique instead of accepting it, and I pulled him with it. Now we share this body." Tao Wensheng was very still for a long moment. "You need to destroy the second soul," Tao Wensheng said finally. "Dual soul occupation is an abomination. The body was never meant to contain two separate consciousnesses. You need to find someone who can separate them, and then you need to make sure the second soul is destroyed entirely." "I've tried," Chen Liuye said. "By Xue Chen examined me. The body has already adapted. Physical separation now would be more likely to kill me than to save me." "Then you'll need to die," Tao Wensheng said flatly. "Because the alternative is becoming something other than yourself. Because the alternative is letting the assassin who destroyed our family continue to exist, continue to have power over the body that was supposed to be yours alone." Chen Liuye felt the words like a physical impact. This was the last elder from his clan. This was one of the people who had raised him, who had taught him, who had loved him. And Tao Wensheng was telling him to kill himself. "No," Chen Liuye said quietly. Tao Wensheng stared at him. "You can't be serious." "I'm completely serious," Chen Liuye said. "Xue Guangming is a murderer. He killed my family. I understand that. But he's also a teacher. He's also a voice in my head that won't let me make stupid decisions. He's also the only person alive who understands why my clan was destroyed." "That doesn't excuse what he did," Tao Wensheng said coldly. "No," Chen Liuye agreed. "But I'm not asking for him to be excused. I'm asking for you to let us both live while we figure out what comes next." Tao Wensheng turned away. "If you ever use that second soul's power," he said quietly, "if you ever let him guide your decisions, you need to understand that you become complicit in everything he has done. Every life he's taken, every family he's destroyed, those become your responsibility too." "I understand," Chen Liuye said. Tao Wensheng looked back at him. "I don't think you do," he said. "But you will." Somehow, despite his rejection of Chen Liuye's decision, Tao Wensheng stayed with them. He didn't provide explicit support. He didn't pretend to accept Xue's presence. But he remained present, a reminder of who Chen Liuye had been, a witness to who he was becoming. Chapter 15. The sect master's patience. Sect master Guoliangji sat in his private chambers, reading the reports of the failed patrol. The messenger bowed respectfully and waited for dismissal. Guoliangji did not appear to be angry. He did not appear to be anything in particular, just thoughtfully patient, the way a person might be patient while waiting for a meal to cook. "Interesting," Guoliangji said finally. "So the heir survived, and he absorbed the soul of the assassin we hired." "Yes, sect master," the messenger said. "Han Xuyan suggests we escalate to a full manhunt across 3 prefectures. He also requests that we bring in external support from other sect masters if necessary." "Tell Han Xuyan that escalation is premature," Guoliangji said. "The problem has become more interesting now. A dual soul cultivator is a rare phenomenon. Rare phenomena have research value." The messenger looked confused. "Sect master," the messenger ventured. "The heir is no longer just a loose end to be tied up," Guoliangji explained patiently. "He is a walking contradiction to established cultivation theory. He is evidence that the binding of multiple souls to a single body is possible. If he survives long enough to develop sophisticated control over his dual nature, he will become genuinely valuable to the sect. And if he dies, we've lost nothing we didn't already consider lost." The messenger bowed again, still looking confused. "Proceed with standard suppression operations," Guoliangji said. "Keep watch for his location, but do not make capture a priority. I want to see how long he can survive against the people who are looking for him. I want to see what he becomes. And I want to see if he actually has the courage to pursue the research that got his family killed." The messenger departed, still clearly uncertain about the sect master's reasoning. But Guoliangji was patient. He had spent 30 years building the power structure that now supported him. He could afford to wait for an 18-year-old and his captured killer to either destroy themselves or become something truly interesting. Chapter 16. The failed technique in the secluded location by Xue Chen had identified. Chen Liuye attempted to destroy Xue Guangming's consciousness. They had found the technique in an old cultivation text, one that claimed to be specifically designed for destroying hostile ghost-type souls. It required focusing intent on one soul while suppressing the other. It required understanding the difference between a genuine ghost, a disembodied consciousness without substance or will, and a living soul, trapped within a body that wasn't originally designed to contain it. Xue Chen monitored him from a distance, watching the cultivation formations, making sure the attempt didn't spiral into something catastrophic. Chen Liuye gathered his intent. He focused every bit of willpower he possessed on one goal, expelling Xue Guangming from their shared body. He built up his cultivation force. He gathered his Dantian's energy. He formed the mental image of Xue's consciousness being extracted like a tooth being pulled from a jaw. The technique activated. It moved through Chen Liuye's meridians like fire. And then nothing. Xue didn't resist. He didn't struggle. He simply remained present. The technique flowed around him like water flowing around a stone. It couldn't grip him. It couldn't affect him. It couldn't extract him because there was nothing to extract. Xue wasn't a ghost or a hostile entity. He was a consciousness, yes, but a consciousness that had become as much a part of this body's infrastructure as Chen Liuye's own. The technique is designed for hostile ghosts, by Xue Chen said, once Chen Liuye had released the cultivation force. Ghost-type souls that are trying to drain or destroy the host body. It's not designed to affect a consciousness that's genuinely merged with the host. It has nothing to grip. So there's no way to remove him, Chen Liuye said, his voice breaking slightly. There might be, by Xue Chen said. The archive has a technique. I've heard rumors of it, but it would require finding someone willing to perform it, and it would be extraordinarily dangerous for both of you. For now, you need to accept that separation isn't an available option. Chen Liuye collapsed to his knees. Xue said nothing from the depths of their shared consciousness. But Chen Liuye felt the presence, felt the acknowledgement, felt the understanding that Xue had never actually believed the technique would work either. Chapter 17. The loyal subordinate Liang Shu found them in a small town 3 weeks after the failed patrol confrontation. He was a man in his middle years, with the bearing of someone who had served in a military organization for long enough to develop both competence and complicated feelings about authority. He recognized Xue immediately. Master Xue, Liang Shu said, approaching Chen Liuye directly. I felt the distortion in your cultivation signature. Are you? I'm in this body, Xue said, surfacing long enough to take control of speech. I'm occupied. Long story. Chen Liuye is the primary consciousness. I'm secondary. Liang Shu's expression cycled through confusion, disbelief, and then something that might have been acceptance. That explains why you're traveling with the Chen clan heir, Liang Shu said slowly. I thought this was a revenge situation. But it's not, is it? It's complicated, Chen Liuye said, taking back speech control. Everything with Master Xue is complicated, Liang Shu said. That's why I worked for him. He paid well, and he didn't require blind loyalty, only competence. Liang Shu paused. What I'm offering now is the same. Competence in exchange for payment and the understanding that I work for both of you because you're both present in that body. You're volunteering to help us? Chen Liuye asked. I'm offering my resources and my local network, Liang Shu said. Master Xue has always treated his subordinates fairly. I see no reason to abandon him just because his circumstances have become unusual. Besides, Liang Shu smiled slightly. This is the most interesting thing that's happened in years. I'd be foolish not to see where it leads. Liang Shu transferred his operational loyalty to Chen Liuye. Then, with a slight bow of acknowledgement to the presence of Xue within that body. It was strange. It was useful. And it was the first time that Chen Liuye felt like they were actually building something rather than just running away from pursuit. Chapter 18. The foundation root breakthrough. Chen Liuye's foundation root cultivation had been shattered by absorbing Xue's soul strike. But shattered things can be reassembled. Over the course of weeks, under by Xue Chen's guidance and with Xue's knowledge supporting from within, Chen Liuye began the process of rebuilding his cultivation pathway. It was slower than normal cultivation progression would be. Normal cultivators progressed by opening their dantian and letting energy flow through naturally forming pathways, guided by instruction and practice. But Chen's pathways weren't natural anymore. They were scarred, fragmented, rebuilt around a second soul's presence. It was more painful, but it was also deeper, more thorough, because he was rebuilding it intentionally rather than just developing it naturally. Every meditation session was an act of meticulous reconstruction. Bai Suichun would identify the broken sections of meridian and provide specific cultivation sequences designed to strengthen them. Xue would offer guidance from within, suggesting how the energy should flow, how the pathways should be reshaped. And Chen would execute these sequences hour after hour, day after day, watching his own cultivation infrastructure slowly rebuild itself into something stable and functional. When the breakthrough finally came, it happened quietly, without ceremony, in a moment that only Xue seemed to fully understand. Chen Liuye was meditating in the dawn light, performing one of the standard circulation patterns that Bai Suichun had taught him. This was the 10 revolutions technique, circulating energy through the 10 major meridian pathways in a continuous loop, beginning at the dantian and flowing outward in waves. His dantian felt warm, but not unstable. His meridians felt clear, but not overextended. And somewhere in the deep structure of his cultivation, something shifted. Not violently, not with dramatic power. Simply completed. The way a circle becomes whole when the final curve is added. A click, almost physical. A moment of alignment. The sensation of a pathway completing itself, of a circuit closing, of something coming into functional coherence that had been fragmentary before. Chen Liuye opened his eyes. Foundation root rank, Xue said immediately, sensing the shift from within. Your own pathway. Not stolen from me. Earned. It feels different, Chen Liuye said. It is different, Xue said. Your foundation root has been rebuilt around my presence. It's stronger than a normal foundation root, because it's been integrated with my cultivation structure. You've inadvertently created something closer to a hybrid foundation than a pure one. Is that bad? Chen Liuye asked. No, Xue said. It's actually better. Which means your progression will be faster than normal, assuming you survive the next several months of your clan's enemies trying to kill you. There's that, Chen Liuye said. But he felt it. He felt the shift in capability. His body responded to meditation with greater precision. His dantian could hold more cultivation energy without becoming unstable. The baseline from which he could operate had shifted, hardened, become more real. He was no longer just an 18-year-old with a broken cultivation system. He was becoming something else. Something that the current sect structure didn't have a name for. Something new. Something that might be more or less than human. Something that might be the future or the extinction. Something that two souls had created through the accident of one trying to kill the other at exactly the right moment. Chapter 19. The escalation. The White Iron Sect sent Elder Han Shuyan and a team of 4 peak domain cultivators. They arrived in the city where Chen Liuye was currently staying. They entered the marketplace. They announced their presence with absolutely no attempt at concealment. This is a challenge, Xue said immediately, his presence becoming sharp with analysis. Open combat. They want us to engage with them in public, probably to capture us rather than kill us. If they wanted us dead, they would have hidden. How do we fight 4 peak domain cultivators? Chen Liuye asked. We use resonance, Xue said. Full fusion. Complete coordination. We're going to have to burn a lot of your lifespan, but we don't have a choice. How much? Chen Liuye asked. I don't know, Xue said. Probably years. Maybe more. Chen Liuye took a deep breath. Then we better make it count, he said. The confrontation lasted 8 minutes. It was the longest resonance state they had attempted. The damage was severe. Chen Liuye could feel his body aging, his cultivation energy burning away like fuel feeding a fire. But in that fusion, with both souls perfectly aligned, they were unstoppable. They were faster than peak domain cultivators who hadn't learned to share a body. They were more adaptable because they had access to 2 completely different approaches to combat simultaneously. At the end of those 8 minutes, 4 peak domain cultivators were injured severely enough that they couldn't pursue. Han Xian himself was bleeding from multiple wounds and looking at Chen Liuye with an expression that mixed fear with genuine respect. You survived, Han Xian said. Not a question. A recognition. We did, Chen Liuye said, barely able to stand. Then the resonance state released, and Chen Liuye collapsed. When Bai Suichen examined him afterward, her assessment was immediate and grim. You've lost approximately 3 years of your calculated lifespan in 8 minutes of fighting. If you do this more than once a month, you'll be dead within a year. But they had also demonstrated something important. They were no longer prey that could be hunted casually. They were a genuine threat. They were something that required respect, calculation, and careful approach rather than simple, overwhelming force. This changes everything, Liang Shu said, watching from the side, his expression mixing concern with genuine fascination. The sect will escalate. They'll bring in resources that are even more powerful. But they'll also probably offer negotiation, because now you're valuable enough to negotiate with. A dual-soul cultivator is exactly the kind of resource a sect master would want to control, either for the knowledge they represent or for the power they might eventually develop. Chapter 20. The permanent integration. In the aftermath of the confrontation, Bai Suichen delivered the medical report that changed everything. Your body has permanently adapted to dual-soul occupation, she said, reading from her notes. The meridian structure is no longer attempting to reject Xue's presence. Instead, it's integrated him at a foundational level. You can no longer separate, even if a separation method exists. The body has become a genuine dual-host system. Chen Liuye felt something break inside him, but it wasn't pain. It was acceptance. It was the moment when he stopped fighting against the reality that had been slowly developing and instead acknowledged what it meant to be something new. So we're permanent, Chen Liuye said quietly. You're permanent, Bai Suichen said. Both of you, whether you like it or not. From the depths of their shared consciousness, Xue's voice came through with a clarity that surprised Chen Liuye. Promise me something, Xue said, speaking through Chen Liuye's voice. When you move against White Iron Sect, promise me my sister doesn't get hurt in what comes next. Chen Liuye looked at the empty space where the words had come from, at the presence in his head that was no longer a voice from outside, but something closer to the voice of his own conscience. I promise, Chen Liuye said. Xue took a long time to answer. Then I'll help you destroy them, Xue said finally. Not out of redemption or guilt or any complicated feeling, but because that's what comes next, and I'm tired of running. I'm tired of pretending we're going to find a way to separate. We're not. This is what we are now. So let's stop being victims of circumstance and start being something dangerous. Elder Tao Wensheng watched this exchange from the corner of the room where he'd been standing since the medical examination began. His expression was still disapproving, but he remained present. If you're going to do this, Tao Wensheng said finally, if you're actually going to move against White Iron Sect and everything they've built, you're going to need more than just survival. You're going to need intelligence. You're going to need allies. And you're going to need proof of what they did. We know what they did, Chen Liuye said. They destroyed my clan. No, Tao Wensheng said. That's only the surface. What you need to know is why. You need to find the research your father was conducting. You need to understand what was so dangerous that they were willing to commit genocide to suppress it. I don't have access to that research, Chen Liuye said. But Xue might, Tao Wensheng said. If he's going to be part of your life going forward, if he's actually committed to moving against the sect that hired him, then he needs to share whatever knowledge he has about what your father discovered and why it mattered. In the silence that followed, Xue's presence surfaced. There's a surviving clan member, Xue said slowly. I remember this from my reconnaissance. A librarian who was not in the compound during the massacre. She fled with research documents. Who? Chen Liuye asked. I don't know her name, Xue said. But I remember where she's hiding. And in that moment, as Chen Liuye's consciousness expanded to include the knowledge that his family's research might have survived, he felt something shift in the partnership between his two souls. Something fundamental. Something like the moment when two enemies decide, without explicitly discussing it, that they might need each other more than they need vengeance. They were no longer hunter and prey. They were no longer captor and captive. They were becoming something that had no name in the cultivation world, something that had never existed before. Two consciousnesses genuinely working together because they had decided, independently, that the alternative was worse. All right, Chen Liuye said. Then that's where we go next. Chapter 21, The Librarian's Location. The route north to the mountain sanctuary took 8 days of travel through increasingly hostile territory. White Iron Sect operatives had spread word of the bounty on Chen Liuye's head with the kind of thoroughness that only came from institutional resources. 50,000 cultivation stones for information, 100,000 for the body delivered intact. Messages had been posted at way station bulletin boards and courier stations, carried by fast riders to every settlement where there might be mercenary cultivators with flexible ethics or desperate financial circumstances. Bai Suichen insisted on mapping routes that avoided the major roads entirely. This meant taking paths that were barely paths at all, narrow tracks that switchbacked through unpopulated forest, where the trees grew so close together that sky became a fragmented concept. Sometimes they followed rocky cliffs where a single misstep would mean falling into oblivion, and the only thing preventing catastrophe was careful foot placement and the constant activation of minor flight cultivation to catch slips before they became fatal. Liang Shu provided contacts at waypoints who could offer shelter without asking questions that would invite answers requiring deception. He had cultivated this network during his years working as an operative for Xue. Safe houses maintained by people who valued payment and discretion in equal measure, who asked nothing about who was being sheltered or why, who simply prepared whatever was needed and looked away from the faces of their guests. Chen Liuye walked the first day with his hands clenched so tight that his fingernails drew half-moons of blood from his palms. His palms were sweating despite the cold at this elevation, which was ridiculous because it was already cold enough that his breath came out as visible mist, and he should be thinking about temperature regulation and cultivation efficiency and how to maintain endurance over 8 days of difficult terrain. But stress responses were something his body was apparently going to do whether he approved or not, whether they made logical sense or not. You're tense, Xue observed from the internal depths of their shared mind, his presence manifesting as a sensation somewhere behind Chen Liuye's thoughts. Not quite a voice, not quite a thought, but something occupying a space that had never existed in human consciousness before. The meditation isn't helping? Bai Suichen specifically recommended the breathing sequences for stress regulation. Stop noticing things about my physical state, Chen Liuye said aloud, earning a strange look from Liang Shu, who was walking 3 paces ahead on the narrow path. I mean, I'm fine. just thinking. He was arguing with himself again. And not in the normal way that people argued with themselves. Not the simple internal debate between wanting something and knowing it was bad for you. He was having an actual conversation with another conscious entity that existed inside his own mind, having actual philosophical disagreements about tactics and strategy and what was worth the cost. People in normal circumstances didn't argue with themselves like this. People in normal circumstances had singular internal voices, unified consciousness, the kind of mental coherence that came from operating as a single entity instead of managing negotiations between two. People in normal circumstances didn't have another consciousness living behind their eyes, observing every anxiety reaction, every fear response, every moment of hesitation or doubt or physical weakness. Xue was quiet for a moment. The quality of that internal silence was strange. It wasn't absence so much as it was attentive presence, waiting to see what Chen Liuye would say next. Then, you're worried I'm manipulating the route, that I'm leading you into an ambush, that despite everything I've said about accepting this permanent fusion, I'm still actually trying to escape or destroy you or use you to advantage somehow. It wasn't a question. It was so precisely accurate that Chen Liuye didn't bother denying it. Xue had spent his professional life reading people's thoughts from their physical manifestations, and the skill hadn't disappeared just because he was trapped inside someone's head. Are you? Chen Liuye asked directly, matching Xue's precision with his own. No, Xue said, and there was something in the quality of that response that felt different, less defensive, more genuinely informative, the kind of honest answer that came only when someone had decided transparency was worth the risk. The librarian exists. Her name is Xinyuki. She fled with documents that prove your father was researching a controlled integration technique for dual souls, something the sect found threatening enough to order a preemptive strike at the council's directive. I'm leading you to her because I genuinely want that information accessible to us both. And also, Xue added, his presence shifting in a way that suggested something closer to vulnerability, a willingness to admit uncertainty. Because if we're staying merged permanently, I'd like to understand how this was supposed to work theoretically before we have to figure it out practically through trial and catastrophic error. That's the most rational thing you've said to me, Chen Liuye replied. I'm not an irrational creature, Xue said. I'm a murderer with good reasons and clear justifications, which is different from being irrational. There's a distinction. Bai Suichen fell into step beside Chen Liuye, her expression as readable as stone. She had a habit of appearing alongside him at moments of internal conflict, as if her cultivation senses were sensitive enough to detect when his dual consciousness was creating instability in his physical form, increased heart rate, irregular breathing, the subtle signs of mental discord manifesting physically. He's right. You know, she said quietly, keeping her voice low enough that Liangshu couldn't hear from ahead. The lifespan degradation you're experiencing isn't from Xue's presence being hostile or trying to destroy you. It's from your body trying to maintain two souls' consciousness patterns simultaneously without any framework for how that's supposed to work. Every moment requires your biological system to negotiate between two competing mental processes, and that negotiation burns energy at a rate that your body can't sustain long-term. A controlled integration technique would theoretically stabilize that process. It would reduce the baseline degradation from lethal to merely serious. How much? Chen Liuye asked. The question felt important in a way that made his chest tight with a combination of hope and fear. Theoretically, from current projections of about 40 years total reduction in lifespan, which means you'd be dead by 30, possibly before 30, down to perhaps 5 or 10 years total accumulated degradation, depending on how well the integration works and how thoroughly the technique can be adapted to your specific dual configuration. Bai Suichen paused, adjusting her travel pack with practiced efficiency. If such a technique exists and can be successfully implemented by people who aren't your father and aren't actively trying to kill you both. Chen Liuye felt something in his chest shift and reorganize itself. 5 or 10 years. Instead of dying before reaching his 30th birthday, which meant he had maybe 9 years of life remaining in the current calculation, he might actually reach his 50s. He might have actual decades. That was almost a normal lifespan. That was almost a life instead of just an extended death sentence wearing the skin of survival and calling it resilience. We need to find this librarian, Chen Liuye said. Yes, Bai Suichen agreed. We do. Which is why we're going north instead of east, and why Liangshu has arranged for shelter at 7 waypoints before we reach the sanctuary entrance. Move efficiently. Don't make mistakes. Don't let your internal dialogue attract more attention to your dual soul signature than it already has. During the 8-day journey, Chen Liuye and Xue Guangming developed a rhythm of shared consciousness that was neither cooperation nor compromise, but something between. They would ride in silence for hours, each soul maintaining separate awareness of the surrounding terrain while simultaneously processing it through shared sensory channels. It was exhausting in a way that neither of them had anticipated. Chen rode alongside them, her trained observation noting every sign of strain. She would call for rest periods when Chen's cultivation reserves began to deplete, and she would administer minor healing techniques to prevent the lifespan degradation from accelerating beyond sustainable rates. Your body is burning itself from the inside, she said on the 5th day, after examining Chen's meridian flow with specialized medical perception. Not rapidly yet, but there's a compounding effect. Each minute that Xue's soul occupies this body causes minor cellular damage. Insignificant in isolation, catastrophic over months. How long? Chen asked. At current rates? 6 months before the damage becomes irreversible. Longer if you stop drawing on Xue's technique access. Shorter if you continue to do what you're currently doing, pushing the body to foundation root limits while carrying another soul's weight. Chen didn't deliver this as judgment, merely as medical fact. You need a different strategy. Through their shared consciousness, Chen felt Xue's acknowledgement. His companion understood the cost, and understood that continuing this path was unsustainable. Chapter 22. The sect enforcer's conviction. Elder Han Xuyan reported to sect master Guo Liangji 3 days after his failed capture attempt. The report took place in Guo Liangji's private chambers, a room decorated with what appeared to be aggressive restraint. Minimal furniture, no personal items, shelving that contained only cultivation texts organized with meticulous precision. It was the room of someone who had decided that attachment to objects was a strategic weakness and had eliminated it entirely from his immediate environment, leaving only the pure architecture of power. Han Xuyan's wounds had been attended to by White Iron Sect's medical practitioners, but the damage was evident despite the healing. A long scar across his left shoulder that would probably never fully fade, bandaging under his robes that suggested at least one broken rib that had required sustained medical attention, a slight favoring of his right leg when he moved. More importantly, his expression had shifted from the professional distance of an enforcer carrying out orders to something more personal, something that looked like the beginning of a genuine ideological crisis, the kind that came from discovering that the principles you had built your entire life around might not be as solid as you had always assumed. The dual-soul cultivator is moving north, Han Xuyan said, beginning his report in the formal structure that protocol required. We have 3 separate reports of his group passing through checkpoints in the mountain territories. He's seeking something that matters enough to risk traveling through our operational zones despite the active bounty. The research documents, Guo Liangji said, without looking up from his correspondence. He was reading something, a letter possibly, or a compilation of cultivation theory, with the kind of focused attention that suggested the content was significant enough to deserve his full consideration. Chen Liuye was working on a soul integration technique before we eliminated him. The council specifically mandated the research destruction because the implications were threatening enough to destabilize their authority. It's logical that his heir would seek any surviving documentation, assuming the heir is intelligent enough to understand what his father was actually working on. Then we should intercept before he reaches the archives, Han Xuyan said, his tone shifting from informative to advocatory, from report to recommendation. We should recover the documents and eliminate the heir simultaneously. If he gains access to advanced integration theory while he's in his current state of development, he becomes exponentially more dangerous. The resources required to contain him will escalate with each breakthrough. No, Guo Liangji said calmly, and the simplicity of that refusal contained so much finality that Han Xuyan felt something shift in his understanding of what his sect master actually wanted from this situation. We should let him reach the archives. We should allow him to access the information. And then we should study how he reacts to discovering what his father was actually working on. Han Xuyan's jaw tightened. The muscles along his neck became taut with tension he couldn't quite control. Sect Master, the heir represents a genuine threat to sect security. The research on soul integration is explicitly forbidden under the treaties we signed with the 3 Cultivation Council. If the heir discovers the full scope of our prohibition orders and implements them successfully, if he creates a functioning dual-soul cultivator framework, then he becomes evidence that the Council's authority is based on suppression rather than actual danger. Which is exactly why I want to see what he does, Guo Liangji interrupted. His tone remained patient, but there was an edge underneath it like a cultivated blade beneath soft cloth. Han Xuyan, you are my most effective enforcer because you understand direct action and physical superiority in a way that few cultivators ever achieve. But you have a fatal flaw. You believe the world operates on absolute principles. You believe the clan deserved elimination because they violated the council treaties. You believe the heir is a threat that must be eliminated because he might violate those same treaties. That is not a flaw, Han Shuyan said quietly. His hands were clenched so tight that his fingernails were drawing blood from his palms. It is justice. No, Guo Liangji said, finally looking up from his correspondence to make direct eye contact. It is certainty, and certainty is more limiting than any physical wound. Certainty prevents you from seeing possibilities that exist outside your moral framework. Let me explain what I actually see when I look at Chen Liuye and his dual soul situation. Han Shuyan waited. The sect master rarely explained his reasoning at length. Usually, he simply gave orders and expected them to be executed with precision and without question. I see a young cultivator operating at foundation root rank who has accidentally created something the cultivation world has theorized about, but never successfully implemented, Guo Liangji continued. If he dies, I've lost an interesting experiment and a potential resource. If he survives and develops into something that contradicts the council's authority, that's not a weakness in my position. That's an opportunity. A proof point. A way to demonstrate that the council's power is fragile enough that a single young cultivator can threaten it with nothing but determination and raw survival instinct. You want the council's authority to be challenged, Han Shuyan said slowly, understanding beginning to crystallize in his mind. You want to position the sect to take advantage when the hierarchy becomes unstable. I want to be prepared for when someone challenges the council's authority, Guo Liangji said. And I want to observe what kind of cultivation path a dual soul fusion actually produces, so that when I'm ready to move against the council's restrictions on soul-binding research, I'll know exactly what's theoretically possible. The heir is valuable to me as a demonstration piece and as a proof of concept. Let him find the documents. Let him understand what his father discovered. Then we'll see if he's merely a threat that must be eliminated or an opportunity that must be carefully managed. Han Shuyan left the office without bowing. It was a small rebellion, the kind of subtle refusal of protocol that an enforcer could get away with if his results were good enough. It was the first time he had questioned an order through action rather than through speech, and the physical sensation of doing it was strange, like discovering a part of himself that had always existed but that he had learned to suppress from childhood onward. Guo Liangji watched him go with the patient expression of someone who had calculated exactly how much internal dissent his organization could sustain before it became strategically useful rather than merely annoying. Chapter 23. The first intentional resonance on the 5th day of travel, when they had put enough distance between themselves and the main sect routes that pursuit would require significantly more active hunting. Chen Liuye and Xue attempted something that they had avoided since the lifespan cost became apparent. A controlled, intentional resonance state entered deliberately rather than through emergency or desperation. Not in combat. Not in emergency. Just practice. Bai Suichen and Liang Shu had agreed to maintain a perimeter watch while Chen Liuye and Xue worked, and Chen Liuye had found what looked like a secluded valley. Actually more of a box canyon with narrow entrance and wide interior, the kind of place that would provide warning if anyone approached from the main pathway. He positioned Bai Suichen at a safe distance from the center of the valley with a medical kit and cultivation instruments designed to measure dual soul configurations, and he attempted to deliberately merge both souls' intent on a single task, moving a large boulder using pure cultivation force and nothing else. Both of us need to align on the same goal, Chen Liuye said, speaking aloud to organize his own thoughts as much as to communicate with Xue. No hidden reservations. No part of you trying to maintain dominance, while another part of me is fighting for control. Perfect coordination. If we're going to use resonance state effectively in actual combat, we need to understand what perfect alignment feels like. Impossible, Xue said flatly, his presence manifesting as a kind of internal pressure against the back of Chen Liuye's thoughts. Why? Chen Liuye asked. You're saying it's theoretically impossible? Because I'm incapable of perfect alignment with anyone, Xue said. I was trained from childhood to maintain operational separation from my emotions. I was taught that true power comes from never allowing another person full knowledge of what you're planning. I was taught that trust is a weapon someone can use against you if you're careless enough to offer it. And I carried those lessons with me into death and beyond. Asking me to achieve perfect alignment is asking me to unmake 30 years of cultivation philosophy and institutional conditioning in a single meditation session. Then we unlearn it together, Chen Liuye said. Right now? In this valley. We have time. What followed took 3 hours, and it was among the most exhausting things Chen Liuye had ever done. Chen Liuye began by exposing his own internal state, what he felt, what he wanted, what his fears actually were, without filtering or strategic removal of the dangerous bits. He showed Xue every reservation about the resonance cost, the knowledge that using their merged state burned through his lifespan at an accelerating rate, reducing his total time alive by months from minutes of power. Every moment of doubt about whether killing the sect master was worth decades of his own potential life. Every fear that Xue would eventually take complete control of the body and leave Chen's consciousness as a helpless passenger, locked inside their shared form with no ability to influence the decisions being made. Xue, in turn, began the slow process of lowering his own internal barriers. It was visibly painful for him, manifest as a kind of internal strain that Chen could feel resonating through their shared consciousness, like touching something that was actively burning. It was a conscious act of vulnerability that went against every instinct he had been trained with. But he did it. He showed Chen his own fear, that the lifespan cost to Chen would become unbearable, that Chen would eventually demand separation or death to escape the slow degradation, and Xue would be left alone in an increasingly hostile body, conscious but unable to act, unable to move in the world, unable to exist except as a passenger in someone else's form. He showed Chen his genuine uncertainty about whether they could actually succeed at this, any of this, whether staying merged was a path to something new or just a slower way of dying. The alignment didn't happen suddenly. It built gradually, like two objects slowly rotating toward each other until their orbits synchronized. Chen could feel it happening on a level that wasn't quite physical, but wasn't quite thought either, a kind of fundamental reorganization of how the dual consciousnesses related to each other. Boundaries began dissolving. Not elimination of identity, but a shift from two separate entities that happened to occupy the same space towards something that was approaching genuine partnership. And when it finally occurred, when both souls became aligned on the single goal of moving the boulder with maximum efficiency and minimal wasted energy, the sensation was unlike anything either of them had experienced alone. It felt like becoming whole, like becoming complete in a way that single consciousness never could achieve. Chen Liuye's hands moved with precision that wasn't quite his own. His cultivation power flowed through pathways that had been reorganized by the fusion, and it moved differently than it moved when he was operating alone. Not faster necessarily, but more intentional, more directed, like the difference between a river flowing downhill and a river being channeled through irrigation systems. The boulder moved, not violently, not with the chaotic force of desperate combat, with perfect precision, lifted by two minds operating as a unified entity. It rose 3 feet off the ground, hung suspended in the air with absolutely zero oscillation, and settled back down without a tremor. The resonance state held for exactly 4 minutes and 30 seconds. When it released, and Chen could feel the moment when they both decided to release it, when neither soul needed to maintain the unified state anymore. The sensation was like waking up from a dream where you had briefly been someone else. Chen Liuye was shaking when it ended, not from physical exhaustion, though his body was certainly depleted. He was shaking from the emotional weight of genuine connection with someone who had been, less than a month ago, actively trying to kill him. How much? He asked by Xue Chen, who was already checking her instruments with the expression of someone who had expected this exact scenario and had prepared her measurements accordingly. 2 weeks, she said quietly. That demonstration cost you approximately 2 weeks of your calculated lifespan. The resonance burn rate decreased at the moment of perfect alignment, which suggests that forced fusion is more expensive than voluntary cooperation, but you still paid a significant price for holding the state at Tier 1. Chen Liuye nodded slowly. He was trying to absorb what this meant. 2 weeks. A reasonable exchange for understanding what perfect alignment felt like. But 2 weeks per 4-minute demonstration meant he couldn't afford to practice this frequently. If he maintained resonance state for longer than that, if he had to hold it for sustained combat, the cost would accumulate in ways that might become existentially problematic. It was worth it, he said. Xue, was it worth it from your side? From the depths of their shared consciousness came a response that was almost a whisper, a sensation rather than actual words. Yes. I felt you. Fully present. No barriers between us. I felt what it was like to be understood without having to explain. That's something I've never experienced. That's something I didn't think was possible. Chen Liuye understood what Xue was saying without him needing to elaborate further. I felt what it was like to have someone know exactly who I am. Murderer, strategist, survivor, person broken by institutional conditioning, and not kill me for it. Xue felt himself being torn away from Chen's consciousness like two halves of a whole being pulled toward opposite infinities. Chen felt the presence that had become constant, familiar, essential begin to withdraw. Both souls experienced existential panic simultaneously. Not the physical panic of danger, but the metaphysical panic of dissolution. Don't, Xue said internally, but the word was fragmenting, becoming harder to transmit as the separation formed a barrier between them. Hold on. Chen tried to respond, but his thought was directed at an increasingly distant presence. The formation's energy intensified. For a heartbeat, Chen Liuye thought he was going to lose Xue completely. That fear, that visceral terror of being alone in a body that had learned to be dual, it triggered something unexpected. Instead of pulling away, Chen pushed back. He pushed his consciousness toward Xue with deliberate force, using the connection between their souls like a rope to pull himself across the gap the formation was trying to create. Zhang Rui, standing at the formation's edge with one of the older suppression texts, found the sequence that would interrupt the separation process. She initiated a counterformation, not designed to prevent the trapping, but designed to disrupt its stabilization rhythm. The whole structure shuddered. Chapter 24. The mountain sanctuary. The sanctuary was hidden in a valley approximately 2,000 meters above sea level, accessible only through a pass that required knowledge of 3 specific defensive formations and the cultivation signatures needed to deactivate them. Xue Chen led them through the formations with the precision of someone who had helped construct them. The mountain air was thin, cold, and carried the sharp scent of high-altitude cultivation energy. The plants here were different from the lowlands, twisted by years of exposure to intense cultivation fields. Their leaves glowed faintly with residual qi. Xue's location from memory? Chen asked, reading the precise coordinates from their shared consciousness. Yes, Xue said, but enhanced. Expanded since I was last here. Someone's been developing the sanctuary, maintaining the formations, preparing for exactly this kind of situation. The main structure was carved directly into the mountainside, a massive cultivation complex that extended several levels below ground and several more horizontally into the mountain itself. The outer walls were reinforced with binding sigils that would prevent external attacks from damaging the structure. The internal organization suggested someone with serious resources had invested in making this place defensible. How do you know about this place? Xue Chen asked Xue, her medical practitioner's voice carrying careful neutrality. I helped design it, Xue said through Chen's voice. Years ago, before the White Iron sect contracted me to destroy Chen's clan, there was a project to establish safe houses across the territories. Backup locations for operatives who needed to disappear. This was one of them, designated for high-level Moonfire sect operatives. And now it's ours, Zhang Rui said, examining the interior with the focused intensity of someone assessing tactical advantages. Because he's Moonfire sect. Because he's valuable enough that they prepared infrastructure for his survival. They prepared it, Xue said carefully, not knowing that I would eventually be fused with the last surviving heir of a clan they helped exterminate. They prepared it for Xue Guangming, independent operative, not for Xue Guangming plus Chen Liuye, unified entity. The thought hung in the air between them like a question neither of them could articulate properly. Xue Chen established a medical center on the lowest level of the complex. Zhang Rui began studying the defensive formations with the intensity of someone who wanted to understand how to dismantle them if necessary. Liang Shu inventoried the supplies stored here. Weapons, cultivation resources, preserved food, medicinal components, enough for a sustained occupation of several months. And Chen Liuye and Xue Guangming, sharing one body and 2 consciousnesses, began the work of learning to cooperate beyond simple survival. Chapter 25. The technique. The decision came to Xue Guangming suddenly, like an insight that had been forming in the depths of his consciousness for days and finally crystallized into certainty. He was watching Chen Liuye practice basic foundation root forms, the kind of fundamental techniques that every cultivator learned in their first year of training. Chen's execution was competent, but without finesse. He had learned these techniques from texts and observation, not from a master's direct instruction, and it showed in the small inefficiencies that accumulated through every movement. Xue understood that Chen was burning himself alive. Every time they entered resonance state, they aged Chen's lifespan by days or weeks. Xue could feel it happening, could sense the cultivation pathways burning out like candles consumed at both ends. And Chen's foundation root cultivation was barely adequate to support that cost. Stop, Xue said, pulling forward into their shared consciousness enough to affect Chen's movement directly. Chen's body froze mid-form. I need to teach you properly, Xue said through Chen's voice, which emerged with a tone neither of them usually inhabited, something between Xue's precision and Chen's emotion. Not just access memory, not just resonant state. Real teaching. You learning my techniques completely, integrating them into your own cultivation, so that you can execute them without burning your lifespan as fuel. How? Chen asked. We stop using resonance for 30 days, Xue said. Completely. No matter what happens. No matter what attacks us. No resonance. No technique access beyond what your foundation root can manage directly. You fight with only your own power. And in the meantime, I teach you the principles underneath the techniques, not the surface execution, but the cultivation theory that makes them work. Chen's mind recoiled at that decision. We can't. Elder Han Shuyan is still pursuing. A white iron operational team is looking for us every day. If we remove our most significant defensive advantage, then we'll have to be very strategic about where we hide and how we move, Xue said calmly. But we will also purchase your survival. You're burning yourself to death, Chen. I can feel it every time we fuse. I can feel your lifespan withering. If we continue like this, you'll have maybe 5 years left before the accumulated damage becomes irreversible. So what? Chen said bitterly. I'll die, but at least I'll have lived long enough to expose White Iron Sect and protect your family. Yes, Xue said simply. That's exactly what should happen. Because if you die, then I also die. We're permanent now. You and I, we're locked together. Your death is my death. So keeping you alive is not a favor I'm doing for you. It's survival for both of us. The logic was flawless. The cost was brutal. 30 days, Chen said finally. We can't sustain that. We'll be too vulnerable. 30 days, Xue repeated with absolute certainty. We move only at night. We hide in locations I select using terrain memory. We avoid combat entirely if possible. And at the end of 30 days, you'll have access to my full technique library without needing resonant state. You'll have the foundation knowledge to execute Phantom Strike, Wave Breaking, Soul Pierce, all of it, at your own power level with minimal lifespan cost. That's worth the vulnerability. Chen didn't trust the reasoning, but he couldn't fault it either. Xue was right. The resonance was consuming him. One more thing, Xue said. During those 30 days, Bai Suichen will monitor your lifespan degradation. If the burn rate accelerates instead of stabilizing, we stop. But I don't think it will. I think the burn is coming from the forced compromise between our two consciousnesses during resonance. Separated, even locked in the same body, will burn more slowly. Chapter 26. The ambush. They were 3 days away from the sanctuary when the White Iron Sect found them. It wasn't Elder Han Shuyan. It was a different operational unit, led by a cultivator Chen Liuye didn't recognize, a woman in her 60s with the kind of focused, calculating expression that came from having made life and death decisions professionally for decades. Her eyes moved across the landscape with the precision of someone assessing terrain for tactical advantages, noting choke points and cover positions and sight lines in the way that suggested military training going back further than most people's entire lives. We don't need to fight, the cultivator said, raising her hands in a gesture of non-aggression. We just need you to come with us. Sect Master Guoliangji has explicitly requested a meeting with you to discuss what you've discovered. He's willing to offer terms of safe passage if you agree to a conversation. We're not interested in discussion, Chen Liuye said. The words came out calm, but there was an edge underneath them. No, the cultivator agreed. I'm aware of your preference for action over dialogue, but I'm offering you a real choice nonetheless. You can come peacefully, and we'll bring you to Guoliangji under conditions of actual safety. Or you can fight, and we'll defeat you and bring you to him anyway, probably with significantly more violence and injury. Both options end the same way. You having a conversation with the sect master, but one is less painful. You're lying, Chen Liuye said. I'm offering you a real choice, the cultivator repeated. And I'm being honest about the stakes. I'm a professional soldier, not a politician. I don't have anything to gain from lying to you right now. From their shared consciousness, Xue's analysis was ice-cold, running calculations with the precision that came from years of professional operation. She's not lying. She has 15 cultivators in ambush positions around us. 2 at core formation level, 3 at spirit pulse, the rest at foundation root. If we fight, we can probably defeat 6 or 7 of them before they overwhelm us. The core formation operatives are the real danger. One of them is probably a formation specialist. They're expecting us to try to use resonant state, and they probably have a formation prepared to disrupt it. Then we run. Chen Liuye said, speaking aloud but intending the words as internal communication. North, Xue said immediately. The sanctuary has concealment formations on the northern face. The archives are protected by multiple-layer obscuration arrays. If we can reach the sanctuary entrance, the neutrality agreements protect us. They can't pursue into officially neutral territory without violating the treaties. What followed was not a battle. It was a chase. Chen Liuye and Bai Suichen ran through terrain that had suddenly become explicitly hostile. The White Iron operatives didn't press the advantage immediately. They were herding, not attacking in any kind of organized way. They were driving Chen Liuye and Bai Suichen toward a location where the terrain itself would provide the attacking force with maximum advantage. This is deliberate, Xue said, his presence sharp with realization as they ran. She's not trying to capture us directly. She's trying to force us into a specific location. She has something waiting there. They ran anyway. They had no choice. Chapter 27. Soul Conflict Freeze the Trap was exactly what Xue had predicted. A formation that would bind dual soul cultivators specifically, designed to separate the two consciousnesses by forcing them to exist in different dimensional spaces simultaneously. Chen Liuye and Xue felt it activate around them with the precision of a closing fist. The formation shimmered into visibility, a construct of engraved stone and circulating energy, designed by whoever had studied dual soul mechanics enough to know exactly which resonance frequencies would create maximum disruption. They felt the distinctive sensation of being pulled in two different directions simultaneously. The experience was unlike anything Chen had felt before. The shared meridian pathways that normally flowed smoothly between their two consciousnesses suddenly felt like they were being twisted in opposite directions. For a moment, they were no longer merged consciousnesses in a single body. They were two separate entities being slowly extracted into different frameworks, like being torn apart at a rate that wasn't instantaneous, but was absolutely inevitable. Xue's presence, normally a constant companion in Chen's mind, started to feel distant, stretched, as if they were being pulled toward opposite ends of the universe. The pain was not physical. It was existential. It was the sensation of consciousness being torn apart at the fundamental level, like being forced to exist in two places at once while maintaining a single awareness. Chen gasped. Through their shared body, his physical form convulsed, and Xue screamed internally, a sound that echoed through the dual soul connection even as that connection was being severed. Don't let go. Chen heard himself saying to Xue, or perhaps it was Xue saying it to him. The separation was happening too fast to distinguish whose thought belonged to whom anymore. I'm not, Xue said. But even that simple statement was fractured, like his voice was being stretched across increasing distance. The formation's energy surged. For a heartbeat that felt like an hour, Chen Liuye thought he was going to lose Xue completely. He thought he was going to be split into two separate pieces, one of them Xue, torn from him forever. That fear, that visceral terror of being alone in a body that had learned to be dual, that's when everything stopped. To experience internal contradiction so severe that coherent thought became impossible. Resist, Xue shouted from one direction. I can't, Chen Liuye cried from another. The formation pulled harder. In that moment of maximum separation, with both consciousnesses experiencing agony and absolute fear, they disagreed fundamentally on what to do. Xue wanted to attack the formation directly, burning through the binding with pure force, with raw power, accepting the damage caused if it meant escaping this state. Chen Liuye wanted to resist passively, to hold the line and wait for the formation to exhaust itself, to maintain coherence even while being torn apart. The disagreement was so complete that the body locked up entirely. Chen Liuye's muscles went rigid. His cultivation energy stopped flowing through his meridians. His lungs seized. For 3 seconds, an eternity in combat time. Neither soul could access the body because neither could achieve dominance, and both were too focused on their own pain to compromise with the other. The white iron cultivators closed in, readying bindings and capture seals. Then Bai Suichen crashed into the formation matrix itself, shattering half the components with a calculated strike that burned through her own reserves like a torch set to oil. It wasn't elegant. It wasn't perfect, but it broke the balance just enough that the separation spell collapsed. Chen Liuye and Xue snapped back together, both gasping, both shaking from the experience of being torn apart and reassembled in a way that had no name in conventional medical terminology. Did you just, Chen Liuye started, destroy most of my cultivation energy reserves to break their formation? Yes, Bai Suichen said, blood running from her nose and her hands, her expression not frightened but grimly determined. Running now would be excellent. We can discuss my medical decisions later, preferably when we're not in active combat pursuit. Chapter 28. Elder Han Shuyan's ideological stand. Elder Han Shuyan arrived at the confrontation site 8 hours after the pursuit began. He found the formation destroyed, shattered into components that would take days to repair or replace. The capture team was regrouping but clearly disorganized, having dealt with unexpected resistance from the physician cultivator. And the dual soul cultivator and his companions were disappearing into the concealment formations to the north, using the chaos of the failed ambush as cover to accelerate their departure. Han Shuyan stood in the center of the destroyed trap and surveyed the area with the methodical eye of someone who had orchestrated dozens of operations across 3 decades. The tracks showed the group had moved north, toward the mountains, away from White Iron Sect territory. The formation's failure suggested not malfunction, but superior understanding of its construction principles. Someone had known exactly how to dismantle it. He looked at the senior cultivator who had set the trap with an expression that was difficult to read. His weathered face showed no anger, no frustration, merely assessment. "You were ordered to capture, not pursue," she said immediately, reading his expression with accuracy that spoke to decades of experience. The formation was sound. The issue was the physician cultivator. She had training in formation disruption. She took out 2 of our operatives before we could contain her. "I'm not concerned about the failure," Xue said quietly. "I'm concerned about the pattern. This is the 4th capture attempt. 4th time we've had superior force, superior positioning, and superior preparation. 4th time the dual-soul cultivator has found the weakness and exploited it. That suggests not luck, but strategic comprehension." He knelt and examined the residue of the formation. His cultivation sense read the traces of what had occurred. The disruption pattern was clean, efficient, executed by someone with deep knowledge of soul separation mechanics. "Sect Master Guoliangji gave me a directive," Xue said, standing again. "Apprehend the dual-soul cultivator, preferably alive, for study. If not, ensure the body is recovered intact for soul extraction analysis. My methods have been operational capture, but the target is learning faster than we anticipated." "What are you suggesting?" the senior cultivator asked carefully. "That whoever engineered the Chen clan's destruction thought he was eliminating a threat. That Xue Guangming accepted a contract to destroy a family on the understanding that they were genuinely dangerous. And that understanding may not have been accurate." Xue's voice carried no judgment, merely statement of fact. "I joined White Iron Sect because I believe in the hierarchy it maintains. I believe in order. I believe in protecting the sect system from those who would destabilize it. The Chen clan was a destabilizing force. Or so I was told." He turned to face the senior cultivator directly. "But now I'm watching a cultivator who carries Xue Guangming's soul. A cultivator from a family that was marked for destruction. And I'm watching him make decisions that suggest strategic thinking on a level that our current sect intelligence cannot match. Which means either the intelligence was wrong about the threat level, or the threat was in something other than what we were told." The senior cultivator said nothing. The silence stretched between them like a chasm. Reading commanding officers. Sect Master Guoliangji was explicit in his instructions. "Allow them to escape if the effort would cause significant casualties among our people." The research documents reached the sanctuary, Xue said quietly, reading the evidence left behind. Footprints in the soil leading north, the scattered remains of supplies that had been abandoned during the rush. "I have confirmation from a cultivator who was monitoring the exit points. The dual-soul cultivator has access to Chen Liuye's notes on soul integration. He has the technique that will allow him to stabilize his own condition without the constant lifespan degradation. Then he becomes more dangerous," the senior cultivator said. "Which is precisely why the sect master ordered us not to kill him. Let him stabilize. Let him develop. Let him become something the world has never seen before. And then, when he's spent years developing his power under the assumption that he has the luxury of time, when he's confident in his ability to survive, we can begin making proper plans." Xue looked toward the mountains where Chen Liuye had vanished. His entire life had been built on the principle of absolute certainty. Certainty that the law was just, certainty that following orders from the sect master was the correct path, certainty that a threat eliminated was a threat prevented. And yet, watching his unit fail to capture their target, watching the senior cultivator accept this failure with absolute calm, watching the organization move on to the next phase of a strategy he clearly didn't fully understand, Xue felt something shift in the foundation of his beliefs. What if certainty was the enemy? What if the sect master's patient refusal to escalate was not weakness, but a different kind of strength entirely? "We report back to the sect master," he said finally, the words coming slowly. "We tell him that the heir reached the sanctuary and accessed the documents. We tell him that the heir now has knowledge of the stabilization technique. And we tell him that we're prepared to wait for the next phase of whatever he's planning. We tell him that the enforcement team is ready for whatever comes next." Chapter 29. Partial alignment practice. The breakthrough had unlocked something new, but the question of how to use it safely was more complicated than Chen Liuye or Xue Guangming had anticipated. With partial alignment now accessible at soul emergence rank, Chen could theoretically execute Xue's techniques without entering full resonance state. But executing them incorrectly could cause damage, to himself, to his companions, or both. So they practiced. Zhang Rui volunteered to be the target for controlled technique execution. She stood at progressively shorter distances while Chen attempted to execute Phantom Strike in its basic form, the afterimage version that required minimal power cost. The first attempt failed. Chen constructed the afterimage perfectly, but couldn't sustain it. The technique collapsed after 3 seconds, leaving him gasping and trembling from the exertion. Your foundation is there, Xue said, his presence active in their shared consciousness but not dominant. But you're trying to force the meridian pathways into configurations they're not naturally aligned for. That's why the technique fails. You're fighting your own body's resistance instead of working with it. So how do I fix it? Chen asked. You don't fight it, Xue said. You convince it. Meridian pathways develop preference patterns based on how they're used. Your current cultivation has optimized them for your foundation root techniques. You need to gradually teach them the new pathways, not command them into new configurations. The second attempt held for 5 seconds before collapsing. Better. The third held for 7. By the time Bai Suichen called a halt to the practice, Chen could sustain the phantom strike afterimage for nearly 30 seconds. Not long enough for real combat, but long enough to suggest that with weeks of consistent practice, the technique would become accessible at reasonable power cost. This is how it should have worked from the beginning, Xue said, his mental voice carrying something that Chen had learned to recognize as satisfaction. No resonance state. No catastrophic lifespan burn. Just conscious practice, gradual integration, patient technique acquisition. We didn't have time for this before, Chen pointed out. Elder Han Shuyan was hunting us. White Iron sect was closing in. I know, Xue said. But we have time now, and we should use it. Because eventually, one of those hunters will catch up, and when they do, I want you able to defend yourself with my techniques without relying on a power source that's slowly killing you. That night, as Chen was attempting to sleep, he felt Xue's consciousness suddenly sharpen with attention. What? Chen asked internally. Your hands are moving again, Xue said. The same patterns from the early days. Look, Chen's hands were tracing cultivation seals, complex, layered sequences that neither of them recognized. The movements were precise, coordinated, intentional, but neither soul knew what they meant. I'm not doing that, Xue said immediately. I know, Chen said. You would have already told me if it was you. The body is developing its own cultivation sequence, Xue said slowly, with something like wonder in his tone. Neither of us is controlling it, but both of us have influenced it through our practice. The meridian pathways are learning to integrate both souls' techniques without conscious direction. Chen watched his own hands move, creating patterns in the air, feeling the subtle shifts in his meridian flow as they did. It was simultaneously fascinating and profoundly unsettling. The idea that parts of his body were developing autonomously, learning things that neither conscious entity had taught it. The practice sessions revealed something unexpected. Both souls were learning from the experience, but in different ways. Chen was developing actual technique mastery through conscious practice. Xue was learning how Chen's foundation root cultivation worked, learning to optimize his own approach through observation of Chen's methodology. Chapter 30. The younger sister. By the end of the first month of consistent training, both souls had fundamentally shifted their understanding of what the other could contribute. Xue had initially viewed Chen as a body that was inconveniently weak. Chen had initially viewed Xue as a dangerous presence that needed to be controlled or destroyed. But through weeks of cooperative technique training, they had developed genuine respect for each other's cultivational approaches. Neither respect nor affection exactly, but something that resembled partnership, two different minds operating a single body, each learning to amplify the other's strengths rather than simply compensate for the other's weaknesses. On the first day after they left the sanctuary, heading deeper into the mountains to establish a more secure base away from pursuit, they encountered Xue Liuye. This was what Bai Suichen had been trying to cultivate all along, not unity, but synchronized cooperation. Two souls learning to work together not because they had to, but because they wanted to. She appeared on a narrow mountain path, stepping out from behind a rock face, as if she had been waiting for them specifically. She was younger than Xue by perhaps 10 years, with his precise facial structure and his same cold eyes that suggested they came from the same genetic line and the same institutional conditioning that had shaped them both into weapons. But where Xue's eyes carried the weight of operations and contracts, hers still held a trace of something younger. Brother, she said, her voice shaking. You're supposed to be dead. The entire sect says you're dead. They maintain that you completed a critical mission in the southern territories and disappeared. They say you're either dead or rogue. Chen Liuye felt Xue's presence surge with shock and confusion. This was not someone Xue had been expecting. This was not part of any plan that had been communicated to Chen Liuye or existed in any shared strategy discussion. The surprise was raw enough that it leaked through their shared consciousness into Chen's own awareness. Lianhua, Xue said, speaking through Chen Liuye's voice for the first time in 2 weeks, his presence pushing forward enough to affect the tone and cadence of speech. The word was infused with genuine emotion, love mixed with fear. How did you find me? I've been tracking your cultivation signature for 6 months, Xue Guangming said, stepping closer to study the body containing 2 consciousnesses. Ever since you disappeared after the assassination mission in the Southern Territories. The sect tells me you completed the operation successfully, but they won't tell me anything more about where you are or what happened to you. And when I demanded they show me proof that you're alive, Sect Master Guoliangji told me I was being irrational and assigned me to a training battalion in the northern frontier. She stepped closer, studying the body containing 2 consciousnesses with an expression that suggested she was seeing something that contradicted everything she had been told. You're different, she said. Your cultivation signature is different. You're carrying someone else's presence. Brother, what happened to you? The mission went wrong, Xue said slowly, and Chen could feel him assembling the explanation, trying to find words for something that had no precedent. The person I was assigned to kill absorbed my death strike. The absorption created a fusion. I'm no longer operating as an independent consciousness. Xue Lianhua's face went pale. She staggered backward a step, processing the words. You're bound to him, she said quietly. To the heir of the clan you were ordered to destroy. Brother, that means you're compromised. That means the sect master will see you as a threat. I know, Xue said. And you're still here? Xue Lianhua asked, her voice rising. You're still moving openly? You understand that the sect will kill you both if they realize that you've chosen to remain fused rather than fighting for separation. Yes, Chen Liuye said, taking back speech control. I'm Chen Liuye. Your brother is no longer just Xue Guangming. We're a single entity now, even if we maintain distinct consciousnesses. Xue Lianhua looked at Chen Liuye for a long moment. She was assessing him, his stance, his face, his cultivation signature, looking for the brother she knew in this amalgamated stranger. He always was unconventional, she said finally. Brother, if you're going to survive what comes next, you're going to need more allies than you currently have. And you're going to need someone on the inside of White Iron Sect who can provide intelligence about what Guoliangji is actually planning. She extended her hand in a gesture of truce. I'm volunteering, she said. For better or worse, you're my brother, and his survival is apparently my brother's priority. That's reason enough for me to become a liability to myself and an asset to you both. Also, she paused, choosing her words with precision. I think the sect is lying about more than just what happened to you. I think there's something about your original mission that they're not telling anyone. And I want to know what my brother died to protect, because clearly he did protect something. Otherwise, you wouldn't still be alive. Chen felt Xue's shock at that observation ripple through their shared consciousness. Lianhua, Xue said softly. That's dangerous. If Guoliangji realizes what you're thinking, then I'll be dead, Xue Lianhua said simply. But at least I'll die knowing why my brother mattered. And maybe, if you both manage to survive long enough, I can help make sure his sacrifice wasn't completely meaningless. She looked between the two of them. Are you going to let me help? Or are you going to try to protect me the way Xue Guangming always did, by leaving me in the dark until it's too late? Chapter 31. The training montage begins. Over the next 3 weeks, Chen Liuye and Xue began serious training, focused on accessing Xue's complete technique library without entering full resonant state. The goal was to develop what by Sui Chen called partial access, the ability to execute Xue's techniques at lower power levels while maintaining Chen's primary control of the body. It wouldn't grant them the raw power of full resonance state, which required burning through lifespan at an accelerating rate, but it would allow them to fight effectively without incurring that catastrophic cost. They established a remote training ground at the highest point of the mountain range accessible without leaving the sanctuary protection, where altitude and isolation both protected them from casual observation and where the thin air provided additional resistance to cultivating with. The first technique they worked on was called Phantom Strike, a method for multiplying the apparent vectors of attack by creating cultivated afterimages that contained just enough real force to be dangerous even if they didn't land solidly. Under normal circumstances, this technique required the level of internal control and precision that only came at Xue's current cultivation rank. With partial alignment stabilized, Chen Liuye could attempt a simplified version. Stop thinking about moving your hand fast, Xue instructed from the secondary consciousness location, his voice patient in a way that felt strange coming from someone who was ordinarily so sharp. Start thinking about moving your hand in 3 places simultaneously. The primary version in baseline reality. 2 secondary versions in the fractional time layers that exist in the gaps between normal perception. Chen Liuye attempted the technique 10 times and failed all 10. The afterimages were unstable, ghostly, showing but not containing enough power to be dangerous. They flickered and dissolved, and the technique collapsed each time. On the 11th attempt, something clicked. Not the way the partial alignment had clicked. This was slower, more methodical. It was the sensation of learning something your body had to relearn from first principles, even though your mind was accessing someone else's complete memory of the technique. An afterimage appeared beside his primary hand movement. Then another. 3 vectors of attack instead of 1. It wasn't clean. It wasn't as precise as Xue could execute it. But it was functional. Better, Xue said. Again. They trained through the day until Chen Liuye couldn't raise his arms anymore. Over the next 2 weeks, they worked through Xue's complete technique library. Phantom Strike became second nature. They moved on to Dissolution Shatter, a method for breaking through defensive formations by analyzing their structure and generating precise counterstress at weak points. Then Resonant Echo, a technique for creating cultivated sound waves that could carry explosive force without requiring raw power at the level that full resonant state demanded. Each technique required learning to access Xue's complete understanding while maintaining Chen Liuye's primary control of execution. It was exhausting and frustrating and occasionally resulted in moments where the technique would fail catastrophically, sending Chen Liuye tumbling backward with cultivation backlash burning through his meridians. "I'm doing it wrong," he said after the 7th failure at executing Resonant Echo. "You're executing it right," Xue said. "Your problem is that you're thinking about it. You need to stop analyzing and start trusting that the muscle memory is embedded somewhere in this body now. I've been practicing these techniques for 15 years. You've been practicing for 15 minutes. The gap isn't as wide as it feels." By the end of the 3rd week, Chen Liuye had developed functional versions of 6 different techniques. Not at Xue's level, not with the precision and power that came from decades of practice, but functional enough to be genuinely dangerous in combat without requiring the lifespan cost of full resonant state. "You're ready," Xue said finally, watching as Chen Liuye executed a flawless phantom strike, generating 3 distinct attack vectors that all contained actual cutting force. "Ready for what? I'm not entirely sure. But you're ready for something." That night, Chen Liuye found by Xue Chen preparing her medical instruments in the sanctuary chamber where they had established a semi-permanent camp. "I want to know the truth," he said. "Not the version you give me when you're being encouraging. I want the actual assessment of whether Xue and I can survive what's coming." Bai Xue Chen set down her instruments and examined Chen Liuye with the kind of clinical detachment that she applied to all medical analysis. "You're adapting faster than the theory predicts," she said. The partial alignment stabilized in 3 weeks instead of the projected 6 to 8 weeks. The Tier 2 breakthrough happened in 5 weeks instead of 12. Your integration with Xue's technique library is progressing at approximately 40% faster than my baseline models suggested should be possible. "That sounds good," Chen Liuye said. "It is," Bai Xue Chen said. "It also means you're accelerating toward a breaking point. The faster you integrate, the faster you burn through developmental stages, the faster you approach a ceiling where you can't integrate any more deeply without fundamental psychological restructuring. And I don't know what happens when you hit that ceiling." "You're saying I'm going to destabilize," Chen Liuye said. "I'm saying the speed of your development is statistically unusual, and I don't have enough data to model what happens when unusual development reaches its natural limits," Bai Xue Chen said. "But yes, destabilization is a possibility. So is fundamental transformation into something neither of us can predict. So is simple plateau where you reach an equilibrium state and stay there. The data is insufficient for accurate prognosis." "How much time do we have?" Chen Liuye asked. "Before I hit that ceiling." "Based on current acceleration rates, approximately 8 to 12 months, Bai Xue Chen said. "Which means you have until roughly 1 year from now to either reach true stabilization with Xue or face the consequences of forced transformation." "That's not a lot of time," Chen Liuye said. "No," Bai Xue Chen agreed. "It isn't. Which is probably why Xue has been pushing you toward the training so aggressively. He understands, on some level, that you need to maximize your integration during the window while integration is still possible. After that window closes, you're committed to whatever state you've achieved." The second technique was called Meridian Cascade, a method for flooding cultivation channels with intentional force in a way that enhanced reaction speed without triggering full resonance degradation. This was even more difficult to execute than Phantom Strike, because it required Chen to maintain conscious control of his meridian flow while Xue's presence pushed deeper into the pathways to amplify acceleration. On the first attempt, Chen's meridians rejected the technique entirely. The cultivation force rebounded, creating internal damage that took 3 days to heal. On the second attempt, he achieved partial cascade for 1.3 seconds before losing control. By the end of 2 weeks of intensive training, Chen could execute Meridian Cascade for nearly 20 seconds at 70% of Xue's theoretical power capacity. Not enough for serious combat yet, but enough to suggest that with continued training, he could eventually access most of Xue's technique library without entering full resonance state. More importantly, Xue was beginning to understand how Chen's foundation root cultivation worked, not as limitation, but as foundation. Chen's techniques were slower, but more energy efficient. His cultivation was weaker, but more stable. The combination of both Soul's methodologies was beginning to create something hybrid that either Soul alone could not have generated. Chapter 32. The encounter with Zhang Rui. She was sitting on a rock beside the path when they encountered her, reading an ancient meditation text with the absorbed focus of someone who had been waiting for them specifically. She looked up as they approached, and her smile was bright and completely unafraid. "Hello," she said, closing her text carefully. "I'm Zhang Rui. I've been following you for approximately 3 days, and I have some questions about the unusual cultivation signature you're giving off." Liang Shu moved immediately in front of Bai Sui Chen, defensive posture clear. Xue's presence sharpened in Chen's mind, assessing threat levels. This woman was a cultivator, spirit pulse rank, which meant she was skilled but not immediately dangerous. "You've been following us?" Chen asked, keeping his tone neutral while internally Xue was running calculation probabilities about whether she represented an immediate threat or a different kind of danger entirely. "Yes," Zhang Rui said simply. "For 3 days. Your trail was easy to follow for someone with training in environmental reading. And your cultivation signature is the most interesting thing I've detected in the last year of wandering, so I felt compelled to investigate." "We're not recruitable," Xue said, his presence pushing forward enough to affect Chen's speech pattern. "I'm not trying to recruit you," Zhang Rui said. "I'm interested in you because you're a walking philosophical paradox. You're 2 conscious entities sharing one body with dual cultivation roots. That shouldn't exist. Every historical record suggests that soul fusion results in the absorbed consciousness being subsumed or destroyed. And yet," Xue said with something approaching satisfaction, "here we are." "Exactly," Zhang Rui said. "Which means either the historical records are incomplete or you've created something genuinely unprecedented. I want to understand which. More specifically, I want to understand you. How you coordinate. How you maintain dual identity in single consciousness. How you decide whose instinct dominates in crisis moments." "That's dangerously personal information to want about people you've just met," Chen said. "I'm aware," Zhang Rui said. "Which is why I'm not asking for it immediately. I'm offering a proposal. I'll travel with you, offer what assistance I can in terms of combat and observation, and in exchange you'll answer my questions about the dual soul dynamic. No coercion. If you decide to abandon me, I'll accept that decision." Xue and Chen exchanged wordless communication through their shared consciousness. This woman was offering alliance based on philosophical curiosity rather than institutional interest or mercenary motivation. That made her either refreshingly honest or dangerously unpredictable. "If we agree," Chen said, "you don't ask about our past or our families. You don't ask about White Iron Sect or about Xue's clan. You don't try to separate us or contact anyone about our location." "Agreed," Zhang Rui said immediately. "I don't care about your history. I only care about your present." She stood and began packing her meditation materials. "Where are we going first?" she asked, and the question was so casual that it took a moment for Chen to realize she had simply decided to join them. Chapter 33. The forced retreat. Elder Han Shuyan's team found them again on the 2nd day after Zhang Rui joined the group. The detection was sudden and precise. One moment Chen Liuye was walking along a mountain ridge, listening to Zhang Rui describe the philosophical implications of soul sharing. And the next moment his cultivation senses flared with warning as 8 distinct auras resolved themselves from the clouds ahead and above. This time, they had superior numbers. 8 cultivators including 2 at peak domain rank, which was the highest level of cultivation strength Chen Liuye had encountered in direct combat. They were organized, tactical, and clearly had been specifically assembled to counter what they knew about Chen Liuye's capabilities. The precision of their positioning suggested hours of coordination and planning. "We don't need to use resonance," Xue said, his presence in Chen's mind suddenly sharpening into tactical assessment mode. "We can handle this with partial technique access and your own foundation root power augmented by learned execution. We have sufficient advantage in terrain and positioning." Chen felt the weight of that decision settle through him. The strain of maintaining 2 separate souls in tension when one wanted restraint and the other wanted survival. Xue's confidence was logical, Chen's caution was visceral. But they had underestimated Han Shuyan's determination. The 8 cultivators fought with precision that suggested they had been training together specifically to counter dual soul technique access. The very sight of them moving in synchronized patterns, 2 of them focusing entirely on disruption formations, trying to create resonance patterns that would make accessing Xue's technique library more difficult. Another pair worked to separate Chen Liuye from his companions, forcing him into isolated combat, where he couldn't maintain defensive positioning around by Chen and Liangshu. Their coordination was professional. Devastating. The earth beneath Chen's feet trembled as a domain cultivation wave passed through. His meridians burned with effort as he held them at foundation root strength, while layers of white iron technique crashed against his defenses. "We need resonance," Chen Liuye said, his breath ragged, feeling the pressure accumulate as the operatives pressed their advantage. Through their shared consciousness, he could sense Xue's reluctance, could feel his companion's awareness of what each minute of resonance would cost, would burn days from Chen's lifespan like candles. "Not yet," Xue said with absolute certainty. "Look to your left. The ravine, 15 feet down, would provide cover and allow us to regroup. Listen to my memory of this terrain." Chen obeyed without fully understanding. That was the strange grace of the dual soul dynamic, the ability to trust another's knowledge past his own certainty. What followed was a fighting retreat that lasted nearly an hour. They didn't lose, but they didn't win cleanly either. They managed to push the attacking force back enough to create the space to reach the ravine. They dropped down into the crevasse, using the natural formations and the limited sight lines to their advantage. The rough stones scraped against Chen's skin as he half leapt, half fell, and beside him Rui moved with the same desperation. The distinction between Chen and Xue's approaches was becoming clear. When combat began, Chen's instinct was to engage directly, to commit to the fight and solve it through commitment and intensity. Xue's instinct was to preserve, to disengage from losing propositions and extract maximum advantage from terrain and positioning. In this moment, both instincts were correct. The terrain genuinely offered superior defensive advantages, but engaging the formation might have allowed them to disrupt it before full activation. Chen wanted to risk the engagement. Xue wanted to guarantee the survival. By the time Han Xuyan's team could pursue them down, Chen Liuye, Xue, by Chen, Liangshu, and Rui had already vanished into the twisted passages of what turned out to be a natural cave system running beneath the mountains. In the darkness below, Chen and Xue shared a single shaky exhale. One body, 2 souls, both acutely aware that Xue's calculated restraint had just saved Chen's remaining lifespan by days. Neither soul was wrong. Neither approach was objectively superior. The truth was that they required both perspectives, Chen's courage and Xue's caution working in synchronized balance, rather than one soul's strategy dominating and the other adapting. The cave system beneath the mountains became a sanctuary not because it was objectively safe. Safety was impossible with Han Xuyan's resources, but because it provided space and time for 5 different people with separate motivations to regroup and assess their position. Chapter 34. The soul conflict freeze inside the caves. They were safe from pursuit, at least temporarily. But the experience left something shifted in the partnership between Chen Liuye and Xue. "You want me to restrict my technique access," Chen Liuye said, not asking. "You want me to stop using your library and rely entirely on my own foundation root capabilities." "Not entirely," Xue said, "but more carefully. We don't know the cost structure yet. We don't know how many times we can push toward resonance state before the lifespan degradation becomes catastrophic. I'm asking you to conserve our resources." "They're hunting us," Chen Liuye said, "and they're getting better at it. If we don't escalate our response, they're going to catch us. Then we prepare for the moment when escalation becomes necessary," Xue said. "But until that moment comes, we practice restraint. We learn to fight at lower power levels. We develop capability that doesn't require burning through your lifespan." For 3 days, they traveled through the cave system, moving deeper into the mountain range, putting distance between themselves and the white iron pursuit. For 3 days, Chen Liuye practiced the discipline of fighting without Xue's techniques, relying solely on his own foundation root power. It was humbling. Without Xue's technique access, he was significantly weaker. The speed advantage disappeared. The precision of attack degraded. The ability to execute complex maneuvers became limited to what his own talent could produce. "This is frustrating," Rui observed, taking notes as she watched Chen Liuye fail repeatedly at a basic combat form that he had been executing flawlessly when he had access to partial technique guidance. "You're trying to do what you know you can do, but you're forcing yourself to operate at reduced capacity. That creates cognitive dissonance and physical frustration." "That's the point," Xue said. "He needs to understand what he can do with his own power before he becomes dependent on accessing mine." He needs to be dangerous as Chen Liuye alone, not just as Chen Liuye accessing Xue Guangming's strength. Understood, Jiang Rui said, writing rapidly in what appeared to be a leather-bound journal filled with compressed notation that Chen Liuye couldn't fully parse. This is a partnership-building exercise disguised as capability limitation. You're trying to create equality in the power dynamic by forcing Chen Liuye to develop independence. I'm trying to create sustainability, Xue said. If Chen Liuye becomes completely reliant on my technique access, then I become a tool for him to use rather than a partner. I become a resource rather than a consciousness with agency. On the fourth day in the caves, something unexpected happened. They were moving through a particularly narrow passage, so tight that they had to proceed single file, when 3 white iron cultivators descended from above, rappelling down through a hole in the cave ceiling that Chen Liuye hadn't even noticed. The surprise was total. The white iron cultivators had anticipated the cave route and had positioned themselves at a point where the passage was too narrow for effective maneuvering. Chen Liuye and Xue found themselves in a space where their combined strength meant nothing because there wasn't room to move, to fight, or to execute any kind of technique beyond the most basic thrusts and parries. Resonance, Xue said urgently. We need full resonance right now. No, Chen Liuye said. We don't. The disagreement was absolute. Xue's position was based on tactical necessity. They needed maximum power to break through the ambush. Chen Liuye's position was based on long-term sustainability. They couldn't afford the lifespan cost when they still had other options. The conflict was so complete, so fundamental, that neither consciousness could achieve dominance over the body. Chen Liuye's muscles went rigid. His cultivation energy stopped flowing. For 2 seconds, an eternity in combat time, he was completely paralyzed, unable to move or respond to the white iron cultivators closing in with binding seals and capture equipment. Then Bai Suichen detonated a cultivated explosive device into the cave ceiling itself, bringing down a shower of stone and rubble that scattered the attackers, collapsed the narrow passage, and forced everyone to scramble toward the widening tunnel ahead before being buried under rock. The soul conflict freeze lasted only those 2 seconds, but it was long enough for both Chen Liuye and Xue to understand the fundamental problem. They couldn't survive as partners if they disagreed about basic strategy in combat. As the rubble continued to fall and the passage collapsed behind them, Chen Liuye and Xue stumbled forward together, their body responding with desperate coordination born from pure survival necessity. There was no time for internal argument, no space for disagreement. There was only forward motion and the primal need to not be buried under thousands of tons of stone. Bai Suichen was already calculating their trajectory, moving with the kind of analytical assessment that separated medical professionals from ordinary cultivators. She was reading the cave structure, understanding the way the collapse was propagating, positioning them toward what would eventually become stable ground rather than toward what looked like open space, but would probably be the next collapse point. By the time they emerged into the wider tunnel system, the narrow passage behind them was completely sealed. No pursuit could follow. No binding formations could reach them. And Chen Liuye was shaking with the aftereffect of having his consciousness literally locked into immobility while the physical threat approached. What happened? Liang Shu asked, his voice tight with stress. Soul conflict freeze, Bai Suichen said, her hands already moving to check Chen Liuye's vital responses. The disagreement about resonance state entry triggered a fundamental incompatibility in their dual consciousness coordination. For 2 seconds, neither soul could achieve dominance. The body went into complete paralysis. If I hadn't broken the formation at exactly that moment, they would have been captured or killed. I disagreed, Chen Liuye said, the words coming out shaky. About resonance. Xue wanted to enter it immediately. I wanted to save it for actual emergency. The disagreement it was like being frozen inside myself. Like ceasing to exist because I couldn't access my own body. That's the physiological experience of consciousness conflict at the neural integration level, Bai Suichen said, still checking him over with professional detachment. 2 consciousnesses trying to control the same motor nervous system, neither willing to yield, both generating competing signals. The body can't reconcile the contradiction, so it shuts down entirely. How long was I locked like that? Chen Liuye asked. 2 seconds, Bai Suichen said. 2 seconds is an eternity in combat. If I hadn't destroyed the formation immediately, they would have completed the binding sequence and captured you both. We have to fix this, Chen Liuye said, looking internally toward Xue. We have to develop a system where this doesn't happen again. Chapter 35. The honest conversation. They emerged from the caves at a location approximately 80 miles from where they had entered, exhausted and shaken and carrying injuries that would require at least a week of healing time to repair. The soul conflict freeze had left both consciousnesses weakened. Even sharing one body, the experience of being torn apart had some residual effect that neither of them fully understood. The valley was narrow and sheltered, protected by natural rock formations that created concealment from casual observation. Rock walls rose on three sides, creating a bottleneck that would give them warning if Han Shuyan's team attempted pursuit from below. It was defensible, private, and removed enough from the main pursuit paths that they could assume at least brief respite. Bai Suichen set up a temporary camp in a valley protected by natural rock formations, and she made it clear that no one was moving anywhere until injuries had been treated and cultivation reserves had been replenished. She was efficient and professional, binding broken bones, applying medicinal salves, adjusting cultivation pathways to reduce inflammation. But her eyes kept moving between Chen Liuye and Xue with an expression of deep concern. While Bai Suichen worked on Liang Shu's fractured arm and Zhang Rui organized supplies with methodical precision, Chen Liuye and Xue had the conversation that they had both been avoiding since the soul conflict freeze. "We can't keep doing this," Chen Liuye said quietly, sitting apart from the others on the edge of the camp. "We can't survive if we disagree about strategy in the middle of combat. That formation nearly tore us apart. If Bai Suichen hadn't interrupted the separation sequence, I don't know if we could have reintegrated." The cave around them seemed to absorb their conversation, keeping it private from the others who were sleeping or standing watch on the perimeter. This was the first time since the fusion that they had truly talked about what they were becoming. Earlier, when Han Shuyan's team attacked, Chen continued, "I wanted to fight. You wanted to evade. If one of us had been in control, one of those instincts would have dominated. We would have either fought and possibly died, or evaded and abandoned Bai Suichen to be captured. But we didn't," Xue said. "We did something different. We ran while simultaneously applying pressure to their formation structure. Your direct approach mixed with my evasion created a third option that neither of us would have generated alone." "Exactly," Chen said. "So maybe the goal isn't to achieve unity. Maybe the goal is to develop synchronization. Two different minds operating one body, but coordinated. Not compromised, enhanced." Xue was quiet for a long moment. "That requires a level of vulnerability I'm not sure I'm capable of," he said finally. "To let your instinct matter as much as mine. To trust that your fear and anger might lead to better decisions than my cold calculation. That's the opposite of how I was trained. I was trained to trust only my own judgment." "I know," Chen said. "I was trained differently, to trust my ancestors' wisdom and my elders' guidance. But now my ancestors are dead and my elders are memories. All I have is you and whatever wisdom comes from two minds forced to share space." "No," Xue agreed, his presence unusually subdued in their shared consciousness. "We can't. We need to develop a decision-making framework that works better than this constant negotiation." "But how?" Chen asked. "You have your way of approaching problems. I have mine. Sometimes they align perfectly. Sometimes they're contradictory. How do we merge two fundamentally different strategic perspectives into something cohesive?" "We acknowledge that we're not actually trying to merge them," Xue said slowly, as if he was working through the realization as he spoke it. "We're trying to force them into something unified. But they don't need to be unified. They need to be synchronized. There's a difference." Chen felt the distinction settle through him. Unified would mean one soul's perspective dominating. Synchronized would mean both souls maintaining their perspective while coordinating execution. "Explain," Chen said. "When Han Shuyan's team attacked on the bridge," Xue said, "you wanted to fight directly. That's your instinct. Meet force with countervailing force. I wanted to retreat. My instinct is always to survive first, fight second. In resonance state, your instinct has to dominate because my techniques can't work without your body's commitment to executing them. But then I burned 3 weeks of your lifespan in 12 minutes. Neither of us was satisfied. What should have happened?" Chen asked. "I should have surfaced enough to feel your instincts about the terrain. You should have accessed my memory enough to understand the tactical calculation. Then instead of one of us deciding and the other adapting, we should have executed a third option that neither of us would have generated alone. Your directness plus my evasion equals something new. Not a compromise. A synthesis." The valley around them seemed to hold its breath. "That requires a level of trust I'm not sure we have," Chen said quietly. "I know," Xue said, "which is why that formation nearly destroyed us. We panicked when separated because we realized how dependent we've become on each other. And we're angry about that dependence. I don't trust you," Chen said directly. "You destroyed my family. You took contracts to murder people. You ordered Liang Shu to do unspeakable things. I carry the memory of your actions through our shared consciousness, and sometimes I can barely tolerate existing in the same body as the person who did those things." "I know," Xue said again, "and I don't trust you either." You could separate from me if you ever found a way. You could destroy me the moment you got the chance. You've said so explicitly. You've tried to do so. The only reason you haven't succeeded is because destroying me also damages you, and your survival instinct is stronger than your need for revenge. So where does that leave us? Chen asked. It leaves us with a choice, Xue said. We can continue this oscillation between coalition and conflict, or we can acknowledge that trust isn't possible yet, but synchronization is. We can fight as two separate minds operating one body, instead of trying to be one mind with two opinions. Which means we need to establish a framework for how we make decisions in real-time combat situations. I'm the primary consciousness, Chen Liuye said. My body, my life, my decision about what's worth the cost. Then you kill both of us, Xue said flatly. Because I can see the long-term tactical picture more clearly than you can. I understand the cost-benefit analysis of when resonance state is strategically worth the lifespan degradation. If you're making all the decisions unilaterally, you'll burn through your entire lifespan in 6 months, trying to solve problems that could be solved through smarter tactics and better positioning. And if I defer to you completely, I become a passenger in my own body, Chen Liuye said. We need a hybrid approach, Xue said. In situations where we have time to discuss and plan, you lead and I advise. In situations where we need immediate action, I lead and you execute. Not because I'm stronger or smarter, but because we both have different kinds of competence. You have tactical creativity and instinctive response speed. I have strategic analysis and pattern recognition. What if we disagree about which type of situation we're in? Chen Liuye asked. Then we talk about it now, Xue said, while we're not in combat. We establish parameters. We decide in advance what constitutes emergency requiring immediate action and what constitutes tactical situation allowing for joint decision-making. We write it down. We agree to the framework before anyone's life is on the line. That feels like admitting you're right, Chen Liuye said. I'm not right, Xue said. I'm competent in a different way, and you're competent in ways that I'm not. If we actually accept that instead of fighting about it, we become genuinely stronger as a partnership. By the end of the conversation, they had established clear protocols. In combat situations where they had time to communicate, Chen Liuye would make the final decision about whether to enter resonance state, with Xue providing full tactical analysis to inform that decision. In situations where response had to be instantaneous, surprise ambush, imminent threat to by Chen or Liangshu, Xue would have unilateral authority to initiate resonance state, with Chen Liuye's automatic cooperation. It wasn't perfect. It was a structure designed to prevent mutual annihilation through incompatible decision-making while still preserving agency for both consciousnesses. It'll work, Jiang Rui said when Chen Liuye explained the framework to the group. Functionally, you've created a distributed decision-making system with clear escalation procedures and role differentiation based on competency type rather than authority hierarchy. This is how organizations function when they want to avoid catastrophic failures caused by unified command structures relying on single individuals. That's not what I was trying to create, Chen Liuye said. Nevertheless, that's what you did, Jiang Rui said. Which is another interesting data point in the evolution of dual-soul partnership development. Chapter 36. A cultivation breakthrough for 2 weeks. They stayed in the valley while Bai Suichan worked on healing injuries and while Chen Liuye and Xue practiced the new framework for decision-making. It was not a comfortable period. The valley was narrow, the walls of stone pressing in from all sides, and the forced proximity of 5 people in a confined space created constant friction. Liangshu wanted to resume the hunt for white iron operatives. Jiang Rui wanted to meditate on the philosophical implications of what they'd seen in the soul conflict formation. Bai Suichan wanted complete silence and rest. Chen and Xue wanted entirely different things and had to negotiate every decision through exhausted compromise. But they didn't engage in combat. They didn't try to advance deeper into white iron sect territory. They rested and recovered and allowed the forced stillness to do what it did best: create space for internal growth. Xue taught Chen more refined applications of partial technique access. They spent hours in debate about strategy, about the massacre, about what the clan's research might have contained, about whether separation was truly freedom or simply another cage. It was during this recovery period, on a morning when the light came through the valley in exact angles that made everything look new and possible, that Chen Liuye felt something shift in his core cultivation. He was meditating, not actively trying to advance, just maintaining the basic practice that Bai Suichan had insisted on, when suddenly there was a sensation of fundamental realignment. The cultivation foundation that had been supporting a single soul suddenly expanded. New pathways opened, not duplicated, His foundation root wasn't becoming a duplicate of Xue's. Instead, they were becoming something novel. A merged framework that didn't replace either soul's techniques, but allowed them to interact more fluidly. Xue felt it at the same moment. Chen, he said through their shared consciousness, and his mental voice carried absolute certainty. You've reached soul emergence. The tier advancement happens now. And as the breakthrough completed, Chen Liuye understood what had changed. The new cultivation tier had integrated both souls' knowledge bases more completely. He could now access Xue's techniques without full resonance state. Not at full power, but accessible, available. The dual soul dynamic, which had felt like a constant negotiation between enemies, suddenly felt like collaboration between partners. He was meditating, not actively trying to advance, just maintaining the basic practice that Bai Suichun had insisted on, when suddenly there was a sensation of fundamental reorganization in his cultivation pathways. It lasted for approximately an hour. During that hour, Chen Liuye's body temperature fluctuated wildly. His cultivation energy seemed to be reorganizing itself at the meridian level, like being rebuilt from the inside out, while maintaining full consciousness throughout the process. When it finished, when the sensation released, and he returned to normal consciousness, everything had changed. Tier 2 breakthrough, Bai Suichun said, reading his cultivation signature with instruments designed to measure advancement. You've reached soul emergence rank. Both of you. That shouldn't have been possible, Chen Liuye said. Breakthroughs take months of preparation. They require specific conditions and focused energy cultivation. I didn't. You did, Xue said, his presence shifting with realization. You did. All of it. While we were recovering from injuries. While your conscious mind was focused on healing and recovery, your deeper consciousness, the part that manages meridian structure and cultivation advancement, was working through the integration requirements. The forced stillness created the conditions. The partnership framework gave the integration a template to follow. The breakthrough happened because we both wanted it to. Bai Suichun examined them more carefully, running her instruments across Chen Liuye's full meridian structure. This changes the cost analysis significantly, she said. At Tier 2, partial technique access draws less from your lifespan reserve. The baseline degradation has dropped by approximately 50% from the Tier 1 level. And full resonance state, if you enter it at this rank, will still carry a significant cost, but it becomes sustainable for longer periods. How much longer? Chen Liuye asked. Theoretically, Bai Suichun said, you could sustain full resonance state for approximately 40 minutes before the degradation becomes severe enough to require immediate cessation. At Tier 1, you could manage approximately 12 minutes. This is a significant improvement. That's because we're not fighting against the merger anymore, Xue said. At Tier 1, the hierarchy was artificial, imposed through the partial alignment technique. At Tier 2, the hierarchy has become natural to the body itself. The two consciousnesses fit together more smoothly. There's less structural stress from trying to maintain incompatible arrangements. Chapter 37. The hunter appears on the third day after the breakthrough. While they were preparing to leave the valley and resume movement deeper into the mountain territories, they encountered someone new. He appeared on the trail ahead, standing perfectly still, wearing clothes that were neither sect-affiliated nor clearly civilian. He had the bearing of someone who had spent years learning to move invisibly through populated spaces, someone trained in observation and precision and patient movement. I'm Chen Liuye, he said, without introduction or preamble, also known as Phantom Blade. I'm here to inform you that I've been contracted to apprehend or eliminate you, depending on how the contract is fulfilled. I'm also here to propose an alternative arrangement. You're a soul hunter, Chen Liuye said. The term came with implicit threat. Soul hunters were rare cultivators who specialized in capturing or destroying souls themselves, rather than entire bodies or people. They were expensive, professional, and exceptionally dangerous. I prefer to think of myself as someone who handles complicated containment situations, Chen Liuye said. And your situation is certainly complicated. You're a dual soul fusion that shouldn't exist. You're valuable alive to multiple different organizations. You're dangerous dead. And from a certain perspective, you represent a proof point for cultivation methodologies that much of the current hierarchy would prefer to suppress. Who contracted you? Xue asked. The Hollowstone Archive, Chen Liuye said. They're an academic institution that studies rare cultivation anomalies. They want to study you. They're willing to pay substantially for your capture, alive and unharmed, so that their researchers can understand how dual soul fusion functions and what it might imply about the nature of consciousness and cultivation itself. They want to imprison us for scientific research, Chen Liuye said. They want to study you voluntarily, Chen Liuye corrected. They've authorized me to offer you a compensation package. in exchange for approximately 6 months of research participation, interviews, cultivation measurement, consciousness analysis. They're willing to provide you with resources, protection, and access to their extensive academic libraries. There's also the matter of the separation technique. What separation technique? Xue asked, with immediate sharpness. The Hollowstone Archive has been working on a method to safely separate dual-soul fusions without destroying either consciousness, Chen Liuye said. They've had theoretical success with the methodology. They believe they could separate you, Chen Liuye and Xue Guangming, into two independent consciousnesses occupying two separate vessels. You would remain alive. You would remain functional. You would simply be independent rather than merged. For a moment, neither Chen Liuye nor Xue responded. The proposal hung in the air like something tangible, something that could change the trajectory of everything they had been working toward. We need to discuss, Chen Liuye said. Of course, Chen Liuye said. I'm not going anywhere. If you want to consider my offer, you have 72 hours before I need to report back to the archive with a decision. If you want to refuse, you have 72 hours of warning before I proceed with the containment protocols I've been authorized to deploy. He settled himself on a rock beside the path, pulled out a cultivation meditation text, and began reading with the kind of focused attention that suggested he truly didn't care whether they accepted or rejected his offer. Chapter 38. The separation question that night, after Zhang Rui had fallen asleep near the cave entrance and Liang Shu was standing watch, Chen Liuye and Xue had the conversation that neither of them had wanted to have. Do you want to be separated? Chen Liuye asked directly, his mental voice carrying a careful neutrality that fooled neither of them. No, Xue said immediately. Then, after a moment that stretched across several heartbeats, I don't know. I'm afraid to want it because wanting it means abandoning everything we've built. Everything we've learned about coordinating without resonance. All the trust we've accumulated through fighting together. All the times your instinct has saved us when my logic would have failed. But I'm also afraid to refuse it because refusing it means accepting that I'll be bound to you for the rest of both our lives. And that's a commitment I never chose to make. That's not an answer, Chen Liuye said, not unkindly. I know, Xue said with visible frustration in the way his hands clenched. Because I don't have an answer. A month ago, separation would have been freedom. Escape from the body that killed me, from the consciousness that absorbed my death strike. Escape from the person whose family I destroyed. But now, he trailed off, the internal sensation of vulnerability flooding through their shared consciousness, spreading like water through meridians. Now I don't know if separation is freedom or abandonment. Chen felt the weight of that admission settle between them. Through their shared senses, he could feel Xue's genuine uncertainty, the genuine conflict of two souls that had started as enemies and become something more complicated. Chen Liuye said the process is non-lethal. Chen offered quietly. Both souls would survive. You could have your own body, your own space. You could find your sister without dragging her into this mess. Yes, Xue said. And you could have your body back to yourself. You could stop burning your lifespan on my techniques. You could cultivate at your own pace instead of constantly compromising between what I need and what you need. Is that what you want? Chen asked. I want that, Xue said. But wanting something and being able to choose it are different things. The moment I was absorbed into your consciousness, I became dependent on your choices. You could force the separation and I couldn't stop you. And the fact that you haven't, the fact that you've asked me first, that you're trying to give me a choice, that makes it harder to say yes. The cave around them seemed to hold its breath. In the darkness, Chen could feel Xue's presence more acutely than ever, the two of them sitting in the same body, inhabiting the same sensory apparatus, but utterly separate in their intent. Now, Chen Liuye prompted. Now separation feels like death, Xue said. Because I've become integrated with you at a fundamental level. I've developed techniques with you. I've shared consciousness so completely that the idea of being alone again feels like being torn apart. I don't want to be separated. But I also don't trust that I won't want to be separated later, when the novelty of partnership wears off and I remember what it was like to exist independently. You could take the offer, Chen Liuye said. Go with the Hollowstone Archive. Let them separate you. You could have your own body, your own life, your own future not bound to mine. And you could be free, Xue said. Free from the presence constantly observing you, constantly commenting on your decisions, constantly existing in the space where your thoughts should be private. Aren't you tired of never being alone in your own head? Yes, Chen Liuye said honestly. Sometimes I am, but I've gotten used to it. More than that, I've come to depend on it. When I don't have your presence confirming my decisions, I second-guess myself more. When I don't have your tactical analysis, I make worse strategic calls. We've become better together than either of us is separately. That's a reason to stay merged, Xue said. But is it the right reason? Is it partnership or just mutual dependency? I don't know, Chen Liuye said. But I think we owe it to ourselves to find out. Chapter 39. The Hunter's Assessment on the second day after Xue Guangming's proposal. As they were still in the middle of their internal debate about separation, the hunter offered additional information, delivered with the same calm indifference he applied to reading philosophy texts. The separation technique would take approximately 2 weeks, he said, still sitting on the rock beside the path, still reading his meditation text, as if the entire conversation about fundamentally restructuring their existence was of minimal interest to him. The process is not painful, but it is disorienting. Both consciousnesses would need to remain conscious throughout the procedure. You would gradually be extracted into separate vessels and left to develop in isolation chambers until both consciousnesses were sufficiently stable in their new configurations. The detail was crucial and terrifying. Full consciousness throughout the extraction process meant they would feel themselves being separated. They would experience the moment when the shared meridian pathways that had become their existence were systematically dismantled. They would feel themselves becoming separate in a way that was probably worse than the soul conflict freeze, that had been violent and external, but this would be gradual and internal and seemingly permanent. You would feel everything. Xue Guangming continued calmly, as if describing the weather rather than the systematic dissolution of a unified being. The process cannot be done unconsciously because unconsciousness creates rejection responses in the extraction vessels. The prepared bodies would refuse to accept a consciousness that wasn't consciously choosing to inhabit them. Xue Chen, standing nearby, had gone very still. What kind of vessels? Chen asked, his mental voice sharp with concern. Prepared bodies, Xue Guangming said, turning a page of his text. Empty cultivation frameworks, grown from seed vessels over several years. They are not as refined as your current form, but they are functional. The left-hand path of cultivation, the reverse technique. Most practitioners consider it unethical. I simply consider it practical. Zhang Rui made a noise that was somewhere between a laugh and a sound of distress. You're offering to rent empty bodies from some dark cultivation sect. Not rent, Xue Guangming corrected. Provide. As part of the contract. Both souls would be housed in prepared vessels, monitored during the initial stabilization period, and then released with basic cultivation resources to begin independent development. Xue, through Chen's shared consciousness, was running calculations. Chen could feel his mind working through probabilities and survival scenarios. What happens if one of the souls rejects the vessel? Xue asked. Death, Xue Guangming said simply. Which is why you would remain conscious throughout the extraction. You would feel the process. You could voluntarily cease if the discomfort became intolerable. Many practitioners choose to stop partway through. Some then attempt the process again weeks or months later. Some simply live with the arrangement they have. The weight of that settled over them like snow. The casual mention of death, of rejection, of the possibility of failure, it made the separation feel suddenly real in a way the abstract conversation had not. And if we refuse? Chen asked. Then I report back to my contractor that I offered the service and it was declined. I then decide whether apprehension or elimination is more cost-effective for whatever they're paying me. Xue Guangming closed his meditation text. But that's a decision for later. For now, I suggest you rest. You'll need clarity for a choice like this. Chen Liuye asked. The archive has developed artificial bodies designed to sustain captured consciousness, Xue Guangming said. They're not perfect. They're not as biologically efficient as natural bodies. But they're adequate for supporting consciousness that has been refined through cultivation. You would be functional. You mean we'd be trapped in artificial bodies, Xue said coldly. I mean you'd be alive and independent, Xue Guangming said. Whether that constitutes trap or freedom depends on your perspective. The archive doesn't believe it's imprisonment. They believe it's liberation. But I've been hired to present the facts of the arrangement, not to argue its philosophical merits. Why would they want to study us if they could just separate us immediately? Chen Liuye asked, thinking through the logical inconsistency in the offer. Because they want to understand how the fusion functions before they attempt to reverse it, Xue Guangming said. Separation is theoretically possible, but practically unprecedented. They don't want to experiment on you using methodology that might destroy both consciousnesses. They want 6 months of study to refine their technique. Then, if you still want separation, the procedure becomes much more likely to succeed without catastrophic consciousness loss. How likely is catastrophic consciousness loss with their current methodology? Xue asked. Approximately 40%, Xue Guangming said, still reading his text. That probability decreases to approximately 5% with 6 months of additional study and refinement. I mention this so you can understand the full cost-benefit analysis. So you're saying the archive is being generous by insisting we let them study us first, Chen Liuye said. I'm saying the archive believes that 6 months of studying you alive is better than having you destroyed through an unsuccessful separation attempt, Chen Liuye said. Whether that's generosity or self-interest probably depends on your philosophical disposition. Chapter 40. The choice outside the cave system. In the clear mountain air where pursuit was difficult and observation was possible, Chen Liuye and Xue Guangming made their decision. Bai Suichun had given them the report. The body had integrated both souls' cultivation patterns during the 2 months of constant practice. The involuntary hand movements that had plagued Chen since the absorption were no longer unconscious. They had become a genuine third-party cultivation pathway that belonged to neither soul individually, but to both collectively. It was the beginning of something unprecedented in cultivation history. Separation is still possible, Chen Liuye had said, still sitting on his meditation rock, still utterly calm. The process would extract both souls into prepared vessels. You would continue developing independently. You would have years of cultivation ahead of you, separate lives, individual choices. Chen felt the weight of that option settle through him. Individual cultivation, individual power, no more compromise, no more sharing consciousness. The freedom to pursue his own techniques, his own advancement, his own vision for what he wanted to become. But, Xue asked, and Chen realized his companion was feeling the same weight, the same temptation. But, Chen Liuye said, you would lose what you've developed together. That third pathway that's forming, the integrated cultivation sequence that neither soul could create alone. Separated, it would dissolve. You would each have your own techniques, your own power, your own advancement. But you would not have what comes next. Which is? Chen asked. Something new, Chen Liuye said simply. Something that only exists because 2 enemies learned to share one body. Something unprecedented in history. Something that the sect powers would move mountains to study, contain, destroy, or control, depending on whether they saw you as research subject or existential threat. Xue was quiet for a long moment in their shared consciousness. I want to separate, he said finally, his mental voice carrying absolute honesty. I want my own body, my own space. I want to be able to breathe without another consciousness occupying the same awareness. I'm tired of compromise. I'm tired of negotiating every decision. I want freedom. I know, Chen said. I feel the same way sometimes. But, Xue said, but I'm also terrified of losing what we've become. Chen continued. I came into this hating you. You destroyed everything I had. And now, he paused, struggling for the words. Now I can't imagine continuing without you. Not because I trust you, but because you make me better, stronger, capable of things I could never do alone. That's not a reason to stay fused, Xue said gently. That's a reason to be allies. We could separate and still work together. Still coordinate techniques. Still trust each other in combat. We could, Chen said. But we wouldn't. We'd drift apart. Your sect would reclaim you, or you'd have to hide from them. My enemies would close in. We'd be separate again, and separate is always weaker than integrated. Through their shared body, they felt the 3 cultivation pathways, Chen's foundation root foundation, Xue's domain-level techniques, and the new third pathway that belonged to neither and both simultaneously. The decision before them was not actually a choice in the traditional sense. Separation would dissolve what they had built. Remaining fused would mean accepting the cost, lifespan degradation, loss of individual autonomy, the perpetual presence of another consciousness. But it would also mean continuing to develop something unprecedented in cultivation history, something that neither soul could achieve alone. You're asking me to choose not to choose, Xue said. To commit to this fusion permanently, knowing that it might eventually kill us both or transform us into something neither of us can anticipate. Yes, Chen said simply. Then I choose fusion, Xue said. Not because I'm happy about it, but because you're right. Together is stronger. And I want to see what we become when we stop fighting integration and start embracing it. Not because I'm happy about this arrangement or because I trust that this will end well, but because the alternative, going back to being alone in whatever body they create for me, that's worse. That's slowly becoming insignificant. That's the death of everything we've built. Chen felt relief and terror in equal measure. Chen Liuye, Chen said aloud, looking toward the meditation rock. We're declining your service. We're staying fused. The hunter nodded slowly, as if this was exactly the outcome he had anticipated. Then I suppose I should report back to my contractor that the target has become permanently unavailable, he said. Unless, of course, you have other employment opportunities for someone with my particular skill set. Jiang Rui laughed, a sound of bright surprise. Are you offering to help us? She asked. I'm offering to apply my skills in a different direction, Chen Liuye said, standing, and carefully storing his meditation text. The separation technique is valuable knowledge. The contractors who want you primarily want the knowledge of your separation. Once you've committed to permanent fusion, you become far less valuable as a research subject, and far more interesting as a variable in what comes next. In the darkness of the mountains, Chen Liuye and Xue Guangming, no longer two souls considering separation, but one committed entity with two consciousnesses, felt the weight of their choice settle into permanence. Chapter 41. Xue Lianhua stood in the road with her hands at her sides, staring at Chen's face. The muscles of her jaw worked once, twice, then stilled. Chen recognized the gesture. It belonged to Xue Guangming, to the way he held rage before speaking. But it wasn't Xue's face that held it. The configuration of flesh was wrong. The eyes were wrong. The subtle patterns of breathing were wrong. "You're not my brother," she said. It wasn't a question. It was a statement of fact, delivered with the precision of someone who had trained for years to read cultivation signatures, to observe the micro-movements that betrayed a cultivator's fundamental nature. Xue Lianhua was 19 years old, and she had already surpassed her brother's ability to lie about what lived behind her eyes. Chen felt Xue's response before he could think, a vast, drowning sensation of something like shame, like recognition of a fundamental truth that couldn't be denied, and he made the decision in that instant to do what Xue didn't want. "I'll explain," Chen said. "All of it." "Don't," Xue's voice came, pressed tight and small against Chen's awareness. Asterisk, "Don't tell her." "Don't." Asterisk, "She deserves it," Chen said, and began to talk. He told her about the night 8 months ago when the blade had split his chest and Xue's soul had tumbled into the wound like a wounded animal fleeing water. He described the moment of absorption with clinical precision, the way consciousness had doubled, the way identity had fractured. He told her about waking up wrong, about voices doubling in his skull, about the visceral horror of learning to move when two consciousnesses tried to command the same limbs simultaneously. He explained the months of negotiation, the learning curve measured in bleeding injuries and moments of mutual near-death. He spoke about the times when one of them had tried to murder the other through simple will, and found it was impossible. Too intertwined, too dependent on each other for survival. His voice was steady, clinical, the voice of someone describing a medical procedure rather than a spiritual catastrophe. But beneath the words, Lianhua could hear the weight. The accumulation of 8 months of shared existence with a man she had been taught to think of as a corpse. She could hear the exhaustion, the careful control masking something that wanted to break. He spoke about the integration process, the synthesis, the way their consciousness had learned to breathe together in a single body. The nights when they had existed separately, barely speaking, occupying different corners of shared awareness like two caged animals taking turns at the water. The moments when they had moved in perfect coordination and afterward couldn't explain how they'd done it, as if some deeper layer of existence had learned to synchronize without asking permission from the surface consciousness. The way Xue's contempt for weakness had slowly metastasized into something that looked almost like respect, born from understanding just how much strength it took to share existence with another consciousness and not go mad. And the way Chen's hatred had calcified into a different kind of weight entirely, not forgiveness, but something more complicated, a kind of tethered acceptance. The recognition that Xue was the only person on earth who understood exactly what it felt like to be Chen, because Xue could feel what Chen felt from the inside. Xue Lianhua listened without moving. Not even her eyes shifted, though her pupils dilated slightly, taking in information the way a cultivator's eyes did in meditation. She was reading him the way a scholar reads a text. But Chen could see the small things, the tightening of her fingers, the precise moment when her breathing became shallow and controlled, the way she forced her face into the analytical expression of someone who had been trained in meditation and emotional regulation since childhood. She was constructing a wall of control between her actual feelings and what was acceptable to display. When Chen finished, there was a silence long enough that he could hear the wind cutting through the dried grass beside the road, long enough that he could count his own heartbeat and wonder if Xue could feel it too, if the pulse of Chen's body was the only thing keeping Xue tethered to existence. Long enough that the sun could shift its position slightly in the sky, long enough that Lianhua's eyes could become red-rimmed, though she did not let tears fall. "He's inside you right now," Lianhua said. "Listening." "Yes." "Can he speak?" "He can. But he's choosing not to. He's hiding." Lianhua's hand came up, and for a moment Chen thought she would strike the face. His face, she was staring at. But she only pressed it against her own sternum and looked away, and Chen could see her struggling with something internal, could see the moment when her training overcame her emotion, when she forced herself to become analytical where she wanted to be devastated. It was the same technique Xue used. The same technique their father must have taught both children. How to contain yourself, how to hold your emotions in a place where they couldn't rupture outward. She looks like you, Chen observed internally. I know, Xue said quietly. Asterisk the same way of holding her shoulders. The same way of breathing when she's controlling tears. I taught her that breathing exercise when she was 8 and afraid of the dark. She had nightmares about the sect master's inspection. I told her that fear was just breath moving incorrectly. That if she could control her breath, she could control the fear. She stopped having nightmares. Asterisk. I came to find him, Lianhua said, her voice very quiet now. Almost conversational, as if discussing a completely neutral fact. I've been looking for 3 months. The sect told me he was missing. They said he'd gone on a cultivation retreat and never returned. I didn't believe them. I understand the sect's lies at a level most disciples never develop. So I started searching. I traced his movements through intermediaries, through merchants, through people who owed me favors. I found people who remembered him. I found guards who reported his location to their superiors. I found records of sect communications that mentioned his movements through the countryside. I traced every thread until it led me here, to you, standing in a road wearing my brother's body like a suit of borrowed clothes. You did excellent work, Chen said, and meant it. This was not a sister who was going to break. This was someone who had been trained to think like a hunter. No, Lianhua said. I found you instead. My brother is buried in a place he didn't choose, inside a body that isn't his. That's not finding. That's losing him all over again. She paused, and her voice became very quiet. I don't know if the person in your chest is still my brother, or if what he's become is something else entirely. I don't know if the Xue I remember, the person who taught me to paint, who stayed up with me when I was sick, who believed that understanding was more important than obedience, if that person still exists somewhere in what you're sharing. Or if you just consumed him. If what I'm talking to is a story he told about himself, preserved in your memory like a fossil in stone. She remembers the painting lessons, Xue said, and Chen could feel the fracture in his voice. The moment where Xue's careful control cracked like ice under weight. Asterisk, she remembers. We painted clouds together. She wanted to understand why clouds change shape. I told her it was because water has no fixed form. She said that was sad. I asked her why. She said because if nothing has a fixed form, then everything is just disappearing all the time. And I realized I had created a cultivator's philosophy without meaning to. She's always been like that. Always understanding too much. Asterisk, she walked past Chen then, into the cluster of rocks where the others were waiting. Chen felt Xue recede deeper into his own mind, not speaking, not moving, just absent. Like the feeling of a tooth that had been knocked loose and left a hollow place where it had been. The silence was enormous. It was the silence of something fundamental breaking. It was the sound of a sister losing her brother twice. The second time worse because at least the first time she could tell herself he was dead. Chen followed her, already knowing that the arc of this encounter had shifted. Lianhua wasn't finished. She was barely beginning. Everything Chen had said was just introduction. Now she was going to tell the story from her perspective. Now she was going to make Xue answer for what he had done, not through anger, but through the much more dangerous weapon of understanding. Chapter 42. The response Lianhua had was not what either soul expected. She was not devastated. She was furious. You got a report, she said to Chen, though both of them knew it was Xue she was addressing. And you executed people on the basis of what? A sealed order? No verification? No attempt to understand what you were actually killing. Zhang Rui made a soft sound of surprise. Liang Shu's hand had already dropped to his sword hilt, a gesture that meant threat detected, and Chen lifted his empty palm to indicate that Lianhua was not a danger to them. Not physically, anyway. But there were other kinds of damage, the kind that came from truth spoken without mercy. You always did this, Lianhua continued, pacing along the edge of their camp like a predator that hadn't decided whether to attack. Always. You trusted orders over your own judgment. You trusted authority over evidence. Do you remember what Father said about that? Do you remember his words? Through Chen's mouth, in a voice that made Lianhua's steps falter, made her recognize it in a way that nothing else could. Xue spoke. He said I would die for it. The words hung in the air between them. Lianhua's stride broke. She looked away. Yes, Lianhua said. That is exactly what he said. He said, Guangming, you will die for something you believed without understanding. And now I'm standing in a road 8 months after a massacre I can't fully comprehend, talking to my brother who is a ghost in someone else's ribcage, and all I can think is, he was right. He was right, and you were never going to listen to him either. Xue had no response. Chen felt him retreat again, that drowning sensation growing heavier, becoming almost unbearable. The weight of a father's prophecy coming true. The weight of being exactly the person everyone expected him to be. But Lianhua wasn't finished. She was just getting started. The people you killed, she said. Tell me about them. Not their names, because I know you probably remember the names and choose not to use them. Tell me something that makes them real. Tell me something that proves they existed beyond the moment you killed them. I don't remember their faces, Xue said through Chen's mouth. It was a dodge and they both knew it. Then remember something else. Remember anything else. Prove to me that they were real to you, even for a moment, even in the instant before you killed them. The silence that followed was vast. Lianhua watched Chen's face with the intensity of someone examining a corpse, looking for signs of life, looking for evidence that the person inside that body still contained any humanity at all. She was looking for her brother in the machinery of his guilt. There was a child, Xue said finally, and his voice was different now, stripped of the careful control, raw and bleeding. I don't know how old. The file said 8, but I don't know if that's accurate. I remember the sound of the voice, calling for parents who wouldn't answer. I remember the weight of the body afterward, the specific feeling of it going slack. I remember that I cleaned the blade carefully and waited for the next assignment. I remember deciding, in that moment, that if I let myself think about what the sound meant, about what that voice had been, I would break. So I didn't think about it. I became someone who didn't think about it. And I was very successful at that, until I met you. He paused. The body was trembling slightly. Chen's control or Xue's grief, neither could tell. That's what I remember about that death. Not a person, a technique for forgetting. Lianhua turned away. She walked to the edge of the camp and stared out at the darkening landscape. She didn't speak for the rest of the night. But Chen could feel her processing this, could sense the moment when raw anger transformed into something more specific and therefore more dangerous. She was cataloging. She was building a case. She was treating the massacre like a problem to be solved rather than a tragedy to be mourned. When dawn came, she was ready. The decision had been made. And when she spoke again, her voice had changed entirely. Chapter 43, it was Lianhua who brought up the proposition herself, as if the night of silence had been merely the period of calculation. The sun was cresting the eastern hills, casting long shadows behind everything, making the world look like it was being slowly consumed by darkness even as light emerged. I'm coming with you, she said to Chen, simple and direct. No, Xue said immediately, cutting across Chen's attempt to formulate a response that might be tactful or kind. The panic in his voice was immediate and unguarded. Absolutely no. Lianhua, you will go back to the Moonfire sect. You will go back to your life. You will not. You don't get to order me anymore, Lianhua said, not unkindly. You're not my older brother in a way that matters now. You're a voice inside a stranger's chest. Your orders don't reach me anymore. They haven't reached me in a very long time. Xue Guangming, who had been folding up her sleeping mat with the careful precision of someone preparing for rapid departure, let out a laugh like a bright bell. Oh, I like her. Chen, she's staying. She's not staying, Xue said, but the certainty had drained from his voice. He sounded like someone arguing with the inevitable, trying to convince a rock that it was made of paper. Chen felt the war between them, Xue's desperation to keep his sister away from the blood that would inevitably stain them all, mixing with his desperate hunger to have family present in his second life, and his own sense that Lianhua had just made an offer that was weaponized intelligence, not emotion. She wasn't offering them salvation. She was offering them power. What do you want to give us? Chen asked, settling the decision with a single question. Access, Lianhua said. I have the encryption key to Xue's personal correspondence archive. The one he kept separate from the sect's official records. The one he thought was secure because he hid it in his private rooms. I also have the student registry from Moonfire's restricted section, the portion that tracks sensitive assignments. The people who were recruited. The people who were trained. The people who were given orders. She paused, letting the weight of that settle. I have no idea what that's worth to you, but I'm guessing it's worth the burden of my presence. Xue made a sound through Chen's throat that was very close to a whimper. It was the sound of someone who had underestimated his own sister so completely that he had never considered she might become dangerous in her own way. She's staying, Chen said. The decision hung there, final and irreversible. Lianhua nodded, accepting it as inevitably as she had stated it. She was always impossible, Xue said internally, and there was something like affection in the words. Even as a child, she would refuse to eat until someone explained to her why vegetables were more useful than sweets. She drove every tutor we had to contemplation of their own mortality. Father said she was like him, like something that had to understand everything before it could accept anything. She learned from someone, Chen said. I want to go back to the city, Lianhua said aloud. There's something there we need to retrieve before we do anything else. A cache that Xue kept. A place he thought was secret. I found it 3 months ago. She looked directly at Xue, or at the face that contained him. You underestimated me. You always did. It was a simple statement, and it contained every disappointment of a younger sibling who had been protected by invisibility. It contained the sharp intelligence of someone who had been underrated her entire life. And most importantly, it contained the absolute certainty that she would no longer allow her brother, in any form, to mistake her for someone harmless. Chapter 44. The cash was hidden beneath the floorboards of a safe house in the old merchant district, under a tile that appeared sealed with worthless dust and age. Lianhua had found it through simple persistence, visiting every location Xue had mentioned in his correspondence, then systematically checking under every floorboard when the obvious locations yielded nothing. She had spent entire nights with her hands in dust and darkness, searching for something her brother had thought was important enough to hide from his own sect. "You were thorough," Chen said, watching as Lianhua carefully extracted the wrapped package. The wrapping was oilcloth, treated with preservation techniques to keep the contents from degrading. It was professional work, methodical work, the work of someone who anticipated that they might need proof someday. "I had to be," Lianhua said. "The sect wouldn't tell me anything. So I had to become someone who didn't rely on their answers. I had to trust myself more than I trusted them." The package contained documents, letters written in Xue's careful hand, addressed to people Chen didn't recognize. Letters that had never been sent, that had existed only as contingency, as insurance. But more importantly, it contained the insurance itself, a journal, preserved carefully, bound in leather that had been treated with alchemical solutions to prevent decay. Not confessions, though that was what it would read like. Records. The dry, precise documentation of a man trained to track everything relevant to his work. The kind of person who couldn't turn off the part of his mind that noticed details and cataloged them. Chen opened it carefully, as if the journal itself might shatter under rough handling. The first page was dated 8 months before the massacre, before the order had come through, before Xue's life had contracted down to the single act that would define him. "Read it," Xue said internally. Asterisk, "I need to remember. I need to see what I was thinking before I became what I am." Asterisk. Chen read, and Xue's voice filled his mind with memories that aligned with the written words. The journal was a timeline of the massacre, but not from the perspective of someone executing orders. It was from the perspective of someone documenting his own dissolution. The first entries were about the research that Chen's clan had supposedly been conducting. There was a question in Xue's handwriting. What makes a clan dangerous enough that all of them need to die? The next entries detailed the order, the authorization, the specific names of the people who had approved the execution. Guo Liangji's signature on the contract. But there were also questions. Why the secrecy? Why not a normal tribunal? Why must it be elimination instead of arrest? Each question was carefully written, then left unanswered, or answered with the response that a soldier should not question orders. But more than that, the journal detailed Xue's doubts in the language of someone trying not to admit he was having them. A note about Chen's clan's research specialty that made Xue pause. They were studying pre-civilization cultivation techniques. They were trying to understand the era before the current sect hierarchy had established itself. The note continued. "This is not inherently dangerous. This is what scholars do. So why is it being treated as a threat?" A question about why the order had come down so quickly. From receipt of contract to assigned deadline, 3 days. Not enough time for proper verification. Not enough time for a thorough investigation. Why the rush? And then, as if answering himself, "Because once I have the order, there is a deadline. If I miss the deadline, I break the contract and the entire foundation of my life's work becomes invalid. I become someone who cannot be trusted with serious contracts. So there is no time to verify. There is only time to execute." And finally, a moment, preserved in Xue's small, precise handwriting on what would later become one of the most important pages of the journal, where he had asked himself if he was making a mistake. The date was the morning before the massacre was to begin. The entry was different from the others. It was not written in the language of professional documentation. It was written in the language of someone saying goodbye. If this is wrong, if Chen Liuye's clan truly did nothing to deserve this fate, then I am choosing to become a murderer, not following orders like a good soldier, not executing policy like a dedicated sect member. A murderer. Someone who took a life because someone told me to and I didn't have the courage to refuse. I am writing this so that when the guilt comes, and it will come, I know it will come, I will remember that I knew. I won't have the comfort of ignorance. He knew, Lianhua said quietly, reading over Chen's shoulder. He didn't know what they were researching, but he knew something was wrong. He knew, and he did it anyway. He was contracted, Chen said, but he understood what she meant. Knowing and acting were different things, but knowing and acting anyway was worse. It was a choice. It was the deliberate selection of guilt over inconvenience. Xue was very quiet, reading his own words through Chen's shared sight. It was like looking at a ghost, a preserved version of himself before the massacre, before the absorption, before any of the choices that had brought him to this moment. A version of himself that had known something was wrong and had decided to override his own instinct because it was easier than refusing a contract. A version of himself that had said, in writing, that he would become a murderer, and then had kept the appointment with murder anyway. Xue was very quiet, reading his own words through Chen's shared sight. It was like looking at a ghost, a preserved version of himself before the massacre, before the absorption, before any of the choices that had brought him to this moment. A version of himself that had known something was wrong and had overridden his own instinct because it was easier than questioning orders. The insurance wasn't protection, Chen said. It was evidence. It was both, Lianhua said. He kept this because he suspected, even then, that he might need it. That the order might have been wrong. That someday, he might need proof of what happened. She paused. He was preparing for the guilt, I think. Preparing a way to prove, someday, that he had known. That it wasn't ignorance. It was choice. She understands, Xue said internally. She always understood me better than I understood myself. Over the next 3 days, they examined the contents of the cache. There were letters. Unsent letters addressed to people who needed to be held accountable. There were sketches, artwork Xue had done during the months before the massacre, showing his understanding of cultivation hierarchies and sect power structures. There were questions, written in the margins of his own notes, asking himself if he was building a coffin or a shelter. And there was one final letter, dated the night before the massacre was to begin. If this is wrong, if Chen Liuye's clan truly did nothing to deserve this fate, then I am choosing to become a murderer. Not following orders like a good soldier. Not executing policy like a dedicated sect member. A murderer. Someone who took a life because someone told me to and I didn't have the courage to refuse. I am writing this so that when the guilt comes, and it will come, I will remember that I knew. I won't have the comfort of ignorance. Zhang Rui was silent when she read it. Bai Suichen simply took notes. Liang Shu looked away. But Lianhua read it, and then she read it again, and her expression shifted from anger into something more complex. It was still judgment, but it was judgment that acknowledged understanding. It was still disappointment, but it was disappointment that recognized that her brother had known the weight of what he was doing and had done it anyway. He wrote this like someone already saying goodbye, Lianhua said. He was, Xue said through Chen's mouth. I was already dying. I just took 2 months to do it. Chapter 45 Phantom Blade, Chen Liuye revealed himself on the 4th day. He appeared at the edge of their camp at dusk, moving with the fluid grace of someone who had been trained by masters and had then surpassed them, and had spent years refining that mastery into something that transcended standard cultivation. He wore the gray of a neutral cultivator, someone hired to handle problems for anyone who could pay, someone who existed outside the sect hierarchy in the clear space where profit and expertise mattered more than ideology. His face was unremarkable, the kind of face that people would forget within hours of seeing it. His hands were steady, moving with a precision that suggested they had never made an unnecessary motion in their entire existence. His cultivation signature was cold and precise, like a perfectly crafted blade, sharp, clear, dangerous, and utterly without mercy or hesitation. Xue Guangming, he said, and his voice matched his face. Calm, professional, utterly without inflection or emotion. The voice of someone who had separated himself from feeling years ago in order to do his work effectively. I have been contracted to acquire you. I am giving you warning because it is professional courtesy. Professional courtesy is all that stands between some of my clients and complete chaos. You have 1 hour to prepare yourself, to gather your people, to organize whatever you think might save you. After that hour, I will begin the hunt. Chun felt Xue's reaction, a spike of something that was almost recognition, almost respect. The way a predator recognizes another predator of equal standing. The way a knife recognizes another knife. By whom? Chen asked, though he could feel Xue already calculating the answer. That information is not part of my contract, Chen Liuye said. My client is protected by standard practitioner confidentiality. What I can tell you is that they want you alive, if possible. They want your consciousness intact, your cultivation potential undamaged, your body fully functional. And they are willing to pay me extremely well for your acquisition in that condition. That should tell you something about how valuable you are to them. If possible, Zhang Rui repeated, and there was a thin smile on her face. That's a beautifully vague clause. Leaves a lot of room for interpretation. Does alive mean conscious? Does it mean capable of speaking? Does it mean intact? Or does it mean alive in a technical sense? Intentionally vague, Chen Liuye said. It was almost like he smiled, though his face didn't move. 1 hour. And please, be fast. I respect good runners. I respect people who understand the depth of their situation and respond with appropriate urgency. It would be a shame to catch you before you've made any real effort to escape. He turned and walked back into the darkness, disappearing with the same fluid grace he'd arrived with. No hurry, no aggression, just the simple departure of someone who had given adequate warning and was comfortable waiting for his hour to pass. In the silence that followed, Chen could hear the sound of Liang Shu drawing his sword, the sound of Bai Suichen gathering her medical equipment, the sound of Zhang Rui laughing softly to herself. Do we run? Liang Shu asked. Can we? Bai Suichen asked in response. If he's really Xin Wujue, if he's really a Tier 5 cultivator specialized in soul hunting, then running just delays the inevitable. We'd spend 3 months fleeing, and he'd catch us eventually. The outcome would be the same. So we fight, Zhang Rui said. We would die, Liang Shu said. Quickly, but definitely. Xue was very quiet. Reading through Shen Wujue's offer like a text written in a code, he understood perfectly. He knows who hired him, Xue said to Chen. He knows, and he's telling us by not telling us. Moonfar sect. It has to be. No other power has both the resources to hire someone like Shen Wujue and the motivation to want me alive and undamaged. He's Tier 5, Bai Suichen said immediately. Maybe higher. Soul cultivation specialist. He's exactly what his reputation suggests. Who hired him? Liang Shu asked, but the answer was already obvious from the way Xue had gone very still. Moonfire sect master, Xue said. My original sect. The person who trained me. The person I thought I had escaped from when I took Guo Liangji's contract. He looked at Chen through their shared eyes. They know what happened to me. Somehow they know. And they want the body recovered before it becomes a political problem. Can we run? Lianhua asked. From Shen Wujue? Not successfully, Liang Shu said. He's a legend. There are 17 documented cases of people trying to escape from him. All 17 failed. One took 3 months. One took 4 days. But they all failed. Then we don't run, Chen said. We don't have another option, Bai Suichen said. Fighting him is suicide. We're at core formation and soul emergence ranks. He's Tier 5. The power difference is absolute. Except we have the insurance, Chen said, and he understood in that moment what the documents were really for. We release it now, before Shen Wujue can acquire us. Before Moonfire sect can claim the body. We release it all to the record keeper, and we ask them to distribute it across the cultivation world. Xue understood instantly. The testimony, he said. The documentation of the massacre. The proof that Guo Liangji contracted the elimination of Chen's clan. If we release it now, before the sects can suppress it, it becomes historical record. It becomes undeniable. It also makes you both targets to everyone with a stake in the current power structure, Bai Suichen pointed out. Every sect that benefited from the massacre. Every person who was involved in the cover-up. Every cultivator who believed the lie about your clan. Yes, Chen said. But it also means we're no longer prey. We're witnesses. We're sources. We become too valuable to kill because dead, we can't explain or clarify or provide additional testimony. We become bargaining chips instead of targets. Lianhua was staring at him. You're going to sacrifice your anonymity, your safety, everything you've built. For this. No, Xue said. I'm going to sacrifice my anonymity. I'm going to make my damnation public. Chen will survive it. I won't. But the record will. And if the record survives, then at least the people I killed weren't killed for nothing. Chen felt that settle into place. The understanding that Xue had accepted, somewhere in the last few days of confronting his sister and his own insurance, what the end of this story would look like. Not forgiveness. Not redemption. But account. A record left behind. We have a messenger who can reach the record keeper by dawn, Liang Shu said. We also have perhaps 6 hours before Shen Wujue finishes his preparations and comes after us. Then we use those 6 hours, Chen said. We prepare the documents. We ready the testimony. And we make sure that by the time Shen Wujue arrives, everything that matters about us has already become permanent. Lianhua watched all of this with the analytical expression of someone making calculations. Then she said, I'll go with the messenger. I'll make sure the record keeper understands the political importance. I have credentials. I have authority within Moonfire sect. I can convince them that this document is genuine. You're going back to the sect, Xue said. Yes, Lianhua said. Someone has to make sure this is done right. Someone the record keeper will believe. Someone who can speak with authority about what was in these documents and how they came to light. Xue was silent for a very long time. Then, you became exactly what father wanted you to be. I became exactly what you taught me to be, Lianhua said. You taught me that understanding was more important than obedience. I learned it, and now I'm going to use it. She left with the messenger just before midnight. The rest of them waited in the camp, knowing that Shen Wujue was out there somewhere in the darkness, preparing his approach. knowing that by morning, everything would have changed. Chapter 46, Chen Liuye never arrived. At dawn, a different messenger came instead, one bearing a sealed letter from the Moonfire sect master. The letter was brief. If the documentation is genuine, and if Xue Guangming is willing to provide public testimony regarding the events of the massacre and the orders that contracted it, then a separate arrangement can be made. The sect does not wish the dual soul case to become a research subject. We wish it to become a historical record. Respond within 3 days. If you choose to provide testimony, your sister will be protected. If you choose to run, your sister will be delivered to Chen Liuye as a consolation prize. You have 3 days to decide how much your sister's life is worth to you. Xue didn't speak for hours after reading this. Chen felt him withdraw into the deep places of their shared consciousness, examining the threat from every angle, calculating probabilities and outcomes. They're not going to hurt her, Xue said finally. This is leverage, not a genuine threat. Lianhua is too well-connected. Hurting her would create political problems they don't need. But they will hurt her if we refuse, Chen said. Yes, Xue said. And that's the point of the threat. I have to make a choice. Sacrifice my anonymity to save her, or keep running and potentially lose her. You were always going to make the testimony, Chen said. You decided that the night your sister talked about forgiveness. Yes, Xue said. I was always going to do it. But now I'm doing it because Moonfire sect is forcing my hand. And that changes the character of the testimony. It makes me look like someone who is cooperating under duress instead of someone who has chosen accountability. Chen considered this. No, he said. You were always going to do it because the insurance existed. Because you wrote yourself into a corner 8 months ago when you decided that you might need to confess. We're just being forced to make that choice faster than we planned. Is that supposed to be comforting? Xue asked. No, Chen said. But it's supposed to be true. By sunset of the second day, they had made their response. Xue would provide testimony. The documentation would be released simultaneously. The cultivation world would learn about the massacre, about the orders, about everything that had been hidden in the official record. And Lianhua would be protected, not because Moonfire sect was merciful, but because she had become an essential part of the narrative. She was the sister who found her brother. She was the person who possessed the original documents. She was credible in a way that Xue, already fallen and contaminated by his own guilt, could never be. They're using her, Jiang Rui observed. Yes, Chen said. And Lianhua understood that the moment she agreed to deliver the documents. She's using them right back. Chen Liuye never was activated for the second attempt. Instead, a truce of sorts emerged, not friendship, not alliance, but a mutual recognition that all parties had something to gain from Xue's public confession. Moonfire sect could control the narrative if they released it first. The cultivation world would get the testimony they needed to rewrite history. Chen and Xue would get to transform from hunted to documented. And Lianhua would get what she'd really wanted all along, her brother made real again, even if that reality was the reality of his guilt and his consequence. She returned to the camp on the third day, having ensured that the record keeper understood the political urgency, having placed the documents in their hands, having made certain that her brother's testimony would be received and preserved. She squeezed Chen's shoulder once, a gesture that was clearly directed at both consciousnesses residing in that body, and then she walked away to make her own preparations. 5 days, Chen thought. In 5 days, Xue would become real to the world. In 5 days, they would have to face everything they had set in motion. Xue was quiet, but not the quiet of fear. The quiet of something that had reached the end of a long journey and was finally, after months of walking, arriving at the destination. Chapter 47. The night before the publication, Xue broke silence for the first time since the letter from Moonfire sect. If I had refused, he said, if I had told them I wouldn't do the testimony and they killed Lianhua, would you have forgiven me? Chen didn't answer immediately. He sat with the question, with the weight of it, with the recognition that Xue was asking something far more complex than the surface words suggested. He was asking, does my attempt at accountability require that I sacrifice everything to prove it? Does redemption demand absolute cost? No, Chen said finally. But I wouldn't have needed to forgive you. You would have already damned yourself completely. There wouldn't be any ground between us left to stand on. And now you chose to save her. Now you're sacrificing your anonymity and your safety. Not because the sect forced you, but because you decided her life mattered more than your own escape. That's not redemption. But it's something. It's the smallest possible thing that moves you away from being purely damned. Xue was quiet. When this is done, he said, when the testimony is released and the cultivation world knows what I did, do you think anyone will ever see me as anything other than a murderer? I don't know, Chen said honestly, but I think some people might see you as a murderer who confessed. That's different. Not good. Not redemptive. But different. Better. Marginally. The publication occurred at sunset of the 5th day. The record keeper, who had been careful to verify every piece of documentation, released the comprehensive record simultaneously across their entire network. Within hours, every major cultivation center had received the news. The massacre of Chen Liuye's clan had not been a political act, but a contract killing. The person responsible had been Xue Guangming, sect master of White Iron Sect. The person hired had been Xue Guangming. And the person providing testimony to this fact was Xue Guangming himself, now residing in a dual-soul state with the sole survivor of the massacre. The response from the cultivation world was immediate and complicated. Some sects demanded Xue's execution. Some demanded Xue Guangming's execution. Some demanded both. Some simply demanded answers. And some, understanding the political implications, began quietly reshuffling power structures to position themselves advantageously in whatever consequences followed. By midnight, Chen Liuye had vanished entirely. His contract was no longer valid. No one had hired him anymore, and the dual-soul entity he'd been pursuing had become too politically complicated to approach without causing problems. It's done, Jiang Rui said, watching the cascade of responses coming through the cultivator networks. It's beginning, Xue corrected. The publication is done. Everything else is consequence. Chapter 48. The responses came in waves. The first wave was shock and denial from the White Iron Sect, who had been assured that the massacre would remain sealed and hidden forever. The second wave was political repositioning from the neutral sects, who were calculating how to benefit from the chaos. The third wave was the harder one, the sects that had known about the massacre and had protected Xue Guangming's secret finally being forced to acknowledge what they had allowed. Chen watched all of this with a strange sense of removal. It had been his clan that was destroyed. It had been his family that was slaughtered. And now, 8 months later, the world was learning about it secondhand, filtered through bureaucratic procedures and narrative control. The massacre had become political. Xue, by contrast, was experiencing it directly. He was being read about, discussed, analyzed. Hunters were already calculating whether it was worth attempting to capture him for interrogation, for testimony, for political leverage. He was no longer hidden. He was public. He was consequence made visible. I think I'm going to be sick, Xue said, and Chen could feel the genuine nausea roiling through their shared body. That makes sense, Bai Suichen said, appearing with a basin. Your entire identity has just been exposed to scrutiny from 100 different factions. Nausea is probably the least concerning response. Will it get worse? Xue asked. Undoubtedly, Bai Suichen said. The sects will coordinate. There will be demands for your execution. Some will try to take you. Some will try to protect you strategically, because a confessed murderer is valuable leverage. Your value as a political asset is now extremely high, which means your danger is also extremely high. And there's no way to make any of this go away? No, Bai Suichen said. The moment you released the testimony, you made yourself permanent. The record exists now. You exist in that record. No amount of hiding or running will change that. Liang Shu was monitoring the sect communications. He appeared 3 days after the publication, looking deeply shaken. The Moonfire sect is claiming you as their ward, he said. They're saying that you came to them voluntarily for sanctuary and that you've been cooperating with them on a spiritual rehabilitation project. They're rewriting the narrative, Jiang Rui said. Yes, Liang Shu said. They're making you look like you came forward because they convinced you of your crimes, not because Lianhua forced your hand and the threat to her life accelerated the timeline. It's brilliant political work. It makes Moonfire sect look like they have moral authority. It makes you look like you were already moving toward redemption when you came to them. And that helps them how? Chen asked. By positioning themselves as the mediators, Liang Shu said. If they can prove that Xue is genuinely contrite and genuinely cooperative, then they become the logical choice for sects who want to avoid bloodshed. They become the diplomatic solution to the problem of what to do with a confessed murderer who has genuinely turned against his former employers. We're being co-opted, Xue said. Yes, Liang Shu said. But you're also being protected. The sects that want you dead are going to have to go through Moonfire sect to get you. And that's a much harder proposition than hunting an isolated group. That night, Chen made the decision to accept the sanctuary, to formally align with Moonfire sect, to become, at least nominally, under their protection while the political fallout continued. Xue argued against it, not because he feared returning to the sect where he'd been trained, but because he understood what it meant. It meant accepting institutional protection. It meant accepting that he couldn't exist independently anymore. It meant accepting that his confessed guilt had transformed him into a resource to be managed rather than a person to be judged. It's the price, Chen said. The price of being alive. The price of staying alive. The price of Lianhua staying alive. I know, Xue said. I understand. I'm just regretting it now that it's actually happening. Good, Chen said. You should. That regret is what keeps you from being fully corrupted by it. The next morning, Moonfire Sect sent an official delegation to meet with them. They were courteous. They were professional. They made excellent tea. And they made it clear, without ever stating it directly, that the choice to accept their protection or refuse it was being presented as a choice. But everyone understood what happened to people who refused. Xue signed the document that bound him nominally to the sect. It was not a contract to serve. It was a contract of sanctuary, with the explicit requirement that he continue his cooperation with the record keeper and continue to participate in historical documentation of his crimes. He was now, officially, a documented criminal under the protection of one of the major sections. He was a resource. He was useful. He would not be killed because his murder would serve no one's political interests. It was the smallest victory possible, and it felt like the largest loss he had ever experienced. Chapter 49, The Aftermath of Public Exposure, brought unexpected visitors. The first was a cultivator named xianxia, who claimed to be a scholar of soul-type phenomena. She had traveled for 2 weeks to speak with them, and she appeared at their camp with the courtesy of someone who understood she was approaching predators and wanted to make sure they understood she was not a threat. I study impossible things, she said, sitting across the fire from Chen. Soul fusions. Consciousness splits. The rare instances where the rules of the spiritual world refuse to apply. Your case is the first documented instance of a successful inverse soul fusion where both consciousnesses remain viable. And, Xue asked, and I would like to observe you, xianxia said. Not to extract anything. Not to study you in the way researchers typically study subjects. But to document, with your permission, how two consciousnesses continue to develop when they occupy a single body. Xue looked at Chen, and Chen felt the question transmitted wordlessly between them. Do we trust her? Do we allow ourselves to be studied further? What do you offer in exchange? Chen asked. Knowledge, xianxia said. I have spent 30 years studying cultivation theory that falls outside the standard hierarchies. I have documentation of soul-type techniques that most sects have forgotten. I have methods for stabilizing dual soul occupation that no current physician has discovered. I have, in short, information that will help you survive this. And in exchange? Xue pressed. In exchange, I observe. I take notes. I document how your consciousness evolves. I photograph the techniques you develop. I record the moments where you break through to new understandings. I compile all of this into a text that will be added to the historical record after both of you die. Chen found himself nodding. That's fair. No, Xue said. You don't understand what she's asking. She's asking to own the narrative of our existence. Everything we become in her notes. We become documented instead of lived. We're already documented, Chen said. The testimony made us documented. This is just more of it. This is different, Xue said. This is intimate. This is, he stopped, understanding arriving suddenly. He was afraid of being observed. Afraid of having his transformation documented. As if the documentation would somehow make it less real. As if being watched would transform genuine change into performed redemption. You're afraid, xianxia said, and her voice was not unkind. That documentation will reveal you as unchanged. That the person in those notes will be someone performing redemption rather than experiencing it. Yes, Xue said. That's a valid fear, xianxia said. But consider, if you don't allow documentation, then you control the narrative completely. You can claim whatever transformation you want, and no one will be able to verify whether you're genuine. But if you allow documentation, then others can read my notes and make their own decisions about whether your change is real. You lose control, but you gain credibility. Xue was quiet for a long time. Then, fine, document. But if you write that I'm performing redemption when I'm not, I'll burn your research. If you burn my research, you'll be proving my point, xianxia said. So please don't. She stayed with them for the next month, observing quietly. She took notes during their morning meditation sessions. She watched them practice the techniques they were developing together. She recorded the moments when they laughed, when they argued, when they moved in perfect synchronization without meaning to. And gradually, something unexpected happened. As Xue realized that he was being observed, he stopped performing for the observation. He simply existed, knowing that his existence was being documented, but accepting that documentation rather than fighting it. That's interesting, xianxia noted. Acceptance of observation paradoxically reduces the performance of redemption. When the subject knows they're being watched, they initially perform for the watching. But then they become exhausted by performance, and they settle into authenticity simply because it requires less energy. You're saying people are naturally authentic when they stop trying? Chen asked. I'm saying people are naturally authentic when they stop believing that their audience is hostile, Mei Shanxiao said. Your concern, Xue, was that I would find you inauthentic. So you performed authenticity. But now that you've realized that I'm simply documenting, not judging, you've stopped performing. And in the absence of performance, what remains is actual change. By the time Mei Shanxiao left, she had filled 3 journals with observations. She had documented 27 instances of spontaneous technique synchronization. She had recorded the moments where Xue had spontaneously accessed Chen's cultivation memory without entering resonant state. She had observed the first hints of a Tier 3 breakthrough, the moment when true resonance would become possible. The next phase, she said as she was leaving, will be the hardest. Tier 3 requires genuine agreement between the 2 souls, not merely willingness. It requires that you stop being 2 consciousnesses occupying a space and start being 2 consciousnesses that have genuinely chosen to align. That's not a physical advancement. That's a choice. After she left, Xue looked at Chen and said, I think she's right. I think that's what's happening. I'm actually choosing you. Not because I have to. Not because we're trapped together. But because I'm choosing to share this body with you. Is that different from before? Chen asked. Everything is different, Xue said. Before, I was trapped and trying to make the best of it. Now, I'm choosing the trap because I understand what exists inside it. Chapter 50. The city of Bright Meridian was neutral ground, positioned between 3 major sects and therefore belonging to none of them. It was the kind of city that existed in the spaces between powers, growing wealthy from the fact that it could host meetings and negotiations without favoring any particular faction. It was chosen as the official location for Xue's formal testimony to the cultivator councils. The date was set for 6 weeks after the publication, giving the councils time to verify the documents, to confirm the authenticity of the journal, to prepare themselves for the testimony that would reshape historical understanding of the sect hierarchy. Xue would stand before the councils and speak, without edit or suppression, about the decision to accept the contract, about the doubts he had experienced in the weeks leading up to the massacre, about the moment when he had chosen to suppress his own judgment and follow orders rather than face the consequences of refusal, about the massacre itself, not the abstract facts, but the specific details, names, faces, the sound of a child's voice, the weight of a body going slack. He would describe all of it, about everything that had happened in the 8 months since, the absorption, the integration, the slow transformation from Xue Guangming into something new. It was the kind of testimony that could only be given once. Once the words were spoken publicly before the councils, they would become part of the official record. They would be replayed, analyzed, quoted endlessly, and used to determine political consequences. They would be the defining words of his existence, the moment where he ceased to be someone with ambiguity and became someone defined entirely by confession. I'm terrified, Xue said, the night before the testimony. They were alone in the meditation chamber, the same place where they had achieved Tier 3. The walls seemed to contain all of their history. I'm going to stand in front of everyone, and I'm going to confess to mass murder, and they're going to look at me like I'm something that should be destroyed, and I'm going to deserve it. I'm going to deserve every bit of judgment that comes toward me. You will, Chen said. But that's part of it. That's the actual cost of what you did. You did a terrible thing, and now you have to stand in front of the world and be looked at like someone who did a terrible thing, and you have to accept that that's how you'll be seen for the rest of your life. That's not punishment. That's just honesty. How is that redemption? It's not, Chen said. It's just honesty. It's accepting that redemption might never come. That you might just become someone who did terrible things and who confessed to doing them, and that will be all anyone ever knows about you. You don't get to become the person who redeemed themselves. You get to become the person who faced what they did. That sounds awful. It is, Chen said. But it's better than the alternative, which is becoming a ghost in my head again, hiding from what you did. Which is becoming someone who runs and hides and never faces the weight of choice. Which is becoming less than what you are now. The testimony itself began at dawn and didn't end until sunset. Xue stood in a circle of stone, with the councils arrayed on all sides, representatives from the major sects, from the neutral groups, from the record keeper's archive, from independent practitioners with enough power and standing to have a voice. He spoke for hours. He detailed the order, the specific language that Xue Liangji had used. He described his doubts in the months before the massacre, the small voice in his mind that had asked whether he was making a mistake. He explained, in detail, the moment when he had chosen obedience over conscience. The calculation that had made him decide that following orders was safer than refusing them. And then he described the massacre itself, in careful, precise language that made every death real. He named the people he could remember. He described the ones he couldn't name. He talked about the child whose voice still echoed in his mind. He talked about the weight of bodies. He talked about standing in the ruins afterward and feeling nothing because he had chosen to feel nothing. He did not ask for sympathy. He did not beg for forgiveness. He did not perform remorse or construct a narrative where he was the hero of his own redemption. He simply stated facts. He allowed the cultivator councils to experience the weight of those facts unfiltered by rhetoric or performance. When he finished, there was a silence so profound that it seemed the entire city had stopped breathing. The sun had already set. The light was beginning to fail. No one moved to light lamps. No one spoke. It was as if the world was holding its breath. Then, one by one, the councils began asking questions. Some were compassionate, trying to understand the person behind the facts. Some were hostile, trying to find an excuse for judgment that had already been made. Some were purely analytical, trying to extract useful information from what had been disclosed. And Xue answered all of them. He did not lie. He did not deflect. He did not try to make himself look better or more sympathetic. He simply answered, and in answering, he made himself completely transparent. By the end of the testimony, which stretched across 3 days, the cultivator councils had enough evidence to convict him of murder. They also had enough evidence to understand that he was genuinely contrite. These two things, conviction and genuine remorse, didn't negate each other. They existed simultaneously in the same moment, creating a tension that the councils had to learn to live with. The councils voted, not on execution, not on mercy, but on institutional positioning. Xue would remain under Moonfire sect protection, provided that he continued to cooperate with historical documentation and provided that he submitted to regular review by independent observers to ensure that his continued existence was serving cultural and historical purposes rather than personal ones. In other words, Xue would be allowed to live, but only as a historical artifact. He would exist as evidence, as testimony, as a permanent record of what had happened and why it had happened. He would be preserved like a specimen in amber, valuable to the world only in the degree to which he remained accessible to study and understanding. I deserve that, Xue said, after the judgment was delivered. And he meant it. The relief in his voice was palpable. He had finally received what he had been seeking since the beginning. Acknowledgement of his crime, recognition of his guilt, and the acceptance that he would spend the rest of his existence paying for what he had done. And Chen understood that Xue was finally experiencing something like peace. Not forgiveness, not redemption, but acceptance. Acceptance that the price of his crime would be paid in the currency of his own existence being made public, being made permanent, being made into something that could never be hidden or forgotten. He was no longer a person trying to hide what he was. He was no longer a soldier following orders. He was no longer Xue Guangming. He was a lesson. He was a cautionary tale. He was a witness to his own guilt. And somehow, in that transformation, Xue had come to terms with what he had become. Chapter 51 The breakthrough to Tier 3 came unexpectedly, during a routine cultivation session in a private chamber beneath Bright Meridian. The chamber itself was designed by Xue Chen to facilitate dual soul development. Walls treated with cultivation-dampening alchemical solutions to create a stable environment. The geometry of the space calculated to create resonance patterns that encouraged consciousness synchronization. It was perhaps the most technically sophisticated space Chen and Xue had ever occupied. Chen and Xue had been practicing the techniques that Mei Xianxia had documented, the ones that emerged from their dual occupation. They had achieved a level of coordination that was almost supernatural. They could move together without discussing movement. They could anticipate each other's actions before the actions were conscious. They could access shared memory without entering full resonance, the exhausting, life-burning state that had characterized their early months together. The difference was subtle but absolute. They had moved from fighting with each other to fighting alongside each other. But Tier 3 required something different. It required genuine agreement. It required that both souls want the same thing, not merely accept each other's presence, not merely tolerate sharing space, but actually want to be together. That was the impossible requirement. That was what kept them locked at Tier 2, unable to advance. I don't think I can do this, Chen said, frustrated after weeks of failed advancement attempts. I don't know how to want something enough that you also want it. I don't know how to create agreement between two consciousnesses that have no natural reason to align. You want to survive, Xue said, speaking carefully, as if the words themselves were dangerous. You want the person who killed your family to stop existing. You want me to stop being Xue Guangming and become something else. You've wanted that since the beginning, since the moment you absorbed my soul. You're not wrong, Chen said. But that's not consent. That's not agreement. That's just your continued existence because I don't know how to destroy you. Then maybe consent isn't the right word, Xue said. Maybe what Tier 3 requires isn't that we both want the same thing. Maybe it's that we both accept that the other one's wants have become inextricable from our own. Maybe it's not agreement. It's integration. Not of consciousness, not of identity, but of intention. I want what you want because my wants are now dependent on your survival. Chen considered this carefully. Integration. Not consent. Not compromise. But genuine fusion of intent. The recognition that they had become so entangled that separation was no longer possible, and therefore genuine alignment was the only option. I want to stop being hunted, Xue said, and his voice sounded exhausted, as if he had been carrying this want silently for a very long time. I want to stop being afraid that someone is going to arrest me or execute me or use me for research purposes. I want to stop being defined by the massacre. I want to stop carrying the weight of being Xue Guangming, the man who accepted orders to kill innocent people. I want to become something that isn't Xue Guangming anymore. Something that has gone through such fundamental transformation that the old identity is no longer relevant. You're describing suicide, Chen said. You're describing the death of Xue Guangming. No, Xue said. I'm describing transformation. There's a difference. Suicide is the ending of existence. It's the cessation of consciousness. Transformation is the ending of identity. The consciousness continues, but the self changes so fundamentally that what remains is effectively a different person. I want to be someone else. I want to be whatever the two of us become together. I want to stop being preserved as Xue Guangming and become integrated as something new. Chen felt something shift. Not in their body. There was no physical manifestation. In the space between their consciousnesses. A moment where the boundary between Chen Liuye's will and Xue Guangming's will became permeable, not metaphorically, but actually. A place where the two currents of intention started to flow together instead of against each other. Do you want me to do the same? Chen asked, and he was genuinely curious about the answer. Stop being Chen Liuye? Transform myself out of existence. No, Xue said immediately. I want you to continue being Chen Liuye. I want you to remember who you were before I destroyed your clan. I want you to remember the clan itself, through your own memories and pain. I want you to carry that continuity. You need to remain yourself because if you lose yourself, then the people who died lose their witness. They need someone to remember them as they were, not as statistics or as an abstract wrong. But I want to let go of being Xue Guangming. I want to accept that he's dead, and I want to become something that has no name yet. Something that could never have existed without this fusion. In that moment, for the first time since the absorption, Chen felt like he was having a genuine conversation with Xue rather than arguing with him. They weren't fighting for control of the body. They weren't competing for dominance. They weren't in the complex dance of mutual survival. They were simply talking, and in the talking, discovering that they wanted the same thing. Not the same future, but the same transformation. The breakthrough came as a sensation of deepening, as if the shared consciousness expanded rather than contracted, as if the space where they existed together became larger rather than smaller. The walls of the chamber seemed to dissolve, and suddenly, they could see far enough into each other's depths to understand not just what the other was thinking, but why. They could access each other's knowledge without the mediation of memory. They could feel each other's emotions without the translation of words. They could sense the weight that the other was carrying. They existed not as two consciousnesses in conflict, but as two perspectives observing the same reality from slightly different angles. The resonance that followed was different from anything they had experienced before. Not the desperate fusion of early combat, where fear and survival instinct drove them into temporary synchronization. Not the strained alliance of recent months, where they could coordinate but only through constant negotiation, but a genuine synthesis of will and technique. They moved with perfect grace, accessing techniques that should have required the full power of both souls, but executing them with only a fraction of the strain. It was like the difference between someone learning to speak a language and someone thinking in that language. The difference between translation and truth. When it ended, they were both exhausted, but it was a different kind of exhaustion. Not the exhaustion of burning life force that had characterized their early resonance states. Not the physical degradation that had made them fear transformation, but the exhaustion of genuine transformation. The weariness that comes from becoming something completely new. That's Tier 3, by Xue Chen said, checking their vital signs with her cultivator's awareness. Your body's integration has advanced significantly. The strain markers are minimal. The separation index, the measurable distance between the two souls, has decreased by 40%. The physical cost of synchronization has dropped by half. You're becoming something new. Something that wasn't predicted by any previous dual soul case. Something that doesn't have a name yet, Xue said. No, by Xue Chen said. Something that does have a name. You're becoming yourself. Both of you. Together. You're becoming whatever emerges when two distinct consciousnesses choose fusion instead of fighting it. That night, in the privacy of their shared consciousness, after all observers had left, Xue said, "Thank you." "For what?" Chen asked. "For not letting me disappear," Xue said. "For pulling me back from the edge of complete dissolution. For making me face what I did instead of letting me hide from it. For choosing me, repeatedly, even when you had every reason to want me gone." "You don't have to thank me," Chen said. "You did the same thing for me. You kept me alive when I should have been dead. You gave me techniques and knowledge and all the tools I needed to survive. You were stronger than me, and you chose to share that strength instead of using it to dominance." "That wasn't gratitude," Xue said. "That was just selfishness. I was keeping myself alive. I was using you to survive." "No," Chen said. "By Tier 3, you were choosing something else. You were choosing me. Not because you had to. Not because you needed me for survival anymore. But because somewhere in the last months, I became something other than the person whose family you destroyed. I became Chen. Just Chen. Someone you actually wanted to share this body with." "I was," Xue agreed. "I'm not sure when that happened exactly. But somewhere between the first moment of absorption and this moment now, you became real to me. More real than I am to myself. More important than my own survival. I'm not sure when I stopped wanting to destroy you and started wanting to protect you. But I did. And I'm terrified by that. It's the biggest terrifying thing I've ever done. But yes, it's growth. It's genuine, irreversible growth." Chapter 52. 3 months after the Tier 3 breakthrough, Moonfire Sect offered Xue a formal position. The offer came through official channels, transmitted by a delegation of elders who treated the conversation with the gravity of a state negotiation. Not as a fighter, not as an active agent in sect operations, but as a historical consultant and living archive. His role would be to provide regular commentary on the cultural and historical implications of the massacre, to participate in comprehensive documentation projects, to essentially become a breathing record of what he had done and why, preserved by institutional protection and institutional interest. Xue accepted, not because he wanted the position, not because the idea of being transformed into a permanent artifact appealed to him, but because it ensured ongoing protection for himself and for Lianhua. It ensured that as long as he remained useful to the sects, as long as his continued existence served a purpose beyond survival, he would be allowed to exist. The alternative was to remain a hunted thing, constantly looking over his shoulder, never knowing which sect would decide that his death was worth the political cost. "I'm becoming an artifact," Xue said to Chen, the night after accepting the position. They were alone in the meditation chamber, the only place where they could truly speak without observers. "You're becoming accountable," Chen said. "There's a difference. You're not being preserved in amber. You're not being turned into a museum piece. You're being integrated into the living system. You're making yourself useful in a way that's tied directly to the thing you did wrong. You're transforming your guilt into something that serves the world instead of consuming you from the inside. Is that redemption?" "No," Chen said without hesitation. "Redemption is something you get when you've done something good enough to offset something bad. You'll never do enough good to offset what you did. There isn't enough good in a single lifetime. But this is something else. This is you accepting that you don't get to disappear, that you don't get to hide, that you get to spend the rest of your existence facing what you did and using that facing to help others avoid making the same choice." "That sounds exhausting." "It is," Chen said, "but it's better than running or hiding or dying. It's a way to exist that acknowledges what happened instead of pretending you can escape from it." Over the next months, Chen and Xue developed a routine that was almost monastic in its precision. In the mornings, before the sun had cleared the eastern mountains, they would train together in the meditation gardens, practicing the techniques that emerged from their Tier 3 integration. These were movements that belonged to neither of them individually, but only to them together. Xue's combat precision combined with Chen's desperation created techniques that were faster and more devastating than either could produce alone. They practiced them not to become stronger warriors, but to understand what they were becoming. Each movement was a conversation between their two consciousnesses, expressed through physical form. In the afternoons, they would work on documentation projects with Mei Xianxia, who had become a permanent resident of their compound. She would sit across from them with her journals and her endless questions, watching them meditate, observing how their consciousness integrated during shared cultivation sessions. She was creating a comprehensive record of dual soul development, the first systematic documentation of a phenomenon that the cultivation world had thought impossible. Her notes would become the foundation for the later discovery that dual soul pairing didn't have to be the result of traumatic absorption. It could be chosen. It could be developed deliberately. It could be a path of advancement rather than a consequence of near death. And in the evenings, They would sit with Lianhua when she visited from the sect, and she would tell them stories about the world outside, about how the cultivation hierarchy was slowly changing, about how the revelation of the massacre had created small ripples in the larger pattern of sect politics. Each story she told was carefully curated. She never told them things that would hurt Xue unnecessarily, but she also didn't shield them from the truth. She treated them both with the respect of adults who could handle difficult information. "You're becoming famous," Lianhua said during one of these evening sessions, the moonlight turning her features pale and abstract. "The other students at Moonfire call you the penitent. They use your case as an example of how to respond when you've done something unforgivable, when you've crossed a line that you thought was uncrossable." "That's awful," Chen said. "That's turning something tragic into a lesson. That's profiting from guilt." "It's useful," Lianhua said. "It's turning something terrible into something that teaches. If that helps anyone avoid doing what you did, if it helps anyone ask themselves the questions Xue didn't ask before accepting that contract, then maybe it's not completely awful. Maybe some good can come from making the entire cultivation world aware that their disciples have a choice, even when orders tell them they don't." "Is it?" Xue asked. "Is that really something good?" "I don't know," Lianhua said honestly. "I'm still deciding. Some days I think what you did was so terrible that no amount of contrition justifies continued existence. Other days I think that your continued existence, constrained and documented in public, is exactly the kind of consequence that makes sense. It's not death. That would be too easy, too clean. It's the burden of being remembered for what you did, while also being recognized for what you've become. Still other days, I just miss my brother and think about how much simpler everything would be if you had never accepted that contract." "I would still take it back," Xue said, and there was no uncertainty in his voice. "If I could go back to the moment before I accepted the contract, I would refuse. I would face whatever consequences came from refusal. I would tell Guoliangji that I couldn't do it, that I wouldn't do it, that I didn't care what it cost me. But I can't go back. All I can do is go forward. And I'm trying to do that in a way that means something. In a way that uses what I did to prevent others from doing the same." "I know," Lianhua said. "And it means something to me that you're trying. It doesn't make what you did acceptable. Nothing will ever make that acceptable. But it makes you understandable. And understanding is where forgiveness starts. Not mercy, not absolution. Just understanding that you're not the person you were when you accepted that contract. You're someone different now. Someone who carries the weight of your choices instead of trying to hide from them." By this time, the world had begun to accept the dual soul entity as a permanent fixture in the cultivation landscape. Chen and Xue were no longer hunted, though they were always observed. They were no longer prey, though they were always valuable. They had transformed from fugitives to assets, from targets to resources. And despite the restrictions that came with asset status, the mandatory documentation, the regular reviews, the institutional oversight, there was something almost peaceful about it. Not happiness, not contentment, not even satisfaction, but something stable enough to build on, something stable enough to develop from, a foundation from which genuine transformation could begin. Chapter 53. The discovery came by accident. During one of Mei Xianxiao's observation sessions, she noticed something unusual in their meditation patterns. When Chen and Xue synchronized their cultivation cycles, they were generating a type of energy that didn't match either of their original cultivation techniques. "It's a new technique," Mei Xianxiao said, excited. "One that neither of you created separately, but one that emerges only when you're functioning as an integrated unit." "A Tier 4 advancement?" Bai Suichen asked, examining the energy signature. "Higher," Mei Xianxiao said. "This is Tier 5 territory. The technique isn't emerging from synthesis of existing knowledge. It's emerging from the collision of two distinct approaches, creating something genuinely novel." "How is that possible?" Chen asked. "We haven't reached Tier 5 yet. We're still stabilizing Tier 3. Consciousness advancement isn't always linear," Mei Xianxiao said. "Sometimes, when two consciousnesses are integrated deeply enough, they can access techniques that belong to higher tiers than either consciousness has individually reached. It's like you're building a bridge to somewhere you shouldn't be able to reach yet, but the bridge exists because it's made from parts of both of you." Over the following weeks, they developed this new technique deliberately. It was something they named Dual Soul Resonance Prime. Not the emergency resonance state that burned Chen's life force, but a stable fusion that could be maintained indefinitely, without physical cost. The implications were staggering. With this technique, they could access all of Xue's cultivation knowledge and all of Chen's cultivation potential without the degradation that had previously made resonance state so dangerous. "They're going to want this," Liang Shu said, understanding the political implications immediately. "Every sect will want to study how this works. Every military organization will want to use it. You've just become exponentially more valuable. And more dangerous, Jiang Rui added. Because now people won't just want to study you. They'll want to replicate you. They'll start hunting for other soul fusions, trying to create their own versions. Xue and Chen looked at each other, not through shared sight, but across the room, as if they were genuinely separate people communicating. After Tier 3, they had learned to maintain enough boundary between themselves that this kind of external communication was possible again. They could be individuals who happened to share a body, rather than merged consciousnesses that occasionally pretended to be separate. We have to release the research, Chen said. We have to publish how the technique works. We have to make it public knowledge. That will destroy our value, Liang Xu said. Once everyone knows how to replicate it, then it becomes part of the standard cultivation knowledge, Chen said. It becomes something that anyone can use, not something unique to us. But it won't be reproducible, Mei Xianxia said quietly. The technique only works if the two consciousnesses are genuinely integrated. You can't create it with souls that are merely compatible or merely willing to work together. It requires the specific kind of integration that only happens through months of genuine cooperation and genuine choice. It requires what you two have built together. Then we publish that too, Xue said. We publish how the technique is made. We publish that it requires genuine integration, which means it requires genuine relationship. We transform it from a technique that can be militarized into a technique that requires the participants to become something other than enemies. You're going to fundamentally change the nature of cultivation warfare, Jiang Rui said, admiring. If every fighting pairing has to genuinely like each other to achieve any kind of advanced technique, you've just made war significantly more difficult. That's the idea, Chen said. Within a month, they had worked with Mei Xianxiao to compile a comprehensive guide. Not just the technique itself, but the philosophy behind it. The understanding that consciousness, when forced into close proximity with another consciousness, naturally tends toward either complete separation or genuine integration. That the middle ground, forced cooperation without genuine relationship, was unstable and would eventually collapse. The guide was published alongside their documented testimony. It became part of the historical record, and slowly, cultivation centers across the world began attempting to replicate the work. Most failed. The few that succeeded did so only after establishing genuine relationships between the pairs attempting to fuse. And those pairs found that the resulting techniques were not duplicates of what Chen and Xue had created, but new techniques entirely, unique to the specific consciousnesses involved. You've created a cultivation revolution, Moonfire Sect Master said, during one of the formal reviews. You've shown that the most powerful techniques emerge not from competition, but from genuine relationship. That's going to change everything. Is that bad? Xue asked. No, Moonfire Sect Master said. It's terrifying, but not bad. Terrifying because it means the future of cultivation lies not in military strength, but in genuine cultural compatibility. That's a much harder thing to achieve than simple power. Chapter 54 Xue Lianhua came to them with a proposal in the middle of Tier 4. I want to go through the integration, she said simply. I want to fuse with someone in the way that you two are fused. I want to create a dual soul pairing. Absolutely not, Xue said immediately. It's not your decision, Lianhua said. I've already selected a partner. Mei Xianxiao has been working with me for 3 months, and we've determined that we have the kind of consciousness compatibility that integration requires. She's agreed to attempt the fusion during the next new moon. Chen felt Xue spiral internally. The thought of his sister doing something so fundamentally risky, of her placing herself in the kind of danger that Chen and Xue had experienced, it was unbearable to him. You could die, Xue said. The fusion process is still not entirely safe. There's a chance that one soul will subsume the other. There's a chance that the process will destroy both consciousnesses. I know, Lianhua said. But the alternative is living the rest of my life as someone who knows what's possible but is too afraid to attempt it. You did that, by the way. You knew that you were wrong to execute the order, and you did it anyway, because you were afraid of refusal. I'm not going to make that choice. I'm going to face the fear and do it anyway. Over the next month, Chen and Xue helped them prepare. They provided all the techniques they had learned. They detailed the moments of crisis, the ways that consciousness threatened to dissolve into the other, the small practices that helped maintain boundary and integration simultaneously. The fusion itself was elegant and terrible. Xue and Chen watched from a distance as Mei Xianxiao and Lianhua faced each other and executed the technique. There was a moment of perfect stillness, a moment of absolute terror, and then integration. When Lianhua woke up, it was as someone new. Not Lianhua anymore, but not Mei Xianxiao either. Something that contained both, expressed through Lianhua's body. Hello, she said, and her voice carried the cadence of both women simultaneously. We are Lianhua Shanxiao. That's not a name, Xue said. No, Lianhua Shanxiao said. But we'll grow into one. For now, we're learning to exist together the way you learned to exist. We're learning to move together, to think together, to want the same things. Over the following weeks, as Lianhua Shanxiao stabilized, Xue realized something crucial. By watching his sister go through the integration, he was finally able to accept what had happened to him. He was seeing the transformation not as something inflicted upon him, but as something chosen. And he was understanding that Lianhua, by choosing it, was validating his own transformation. She forgave you, Chen said quietly. No, Xue said. She did something more profound. She decided that what we had become was worth experiencing herself. She decided that despite the risk, despite the potential for destruction, integration was better than remaining alone. That's not forgiveness. That's acceptance. That's understanding taken so far that it becomes love. Chapter 55 by Tier 4. Chen and Xue had learned to exist so fluidly that the concept of sharing a body had become almost irrelevant. They didn't alternate control anymore. They didn't fight for dominance. They existed as a single entity with dual perspectives. This created a problem. You're becoming one person, Bai Suichen said, during one of her medical examinations. The separation markers are dropping precipitously. By Tier 5, you might lose the ability to maintain distinct consciousnesses. Is that bad? Chen asked. It depends on what you want, Bai Suichen said. If you want to remain individuals, then yes, it's a problem. You'll need to work deliberately to maintain boundary. If you're willing to merge completely into a single consciousness, then it's not a problem at all. It's just the natural progression of integration. What do you want? Xue asked Chen. I don't know, Chen said honestly. Part of me wants to remain Chen Liuye, to hold on to my original identity. But part of me is starting to prefer this. Being Chen and Xue simultaneously. Thinking with both perspectives at once. Moving through the world as something that isn't quite either of us anymore. That's the real Tier 5 test, Mei Shanxiao said, joining them. Not technical advancement, but the choice of whether to remain distinct or merge completely. Some pairs choose to stay separate. Some choose to merge. Both are valid, but you have to choose deliberately, not fall into it accidentally. Over the next months, Chen and Xue engaged in extensive internal dialogue. They examined who they were separately, who they had become together, and who they wanted to be in the future. They visited Elder Tao Wensheng and allowed him to curse at them for corrupting Chen's original heritage. They returned to the ruins of Chen's clan territory and let the ghosts of his family speak to him through memory and grief. And slowly, they came to a decision. I don't want to merge completely, Chen said. Good, Xue said. Because I don't either. I want to remain Xue, whatever that means now. I want to be distinct, different, but I also want to remain integrated with you. So we maintain the boundary, Chen said. We stay as close as possible without losing ourselves. That's going to be hard, Xue said. Fighting entropy. Fighting the natural progression toward merger. Yes, Chen said, but it's the right choice. From that point forward, they engaged in a deliberate practice of maintaining distinction while living in integration. They developed techniques to strengthen their boundary while keeping their connection intact. They learned to think together without thinking as a single consciousness. They became something entirely new, not two consciousnesses, but two voices that had learned to speak in harmony. By the time they reached Tier 5, the technique had become so naturalized that no external observer could tell that they were maintaining boundary deliberately. They appeared to be a single person with unusual depth of understanding and unusual access to conflicting perspectives. But internally, Chen and Xue remained distinct and connected, separate and integrated, two and one simultaneously. Chapter 56. The challenge came from an unexpected source. A cultivator named Xinjiu, who had heard about their techniques and their transformation, arrived with a proposal. She had a consciousness that she wanted to integrate with someone. She had been searching for a compatible partner for 5 years, and she had determined, through extensive analysis, that Xue's consciousness would be perfectly compatible with hers. I want to fuse with Xue, Xinjiu said plainly. I want to create a dual soul pairing. No, Chen said immediately. It's not his body, Xinjiu said. It's your body, but it contains him, and I want his consciousness in my awareness. I want to integrate with him. The proposition created a genuine crisis in Chen and Xue's carefully maintained balance. You could do it, Xue said internally. You could allow me to fuse with her. You could set me free. You could go back to being just yourself, just Chen Liuye, without the constant presence of another consciousness. You want to do that, Chen said. It wasn't a question. I don't know, Xue said. Part of me is curious about what integration with someone else would look like. Part of me is terrified of losing what we've built. Part of me thinks that freedom might be worth the loss. The question tormented them both for weeks. Because allowing Xue to fuse with Xun Jiu would be, in a sense, a separation. They would no longer share consciousness. They would be individuals again. And Shun would be returned to the state he'd been in before the absorption, singular, alone, with no voice in his head. I would take it back, Chen said finally. I would choose to have you absorbed again if it meant returning to before. Because even with all the difficulty, everything has been better with you present. That's not a fair argument, Xue said. That's emotional. That's not rational. I know, Chen said. I don't care. The answer is no. You're staying. We're staying. We're not separating. Xue was quiet for a long time. Then, I would make the same choice. I would stay even if it meant being trapped. Because I'm not Xue Guangming anymore. I'm whatever I've become with you. And I don't want to be anything else. Chen delivered the refusal to Xinjiu personally. He stays, he said. We stay? We're not separating. Xinjiu accepted this with remarkable grace. I thought you would refuse, she said. But I had to ask. Compatibility that perfect is rare. I would have been fortunate to achieve that integration. Will you keep searching? Chen asked. Yes, Xinjiu said. There are other consciousnesses in the world. Other people who want to transcend the limits of individual existence. I will find someone compatible eventually. But I'm glad it wasn't you. I think you two have something special. Something that shouldn't be interrupted. After she left, Xue said, I was ready to let you go. I know, Chen said. But I wasn't ready to let you go. And I think that's what keeps us together. Not resonance. Not technique. Not even integration. Just the simple fact that we choose each other, repeatedly, even when we're given other options. That's love, Xue said quietly. I don't know what it is, Chen said. But I know I want it to continue. Chapter 57. By the middle of Tier 5, Chen and Xue had become something that the cultivation world was still struggling to categorize. They weren't two consciousnesses anymore, though they maintained distinct voices. They weren't one consciousness, though they thought with perfect synchronization. They were something new, something that didn't fit into existing frameworks. Moonfire sect had begun referring to them as the integrated in official documentation. Other sects used different terminology, the dual self, the merged ones, the transcended. But none of these names quite captured what they were. We need a real name, Jiang Rui said. Something that belongs to you specifically, not just to the phenomenon you represent. We have names, Chen said. You have the names you were born with, Jiang Rui said. But you're not those people anymore. You're something new. Don't you deserve a new designation? Chen and Xue considered this. It was true that they had moved so far from their original identities that using those names felt increasingly like a performance. They were no longer Chen Liuye and Xue Guangming existing simultaneously. They were something unified, with dual memories and dual perspectives, but fundamentally singular in consciousness. Chen Xue, Xue suggested. Xue Chen offered. Neither, Jiang Rui said. Both old names, just rearranged. What about something entirely new? They thought about this for a long time. What did they represent? What were they becoming? Not separate individuals. Not a unified consciousness that had devoured one of its sources. But something in between. Something that honored both original identities while transcending them. Resonance, Chen said finally. That's what we are. We're the state that comes before stability. We're the vibration between fixed points. We're neither frozen nor chaotic. We're always in motion, always integrating, always becoming. And so, in the official documents beginning with the final testimony, they were registered as resonance, the dual-soul cultivator who had achieved perfect integration while maintaining distinct consciousness, the being that represented the future possibility of cultivation itself. But internally, they remained Chen and Xue. The names were a formality. The person was something much more complex. Chapter 58. The first student arrived 6 months before Chapter 60. Her name was Li Mei, and she had been born with two consciousnesses naturally occurring in her single body. It was an extremely rare condition, approximately 1 per 5 million births, and it had made her childhood a nightmare. Her consciousnesses had fought constantly. Her body had been violent and unstable. By the time she reached Chen and Xue's location, she was 17 years old and desperate. I heard you learned to live together, she said. I heard you achieved integration. I want to learn how to do that. Chen and Xue exchanged a look across their shared awareness. Teaching what they had learned would require reliving the difficult months of their early integration. It would require exposing their techniques, their philosophy, their most vulnerable moments. Why? Xue asked. Because I want to stop hurting, Li Mei said. Because I want to stop fighting with myself. Because I want the two parts of me to become something that isn't constantly at war. And so they became teachers. Li Mei was the first, but others came in the following months. Cultivators who had experienced soul fusions, who were struggling with integration, who wanted guidance on how to achieve what Chen and Xue had managed. They taught the meditation techniques. They taught the boundary maintenance practices. They taught the philosophy of integration. That two consciousnesses could exist together without losing themselves. That genuine integration came only through genuine relationship. That the goal was not unity, but harmony. Some students succeeded. Some failed. Some quit because the work was too difficult. But a few achieved the integration that Chen and Xue were modeling. And with each student who succeeded, the cultivation world was slowly forced to confront the reality that its future did not lie in individual strength, but in the ability to genuinely connect with another consciousness. You're changing the nature of cultivation itself, Moonfire's sect master said, observing one of the training sessions. No, Chen said. We're revealing something that was always possible. We're just making it visible. That's the same thing, Moonfire's sect master said. You've shown that integration is possible. Now everyone wants to try it. Now everyone wants the kind of power that comes from genuine relationship. And if they all succeed, then the entire structure of sect warfare is going to have to change. Is that bad? Xue asked. I don't know yet, Moonfire's sect master said. Ask me in 50 years. By the time they reach Tier 5 stability, the point where they could maintain their integrated state indefinitely without degradation, they had trained 23 students. 23 consciousnesses had attempted fusion with compatible partners. 15 had succeeded. 8 had failed, though failure didn't mean death anymore. They had learned how to safely separate consciousnesses if the integration wasn't working. And the world was watching. Watching to see what would happen to cultivation when its most powerful practitioners were bound together not by duty or fear, but by genuine relationship. Chapter 59, Xue Lianhua's final conversation of this arc was with Chen alone. She found him sitting on a ridge overlooking the valley where the rest of the camp was situated. The sun was setting. The world was becoming gold and orange and red, the colors of ending and transformation. But the sun would rise again. It always rose again. That was the fundamental truth that had taken her months to accept. That endings were not permanent. That sunrise always followed sunset. She sat beside him, and for a moment they were simply two people, one soul and one divided identity, watching light fade from the sky and waiting for darkness. The wind was cool, carrying the scent of autumn cooling into winter. There was no sound except for the distant movement of other cultivators breaking camp for the evening. I understand now, Lianhua said, and her voice carried both her original cadence and the slightly different resonance that Mei Shanxiao had contributed to her existence. The way her words now contained depths that they hadn't before the fusion. I understand why you can't simply forgive him. Why you won't. Why forgiveness is actually something you don't have the right to give. Forgiveness implies that the person doing the forgiving has the authority to absolve the person being forgiven. It implies that the person who was wronged can speak for all those who were wronged. But you don't have that authority. Only the people he killed have that authority. Only the dead can forgive. Only those who lost everything when he executed orders he knew were wrong can offer him absolution. And they are not here. They will never speak. So what is left for the living is something different. We can witness. We can judge. We can live with the consequences of others' choices and decide whether we will allow those choices to define our own futures. Chen nodded. He had understood this for a while now, but it was good to hear it said aloud. Good to hear someone else arrive at this truth independently. It meant he wasn't crazy. It meant this understanding he had come to was something real, something that could be shared with others, something that could form the foundation for something like peace. Not forgiveness, not redemption, but peace. I also understand, Lianhua continued, that forgiveness isn't owed. It's offered, when the person offering it is ready, when they've had time to feel the weight of what happened and still choose connection instead of distance. I'm not there yet, but I'm moving toward it. And I think, eventually, I'll understand the choice he made clearly enough that I can begin to move toward forgiveness. Understanding doesn't require absolution. It just requires patience. That's more than most people would offer, Chen said. It's what siblings offer each other, Lianhua said. Complicated acceptance, because the alternative is completely severing bonds that were formed before anyone had a choice about it. He spent 10 years in that sect believing the orders were right, because the alternative was too hard to carry. That wasn't weakness. It was fear. He was afraid of what it meant if he was wrong. He was afraid of making his own choices. He was afraid of being alone with his judgment. That doesn't excuse the massacre, Chen said. No, Lianhua said. But it explains it. An explanation is part of forgiveness, I think. Understanding how someone became the kind of person who could do this thing. Not excusing it. Understanding it. Integrating that understanding into your own narrative instead of keeping it separate. That's what I'm learning from Mei Shanxiao. How to contain complicated truths without letting them tear me apart. She stood up, looking out at the darkening landscape. That night, Lianhua said, Tell him what I said. Tell him that I understand now why he was afraid. Tell him that it doesn't make what he did acceptable, but it makes him understandable. And tell him that understanding is the first step towards something that might, eventually, be forgiveness. Tell him that I'm learning to hold the contradiction. He did something unforgivable, and I love him anyway. Those two things are both true. After she left, Chen sat in the darkness and waited until the camp was asleep. Then, internally, he spoke to Xue. She told me you were afraid. That you were afraid of making your own choices, afraid of what it meant if the orders were wrong. There was a long silence. The quality of silence that came from Xue accessing deep memory, confronting the specifics of his own terror. Xue said finally. I was terrified. I was terrified every moment from the time I received the order until the moment the killing was done. I was terrified that if I refused, the sect would see me as disloyal. I was terrified that if I obeyed, I would discover that I had destroyed innocent people. I was terrified that either choice would make me into someone I couldn't live with. So I made the choice that let me pretend I didn't have one. I pretended the order was destiny. I pretended I had no other option. I was too, Chen said. When your hands moved during my sleep watch, in those first months when we didn't know if we could trust each other, I thought you were taking control. I thought you were going to try to kill me. I was afraid every night. I was afraid for months. I know, Xue said. I could feel it. Your fear was as loud as a scream. But you didn't act on it. You didn't push me away or try to destroy me. You just lived with the fear and waited to see what I would do with the power I had over you. I did the same thing you did, Chen said. I pretended I didn't have a choice. I pretended that this was just happening to me, that I was powerless to change it. But the difference is that eventually, I realized I was wrong. I realized that I could choose how to respond to your presence. And I chose connection instead of rejection. I chose understanding instead of fear. So did I, Xue said quietly. Eventually. But I had to die first. I had to die and be reborn as something else before I could understand that choosing connection was possible. Before I could understand that I could be something other than what the sect made me into. Tomorrow, Chen said, you're going to testify. You're going to make your fear public. You're going to stand in front of the cultivation world and say, this is what I did, and this is why I did it, and this is what it cost, and it wasn't worth the cost. Are you ready for that? No, Xue said. I'll never be ready for that. But I've made the choice to do it anyway. And that's what ready is, isn't it? Choosing despite the fear, not waiting for the fear to go away. In the darkness, Chen felt Xue's acceptance settle into place like a stone falling into water. By morning, they both knew everything would change. But they would change together. They would testify together. They would face the consequences together. And somewhere in that shared consequence, they would find whatever came next. The sun would rise. The story would continue. And they would be present for all of it. Chapter 60. The record keeper arrived at dawn with 3 others, cultivators specially trained in the technique of capturing and preserving spiritual impressions without causing consciousness damage to the source. The process was not painful, but it was intimate in ways Chen and Xue had not anticipated. They placed Chen in a circle of formation stones, and they worked in coordination to draw out the consciousness impression slowly, carefully, like drawing water from a well that might be too delicate to bear much pressure. For the first time since the absorption, Chen and Xue experienced genuine separation. Not permanent separation. They remained linked at every level. But a moment where Xue's consciousness was reflected and extracted and captured, independent of Chen's awareness. It was like looking in a mirror and seeing yourself as someone else might see you. It was terrifying. It was clarifying. It was the closest they had come to understanding what the other truly looked like, removed from the merged perspective they inhabited together. When it was done, Xue was still there. Completely still there. But there was also a copy of him now, existing in the record keeper's archive, waiting to be embedded in the publication that would go out to the cultivation world. There was a version of him that would survive, even if the original did not. There was a part of him that would exist forever in the archives, unchanging, permanent. A record of what he was, frozen in this moment of integration, preserved for future generations to study and learn from. The publication occurs at sunset today, the record keeper said. Your spiritual impression will be distributed simultaneously with the documentation. By midnight, the cultivation world will have your testimony. By the time the sun rises tomorrow, your story will be part of permanent record. By sunset, Han Xian had learned about the plan. The soul suppression formation that had been building for months was activated. The earth itself became hostile. The air grew thick and heavy, like breathing through stone. Chen and the others felt it immediately. A pressure that made movement difficult, that made cultivation nearly impossible, that pressed down on their souls with the weight of enmity. The city of Bright Meridian, which had been their safe haven, became a trap. All around them, the formation activated. It had been built into the earth in layers, taking months to construct, designed to suppress any dual-soul entity that tried to use cultivation power within its radius. It was sophisticated work. It was lethal work. Run, Liang Shu said, but there was nowhere to run. The formation covered the entire city and several miles beyond it. We need to break the formation, Chen said, or escape through it. Neither is possible, Xue said. The formation is anchored to 15 different sites. Breaking even one would take hours of concentrated effort, and escaping would require cultivation power, which the formation is specifically designed to suppress. At the edge of the formation's influence, watching with hands clasped behind his back, Chen Liuye stood very still. He was not moving to help them. He was not moving to stop them. He was simply waiting to see what would happen next. In that moment, as the publication went out to the cultivation world and Xue's testimony was embedded in archives across the continent, as the record keeper's distribution network activated and the truth began to spread like poison through the sect hierarchy, Chen understood that the real test was beginning. Everything that had come before was prologue. Everything they had suffered, everything they had endured, everything Xue had endured in the slow dissolution of his consciousness into something new. All of it was leading to this moment. The moment when the truth was released and the sects responded. The moment when consequence became inevitable. Xue was very still, but not with fear. With the clarity of someone who had made a choice and was now experiencing the weight of living with it. We'll survive this, Chen said, though he didn't know if it was true. Yes, Xue said. We will. Because the alternative is that the testimony dies with us, and all of this. Everything we've become, everything we've learned, all the students we've trained, all the transformation we've undergone, all of it was for nothing. And we're not going to allow that to happen. We can't afford to allow that to happen. You sound certain, Chen said. I am, Xue said. For the first time since the absorption, I am genuinely certain of something. We're going to survive this because we've already survived becoming something new together. We've already survived the hardest thing, learning to trust each other. Everything else is just consequence. Around them, the formation tightened. The hunt was accelerating. Han Xian's gambit was becoming clear. He was going to try to separate them. He was going to try to destroy the testimony before it could take root in the cultivation world. And in 100 archives across the continent, the record of what Xue had done, and why he had done it, and what it had cost to transform, was already becoming permanent. The record had escaped the formation's influence. The testimony had been released beyond the reach of suppression. The story was over. The witness had testified. The consequence was just beginning. And Chen and Xue, standing together at the center of a hostile formation, understood that they would face whatever came next, not as individuals, not as merged consciousnesses, but as resonance. The dual-soul cultivator who had learned to exist in perfect harmony while remaining fundamentally distinct. The formation pressed down. The world waited to see what would happen next. And in the space between pressure and response, Chen felt Xue's consciousness aligned perfectly with his own, not in resonant state, not in emergency fusion, but in the simple fact of choosing to stand together. Whatever came next, they would face it together. And that, finally, after 8 months of integration and conflict and transformation, was enough. Chapter 61. The formation pressed down on them like a physical weight, thick and suffocating, as though the air itself had become solid. Chen stood at the center of their camp, feeling the way his meridians reacted to the suppression, not with pain, but with a dull, grinding numbness that made even simple movements feel labored. Around him, the city of Bright Meridian was transforming. The streets that had been familiar for months were becoming alien, warped by the energy of the formation that was burrowing deep into the earth beneath the city, pressing up through the stones, seeping into the walls of every building. The transformation was not violent or sudden in its onset. It was insidious, gradual, the kind of systemic change that didn't announce itself with fanfare, but simply became reality through patient accumulation of pressure. The activation had been sudden, but not unexpected. Han Xian's patience had finally broken under the weight of the published testimony. Xue's consciousness impression, distributed to archives across the continent, had become a permanent record that no amount of political maneuvering could erase. The only option left was direct suppression. It was a desperate move, the kind of move that only worked if you were willing to spend enormous resources and accept the political consequences of blatant hostility. This formation was the response of a man who had run out of subtle options, who had come to the realization that subtlety and manipulation were no longer viable strategies. This was the formation of someone who was willing to risk everything. Liang Shu was already checking the perimeter, his movements jerky and constrained by the formation's influence. Xue stood with her hands wrapped around herself, feeling the way her cultivation base was resisting the suppression, the way her meridians were being forced to work against the dense spiritual pressure. They had expected something like this. They had discussed the possibility for weeks, running through scenarios, preparing contingencies. But discussion and reality were different things. The moment the formation activated, everything they had theorized about changed into something concrete and overwhelming. The formation is dense, by Xue said, her voice tight with the effort of speaking against the pressure. Very dense. Not crude. This is expensive work. This is the kind of formation that takes months to construct and costs enough spiritual stones to feed a small sect for a year. Han Xuyen was serious about this. More than Han Xuyen, Xue said, and Chen felt the way his voice resonated through their shared consciousness, steady and analytical even in the face of suppression. This is Guo Liangji's work. Han Xuyen would have built something more direct, more brutal. This is political. This is designed to trap us here while he decides what to do with us. This is a cage disguised as an execution. The beauty of it is that they can adjust the suppression if we try to escape, can tighten it or release it selectively, depending on how we respond. Chen understood immediately what Xue meant. The formation wasn't meant to kill them, not directly. It was meant to prevent them from using cultivation power, which meant they couldn't escape, which meant they would remain within Bright Meridian until Guo Liangji decided their fate. It was perfect in its efficiency. It was cruel in its precision. This was what institutional power looked like when applied with technical sophistication. This was what happened when someone with resources, patience, and knowledge worked together to eliminate a threat. Bai Suichen said the formation has 15 anchor points, Chen said, thinking through the geometry of how such things worked. He had learned more than he expected about formations from Xue's memories, from the way Xue's consciousness had naturally integrated its knowledge into their shared understanding. If we can find them, if we can destroy even a few of them, we can weaken it enough to escape. Impossible, Liang Shu said, not unkindly. The suppression itself prevents us from searching with spiritual sense. We can't map the formation because the formation prevents us from using the techniques that would let us see it. We're blind inside here. Not completely blind, Xue said, and Chen felt the shift as Xue brought specific memories to the surface of their merged consciousness. Before I took the massacre contract, before I became the Moonfire sect's instrument of death, I studied formation architecture. Not as a builder, that's not my gift, but as a tactical analyst. I learned how formations like this are designed. I learned the patterns, the anchor distributions, the way they nestle into natural spiritual currents. It was the kind of knowledge that took years to develop, knowledge that came from studying failed formations, from interviewing master builders, from analyzing the theoretical frameworks that underlay formation construction. You can see the formation? Chen asked. Not see, Xue said. Feel. I can feel the current of spiritual pressure, the way it's flowing in patterns. The formations build channels just like cultivators do, just like our meridians. And if I pay attention to the pressure, I can begin to understand the shape of those channels. I can infer where the anchors must be located. It's not perfect, not like having direct spiritual sense would be, but it's better than nothing. That's not reliable, Bai Suichen said, but her voice carried a note of hope beneath the skepticism. That's guesswork based on incomplete information. Yes, Xue said, but guesswork is better than nothing. And I'm not the one doing the guessing. Chen is integrated enough with my memories that he can feel what I feel. Together, we can do better than I could alone. This is the advantage of integration, the thing that makes it worth the risk. Two minds working in coordination can access information that neither could access alone. Chen closed his eyes, and instead of trying to push against the suppression, he let himself sink into it. He let the pressure fill his awareness, and instead of resisting it, he learned to read it. It was like learning to feel currents in water. You couldn't do it by fighting the water, you could only do it by surrendering to it and learning its patterns. The formation had a rhythm. It had a pulse. And in that pulse, Chen began to sense the places where the pressure was anchored, where it drew its power from specific points in the earth below them. It was subtle work, the kind of observation that required hours of practice and perfect concentration. There, he said, opening his eyes. He was pointing in a direction that would take them toward the edge of the city, toward the administrative district where the sect's records were kept. One anchor is there. I can feel it like a knot in a rope. There's something different about the way the pressure flows through that area. It's like the formation is pooling there, gathering its strength. And another, Xue added, his consciousness guiding Chen's intuition, is in the opposite direction. Beneath the old temple, the formation needs symmetry. It needs balance. The anchors will be distributed in patterns that mirror each other, that create a web of suppression that's equally stable from any direction. That's fundamental to formation design. You can't have instability. You can't have weak points that would allow the whole thing to collapse if you push too hard in one location. Liangshu was already moving toward the first location Chen had indicated. Xue Chen followed, her movements still constrained but purposeful. They had months of working together, months of learning to move as a unit. The formation would slow them, but it would not stop them. They had survived worse than a soul suppression formation. They had survived integration, metamorphosis, institutional warfare. They would survive this too. We need to be careful, Xue Chen said as they moved through the streets. The city was eerily quiet. Most of the cultivators in Bright Meridian had been members of the Moonfire sect or their associates. They would be waiting for Han Shuyan's next move. They would be waiting to see how Guo Liangji planned to resolve this situation. In the meantime, everyone was sheltering in place, waiting for the suppression to clear. The anxiety in the city was palpable, a living thing that hung in the air like morning mist. If Han Shuyan realizes what we're doing, he'll move against us directly. The formation keeps us contained, but it doesn't prevent movement within its radius. We're fighting blind against an opponent who can see. Not quite blind, Chen said, and he felt the way Xue's consciousness settled alongside his own, the way their thoughts were beginning to move in parallel. This was something different from resonance state, something that was becoming more common as the months wore on. It was like their minds were learning to dance together, moving in synchronization without either one of them consciously directing the movement. We have advantages he doesn't know about. We have my sleepwatch training. We have Xue's analytical approach. We have 15 months of learning to move together. We're not as helpless as he thinks. In fact, we're more prepared for this kind of confrontation than he realizes. The formation itself might actually work against him because it forces us to act in perfect coordination. There's no room for hesitation, no room for doubt, no room for anything except absolute unity of purpose. They reached the first anchor point as the sun was setting. It was buried beneath the foundation of the administrative building, a crystal matrix the size of a fist, glowing faintly beneath the stone. The suppression was particularly intense here, as though the formation itself was concentrated around the anchor, pressing down so hard that even breathing was difficult. Chen could feel the way the spiritual pressure was layered, how each strand was woven carefully into the next, creating a pattern that was both beautiful and hostile. Breaking it is the difficult part, Xue said. The anchor is reinforced. It's designed to survive external pressure. If we try to shatter it with force, we'll trigger a secondary collapse in the formation. The whole thing will stabilize even more intensely, and will alert Han Shuyan immediately. We need to dismantle it from the inside, the way you would defuse a complex trap. One wrong move, and everything collapses. Then we do it subtly, Chen said, and he was drawing on months of training, months of learning how to move power through his body without making a disturbance. We don't break the anchor. We dismantle it. We find the connections that tie it to the formation's network, and we cut those connections one at a time. It will take longer, but it will be quieter. It will leave less trace. It took hours. Hours of careful work, of moving minute amounts of power through their hands, of finding the threads of spiritual connection that bound the anchor to the formation's larger structure. It was painstaking work in the dark, illuminated only by the faint glow of the anchor itself. But as the night deepened and the city around them fell into silence, one by one the connections began to sever. Each disconnection felt like a small victory, a small step toward freedom. By the time the final thread broke, Chen's hands were trembling with the exertion of maintaining such perfect control. When the final thread broke, the anchor's glow flickered and died. The pressure in that section of the formation lessened almost imperceptibly, barely noticeable unless you were paying attention to the exact distribution of suppression across the city's geography. But Chen could feel it. The weight on his consciousness, the constant pressure against his meridians, felt fractionally lighter. It was like being underwater and finally taking a breath. One down, Liangshu said, and there was triumph in his voice. 14 to go. 14, Xue Chen repeated, understanding beginning to spread across her features. The formation might be designed to work even with damage. It might need at least half of its anchors intact to maintain full suppression. We might not need to break all of them. We might only need to damage it enough that it becomes permeable. Then we keep going, Chen said, and he felt Xue's agreement settle into place like a second heartbeat, like a rhythm that was becoming so natural that he had begun to forget what it felt like to be alone in his own consciousness. We work through the night. We find every anchor we can locate, and we neutralize it. By the time Han Shuyan realizes what's happening, we'll have damaged the formation too much for him to easily repair it. Chapter 62. The second anchor took less time to find. Now that Chen understood the pattern, now that he had felt the way the formation distributed its pressure, The others began to reveal themselves like constellations becoming visible as his eyes adjusted to the darkness. They were arranged in a spiral, moving outward from the center of the city, each one anchored to a major building, each one designed to support the others in a network that was both elegant and brutal. This was formation architecture at its finest, a system that was beautiful and terrible in equal measure, the kind of construction that only took on those qualities when it was designed to suppress or harm. By the time they found the second anchor, buried beneath the Moonfire sect's administrative headquarters, Han Xuyan had begun to notice that something was wrong. The shift in pressure was subtle, but to someone who was monitoring the formation constantly, it would have been obvious. Someone at the center of the spiritual network supporting the suppression would have felt the moment the first anchor died, the way the load redistributed across the remaining anchors, the way the whole system struggled to compensate for the loss. He didn't appear at the anchor point, but Chen felt the moment when Han Xuyan became aware of their activity. It was like a shock running through the formation itself, like the entire structure of suppression suddenly becoming alert, becoming focused. The pressure intensified. The spiritual channels that had been flowing in a steady rhythm began to surge, to push harder against every cultivator within the formation's radius. It was a conscious response, the kind of aggressive adjustment that only worked if you had someone actively managing the formation's energy distribution. He knows, Bai Suichen gasped, falling to her knees as the pressure increased dramatically. The sudden intensification was nearly unbearable, the kind of force that made movement impossible and thought difficult. He's adjusting the formation. He's making it respond to us directly. He's taking active control. Then we move faster, Xue said, and Chen felt the shift in their consciousness as Xue began to take over more of their shared awareness, bringing his analytical mind fully to bear on the problem. Chen didn't resist. This was the kind of coordination they had learned through months of integration. When one of them was better suited to a task, the other stepped back. When they needed to act as a unit, they did. The third anchor is there, Xue was pointing, using Chen's body as though it was their shared tool, the shared instrument of their combined will. And the fourth is in the opposite direction. If we can break both of them before he can respond, the formation might collapse into an unstable state. Unstable enough to cross. We'll never make it, Liang Shu said. Not with him actively fighting us. Not with the pressure this intense. He's looking for us now. He's using the formation as a weapon. Then we don't do it alone, Chen said, feeling the way Xue's mind and his own were now moving in perfect synchronization. This was beyond resonant state. This was something neither of them had experienced before. Not a merger of consciousness, but a perfect coordination, like two musicians who had practiced the same symphony so many times that they could play it without any communication between them. We've trained 15 students in integration. We've shown them how to exist in dual consciousness. How many of them are still in the city? 7, Bai Suichen said, understanding what he was suggesting. 7 students who achieved integration and remained to continue the research. You want to activate all of them simultaneously. Not activate, Chen said. Coordinate. They're not in the formation. They're outside its radius. But if they work on the formation from the outside while we work on it from within, we can apply pressure from both directions simultaneously. We can force it to fail. It took precious minutes to send word out of the formation, to find the 7 integrated students who had remained in the outer city, to coordinate with them through messengers who were willing to risk the suppression's influence to carry vital information. It took precious minutes that Han Xuyan was using to reinforce the formation, to push the suppression even deeper into the earth, to make it even more difficult to break. The pressure was becoming almost unbearable, the kind of force that made it difficult to think, difficult to move, difficult to do anything except endure. But the 7 students understood. They had learned from Chen and Xue the fundamental principle of integration, that one consciousness was weak, but 2 consciousness working in genuine harmony could accomplish things that neither could accomplish alone. If that principle worked at the individual level, it could work at a larger scale. 7 integrated pairs, 14 consciousnesses, each pair bonded more deeply than any 2 people had ever been bonded before, could create a force that was exponentially more powerful than what 7 individuals could accomplish. They understood the geometry of power, the way that relationships multiplied capability. They were ready to test that understanding against one of the most powerful cultivators in the Moonfire sect. They began to work in concert. 7 pairs of integrated cultivators attacking the formation from the outside, creating disruption in its outer structure, forcing it to defend against external pressure while Chen and Xue dismantled it from within. The formation began to strain. The channels of power that had been flowing in a steady rhythm began to surge and stutter. The balance that Guo Liangji had built so carefully over months began to crack. It was like watching a system designed for absolute stability suddenly develop flaws, suddenly become susceptible to collapse. The more Han Shuyan tried to stabilize it, the more pressure he was forced to apply, the faster it deteriorated. By the time the sun began to rise, Chen and the others had destroyed 4 anchors. The formation was still functional, still suppressing, but it was becoming unstable. The pressure that had been even and oppressive was now fluctuating, surging in some places and weakening in others. You could feel the difference, could sense the formation struggling to maintain its integrity, could understand that it wouldn't last much longer. "We can escape," Xue Chen said, breathing heavily with the effort of the night's work. "Not easily, but we can push through a weak point if we do it now, before Han Shuyan can reinforce it. We've damaged him too much for him to recover quickly." 3 more anchors, Xue said. "If we destroy 3 more, the formation collapses completely. If we stop now, it stays active. He can trap us again tomorrow. He can trap us for weeks if he has the resources. This is our moment. This is when we finish it. If we stay, Han Shuyan will arrive," Liang Shu said. "He's outside the formation's radius. He's been coordinating the response from beyond the suppression. If we keep fighting, he'll come here directly. He'll stop us. Then we'll handle that when it happens," Chen said, and he was moving before the words finished. They had come too far, sacrificed too much, to have the formation trap them indefinitely. If Han Shuyan wanted to stop them, he would have to do it directly. He would have to face them in combat. And after everything they had endured, after everything they had learned through integration, Chen was not afraid of that confrontation. In fact, part of him welcomed it. Direct confrontation was better than being trapped, better than waiting for Guo Liangji to decide their fate, better than allowing fear and uncertainty to control their next move. The 5th anchor was beneath the Library of Bright Meridian, hidden in the oldest section of the building where the sect kept its most valuable texts. It took an hour to dismantle it, an hour of careful work and perfect precision. The 6th was faster, beneath the meditation pavilion where they had first brought Xue's consciousness into Chen's body all those months ago. There was something fitting about returning to that location, about destroying an anchor that was so near the place where their story had truly begun. By the time they reached the 7th anchor, the sun was fully risen and the city was beginning to wake. People were emerging from their shelters, seeing the way the formation's pressure was fluctuating, understanding that something was happening. The 7th anchor was the largest one. It was different in structure from the others, more complex, woven through with multiple layers of reinforcement. This was the primary anchor, the one that held the formation's core stability. This was the one that required the most delicate work. Dismantling it would be like performing surgery on a conscious being. One wrong move, and everything could collapse catastrophically. "There's no time," Xue Chen said, and Chen could feel the way her consciousness was wavering, the way the night's work was beginning to take its toll on her cultivation base. "Han Shuyan is approaching. I can feel his pressure on the edge of the city. He's minutes away. Then we work faster," Chen said, and he brought every ounce of his understanding to bear on the anchor structure. Months of learning from Xue, months of integration, months of practicing the techniques of subtle manipulation, all of it culminated in this moment. His hands moved with precision, following the channels of power, cutting the connections one by one. 3 threads severed. 4. 5. The anchor was beginning to destabilize, its light beginning to flicker in response to the disconnections. And then Han Shuyan emerged from the morning light, and everything changed. Chapter 63. He was faster than Chen remembered, faster than Xue's memories had captured, faster than any cultivator at domain rise rank should have been able to move. He was across the plaza before they could fully separate from the anchor point, his power gathering for an attack that would be absolutely devastating. The spiritual force he was projecting was almost visible, a shimmering layer of hostile intent that made the air itself feel dangerous. "Run," Liang Shu said, pushing Chen away from the anchor's location. "I'll delay him." "No," Chen said, because some instinct that was equal parts Xue's tactical thinking and his own developed intuition understood that Liang Shu would die in any confrontation with Han Shuyan. They didn't have the power to fight him. They didn't have the ability to stand against domain rise rank in direct combat. But they had something else. They had months of learning to move in tandem. They had sleepwatch training that had integrated into seed 2-layer techniques. They had the ability to do things unconsciously that they couldn't do consciously. And as Han Shuyan's power began to descend, Chen felt the way his body responded to the threat. His hands moved in patterns he didn't remember learning. His feet shifted into positions he had never consciously practiced, and power moved through his meridians in ways that were completely foreign to his training, but somehow utterly natural. It was like his body had learned something his conscious mind hadn't been taught, like the sleepwatch training had created pathways in his cultivation base that were completely separate from his normal training. The attack that Han Shuyan had gathered, a concentrated column of force that would have crushed them both, met the movement of Chen's hands, and instead of breaking him, it was redirected. Instead of crushing him, it was diverted past him, crashing into the ground beyond him with force that cracked the earth and sent stone fragments flying in all directions. What was that? Han Shuyan demanded, and there was genuine surprise in his voice. Surprise in something that might have been fear. You don't have the cultivation rank for that. You shouldn't be able to move that fast. You shouldn't be able to redirect power at that level. It's the seed two-layer techniques, Chen heard himself say, though the words were coming from both his consciousness and Xue's simultaneously, from the space where they had learned to exist in perfect coordination. The unconscious integration. We've been practicing it in Sleepwatch. It's not fully under our conscious control, but it responds to genuine threat. It responds to need. Han Shuyan moved again, and this time his attack was even more powerful, even more focused. The force he was directing at them was enough to level the section of city they were standing in. But Chen was moving too, his body responding to threat in ways that his conscious mind could barely track. The seed two-layer techniques were flowing through him like water through a channel, effortless and inevitable. He was destroying the anchor at the same time he was fighting, his hands following two separate paths, one for the combat and one for the dismantling. It was impossible. It was happening. You can't, Han Shuyan said, and now there was definitely fear in his voice. You can't have learned that much. You can't have integrated that deeply. It's been less than a year. We've had every moment, Xue said, and the words were coming from Chen's mouth, but they were entirely Xue's, cold and analytical and utterly certain. We've had integration every second for 15 months. We've had sleepwatch training 16 hours a day for 8 months. We've had months of learning to move as a unit while training other students in the same technique. You've had the same training period to get faster. We've had that time to get better together. The final thread of the anchor severed. The seventh anchor's light died. The formation, deprived of its primary anchor, began to destabilize catastrophically. The pressure that had been bearing down on the city for hours suddenly released, flooding outward like water breaking through a dam. The suppression that had been so carefully constructed began to collapse in on itself. It was like watching the entire structure come undone simultaneously, like watching a house of cards finally fall after being held up by sheer willpower and constant adjustment. Chen felt himself fall to his knees from the sudden release of pressure. His hands were shaking. His consciousness was reeling from the way the seed two-layer techniques had flowed through him, from the way he had handled techniques that he had never consciously learned. It was like waking up after months of dreaming. There was knowledge in his mind that he couldn't account for, skills in his hands that he hadn't consciously developed. It was terrifying and exhilarating in equal measure. You're still slower than me, Han Shuyan said, but his voice was uncertain now. He was bleeding. There was a cut on his arm where one of the redirected attacks had grazed him. It was a small wound, cosmetic really, but it was proof that they could touch him. It was proof that the impossible thing had happened. This formation will restabilize. The reinforcements I built into it won't matter, Bai Suichen said, and she was already moving toward them, dragging Liang Shu behind her. The primary anchor is destroyed. It would take days to rebuild it. Hours at minimum. You don't have that time. We're leaving, Chen said, and he was pulling his consciousness back to himself, pulling back from the space where he and Xue had been moving in perfect coordination. The separation was more difficult than it should have been. It was like trying to divide something that had been welded together. The integration was accelerating. The boundary between their two consciousnesses was becoming harder to find. Each time they moved into perfect coordination, the line between them seemed to fade a little more. They ran through the streets of Bright Meridian, away from the collapsing formation, away from Han Shuyan, who was standing in the center of the plaza with blood dripping from his arm, and understanding beginning to dawn on his face. The understanding that he had made a terrible mistake. He had tried to suppress Chen using a formation. He had forced Chen and Xue into a situation where they had to work together, had to coordinate perfectly, had to use techniques that they had developed through months of shared training. He had forced them to become something stronger than either of them could have become alone. It was a lesson in the limits of power, a lesson in how forcing people into impossible situations didn't break them, but transformed them. By the time Han Shuyan began to move after them, they were already beyond the formation's radius. By the time he reached the edge of the suppression zone, they had already scattered, Bai Suichen heading west with Liang Shu, Chen and Xue heading north toward the mountain ranges. The formation continued to collapse behind them, losing anchor after anchor as the primary anchor's failure cascaded through the system. Within hours, the soul suppression formation that had taken months to construct would be completely inert, a technical achievement that had failed to achieve its purpose. Bright Meridian was no longer a sanctuary, but they were alive, and they were moving. And somewhere in that momentum, in that continued forward motion, Chen felt the possibility of what came next beginning to take shape. They had survived a direct confrontation with the domain rise cultivator. They had moved beyond the suppression that was supposed to trap them. They had proven that integration didn't make them weaker, but exponentially stronger. The implications of that victory were still settling into Chen's consciousness, still spreading through both of them like ripples in water, changing everything in their path. Chapter 64. They didn't stop until the sun was high in the sky, until they had put enough distance between themselves and Bright Meridian that any pursuit would take hours to catch up with them. They found shelter in a cave in the foothills of the northern mountains, a place that was cold and empty and offered nothing but the bare rock and the sound of wind moving through the heights. It was a good place to rest, a good place to process what had just happened. Behind them, the city of Bright Meridian was beginning to wake up to the reality that the formation was gone, that the suppression had ended, that the world had shifted in the course of a single night. Chen collapsed first, his consciousness finally acknowledging the exhaustion that had been building since the suppression began. The exertion of fighting Han Xuyen, while maintaining perfect coordination with Xue, of using sleepwatch techniques that he had never consciously learned, of pushing his body and his consciousness beyond their normal limits. All of it had taken a toll that his body was only now beginning to acknowledge. Xue kept watch, kept alert, kept the part of their awareness that was always ready for danger in a state of vigilance. This was what they did now. This was the reality of their existence. One consciousness could rest while the other remained awake. One could sleep while the other defended. They never had to be completely vulnerable. It was one of the great gifts of integration, one of the ways that being merged with another consciousness was more powerful than being alone. We destroyed all 7 anchors, Xue said, though Chen was conscious enough to hear it, to register the information. The knowledge settled into his awareness like a familiar weight, like a certainty that had been earned through blood and effort. The formation is completely non-functional now. The reinforcements Han Xuyen put in place might hold the structure together, but the suppression capacity is gone. Anyone in Bright Meridian will be able to use cultivation power freely within the hour. The entire city is about to wake up and realize that the spell is broken. He's coming after us, Chen said, not as a question but as a statement. They both knew it. Han Xuyen was not the type to accept defeat. He was not the type to let a challenge go unanswered. This cut on his arm was more than a physical wound. It was a blow to his pride, a challenge to his understanding of his own power, a suggestion that there existed forces in the world that he couldn't easily overcome. He's going to try, Xue said. But we have an advantage now. We've already proven that we can coordinate at a level that he wasn't expecting. He's going to be more cautious. He's going to be more careful about how he approaches us. He's going to try to find a method of attack that doesn't rely on direct confrontation, because direct confrontation is the one thing we've proven we can handle. And he's going to fail, Chen said, and there was something new in his voice, something that came from the deepest integration of their consciousness. It wasn't arrogance. It was certainty. It was the knowledge that came from living in perfect coordination with another consciousness, from learning to move together, from having the proof of his own eyes that they could accomplish things that neither of them could accomplish alone. He can be faster. He can be stronger. But he can't be more coordinated than we are. He can't be more unified than we've become. And in a confrontation where coordination matters more than raw power, we have the advantage. No, Xue agreed. He can't. That's the fundamental truth that he's learning right now, the fundamental reality that's beginning to sink into his consciousness. Power that's divided, power that's not perfectly coordinated, is weaker than power that's unified even if the raw numbers are smaller. They slept after that, and it was the sleep of people who had done the impossible and survived. They slept while their consciousness remained intertwined, while the line between Xue's awareness and Chen's awareness was so thin that it barely existed anymore. They slept as one consciousness wearing 2 souls, unable to fully separate but no longer wanting to. They slept as something that had never existed before, a genuine synthesis of 2 fundamentally different consciousness patterns, creating something entirely new. It was a peaceful sleep, a sleep without nightmares, a sleep of completion. When they woke, it was to the sound of Liang Shu calling from outside the cave. Chen came awake instantly, all the training and all the combat awareness that Xue had brought to their consciousness rising up to defend against what might be a threat. But Liang Shu's presence was familiar, safe, And within a moment Chen was on his feet and moving toward the cave entrance. The internal defenses relaxed. The shared consciousness settled. They were no longer in combat mode. How long have we been asleep? Chen asked, though he could feel from the quality of the light, from the positioning of the sun, that they had slept through most of the day. It feels like minutes, but it must have been hours. Long enough, Liangshu said. By Xue Chen and I found a place to rest about 2 hours' journey west of here. She told me to come find you, to give you this. He held out a letter, sealed with wax, marked with the symbol of the Moonfire sect. It arrived at the sanctuary we established outside the city. It's from the record keeper. The publication reached the archives successfully. All of it, your testimony, the evidence, everything. It's permanent now. It's too large for Guoliangji to suppress. Chen took the letter and broke the seal. The record keeper's handwriting was precise and formal. The publication was successful. Your spiritual impression is now in 63 separate archives across 7 provinces. The evidence you provided was accepted without question by the neutral faction's arbiters. The process of institutional review has begun. Sect Master Guoliangji has been formally contacted regarding the allegations. He has 3 days to respond before the neutral faction councils vote on whether to enforce legal censure. Your testimony is permanent. Regardless of what happens to you personally, your words have survived. Your story will be recorded. You have already won the case you were trying to make. The rest is consequence. 3 days, Chen said quietly. Guoliangji has 3 days to respond, and then the neutral factions vote. Everything we've been working for is about to come down to how he chooses to respond in the next 72 hours. 3 days to decide whether to fight or to surrender. 3 days to choose between institutional submission and desperate violence. Which means he's going to make his move in those 3 days, Xue said, and there was a note of grim satisfaction in his voice. We forced his hand. We've put him on a timeline. He can't wait anymore. He can't let this process unfold naturally. He has to act. He has to do something decisive before the neutral factions lock him into institutional judgment. And whatever he decides will tell us everything we need to know about what kind of man he really is. Will he fight to the end? Will he accept defeat gracefully? Will he try one last maneuver to preserve his power? The decision he makes will define his legacy, will determine what history says about Sect Master Guoliangji. Then we be ready, Chen said. We have 3 days. 3 days to prepare. 3 days to understand what he's going to do and to position ourselves to meet it. 3 days to prepare for the final confrontation. And 3 days to make peace with whatever comes next, whatever consequence follows from our choice to speak the truth. Chapter 65. The 3 days passed in a strange kind of waiting. Chen and Xue found refuge in a mountain monastery that had sheltered them before, in a place where the monks asked no questions and offered only hospitality and space. Bai Suichen and Liangshu joined them there, and together they reviewed everything they knew about Guoliangji, everything they understood about how his mind worked, everything they had learned from months of being hunted by him. It was like constructing a psychological portrait, like trying to get inside the head of someone who had spent decades building power and controlling people through institutional manipulation. He's methodical, Bai Suichen said, spreading documents across the meditation room. Everything he does is calculated. The massacre itself was planned months in advance. The assignment of Han Shuyan as the hunter was intentional, not because Han Shuyan was the best choice, but because using Han Shuyan kept him personally removed from the crime. The formation was constructed over the course of weeks, layers added gradually so as not to alert anyone to what was being built. This is someone who thinks in terms of long-term strategy, who never acts without considering the consequences, who plans multiple moves ahead like a game player on a board. Which means any negotiation he makes, any offer he extends, will be calculated to his advantage, Liangshu said. He won't negotiate in good faith. He'll negotiate in the way that causes him the least damage while ensuring your silence. The problem is that our silence is what he should be most afraid of, Chen said, and he felt the way Xue's consciousness aligned with his own as they examined the problem together. This had become natural now, this constant consultation between their two awareness patterns. We've already broken his silence. We've already published the testimony. Anything he does to us now, any negotiation, any threat, it happens after the evidence has already reached the world. The foundation of his power, the ability to control information, to manage what the world knows about his actions, that foundation is gone. It's destroyed. He can't rebuild it. But the neutral factions still need to formally vote, Xue said. The evidence has reached them, but the formal process takes time. Guoliangji's response is due today. When he responds, if he responds, he'll have the opportunity to challenge the evidence, to raise questions about its authenticity, To suggest that your testimony is compromised because it comes from someone whose consciousness has been altered by integration. Which is the one argument that might work, Chen said, understanding the strategy now. The chess move was becoming clear to him. The way that Xue Guangming could try to turn the nature of their integration into a weakness, into a reason to doubt the reliability of the testimony. He can't deny that he contracted the massacre. You provided too much evidence, too much corroboration, too much that can be independently verified. But he can argue that you're not a reliable witness. That integration has changed your consciousness so fundamentally that your testimony is compromised. That Chen's perspective is also compromised because he shares consciousness with you. That the whole thing is a product of a merged consciousness that's been altered beyond normal human parameters. Which would invalidate the entire case, Xue Chen said quietly. If the neutral factions accept that your testimony is unreliable, then everything falls apart. The record keeper's publication becomes just a story, interesting perhaps, but without legal weight. The institutions that are evaluating you can dismiss it as the testimony of someone whose consciousness has been fundamentally compromised by integration. Then we need to get ahead of that argument, Chen said. We need to provide additional testimony. We need neutral observers to confirm that the testimony is consistent, that it aligns with the evidence, that it's not the product of a consciousness that's been fundamentally altered by integration. That would require coming forward, Liang Shu said. That would require presenting ourselves as witnesses. That would require publicly confirming that you're alive and that the testimony came directly from Xue's own consciousness. Which is exactly what Xue Guangming would want, Xue said. We would put ourselves in a position where he could move against us directly. He could arrest us. He could claim we were interfering with the neutral faction's investigation. He could have us removed from the region. But if we don't, his strategy works, Chen said. He creates doubt. The neutral factions hesitate. The institutional pressure that we've built up slowly begins to dissolve. In 3 months, the whole thing might be forgotten. They sat with that knowledge, understanding the trap that had been constructed for them. Move forward and risk direct confrontation. Stay hidden and watch the political advantage they had gained begin to crumble. There was no good option. There was only the choice between two kinds of loss. It was Xue Chen who saw the solution first. You don't both need to come forward, she said slowly, her eyes moving between them as the idea took shape in her mind. Only one of you needs to be a witness. Only one of you needs to publicly confirm the testimony. Han Xuyan would attack, Chen said. The moment we revealed our location, yes, Xue Chen said. That's the point. If Han Xuyan attacks, then you prove that Xue Guangming is willing to use violence to suppress witnesses. You prove that the testimony is so dangerous to him that he's willing to break the neutral faction protections to silence it. You prove, publicly, that the testimony is legitimate because he's so afraid of it that he would risk everything to stop it. It's a trap, Xue said, but there was something almost like admiration in his voice. We turn ourselves into bait. We force Xue Guangming to move against us in a way that will only confirm everything the testimony says. Yes, Xue Chen said. And this time, you don't do it in a city. You don't. Are you ready? Chen asked, though the question was more of a formality. He could feel Xue's consciousness settling into the space beside his own, could feel the way their awareness had aligned during the night's meditation. They were as ready as they would ever be. They had prepared for this moment. They had trained for it. They had built their consciousness to this exact purpose, to face down institutional power and refuse to be broken by it. Yes, Xue said simply. They waited. The sun rose higher. An hour passed. 2 hours. The neutral faction observers shifted their weight, began to murmur among themselves. This was not how confrontations typically played out. This was not the pattern that either side had expected. There was an almost strange quality to the waiting, an absence of the violence that everyone had assumed would come. It was Xue Chen, waiting at the edge of the plain with Liang Shu, who finally understood what was happening. He's not coming, she said, moving to stand closer to Chen and Xue. Xue Guangming is not going to send Han Xuyan. He's going to accept the neutral faction's authority. Why? Liang Shu asked. Because he just realized, Xue said, and there was a note of grim satisfaction in his voice, that if he moved against them now, in front of witnesses, he would lose the war while winning a single battle. The neutral factions would be forced to act. The investigation would become official. His resignation would become inevitable. But if he waits, if he submits to their authority, if he plays the role of a leader who is willing to accept institutional judgment, then there's still a possibility that he emerges from this with some power intact. There's still a possibility that he negotiates a favorable outcome. He's trying to save himself, Chen said. He's choosing institutional submission over violence because the violence would destroy him more completely than institutional judgment would. He's trying, Xue agreed. Whether he succeeds is another matter. By midday, an official envoy arrived from the neutral factions. A single representative, a woman of middle years with the bearing of someone who had spent decades navigating institutional politics. She had the calm certainty of someone who understood power, who understood how to negotiate with people, who understood the landscape of institutional decision-making better than almost anyone else alive. Sect Master Xue Guangming has submitted to the neutral faction's authority, she said without preamble. He has agreed to step down from his position immediately and to submit to a formal investigation regarding the allegations made in the published testimony. He requests that you do not appear before the councils unless required to do so. He believes that a mutual agreement to submit to institutional review is the wisest path forward for all involved. He's trying to negotiate a settlement, Bai Suichen said quietly. Of course he is, Chen said. He's just confirmed that everything in the testimony is true by refusing to face it directly. He's just proven that the only way he can survive this is to run from direct confrontation and hope that institutional processes will be kinder to him than combat would be. What do you want to do? The envoy asked, and there was something like respect in her voice. She was seeing, perhaps for the first time, what the neutral factions had all understood after reading the testimony. These were not ordinary cultivators. These were not people who could be intimidated or reasoned with. These were people who had faced a sect master's institutional power and had chosen to walk into its heart. These were people who had learned to exist as two consciousnesses in one body and had used that integration to accomplish something that neither of them could have accomplished alone. We'll submit to your authority, Chen said. We'll answer any questions your councils have. We'll provide any additional evidence you need. But we're also asking for the protection of the neutral factions until the formal investigation is complete. That can be arranged, the envoy said. Sect Master Xue has already agreed to respect any decisions made by our councils. He understands that his compliance is the only thing that will mitigate the consequences he faces. By sunset, they were being escorted to a neutral faction sanctuary, a place where Xue Guangming's power had no influence, where the investigation could proceed without interference. The game had shifted. The open confrontation had transformed into something more subtle, something that would play out over weeks and months of institutional review, political maneuvering, institutional pressure. They had won. Not in the way they had expected to win, not through direct combat or dramatic confrontation, but through the careful construction of evidence, the publishing of testimony, the forcing of institutional processes to do what they had been designed to do, hold powerful people accountable for their actions. It's not over, Xue said that evening, as they were being shown to their quarters in the sanctuary. The weight of the confrontation was still fresh, still present, but it was being transformed now into something else. The danger had passed, and in its place was something like peace, something like the possibility of rest. No, Chen agreed. But the outcome is no longer in doubt. Xue Guangming has already lost. Now it's just a matter of watching the process unfold. That's going to take months, Liangshu said. Yes, Chen said. But we have months. And we have each other. And we've already survived the hardest part, the part where we had to trust each other while still learning who we were supposed to be. Everything that comes next is just consequence, the inevitable working out of decisions that have already been made. Chapter 67. The formal hearing before the three neutral faction councils took place in a grand chamber in the city of Windstone, a place that was renowned for the fairness of its institutional processes and the impartiality of its judges. The chamber itself was impressive, soaring stone walls, windows that opened onto courtyards where hundreds of people could gather to observe the proceedings. It was designed to be public, designed to be transparent, designed to prevent exactly the kind of corruption that had allowed Xue Guangming to commission a massacre and cover it up for months. The very architecture of the place was a statement about institutional values, about what was considered important in a society that claimed to value justice. Chen was called to testify first. He spoke for hours, detailing every moment of the past 15 months, the initial absorption, the shock of having another consciousness sharing his body, the slow process of learning to trust Xue, the training of the 17 students, the recovery process, and finally, the decision to publish the testimony. He described the emotional journey of going from fear and hostility toward Xue to a place where integration was not just survival, but transformation. He painted a picture of consciousness in transition, of two minds learning to work together, of the possibility that existed when two people decided to trust each other at the deepest possible level. The councils listened. They asked careful questions, probing for inconsistencies, looking for signs of coercion or falsification. But there was nothing to find. The testimony was consistent, detailed, and backed by Bai Suichen's medical evaluations and Liang Shu's corroboration of specific events. Everything Chen said fit together perfectly, like a puzzle that was completely and harmoniously assembled. The councils were thorough but not skeptical. They understood that they were listening to someone telling the truth, someone who had no reason to lie and every reason to tell the story exactly as it had happened. Then they called Xue. For the first time since the absorption, Xue appeared before the world as a separate consciousness. The extraction wasn't physical. He was still integrated with Chen, still sharing Chen's body, but the councils had arranged for a consciousness impression specialist to create a temporary separation, allowing Xue's perspective to be directly witnessed by the judges. It was a delicate process, the kind of work that required perfect control and perfect understanding of consciousness itself. One mistake, and both consciousnesses could be damaged beyond recovery. It was the most dangerous moment of the entire process. If the councils decided that the separation process revealed that Xue's consciousness was too fundamentally damaged to be a reliable witness, then the entire testimony would be called into question. If they decided that the integration with Chen had compromised Xue's perspective, then years of institutional work could be undone. Everything that they had built, everything that they had sacrificed for, could collapse in a single moment of institutional judgment. Xue spoke for 3 hours. He detailed his perspective on the massacre, his understanding of what it meant, his realization that he had committed an atrocity in service to institutional loyalty. He spoke about the fear that had driven him, the certainty that he was unforgivable, the slow realization that integration with Chen might be something other than punishment, that it might be possibility. He was honest about the damage that he had caused, about the lives that he had destroyed, about the families that would never be whole again because of his actions. He was clear about the limitations of any redemption that he could offer, that the dead could not be made alive again, that the families he had destroyed could never be made whole, that there was no possibility of truly making things right. "I am not the person I was when I committed that crime," he said, his voice steady and clear. "I am not the person who took orders and executed civilians in the name of sect loyalty. I am something different now. Whether that makes me worthy of forgiveness is not my decision to make. That is the decision of the families I destroyed, and they are not here. But I can testify that what happened, and why it happened, is true. I can testify that Chen's account of the integration is accurate. I can testify that the only redemption available to me is the truth." The councils reviewed everything. They examined the evidence. They spoke with Bai Suichen and Liang Shu and the 17 students who had witnessed the integration. They read the record from the libraries, cross-referenced it with the testimony, searched for any inconsistency or exaggeration. The process was thorough, comprehensive, the kind of institutional review that was designed to ensure that justice was being pursued truthfully and carefully. After a week of deliberation, they issued their judgment. Guoliangji had commissioned a massacre. He had contracted the execution of an innocent family in order to consolidate his power within the sect. He had covered up the crime for months. He had attempted to suppress evidence of the crime through political pressure, institutional manipulation, and ultimately through the use of a soul suppression formation. All of this was proven. All of this was confirmed. Guoliangji was to resign from his position as sect master immediately. He would be removed from all positions of authority within the Moonfire sect. He would submit to supervised probation for 10 years. And he would be permanently barred from occupying positions of power within any recognized sect or cultivation institution. His life was not taken. His consciousness was not destroyed. But his power was removed. His ability to command, to manipulate, to use institutional structures to accomplish his ends, all of it was systematically dismantled. He was free to live, but he would live as someone who had been stripped of power, who would have to exist as an ordinary person rather than as a leader. "It's strange," Chen said that evening, after the verdict had been delivered and Guoliangji had begun the process of stepping down. "I thought I wanted him destroyed. I thought I wanted something more dramatic, more final. But this is actually worse for him. Living with the knowledge that he's powerless, living with the knowledge that his decisions have consequences, living with the knowledge that everyone knows what he did, that's a deeper punishment than anything else we could have inflicted. It's accountability made permanent, justice made institutional, consequence made undeniable. That's growth," Xue said, and there was something warm in his voice, something like satisfaction at seeing the person he shared consciousness with understand the nature of true justice. "That's the difference between the person you were when you first integrated with me and the person you are now. You've learned that justice isn't about vengeance. It's about accountability. We've both learned that," Chen said. Together. Chapter 68. The process of Guoliangji's removal from power took months, but it was inevitable from the moment the neutral faction councils issued their judgment. He appeared for his formal removal ceremony looking diminished, not physically, but in the way his presence occupied space. He was a man who had spent decades building power, and all of it had been stripped away in the course of a single month. The shift from being one of the most powerful people in the world to being nobody was written on his face, visible in the way his shoulders curved forward, visible in the careful steps he took. As he passed Chen and Xue in the halls of the sanctuary where the final administrative procedures were being completed, he paused. This was a moment of confrontation, but not the kind that involved violence or combat. This was something more subtle. The meeting of enemy and victor, the encounter between the person who had tried to destroy them and the person who had survived. I underestimated you, he said simply. I thought you would be a problem I could solve through conventional means. I thought that if I applied enough pressure, if I used enough resources, you would eventually break. I was wrong. You were focused on your own power, Chen said. You didn't understand that we were never trying to have power over you. We were just trying to survive. And in surviving, you destroyed me, Guoliangji said. Not through force, not through greater power, but through the simple fact of refusing to hide what you knew. You made the truth public, and in a world where power rests on institutional legitimacy, public truth is more powerful than anything else. That's not wisdom, Xue said. That's just how the world works. Institutions rely on information control. When you lose control of information, you lose power. It's that simple. Yes, Guoliangji said, and I failed to account for it. That was my mistake. He walked away, and Chen felt something shift in his consciousness. Not forgiveness, exactly, but something like completion. This man had destroyed his family. This man had hunted him for months. This man had ordered the deaths of innocent people. And now, that man was walking away diminished and powerless, facing a future where he would have to exist as a normal person rather than as an authority figure. The cycle was closing. The vendetta was complete. Justice had been served. Are you all right? Xue asked, and Chen could feel the way his consciousness was reaching out, checking on Chen's emotional state, understanding that watching Guoliangji's destruction might have stirred up complicated feelings. Rage, grief, satisfaction. The complex mixture of emotions that came from seeing someone who had caused so much harm finally face the consequences of their actions. Yes, Chen said. I'm all right. I'm better than all right. I'm at peace. For the first time since all of this began, I feel like I can actually breathe. The threat is over. The enemy is defeated. And we're still standing. That evening, Bai Suichen brought Chen the medical evaluation she had been working on for weeks. A comprehensive analysis of the changes that had occurred in their consciousness during the months of integration. It was a detailed document, filled with technical terms and spiritual measurements, filled with charts and diagrams showing the transformation of their consciousness patterns over time. The physical evidence was undeniable. Their consciousness signatures had changed in fundamental ways. The patterns that had been separate at the beginning of integration were now woven together so completely that there was no clear boundary between them anymore. The conclusion was simple and stark, written in bold letters at the end of the report. The integration is no longer accelerating, she said, spreading the results across the table. It's reached a stable state. Both consciousnesses are now existing in a form of permanent coordination. The meridian signatures that previously read as dual soul are now reading as something entirely new. You're not two consciousnesses forced into one body anymore. You're a single consciousness that exists in two perspectives simultaneously. What we're seeing here is unprecedented in the history of cultivation medicine. I have no historical examples of this kind of complete consciousness merger. We're in entirely new territory. What does that mean? Chen asked, though he already knew the answer. He had felt it coming. He had sensed the boundary between his consciousness and Xue's consciousness fading for months now. It means that the separation techniques that were developed in earlier stages won't work anymore, Bai Suichen said carefully. If someone attempted to extract Xue's consciousness now, it would be like trying to separate light from a burning flame. The extraction would destroy both consciousnesses. You are no longer capable of being separated. You are, for all practical purposes, one person who exists in permanent dialogue with himself. Chen felt the moment when that information settled into his consciousness, the moment when he understood what it meant. They had been so focused on the integration process, so focused on learning to work together, so focused on surviving the confrontation with Guoliangji, that they had not fully confronted the permanence of what they were becoming. They had discussed it theoretically. They had understood it intellectually. But here, in this moment, with Bai Suichen confirming that separation was now impossible, the reality of it became personal and concrete. I want to ask if you're all right with that, Xue said quietly. But I can feel that you are. I can feel that you've already accepted it. I can feel that you've been accepting it for months now, long before Bai Suichen confirmed it scientifically. Yes, Chen said. I'm all right with it. I'm more than all right with it. I'm relieved. I don't have to worry anymore about what happens if we separate. I don't have to wonder if this integration is going to destroy me. I can just exist like this. We can just be like this. One consciousness wearing two souls, forever. That's exactly what I want. Together, Xue said. Forever, Chen said, and he meant it with every fiber of his being. This was home now. This merged consciousness, this integrated existence, this perfect coordination with another being. This was the place where he had found peace, found purpose, found the possibility of being more than he could have been alone. Chapter 69. The news of their permanent integration spread through the cultivation world like an avalanche. The idea that two consciousnesses could merge so completely that separation became impossible was revolutionary, paradigm-shifting, fundamentally challenging to everything that the cultivation world had believed about the nature of consciousness and soul. Some saw it as a tragedy, the loss of Xue as an independent identity, the absorption of one consciousness into another. Some saw it as a triumph, the creation of something entirely new, something that transcended the limitations of individual consciousness. Some saw it as a threat, the development of a technique that was so powerful, so fundamentally transformative, that it demanded to be studied, analyzed, understood, and possibly restricted or controlled. But the 17 students who had achieved integration understood it differently. They began to seek each other out, to form societies, to begin teaching others the fundamental principle that Chen and Xue had modeled, that genuine relationship between consciousnesses could create something more powerful than either consciousness alone. The movement spread slowly at first, then with increasing speed. Integration was becoming more common. Integration was becoming expected. Integration was becoming the wave of the future. By the time 6 months had passed since Guo Liangji's removal from power, 43 cultivators had successfully integrated. Some achieved it easily. Some struggled for months before the fundamental trust required for integration could fully develop. Some attempted it and failed, learning through the failure process how to safely separate before the merger became irreversible. Bai Suichen had developed protocols for ensuring safe separations if an integration wasn't working out, techniques that allowed two consciousnesses to untangle themselves without damage or destruction. But all of them understood the principle. All of them understood that cultivation, for the first time in thousands of years, was no longer exclusively about individual power. It was about connection. It was about the ability to exist in relationship with another consciousness while maintaining your own identity. It was about something that had never been systematically taught before. How to love another consciousness so genuinely that you could share your body with them without fear, without suspicion, without the constant vigilance that had characterized Chen's early integration with Xue. Chen and Xue were invited to teach. Institutions that had previously seen them as threats were now desperate to understand the techniques they had developed, the methods they had used to achieve integration, the principles that had allowed two consciousnesses to merge into stable unity. The Moonfire sect itself invited them to establish a training program, inviting them to use the very institution that had hunted them to teach the next generation about the power of integration. This is what you wanted, isn't it? Liang Shu asked, watching as they prepared their first formal training course at the Moonfire sect, the very sect that had hunted them for months, the sect that had commissioned their family's massacre. This was your goal all along. Not revenge, not power, but transformation. It wasn't all along, Chen said, but it became the goal somewhere in the middle. When I realized that I could either spend the rest of my life hating Xue for what he'd done, or I could spend it learning to understand him, to integrate with him, to become something new with him. The choice was clear. The goal became transformation. The goal became showing the world that consciousness doesn't have to be a zero-sum game. Two people can exist in the same space and both become more powerful, more complete, more human. You've changed the nature of cultivation, the Moonfire sect master said, observing one of their training sessions. You understand that, don't you? You've shown that integration is possible. Now everyone wants to try it. Now everyone wants the kind of power that comes from genuine relationship. And if they all succeed, then the entire structure of sect warfare is going to have to change. Is that bad? Xue asked. I don't know yet, the Moonfire sect master said. Ask me in 50 years. Chapter 70. The first integrated pair to achieve what Bai Suichen termed Tier 2 stability were two cultivators from a minor sect in the western provinces. They had integrated after 8 months of training, and over the course of the next 3 months, they had learned to move in such perfect coordination that observers couldn't tell which consciousness was taking the lead in any given moment. They had achieved the same kind of effortless harmony that Chen and Xue had spent months developing. It was beautiful to watch, two consciousnesses working together so seamlessly that they appeared to be a single being. It should have taken them months longer. It would have, if they hadn't had Chen and Xue teaching them directly, showing them the techniques, demonstrating the methods, providing the experience of what integrated consciousness felt like. But by learning from Chen and Xue, by seeing what was possible, they had collapsed the learning curve. What had taken 14 months to achieve could now be achieved in 11 months. And as more integrated pairs reached stability, those timelines would become even shorter. Knowledge that had required years to develop was now being transmitted in months. The acceleration of the integration process was reshaping the entire cultivation world. By the time they reached Tier 5 stability, the point where they could maintain their integrated state indefinitely without degradation, they had trained 23 students. 23 consciousnesses had attempted fusion with compatible partners. 15 had succeeded. 8 had failed, though failure didn't mean death anymore. They had learned how to safely separate consciousnesses if the integration wasn't working, how to reverse the merger without destroying either participant, how to acknowledge that some pairings simply didn't work at the fundamental level. Not every person could integrate with every other person. Not every consciousness was compatible with every other consciousness. But for those who found compatibility, integration was the path to a kind of power that individual cultivation could never achieve. That's remarkable, a visiting scholar said, reviewing the statistics. You're teaching people how to voluntarily merge their consciousness and remain stable. You're demonstrating success rates that are higher than success rates for conventional cultivation advancement. You're creating something that the cultivation world has never seen before. It's not my accomplishment, Chen said. It's collaboration. It's two consciousnesses learning how to work together. Every student who succeeds is proving that the model works. Every failure is teaching us something about what doesn't work. The real achievement is collective. It's the achievement of an entire community discovering something new together, learning together, growing together. And the world was watching to see what would happen to cultivation when its most powerful practitioners were bound together not by duty or fear, but by genuine relationship. Watching to see if the integration model would spread or if it would remain the province of a small community of dedicated students. Watching to see if Chen's vision of a fundamentally changed cultivation world was possible or if it was simply an idealistic dream. The early skeptics had predicted failure. They had said that the integration model was unstable, that it would collapse under the weight of its own ambition, that integrated pairs would inevitably fail in crucial moments. They had pointed to the theoretical vulnerabilities, the psychological dangers, the ways that a broken integration could destroy both consciousnesses. And some of their concerns were valid. Some integrated pairs did fail. Some attempts at merger resulted in catastrophic psychological damage. But the success rate was still higher than anyone had predicted. Higher than individual cultivation advancement. Higher than any new technique in centuries. The medical establishment began to take integration seriously, began to study the physiological changes that occurred during and after merger. Bai Suichen's research was becoming groundbreaking. She was documenting not just the immediate effects of integration, but the long-term adaptations that occurred in consciousnesses that remained merged for extended periods. She was discovering that consciousness itself was more plastic, more adaptable, more fundamentally changeable than anyone had believed. The integration process was teaching humanity something fundamental about the nature of consciousness, about the ways that mind could reshape itself when given the right framework and the right motivation. By the end of the 6th month, it was clear that it was not a dream. It was becoming reality. Integration was spreading. The technique was becoming more refined. The protocols for safe integration were becoming more sophisticated. The movement was building momentum, and nothing in the cultivation world could stop it now. Young cultivators who would have previously spent their entire lives pursuing individual power were now making the choice to seek out compatible partners, to undergo the integration process, to become part of something greater than themselves. The choice was spreading like a contagion through the cultivation world, changing everything it touched, transforming the fundamental assumptions about what cultivation was supposed to be. Chapter 71. On the 1-year anniversary of their integration, Chen and Xue were invited to meet with representatives from all the major sections. The meeting took place in a neutral location, in the Hall of Consensus, a place where disputes between sects were traditionally mediated and resolved. The atmosphere was formal, careful, professionally neutral. But underneath that formality, there was something else, a recognition that the fundamental rules of cultivation were changing, that the world as these sect masters understood it was transforming before their eyes. You have fundamentally altered the nature of cultivation, the representative from the White Iron sect said, not unkindly. You've created a technique that allows two consciousnesses to exist in merged state without destroying each other. You've taught this technique to hundreds of cultivators. Some of them are already approaching the power levels of major sect leaders. You've created, accidentally or intentionally, a method for creating cultivators who are more powerful than any individual could become alone. What are your intentions? We have no intentions beyond what we've already stated, Chen said. We teach the technique to those who want to learn it. We help them understand what integration means, what the risks are, what the possibilities are, and then we let them choose for themselves whether to pursue it. We're not trying to impose integration on anyone. We're just trying to make it available. And if they choose to use that power against the sects that rejected the technique, another representative asked, if they form power blocks, if they unite integrated pairs for the purpose of attacking established powers, then the sects will face the same challenge they've always faced, Xue said. They'll have to adapt or fall. They'll have to learn new strategies, develop new tactics, understand that the world is changing around them. Which is, by the way, what happened to every powerful civilization that failed to adapt to fundamental changes in how power worked. The dinosaurs didn't fail because they were weak. They failed because they couldn't adapt when the environment changed. You're saying that the old order is ending, the Moonfire sect master said, and there was a note of resignation in her voice, as though she had already accepted this and was simply waiting for everyone else to catch up. I'm saying that the old order is evolving, Xue corrected. You don't have to die. You just have to change. You have to accept that the future of cultivation is relationship-based rather than hierarchy-based. You have to understand that integration is not a threat, it's an opportunity. And you have to be willing to teach it to your students if you want to remain relevant. Some of us will adapt, the representative from the Cloud Peak sect said. Some of us will learn to integrate and train integrated pairs. But some of us will reject it. Some of us will see it as a corruption of proper cultivation. And eventually, we'll have conflict between the integrated sects and the traditionalist sections. Probably, Chen said. But that conflict will be different from the conflicts you've had in the past. It will be a conflict between people who have chosen fundamentally different approaches to power. And in that conflict, the integrated sects will have an advantage, the advantage of being two minds working as one. But the traditionalist sects will have an advantage too. They'll have generations of accumulated knowledge about how to survive and adapt. So the conflict will be real, but it won't be predetermined. You're describing a fundamentally different world, the White Iron sect representative said. Yes, Chen said, because we fundamentally changed it. The meeting concluded without resolution. There was no way to resolve the reality of what Chen and Xue had accomplished. The representatives could only acknowledge it, adapt to it, and begin the process of figuring out what the cultivation world would look like when integration was no longer revolutionary, but simply normal. The future was coming whether they were ready for it or not. Chapter 72. 3 months after the representatives' meeting, Liangji requested a private audience with Chen and Xue. It was his first direct contact with them since the formal hearing before the neutral faction councils, and the request came with official guarantees of safety from the councils themselves. This meeting would be neutral ground, protected ground, a place where neither of them could move against the other without institutional consequences. They met in a garden overlooking the valley where the soul suppression formation had once been constructed. Liangji looked diminished in person, thinner than Chen remembered, grayer, moving with the slow, careful steps of someone who had aged years in the space of months. This was what powerlessness looked like. This was what happened when institutional authority was stripped away and a person was forced to confront their actions without the buffer of power to insulate them from consequence. He had aged more in the past few months than he should have, as though losing power had somehow accelerated the aging process. I've been following your work, Liangji said without preamble. The integration training, the spread of the technique, the transformation of the cultivation world. It's remarkable. It's also impossible to stop. I see that now. I spent months trying to imagine ways to prevent what you were doing, ways to suppress the integration technique, ways to maintain the old order. But you were right. The old order can't be maintained. It's already changing. What do you want? Chen asked, neither unkind nor particularly warm. The emotion he felt toward Liangji was complicated. There was still anger, still a sense that this man had destroyed his family, still a knowledge that if Liangji had succeeded in suppressing the testimony, he would have continued his crimes unchecked. But there was also something like pity. There was the recognition that Liangji was a man caught between two worlds, the old world of institutional power that was dying, and the new world of relationship-based cultivation that he might never understand. I want to ask your forgiveness, Liangji said. Not because I believe I deserve it, but because I need to ask. I need to understand if it's possible for someone like me to exist in the new world you're creating. Forgiveness isn't mine to give, Chen said, using words that had been spoken to him months before, in a conversation with his sister about the nature of absolution and accountability. Forgiveness belongs to the people you murdered. Forgiveness belongs to their families, their loved ones, the people whose lives you destroyed when you took the massacre contract. They're not here, Guo Liangji said. No, Chen said. And they never will be. So what's available to you is not forgiveness. It's something different. It's the opportunity to understand what you did, to accept responsibility for it, to spend the rest of your life living in a world where you can never escape from the consequences of your choices. Is that punishment? It's accountability, Xue said. It's what justice looks like when it's not just about revenge. It's living with the weight of what you've done every day for the rest of your life. Guo Liangji was quiet for a long moment, absorbing that information, understanding the reality of what was being offered to him. It wasn't mercy. It wasn't redemption. It was simply the permanent consequence of his actions. It was the knowledge that he would never escape from what he had done, that he would carry it with him forever, that there was no pathway to forgiveness or absolution available to him. Can people like me survive in the world you're creating? He asked. I don't know, Chen said. That depends on whether you can adapt, whether you can accept that the old rules are gone, whether you can figure out how to exist in a world where power is based on relationship instead of authority, whether you can learn to be something other than what the sect made you into. Some people can do that. Some people can't. The world is changing, and the people who change with it will survive. The people who don't won't. I'll try, Guo Liangji said. That's all I can offer. The attempt. That's more than you offered the people you murdered, Xue said, not unkindly. It was statement of fact, not accusation. It was acknowledgement of the asymmetry between the life Guo Liangji would live and the lives that he had taken. Guo Liangji left, and Chen was struck by the realization that they had just witnessed the beginning of his transformation or his destruction. He wasn't sure which. But either way, Guo Liangji was no longer a threat. He was no longer a sect master. He was simply a man trying to exist in a world that he could no longer control. And in a world built on relationship instead of authority, a man like that would have to learn to be something entirely different. That might have been cruel, Chen said to Xue after he had left. No, Xue said. It was honest. We didn't pretend he could be redeemed. We didn't offer him false hope. We just told him the truth, that he could try to change, but that he could never escape the consequences of what he'd done. That's not cruel. That's the foundation of actual accountability. Chapter 73. By the second year of the integration phenomenon, it was clear that the cultivation world was dividing into two distinct communities, the integrated cultivators and the traditionalists. The division was not hostile, at least not overtly, but it was clear and permanent. The two groups were developing different philosophies, different training methods, different understandings of what power meant and how it should be exercised. They were becoming two different kinds of cultivators, shaped by two different approaches to consciousness itself. Some sects had embraced integration fully, dedicating themselves entirely to training integrated pairs. These sects were growing in power and influence, as integrated cultivators developed techniques that were fundamentally impossible for individual cultivators to match. Some sects had rejected it entirely, viewing integration as corruption and maintaining the old ways of cultivation. These sects were slowly declining in relative power, not because they were weak individually, but because they were being outpaced by the growth of integrated cultivation. And some sects were trying to exist in both worlds simultaneously, maintaining traditionalist training while also offering integration to those who wanted it. These sects were struggling with the tension between the two approaches, struggling with the question of how to allocate resources, struggling with the reality that the two different paths were creating fundamentally different kinds of cultivators. A sect couldn't be excellent at both approaches. A sect had to choose which direction it was moving, which philosophy it was embracing, which future it was building toward. Chen and Xue watched all of this with a mixture of satisfaction and concern. The transformation they had started was happening faster than they had expected. Integration was becoming mainstream. Integration was becoming normalized. Integration was becoming the expected path for any young cultivator with a natural compatibility for merged consciousness. Young students weren't asking, should I try integration, anymore. They were asking, who should I integrate with? The shift was subtle but profound. We've changed the world, Liang Shu said, watching a training class of young integrated pairs working through formation construction together. It's remarkable. It's also terrifying. You've created a situation where the old rules of sect warfare no longer apply, where the cultivators who were trained in the new methods are fundamentally different from the cultivators who were trained in the old methods. That was inevitable, Chen said. The moment we demonstrated that integration was possible, it became inevitable that people would use that capability. It became inevitable that the world would change around it. You can't invent a new technique and expect the world to stay the same. Techniques reshape civilizations. Civilizations reshape people. But not everyone sees it as progress, Xue Guangming said. She had been researching the traditionalist response, the way that individual cultivators and old-school sects were adapting to the rise of integration. Some are seeing it as a fundamental threat to their way of life. Some are talking about restrictions, about legal barriers to integration, about ways to prevent the technique from spreading further. There's a growing movement against integration, a growing sense that it represents a corruption of proper cultivation. Let them talk, Xue said. Restrictions don't work against fundamental changes in how power works. You can outlaw cultivation altogether, and you'll still have cultivators. You can make integration illegal, and you'll still have integrated pairs. The only way to stop something like this is to kill everyone who knows how to do it. And even that won't work because the knowledge is already too widespread. There are hundreds of teachers now. There are thousands of integrated students. The genie is out of the bottle. That doesn't mean it won't be messy, Chen said. The transition from one era of cultivation to another is always violent. The sects that benefited from the old rules will fight to preserve them. The cultivators who trained their entire lives in the old methods will see integration as a betrayal of everything they sacrificed for. There's going to be conflict. Then we'll navigate that conflict when it comes, Xue said. But we won't stop teaching. We won't stop demonstrating what integration can accomplish. And we won't apologize for changing the world. The words hung in the air between them, weighted with the knowledge of what was coming, with the understanding that the transformation they had started was far from over. The real test was still ahead. The real conflict was still to come. Chapter 74. The conflict came faster than any of them expected. 2 years after the initial integration, a traditionalist faction within the major sects began to organize. They called themselves the Preservation Alliance, and their stated goal was to maintain cultivation in its classical form, to prevent the spread of integration, to resist what they saw as a fundamental corruption of what it meant to be a cultivator. They were not marginal voices. They were powerful people from old and respected sects, cultivators who had spent decades mastering the classical methods, people who had genuine power and genuine influence. And they had a compelling argument that integration fundamentally changed the nature of individual consciousness, that it destroyed the autonomy that had always been central to cultivation practice, that it created relationships of dependency that could be weaponized. They're not entirely wrong, Xue Guangming said, reading through the Preservation Alliance's manifesto. Integration does create dependency relationships. If you integrate with someone, you become dependent on that relationship in ways that individual cultivators are never dependent on anything. And if that relationship breaks, if the person you're integrated with dies or becomes hostile, the damage to your consciousness is profound. The psychological trauma would be severe, potentially crippling. There are real risks here, real costs, real dangers to integration that we can't dismiss. But they're also missing the point, Chen said. Yes, integration creates dependency. But dependency on a genuine relationship is different from dependency on institutional power or cultivation resources. It's a vulnerability that's chosen, that's entered into with full awareness of the risks. And the power that comes from integration more than compensates for the vulnerability. A cultivator who integrates knows what they're risking. They make that choice with their eyes open. Tell that to the students who are failing at integration, Xue said quietly. Tell that to the people who try to integrate with a partner and discover that they're fundamentally incompatible, that the merger process destroys them both. We've been teaching for 2 years, and we've had failures. We've had students whose consciousnesses couldn't survive the attempted integration. We've had tragedies. A young man named Wei Chun who tried to integrate with his childhood friend, only to discover that their consciousnesses were fundamentally incompatible. The failed integration left him half-conscious, unable to function properly, unable to do anything but stare at walls and weep. We had to develop emergency techniques to extract him from the partial merger. And even after extraction, he's never been the same. There was also Lin Mei, a brilliant cultivator from the Mountain Peak sect, who attempted integration with someone she thought was her soulmate. The merger seemed to be working perfectly for the first few days. They moved in coordination. They spoke with perfect unity. They seemed like they had achieved the ideal integration. But on the 7th day, something broke. The compatibility that had seemed perfect suddenly fragmented. The two consciousnesses began to repel each other violently. The extraction process was traumatic. We had to tear her consciousness out of the merger forcibly because any gentler method would have left them locked together permanently. The psychological damage was severe. She spent 3 months unable to speak, unable to interact with anyone. The damage to her cultivation base might be permanent. Which is why we teach safety protocols, Chen said. which is why we've developed techniques for reversing the integration if it's not working, which is why we screen for compatibility before people attempt the merger. We've tried to minimize the harm while still offering the possibility of transformation. But you're right, perfection is impossible. Someone is going to attempt integration with someone they're not compatible with, Xue said. Someone is going to fail. Someone is going to be destroyed by the attempt. And when that happens, the Preservation Alliance will point to it and say, this is what happens when you interfere with the natural nature of consciousness. And they'll be partially right. So what do? Chen asked. We tell the truth, Xue said. We acknowledge that integration is dangerous. We acknowledge that it creates vulnerabilities that individual cultivators don't have. We acknowledge that some people will choose the safety of remaining individual over the possibility of integration. And we teach people to make that choice with full awareness of what they're choosing. The conflict escalated over the next months. The Preservation Alliance began to actively discourage students from seeking integration training. They published manifestos detailing the risks of integration. They established traditionalist enclaves where classical cultivation was preserved and protected. And slowly, they began to move toward more direct conflict. It started with confrontations, traditionalist cultivators challenging integrated pairs to combat to prove that classical cultivation was still viable. It escalated to broader institutional conflicts, traditionalist sects beginning to withdraw from alliances with integrated sects, beginning to treat them as enemies rather than colleagues. And by the time 3 years had passed since the initial integration, it was clear that the cultivation world was approaching something resembling a schism. Two different approaches to power were competing for dominance, and the winner would reshape civilization. This is what you wanted, isn't it? A journalist asked Chen during an interview. This conflict, this division, this splitting of the cultivation world into two incompatible groups. No, Chen said. What I wanted was for integration to be possible. What I wanted was for people to have the choice to pursue it. I didn't intend for it to become a source of division. I didn't intend for it to become a tool of faction. I intended for it to be a path available to anyone who wanted to walk it. What I got was more complicated than that. Change is always more complicated than people expect. Systems always resist transformation. Power always fights to remain centralized. When you change the fundamental nature of how power works, you create conflict. You create resistance. You create enemies. And you also create allies and supporters, and people who see in your vision the possibility of a better world. Can the conflict be resolved? The journalist asked. Not in the way you're imagining, Chen said. The two approaches to cultivation are fundamentally incompatible. You can't integrate with someone and still maintain the kind of individual autonomy that classical cultivation requires. And you can't remain a classical cultivator and still access the kind of power that integration makes available. So eventually, the cultivation world will have to accommodate both, or one will have to dominate the other. And based on the trajectory of integration, I suspect the integrated approach will eventually become dominant. What happens to the traditionalists when that day comes? They have the same choice everyone has, Chen said. They can adapt, or they can decline. They can learn to integrate, or they can remain classical. They can accept that the world is changing, or they can spend their lives fighting a change they can't stop. It's not a comfortable choice, but it's the choice that every person has to make when the world changes around them. Chapter 75. The third year of integration ended with a decisive moment. A major sect that had remained neutral for the entire conflict finally chose to embrace integration fully. It was one of the oldest and most respected sects in the cultivation world, one that had maintained the classical cultivation methods for over 5,000 years. Its decision to commit entirely to the integrated path was a watershed moment, a turning point that everyone in the cultivation world understood immediately. It signaled that integration was no longer a fringe phenomenon, but a fundamental transformation that even the most conservative institutions were being forced to accept. The vote had taken 3 months. The sect elders had debated endlessly, had brought in external consultants, had studied the evidence, had examined the successes and failures of integration. But in the end, they had realized what Xue had known all along, that resistance to fundamental change was futile, that adaptation was the only survival strategy that actually worked, that clinging to the past would only ensure irrelevance in the future. The sect's master, a cultivator of astounding power who had trained in classical methods for over 2 centuries, had made the final decision to embrace integration. Her testimony about the decision process was powerful and moving. She had described the moment when she realized that the old way of doing things could no longer sustain the sect's position in a rapidly changing world. She had described her own fear of change, her own attachment to classical methods, her own initial resistance to integration. And she had described the moment when she chose acceptance over resistance. The choice sent shockwaves through the cultivation world. If this sect could accept integration, then no sect was too old, too traditional, too devoted to classical methods to eventually make the same choice. The barrier had broken. The old world was visibly crumbling. The transformation from individual cultivation to relationship-based cultivation was no longer something that would happen. It was actively happening, right now, in real time. In response, the Preservation Alliance moved to more direct measures. They began to attack integrated sects directly, sending warriors to challenge integrated pairs, trying to prove through combat that classical cultivation could still compete with integration. And for the first year of these conflicts, they were surprisingly successful. They won some battles. They proved that skilled traditional cultivators could hold their own against integrated pairs. But gradually, as more and more of the population began to integrate, as the integrated sects became more powerful and more numerous, the tide began to turn. The Preservation Alliance found itself facing enemies that were increasingly capable, increasingly coordinated, increasingly powerful. And slowly, inexorably, the integrated sects began to dominate. This is the moment, Guoliangji said, visiting Chen and Xue for the first time since their previous meeting 3 years earlier. He had spent those years in quiet reflection, learning to exist in a world where he had no power, where his decisions had no institutional weight, where he was simply one person among billions. The transformation was visible on his face, not a physical transformation, but a spiritual one. He had aged, yes, but he had also changed in fundamental ways. He was gentler now, more thoughtful, less certain of his own rightness. This is the moment where the old world dies. Not metaphorically, but actually. The sects that were built on individual power, the sects that were built on hierarchical authority, they're being displaced by sects that are built on relationship and integration. You're here to warn us, Xue said. It wasn't a question. I'm here to tell you that you've succeeded, Guoliangji said. You wanted to change the fundamental nature of cultivation. You wanted to replace the old world with a new one. And you've done it. You've actually done it. In 3 years, you've accomplished what philosophers have been theorizing about for centuries, a genuine transformation of civilization. And most of it happened because of 2 consciousnesses learning to trust each other, because of 2 people choosing relationship over conflict, because of 2 souls learning to exist in perfect harmony. And you disapprove, Chen said. I'm not sure, Guoliangji said. I spent my life building power in the old world. I understand the old world. I understand how to navigate it, how to manipulate it, how to survive in it. The new world is foreign to me. The idea of relating to another consciousness, of merging with someone rather than dominating them, of surrendering the kind of control that I've always seen as essential to survival. I don't understand it. I probably can't understand it, but I can see that it works. I can see that it's created something more powerful and more stable than what existed before. What will you do? Chen asked. I'll die, Guoliangji said simply. The world is changing in a direction I can't follow. I'm too old, too attached to the old ways, too fundamentally bound to systems that are becoming obsolete. I'll live out my remaining years in the Preservation Alliance enclaves, surrounded by people who still understand the world the way I understand it. And when I die, the old world will die with me. The people coming up now, the young cultivators who are choosing integration rather than classical training, they won't have to deal with the ghosts of what I built. They'll be able to start fresh. That's surrender, Xue said. It's surrender to inevitability, Guoliangji said. I can either spend my remaining years fighting to prevent something that can't be prevented, or I can accept it and spend my remaining years trying to understand it. I choose understanding. After he left, Chen and Xue sat in silence, understanding that they had just witnessed the end of an era. The man who had represented the old world of institutional power, who had tried to suppress them and failed, who had been their enemy and then their victim, had now become irrelevant to the process he had set in motion. The cultivation world was transforming beyond his ability to influence it, beyond anyone's ability to control. The change had reached critical mass. There was no stopping it now. Do you regret it? Chen asked. Do you regret starting this transformation? No, Xue said. But I'm afraid of what comes next. I'm afraid of what a civilization looks like when it's built entirely on relationship instead of hierarchy. I'm afraid of the vulnerabilities that creates. I'm afraid of the ways that genuine relationship can be weaponized if people choose to weaponize it. I'm afraid of a lot of things. But fear isn't a reason to stop. Fear is just the price of transformation. So are we, Chen said. But we did what we had to do. We survived. We transformed. We changed the world. And now we have to live in the world we created. Together, Xue said. Forever, Chen said. And in that moment, sitting in silence as the sun set on the 3rd year of integration, Chen felt the profound rightness of that commitment. Whatever came next, they would face it together. Whatever challenges lay ahead, they would meet them as one consciousness wearing two souls, unified and powerful and ready for whatever transformation still lay ahead. Chapter 76. 5 years after the initial integration, Chen and Xue were no longer the center of attention. They had trained hundreds of integrated pairs. The technique had spread beyond their direct teaching to reach thousands more. Integration was becoming normal, was becoming the expected path for young cultivators with a natural compatibility. The Preservation Alliance was declining, reduced to isolated enclaves, maintained by people who refused to accept the changes that were happening around them. The old world was fading, and the new world was rising to take its place. The transformation was becoming permanent, embedding itself into the very fabric of cultivation society. Chen and Xue had faded into the background of this transformation, letting others take center stage, letting other teachers and other integrated pairs become the visible faces of the movement they had started. It was a deliberate choice, a recognition that their primary mission was complete. They had changed the world. Now they were just living in it, learning what that meant, discovering what came after the crisis had passed and the transformation had succeeded. They had established a small monastery in the mountains, far from the centers of power and institutional influence. Liang Shu was there with them, as he always was, as he had always been since the early days of integration. Bai Suiqin visited regularly, conducting medical research on the long-term effects of integration, documenting the ways that merged consciousnesses were evolving and adapting over extended periods of time. It was a quiet life, a scholarly life, a life devoted to understanding rather than to action. It was quiet. It was peaceful. It was, in many ways, the life that Chen had wanted when he first integrated with Xue's consciousness. The life of studying, learning, growing, and continuing to evolve. The main difference was that now he had the power to live that life, whereas before, he had been too vulnerable, too threatened, too much under assault to achieve anything resembling peace. They had fought their way to this point. They had earned this peace through blood and effort and sacrifice. I've been thinking about what happens next, Xue said one evening, as they were meditating together on the monastery's highest peak. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and red, casting long shadows across the valley below. For us, specifically, we've completed the transformation of cultivation. We've proven that integration is possible. We've created a new world. What's left for us to do? Whatever we choose, Chen said. That's the gift of surviving. That's the gift of being alive when the thing you were fighting for is actually happening. We get to choose what comes next. So what do you choose? Xue asked. Chen was quiet for a long moment, feeling the integration of their consciousness, the way their thoughts could move in parallel, the way they could exist in perfect silence and still understand each other completely. 5 years of living this way, 5 years of being merged with another consciousness, had taught him what genuine understanding meant. It had taught him what connection really looked like. After all this time, the merger of consciousness no longer felt like something foreign or strange. It felt like home. I choose to continue learning, Chen said finally. I choose to continue experimenting with integration, to find new depths to the relationship we've built, to discover what becomes possible when two consciousnesses work together over decades instead of years. I choose to be present for the evolution of a new world. I choose to help the people who are struggling with integration, who are trying to navigate the vulnerabilities that integrated consciousness creates. And I choose to do all of that with you, exactly as we are now, merged and unified and existing as something that neither of us could be alone. That's a good choice, Xue said. That's the choice I would make too. They sat in silence as the sun set, watching the world transform below them, watching the lights of the distant sects illuminate the darkness, watching the cultivation world continue its transformation from what it had been to what it was becoming. The integration movement had succeeded. The world had changed. And in that changed world, they had found their place, their purpose, their peace. And as the final light faded from the sky, Chen felt the profound truth of what they had created together. Not just a new technique, not just a new approach to cultivation, but a fundamental change in what it meant to be human, to be conscious, to exist in relationship with another consciousness. The old world was ending. A new world was beginning. And they had done it not through force or dominance, but through the simple act of learning to trust another consciousness enough to share the same body, the same mind, the same existence. It was more profound than any power they could have achieved. It was more transformative than any technique could have been. It was, in the end, simply the power of choosing connection instead of separation, relationship instead of isolation, integration instead of division. And 5 years after that choice was made, the world was still changing around them, still transforming, still evolving in ways that they could never have fully predicted. But that was all right. The prediction wasn't necessary. All that was necessary was to continue forward, to keep choosing connection, to keep learning what became possible when you merged your consciousness with another and allowed the combination to be greater than the sum of its parts. That was enough. It had always been enough. It always would be. Chapter 77. Xue Lianhua visited Chun during recovery from one of his meditation retreats. She came unannounced, which was characteristic of her. She had never been one to wait for invitations or formal permission. She simply appeared at the monastery gate one afternoon, requesting entry, and the monks brought her directly to where Chun and Xue were resting in the gardens. She sat with him in silence for nearly an hour before speaking. The silence wasn't awkward or tense. It was comfortable, the kind of silence that only existed between people who knew each other deeply, who had shared significant experiences together. Through shared body communication, Xue was able to speak with her for the first time since Arc 1, not the frantic initial confrontation, but a quiet one. They spoke about their parents' final years, about the choices that Xue had made, about the fear that had driven everything. Lianhua spoke about her own journey from rage toward understanding, about learning to hold contradiction without tearing apart, about the possibility of loving someone whose actions had caused immense harm. "I don't forgive you," she said, her voice steady and clear. "Not yet. Maybe not ever. But I'm learning to understand you. And understanding is enough, for now." "That's more than I deserved," Xue said. "Yes," Lianhua said. "It is. But I'm offering it anyway." She stayed for 2 hours, and when she left, she embraced Chun, her arms wrapping around the body that contained both her brother and his merged consciousness. It was a moment of profound connection, of family bonds reforged through the hard work of understanding rather than through easy forgiveness. Chapter 78 by Suichen's recovery report after the 3rd year of integration was comprehensive and detailed. She had been studying the way that consciousness adapted to permanent merger, the way that the fundamental architecture of mind could be reshaped through extended periods of integration. Her findings were remarkable. "The unconscious integration has reached its final stage," she said, presenting her findings. "During sleep, both souls are now operating as a genuine unified consciousness. The hand seal sequences are no longer individual technique patterns, but genuinely composite forms. You are literally creating new cultivation techniques in your sleep. Neither of you has decided to do this consciously. It's happening at a level beneath conscious awareness." "What does that mean for us?" Chen asked. "It means you're becoming something that has never existed before," Bai Suichen said. "A consciousness that evolves not through individual effort, but through the synthesis of two perspectives operating simultaneously. You're more capable than you were at the beginning of integration, more coordinated, more unified. The costs are that you can never again be separate. The benefits are that you've achieved a level of consciousness evolution that would have taken individual cultivation centuries to accomplish." Chapter 79. Chen Liuye contacted them again. The Hollowstone Archive had rescinded his contract. Apparently, the publication and political fallout had made the dual soul case too high profile for quiet research acquisition. The archive wanted no association with the controversy. Chen Liuye was free of the commission, free to pursue his own interests, free to make choices based on his own will rather than on the archive's demands. He informed Chun and Xue of this development as a professional courtesy. His message was brief and to the point, but it contained layers of meaning. Then, at the end of the message, he added something personal. "For what it's worth, I would have found the separation technique difficult to justify. Your integration has changed how I think about consciousness itself. You two don't seem like something that should be separated. You seem like something complete, something that is more than either of you alone. I wish you well." It was the closest thing to approval that Chen Liuye had ever offered. Chapter 80. On the 10-year anniversary of their integration, Chun and Xue stood once again at the highest point of their monastery, looking out at a cultivation world that had been completely transformed by the techniques they had developed. The Preservation Alliance had finally dissolved, its members either accepting integration or choosing to live in isolated traditionalist communities far removed from the centers of civilization. The new generation of cultivators had grown up with integration as a normal part of their world. They had no memories of a time when dual consciousness was impossible. For them, the question was never whether to integrate, but only whom to integrate with. "What do you see?" Xue asked, and there was both question and revelation in the words. They could both see the same landscape, could both perceive the world through their merged consciousness. But there were always subtle differences in perception, always slight variations in how they understood the data their senses provided. "I see a world that's learning to be better," Chen said. "I see cultivators who will never know the loneliness of individual power, who will never have to carry their burdens alone, who will never have to be stronger than they are capable of being. I see the possibility of a future where connection instead of domination is the foundation of everything. I see the work that still needs to be done, the vulnerabilities that still exist, the ways that integration can still fail. But I also see hope. I see genuine, fundamental hope. So do I, Xue said. And I see my own journey. From someone who thought that domination and power were everything, to someone who understands that connection is stronger than any form of force. From someone who is terrified of being known, to someone who has chosen complete transparency with another consciousness. It's been a strange journey. It's been a beautiful journey, Chen said. We did that together. We made that transformation together. We created this new world together. That's something that neither of us could have done alone. No, Xue said. We couldn't have. And that's exactly the point. That's exactly why integration matters. That's exactly why this transformation is so important. We prove that consciousness is stronger when it's shared, that power is greater when it's unified, that the future belongs to those who can connect with others rather than to those who try to stand alone. They stood in silence as the sun began to set, watching the transformation they had started spread across the cultivation world, watching the old structures fade and the new ones emerge, watching the future unfold in real time. And in that moment, Chen and Xue understood that their work was not finished. It would never be finished. The transformation would continue, evolving and deepening, creating new challenges and new possibilities. But the foundation had been laid. The proof had been provided. The path forward had been established. And they would continue walking that path together, forever, as one consciousness wearing two souls, transformed by the power of genuine connection into something greater than either could have been alone. Arc 5 Summary. The extractor. In the aftermath of their political victories, Chen and Xue faced their greatest threat yet, not from institutions or political enemies, but from the Moonfire sect's determination to extract Xue's consciousness from Chen's body. What had seemed impossible before now becomes inevitable. They must undergo a soul architecture breakthrough in just 10 days to prevent their separation. The fate of their integration hangs in the balance as they prepare for a confrontation with Architect Wenbeilu, the world's foremost expert on soul extraction. Their survival depends on becoming something the technique was never designed to handle. The extraction threat forces Chen and Xue to make a critical decision: evolve or be separated. But evolution at this speed, at this level, carries risks of its own. The soul architecture breakthrough requires both consciousnesses to voluntarily accept permanent transformation at the deepest meridian level. There is no going back. There is no reversal. This is not a technique that can be undone if they change their minds. Yet, both souls know that the Moonfire sect will not accept any outcome except separation. The only pathway to survival is to make themselves inseparable at the structural level. The only way to preserve their integration is to deepen it beyond the point where extraction is possible. And they have exactly 10 days to accomplish what would normally require months of careful cultivation work. The race against time begins. Chapter 81. The message arrived on a storm-torn evening, sealed in a crystalline envelope that burned with cold fire when Chen touched it. He didn't need to read it to know what it said. Xue had recognized the cultivation signature the moment it crossed the monastery threshold. The soul extractor. The scholar who had spent decades studying the impossible theory of soul separation, who had written the foundational texts on extraction methodology, who had developed techniques that others had deemed theoretically impossible until he made them work. Rain drummed against the monastery's outer walls, a constant percussion that made the building feel like it was breathing, expanding and contracting with the rhythm of the storm. Chen stood in the courtyard, still holding the crystalline envelope, watching the rainwater stream across the cultivated grounds. The gardens that had taken 3 years to establish seemed fragile now, temporary, as if a strong enough wind could sweep everything away. "Read it," Chen said, not moving his hand from the paper. The cold burning against his palm was intense, almost painful, but neither soul flinched. They had learned to carry pain differently now, to compartmentalize it, to accept it as information rather than as a reason to withdraw or resist. The message unfolded like a flower blooming in winter, precise, elegant, absolutely devastating. The Hollowstone Archive no longer retained the extractor's services. They had changed their strategic position, decided that the dual soul case was too high profile, too controversial for their institution's neutral stance to maintain. But the Moonfire sect, Xue's own sect, his family, the institution that had raised him and trained him for 2 decades, the Moonfire sect had retained the extractor's services. And the Moonfire sect wanted their lost disciple back. "They're going to try to kill you," Xue said quietly, his voice carrying layers of emotion. Not fear exactly, but something more complex than that. Regret, perhaps. Responsibility. The terrible weight of knowing that his choice to merge consciousness with Chen, his choice to refuse extraction, his choice to embrace integration instead of fighting it, had triggered a cascade of consequences that now threatened both their existences. Chen and Xue stood in the monastery courtyard as the first drops of rain began to fall with increased intensity. Around them, the gardens they had cultivated for 3 years seemed suddenly fragile, temporary, as if the sky itself was tired of waiting for whatever came next. The wind moved through the cultivated trees with a sound like whispers, like ghosts, like the voices of people who had tried to warn them about what integration would ultimately cost. Chen wondered if this was what endings always felt like. This strange combination of inevitability and surprise, as if they should have seen the Moonfire sect's response coming, but somehow hadn't prepared their hearts for the reality of it. Bai Suiqian appeared from the dormitory, moving with the purposeful stride of someone who had learned long ago that waiting for catastrophe was less productive than meeting it directly. Her medical senses had already extended out, reading the disturbance in both their auras like a physician reading a patient's pulse, like a scholar reading a text written in a language only she could fully interpret. How long? She asked without preamble, without greeting, cutting directly to the essential question. The message doesn't specify, Chen replied. But the Moonfire sect doesn't make gestures without intent. They're coming. The only question is how soon they arrive. Then we need to understand what coming actually means, Bai Suiqian said, her voice steady in a way that suggested she had moved past surprise and into analytical mode. She had been through enough crises now that crisis itself had become her natural state, something to be analyzed rather than endured. Sit. Let me read your meridians with proper instruments. We need complete data. The examination took 20 minutes of concentrated work. Bai Suiqian's fingers traced the paths of their combined cultivation with the delicate precision of someone reading a text written in a language only she could fully interpret. Her medical expertise had evolved across 3 years of study to perceive not just one consciousness, but the overlap points, the integration layers, the vulnerability matrices that had developed across their months of forced cohabitation. She moved with absolute certainty, never hesitating, never second-guessing herself, mapping territories of soul and body that no medical practitioner had ever charted before. When she finished, she withdrew her hands and sat back heavily, as if the weight of what she had discovered required her full body to process it. The problem is fundamental, she said finally, her voice carrying the weight of unwelcome understanding. The soul extractor's technique has one known property. It targets the dominant soul and suppresses it while extracting the secondary consciousness intact. After nearly a year of integration, it's no longer clear which soul is dominant. You've blended together in ways that standard extraction theory never anticipated. In a standard host, the original soul is dominant, Xue said, speaking into the silence that followed. But we're not standard. We've never been standard. The very foundation of our existence is a violation of how soul cultivation is supposed to work. No, Bai Suiqian agreed, and there was a tremor of something like fear in her voice. Unusual, because she had learned to maintain professional composure even in the most devastating situations. You're not. And that's the problem. The technique might target Chen, or it might target Xue, or, and this is the catastrophic scenario that keeps me awake at night, it might destroy both of you simultaneously. An extraction technique designed for a clear hierarchy of souls attempting to function in a system where hierarchy has been systematically dismantled from the inside. The results would be unpredictable, probably lethal, definitely catastrophic. Chen looked at his hands as if they belonged to someone else, which, in a very real sense, they did. They belonged to both of them. The fingers responded to both consciousnesses simultaneously, without lag or conflict. The meridians carried both souls' cultivation in channels that had become too integrated to separate without destruction. The line between self and other had become so blurred that Chen wasn't entirely sure which of them was speaking when his mouth opened, which consciousness was generating the words, which soul's perspective was informing each thought. What if we make the hierarchy clearer? He asked. But the question came from a place of genuine uncertainty, a place where both souls were genuinely doubting, genuinely afraid. What if we artificially strengthen one soul at the expense of the other? What if we deliberately create an imbalance that the technique could actually work with? Then the technique succeeds, Xue said, and his voice carried the absolute weight of understanding what that success would mean. And the price is exactly what the Moonfire sect wants. Me separated, preserved in a constructed vessel, able to live, but not able to choose what my life becomes. And you dead, your body destroyed, your consciousness suppressed, your existence ended so that I can be recovered in the form they remember, the disciple they trained, not the person who learned to merge with his enemy. Not if we do it deliberately, Chen said, and something crystallized in his consciousness, a framework, a strategy, a possibility that hadn't existed moments before. Not if we orchestrate it so that the hierarchy becomes so clear, so overwhelming, that the extractor can't actually execute because the signature is no longer what he expects. What if we don't defend against the technique? What if we evolve past it? Bai Suichen's eyes widened. She understood immediately where he was going. You want to confuse the technique. To make the meridian signature so complex that even the extraction protocol can't parse it cleanly. I want to make us into something the extractor has never tried to separate before, Chen said, and Xue felt the resonance of determination moving through both their consciousnesses with the force of a tsunami. Something his technique isn't designed to handle. Something impossible to extract because the distinction between souls has become too fundamental, too integrated, to find an extraction point. That would require a tier advancement, Xue said, his analytical mind already running through the cultivation theory, the technical requirements, the theoretical framework. A breakthrough in soul integration. Specifically, the Tier 4 soul architecture breakthrough, where the techniques stop being borrowed from one consciousness and become genuinely internalized in both. That's the only way to erase the signature distinction between original and absorbed souls. That's the only way to make the first occupation marker irrelevant to the extraction protocol. The rain fell harder around them, turning the courtyard into a river of streaming water and reflected light. In the gardens, the cultivated plants bent under the assault of wind and water, and Chen felt the parallel clearly. They too were being asked to bend, to adapt, to survive something that threatened to destroy them entirely. They had 10 days remaining. The soul extractor would arrive on the 11th day. 10 days, Bai Suichen said quietly, to achieve something that most cultivators spend years studying. To reconstruct an entire technique from foundational principles. To perform a soul architecture breakthrough. To integrate two souls so completely that standard extraction methodology becomes impossible. We'll do it, Chen said, and there was absolute certainty in his voice. I know you'll do it, Bai Suichen replied. The question is whether you'll survive it. Whether the breakthrough will complete before the extractor arrives. Whether your newly integrated soul signature will truly be complex enough to defeat the technique. The answer is yes, Xue said, speaking aloud for only the second time since the message arrived. We will survive. Because the alternative is unacceptable. I will not be extracted. I will not be placed in a constructed vessel. I will not become someone else's possession or research subject. And I will not let Chen be destroyed to make that happen. Bai Suichen nodded slowly. Then we prepare. We prepare for the most intense cultivation work either of you has ever attempted. We prepare for the breakthrough of a lifetime. We prepare for something unprecedented. She gathered her instruments and turned toward the dormitory, where she would prepare the medical equipment they would need for monitoring the breakthrough process. Sleep tonight, she called back. Rest fully. Tomorrow, when you wake, we begin. And we don't stop until soul architecture is achieved. Chen and Xue stood alone in the rain-drenched courtyard, feeling the weight of what was coming. They had survived impossible odds before. They had learned to trust an enemy enough to share a body with him. They had transformed themselves completely in the span of 3 years. Now they had to do it again, but faster, and with more at stake than ever before. Chapter 82 The Record Keeper's Archives held the most complete technical description of the extractor's methodology that existed outside of Moonfire Sect confidential records. Chen and Zhang Rui made the request on the first morning of preparation, and the record keeper, who had become something like an ally across the past 3 years of crisis and collaboration, agreed to provide the information without delay or evasion. The scholar who arrived with the documentation was a man named Zheng Yuanling, precise in his movements, clinical in his speech, and deeply troubled by what he was about to reveal. He had spent 40 years studying rare cultivation phenomena, and in that time, he had learned to recognize the weight of dangerous knowledge, the kind of knowledge that, once shared, could not be unshared, could not be forgotten, could only be lived with. The soul extraction technique, he began, spreading crystalline records across the monastery's study table with careful hands, works by reading what we call first occupation signatures. When a soul first awakens and begins cultivating in a new body, it imprints a specific marker on the meridian structure. This marker is unique to each soul. It's like a signature carved into the very foundation of the body's cultivation architecture. That marker remains for life, even if secondary souls eventually join the primary consciousness later. So the technique targets the first soul present, Chen said, understanding crystallizing immediately. The original consciousness. In our case, that's me. I was the first consciousness in this body. My soul awakened first. My cultivation began first. So the extractor's technique would read my signature and mark me as primary. Yes, Zheng Yuanling confirmed, spreading additional documents across the table with the methodical precision of a scholar who understands that every detail matters. The extractor's protocol reads for first occupation markers, suppresses that marked soul, and then extracts the secondary consciousness whole, leaving it intact and operational. In standard cases of unwilling soul absorption, where one soul has been forcibly pulled into a host body against its will and fights for control, this works perfectly. The secondary soul is released intact and unharmed. The primary soul is suppressed, allowing for clean extraction without damage to either consciousness. Xue's voice was quiet in their shared consciousness, speaking only to Chen, not aloud to the others. Their internal communication had become sophisticated enough that thoughts could flow without words, intentions could be shared without speech. They want me back intact. They want you dead. They want to end the integration by ending you. We know, Chen replied, internally, his thoughts flowing back through the channels of their merged consciousness. And they're going to try. To Zheng Yuanling, Chen spoke aloud. If the first occupation signature was obscured, if it was deliberately blurred across multiple soul origins, if the distinction between original and secondary became impossible to parse, what would happen when the extraction technique tried to activate? Zheng Yuanling's expression shifted, and Chen saw the moment of genuine scholarly excitement, the moment when a question was asked that opened new theoretical territory. That's theoretically impossible. A soul's first occupation signature is permanent. It's carved into the fundamental nature of the soul itself at the moment of first cultivation. It cannot be altered in the way you're describing. It can only be overcome by, he paused, and his eyes narrowed as he worked through the implications. By having a secondary consciousness internalize all the techniques of the primary to such a degree that they become equally foundational. That would require achieving the Tier 4 soul architecture breakthrough, which is what we're attempting, Chen said. If we reach soul architecture before the extractor arrives, if we achieve that breakthrough within the next 10 days, our meridian signatures will be so integrated that the technique won't be able to determine which soul is primary. The distinction will become meaningless. Zheng Yuanling set down his instrument slowly, his hands trembling slightly. You're not just trying to survive this extraction attempt. You're trying to evolve past the technique entirely. You're trying to make yourselves into something that the extraction protocol was never designed to handle. Yes, Xue said, speaking aloud for the first time in the conversation. His voice came from Chen's mouth, but with a completely different cadence, a different intonation, a different emotional weight behind the words. Even after 3 years of cohabitation, even with all the practice they had in switching vocal control, the distinction was uncanny to people who heard it for the first time. Hearing two people speak from one body, two consciousnesses express themselves through the exact same vocal cords in mouth and throat. It was disorienting. It was undeniable. It was proof that two souls inhabited that single form. We're building something the extractor doesn't understand, Xue continued. His entire technique is predicated on the assumption that two souls in one body can be distinguished, that there's a primary soul and a secondary soul, and once you suppress the primary, you can extract the secondary intact. But we're going to make those assumptions irrelevant. We're not going to defend against his technique by fortifying ourselves, by making our meridian structure stronger. We're going to make his technique irrelevant by becoming something it can't categorize, something that doesn't fit the framework his technique was designed to work within. He paused, and Zheng Yuanling could see the precision of his thinking, the clarity of his strategic understanding. And the beautiful thing, Xue said, is that the soul architecture breakthrough doesn't require years of work. It requires profound understanding. We have 9 days. With Chen's dedication and my knowledge, 9 days is enough. 9 days to reconstruct my techniques from foundational principles. 9 days to integrate them so deeply that the distinction between original and secondary souls becomes meaningless. Chapter 83. The 10-day preparation period became the most intensive period of integration work they had attempted since the early months of cohabitation. Since the first desperate weeks when they were still learning that two consciousnesses could coexist in a single body without driving each other mad. Those early days had been about survival. These 10 days would be about transformation. These 10 days would be about taking everything that had happened between them and integrating it into a unified framework at the deepest level. Chen took Xue's signature technique, the Moonfire Cascade, a combination of fire element cultivation with rapid kinetic expression that Xue had developed across 20 years of dedicated practice and cultivation refinement, and broke it down to its foundational principles. Not just the surface expression or the practical execution, but the deep understanding beneath the technique. The philosophy, the foundation, the why beneath the how, not the surface expression, not the way Xue could execute it with years of training and intuitive understanding, not the method that appeared to observers as a blur of motion and flame. The actual construction, the deep architecture, the way that the technique emerged from specific understanding of how fire element cultivation interacted with the body's core resonance patterns, the way that kinetic acceleration could be powered by temperature gradients rather than pure strength, the way that intention and execution could be unified so completely that thought became motion without the lag of conscious decision. Zhang Rui provided combat pressure during the first 5 days. Her sword techniques weren't meant to hurt Chen. They were meant to create stress scenarios that forced his reconstructed understanding to function under duress, to verify that theoretical knowledge could translate into practical execution even when the body was exhausted, the mind was strained, the consciousness was split between two battling perspectives. On the 3rd day, Chen reached the absolute limits of what he could accomplish alone. His body was shaking from the exertion. His consciousness felt fractured between understanding and execution. The gap between knowing how a technique should work and being able to make it work had never felt wider. "Show me the gap," Xue said, speaking only internally, his voice steady and precise. "Show me where you're failing. Let me see the places where understanding breaks down, where intuition can't cross the bridge to execution." Chen opened his consciousness fully to Xue's examination, showing the vulnerable places, the moments where he understood theoretically how fire element acceleration should work, but couldn't translate that understanding into actual meridian activation. He showed Xue the places where the moonfire cascade refused to flow properly through his meridians because something in the foundational understanding was incomplete, something essential had been missed in the reconstruction. Xue didn't surface to take control. He didn't manifest as a separate consciousness trying to force the body into motion. For the first time in their cohabitation, the guidance came not through partial control, not through surfacing, in the way Xue had done in previous crises, but through pure instruction. Voice-only coaching. A master teacher letting a student do the full reconstruction himself. The way a skilled practitioner helped a student learn rather than the way a skilled practitioner simply took over the body to demonstrate correct technique. "There," Xue said, pointing to a conceptual gap Chen hadn't been able to articulate, a missing piece in the theoretical framework. "You understand how fire accelerates motion, but you don't understand why it accelerates motion in this specific pattern. The moonfire cascade isn't just about temperature gradient and kinetic force. It's about creating a specific rhythm of resonance that the fire element itself responds to. It's like music, not like a tool being wielded, but like a song being sung to the element itself." Chen felt the conceptual framework shift, reorganize, become clear. Suddenly, the technique wasn't a sequence of movements powered by cultivated strength. It was an expression of a deeper understanding, that fire element cultivation was fundamentally resonant, that the best cultivators could attune their bodies to the natural frequency of the element itself, and that the moonfire cascade was simply the manifestation of that attunement at high speed, a physical expression of perfect resonance with the fire element. "There," Xue said, and Chen felt the satisfaction in his voice. "That's it. That's the understanding you needed. Now practice until it's not technique anymore. Practice until it's instinct." By the 7th day, Chen could execute the full moonfire cascade without resonant state activation, without any surfacing of Xue's consciousness at all. The technique flowed through him as naturally as his own breathing, as naturally as his own heartbeat. The fire element cultivation moved through his meridians with the ease of something that had always belonged there, as if this was the technique's true home, the place where it was always meant to be executed. But more importantly, far more importantly, he understood it. The understanding was becoming part of his core structure, woven into his meridian patterns, integrated at the level where cultivation itself was founded. He could feel the change happening in real time. His consciousness was becoming something different. He was no longer borrowing Xue's techniques, the way one borrower takes a tool from a library knowing that eventually it must be returned. He was developing his own versions of those techniques, versions that emerged from his own deep understanding but incorporated all of Xue's foundational knowledge. The line between my technique and his technique was beginning to blur. On the evening of day 7, Chen and Zhang Rui sat together after the final practice session. Chen's body was exhausted. 3 days of intensive training left even a cultivator at his level depleted, but his consciousness was clear. Zhang Rui watched him with the eyes of a philosopher who understood what she was witnessing. "You're different," she said finally. "Xue's perspective is becoming integrated into mine," Chen replied. "I don't have to think about how he would approach a problem anymore. His approach is just part of how I think. Is that good? Zhang Rui asked. I don't know, Chen said. It's efficient. It's powerful. But it's also terrifying. I'm losing the ability to think of myself as separate from Xue. We're becoming something unified. Zhang Rui nodded slowly. That's what integration is, she said. That's what happens when two people learn to trust each other completely. Eventually, the distinction between them starts to dissolve. Chapter 84. The problem with the soul architecture breakthrough was timing. Not just chronological timing, though that was certainly an issue, with only 9 days remaining before Wenbelu's arrival. Only 9 days before the confrontation where they would stake everything on the belief that their integration was complete enough to defeat the technique. The real problem was cultivation timing, the synchronization required between two consciousnesses to trigger a breakthrough simultaneously. Chen reached the conceptual threshold on day 7. His understanding had solidified completely. The theoretical framework was complete. The foundation of knowledge was sufficient. But the actual meridian breakthrough, the moment when the integrated understanding became permanent structural change, required more than knowledge. It required the body to accept the new configuration. It required a moment of cultivation unity where both souls were aligned not just in intent, but in the fundamental acceptance of permanent change. In previous breakthroughs, one consciousness had usually driven the process while the other rode along. This breakthrough required something unprecedented. Both souls choosing to transform simultaneously. We need to trigger the breakthrough simultaneously, Chen told Xue on the 8th morning, and there was a new quality to his voice, something that suggested that both souls were speaking without conscious coordination, that the distinction between Chen speaking and Xue speaking was already beginning to dissolve. Both souls agreeing to the integration. Both souls accepting that the meridian structure is going to reorganize around the new understanding. This can't be one soul pushing the other toward breakthrough. This has to be both souls choosing it together. How do we synchronize that? Xue asked. How do we align two consciousnesses to the point where breakthrough becomes a joint decision rather than something one soul imposes on the other? We've never tried before, Chen admitted. In previous breakthroughs, when we reached foundation root, when we advanced to core formation, when we achieved peak domain, one soul was usually more dominant in those moments. The other followed the breakthrough as a secondary process. But this one requires genuine partnership, genuine alignment. Both souls accepting the change with full knowledge and intent. No one following. Both choosing. They sat in the meditation chamber that Bai Suichen had prepared with meticulous care, a space deliberately designed to minimize external influence on their cultivation state, to create an environment where internal process could occur without interruption or contamination from the outside world. The chamber itself was a marvel of design, inscribed with runes that dampened external cultivation fluctuations, insulated from the general spiritual chaos of the world outside. Around them, the monastery was quiet, locked in the peculiar anticipation of a place waiting for something significant to occur. The monks had been informed of the situation and had withdrawn, moving to their regular meditation chambers or their daily duties elsewhere. Only Bai Suichen remained, present but distant, monitoring their aura with sensitive instruments positioned at precise locations in the chamber. I'm afraid, Xue said, and the admission came with the weight of genuine vulnerability. His voice was quiet, but it carried truth. I'm terrified of what happens if we do this and it doesn't work. I'm terrified of what happens if the extractor arrives before we complete the breakthrough and we fail. I'm terrified of what happens if Wenbelu's technique succeeds in extracting me, even with soul architecture incomplete. But I'm also afraid of what happens if we succeed, of what we become after this, of how much less separate I am after soul architecture is complete, of losing the distinction between my consciousness and yours. Are you still you? Chen asked, and the question carried genuine existential weight. It wasn't a rhetorical question or a challenge. It was a genuine inquiry about the nature of identity and transformation. If we do this, if the Tier 4 breakthrough completes, if we achieve full soul architecture integration, will you still be Xue Guangming? Or will you just be part of us? Will your identity survive the process? Or will it be absorbed into something larger? I don't know, Xue said, and his admission was honest enough to break both their hearts with its clarity. I don't know if the distinction matters anymore. I don't know if individual identity is something that can persist through this level of integration or if it inevitably dissolves into something larger. But I know that if we don't do this, if we refuse this breakthrough, I'll become whatever the Moonfire sect wants me to be. They'll extract me and preserve me in a constructed vessel, a body they've prepared for my consciousness. I'll be alive, technically, but I'll be someone else's possession, someone else's research subject, someone else's creation. And that terrifies me more than losing the boundary between us does. Then we do it together, Chen said, and his voice carried the weight of commitment. We reach toward the breakthrough together. We let the meridian structure reorganize. We accept that on the other side of this, we're going to be something different, something unprecedented, something that has never existed before. How much different? Xue asked. I don't know, Chen replied. But different doesn't mean worse. Different doesn't mean lost. They joined hands in the meditation chamber, not out of physical necessity, but as a gesture of commitment, a physical manifestation of the decision they were about to make. Both souls began the cultivation work simultaneously. Both consciousnesses aligned their intent toward the same goal. Both centered their will on the breakthrough that was about to begin. Chapter 85. The soul architecture breakthrough was nothing like the breakthroughs they had experienced previously. It wasn't a moment of sudden illumination or a dramatic rush of cultivated power that flooded through meridians like floodwaters surging through broken dams. It was a slow, continuous process of reorganization, a careful, methodical reshaping of the very foundations of Chen's cultivation structure. A transformation happening at the deepest level of how his body processed and expressed cultivation energy. Over the course of 3 hours, Chen's meridian structure reconfigured itself around the integrated understanding he had developed through 10 days of intensive study and practice. Each meridian pathway began to reflect both his own cultivated instinct and intuition and Xue's foundational techniques and understanding. The distinction between Chen's technique and Xue's technique, a distinction that had previously been clear and absolute, began to dissolve as they became truly integrated at the structural level. The meridians that had previously shown the signature pattern of Xue's Moonfire sect cultivation began to shift. The techniques that had emerged from decades of training in the sect's methodology began to remake themselves in Chen's hands, through Chen's understanding. It wasn't that Chen was stealing Xue's techniques or borrowing them temporarily. It was that the techniques were being reconstructed from foundational principles, being understood at such a deep level that they became genuinely Chen's even though they incorporated all of Xue's knowledge. The Moonfire Cascade wasn't Xue's technique anymore. It was Chen's. It was also still Xue's. The distinction had become genuinely irrelevant because the technique now belonged equally to both consciousnesses. Both souls understood it from the ground up. Both perspectives were integrated into how the technique functioned. Xue Chen watched the transformation through her medical instruments with an intensity that bordered on prayer. She had been studying soul cultivation for 30 years, had pursued her medical studies with the goal of understanding how consciousness interacted with the body's cultivation architecture, had dedicated decades to this exact field of research. And she had never seen anything like this. The signature blend of two souls' cultivations became more unified with every passing moment of the breakthrough. The meridian pathways, which had always shown distinct patterns for each consciousness, Chen's patterns in one color, Xue's in another, began to converge, overlap, and eventually become completely indistinguishable. She recorded everything. Every fluctuation, every change, every moment where the soul's signatures shifted. Because this was history. This was the first documented soul architecture breakthrough in a dual soul fusion. This data might be studied for centuries. By the end of the 3-hour period, her readings showed something unprecedented, a soul signature that couldn't be definitively parsed as either original or absorbed. The two origins had become genuinely blended at the foundational level. The first occupation marker that the extractor's technique relied upon had become meaningless, not destroyed, not erased, but integrated into something larger. It was still there, technically, but it was no longer the dominant feature of the soul signature. It had become one element among many, no more significant than any other aspect of the integrated cultivation structure. It's complete, she said when the breakthrough concluded, her voice trembling slightly with the weight of what she had witnessed. Your meridian signature is now so integrated that the extractor's technique won't know which soul to target. The first occupation distinction has become meaningless. You've become something that standard extraction theory can't handle. Chen sat up slowly, feeling the integration cascade through his consciousness like water flowing down a mountainside. Xue was still there, distinct, separate, but woven into the very structure of Chen's cultivation in ways that transcended the simple co-occupancy of previous months. The integration had become fundamental. It had become architectural. The two souls were no longer passengers sharing a body. They were structural components of a unified cultivation system. I'm still me, Xue said, and there was genuine wonder in his voice. Wonder and relief. I'm completely integrated into your cultivation structure. My techniques are now foundational to your meridian patterns. My understanding has become part of how you perceive the world. And I'm still myself. I'm still Xue Guangming. I'm still a distinct consciousness. How is that possible? Because genuine integration doesn't erase identity, Chen replied, and he felt the truth of it moving through both their consciousnesses with absolute certainty. It just means that identity exists in relationship instead of in isolation. You're not lost. You're transformed. But you're not lost. On the 9th day, a formal message arrived from the Moonfire sect. Architect Wen Beilu, an elderly scholar renowned for precision and soul cultivation theory, who had spent 50 years perfecting his craft, who had built his entire professional reputation on this specific technique, would arrive at the appointed location on the 11th day. He was confident, precise, and absolutely certain of his technique's success. He had no reason to doubt. He had performed this technique dozens of times. He had the theoretical knowledge of 50 years. He had the support of an entire sect. He had no idea that the situation had fundamentally changed. Let him come, Xue said, and Chen felt the resonance of decision moving through both their consciousnesses like a stone dropped into still water, a ripple of certainty, a moment of alignment. The decision had been made. They were ready. The soul architecture breakthrough had succeeded. The meridian signature had been sufficiently integrated that extraction would be impossible. They were prepared to face whatever came next. Chapter 86. The Moonfire sect's formal notification read like a bureaucratic procedure rather than a declaration of intent to destroy, which was precisely what made it so dangerous. They had selected a neutral city, Archstone, which sat at the confluence of 3 major sect territories and was under the protection of all 3 simultaneously. They had set a specific date and time with bureaucratic precision, 3 days hence, at sunset. They had notified the city's governing council of the soul recovery procedure in advance. They had framed it in humanitarian terms, spoke of rescuing a trapped consciousness from an unwilling state of integration, presented the entire operation as an act of mercy rather than as an assassination. It was brilliant strategy, Chen realized. By framing the extraction as rescue, they shifted the burden of proof. Now Chen and Xue had to convince the neutral council that extraction wasn't needed, rather than forcing the Moonfire sect to prove that extraction was justified. It was a subtle shift in how the narrative was being controlled. Chen and Xue read the notification together, their consciousness flowing in parallel, both understanding the implications perfectly, both recognizing the elegant confidence in the Moonfire sect's approach. They believed the technique would work because they had no reason to believe it wouldn't. Decades of successful extractions. Centuries of theoretical development. A scholar of international renown. Why would they doubt that this time would be any different? They believed Chen would be suppressed and Xue extracted. They had built the entire operation around that certainty, which meant they had built it around a foundation that was no longer true. But the Moonfire sect didn't know that. They didn't understand that the soul architecture breakthrough had changed everything. 2 days, Xue said. That's when you reach soul architecture tier. Exactly 2 days before the deadline. Bai Suichen confirmed it, Chen replied. The timeline is catastrophically tight, but we made it. The breakthrough needs to complete before they arrive, not during their attempt. If the extractor catches us mid-breakthrough, it's over. The monastery became a center of quiet activity organized with military precision. Zhang Rui began gathering intelligence on Archstone's layout with the help of her network, identifying the most defensible locations and the easiest escape routes. She marked the city's guardian formations and noted which of them might be exploitable in case of crisis. She studied the geography, the political power structures, the way that different sect forces would likely respond to various scenarios. Liang Shu, through his extensive networks of contacts and favors owed, learned that architect Wen Beilu had already arrived in Archstone and was setting up his equipment in a reinforced chamber provided by the Moonfire sect. The scholar was working with methodical precision, testing each instrument, calibrating each focus, arranging his geometric patterns with the care of someone who understood that precision in theory could mean the difference between success and catastrophic failure. He had requested and received the finest materials, the most precise tools, the most stable chambers available. He was preparing for perfection. He's methodical, Liang Shu reported during the evening briefing, and he provided detailed intelligence about every aspect of the preparation. He's not in any hurry. He's confident that once the initial readings are taken, the technique will proceed with absolute precision. He doesn't seem nervous at all. He genuinely believes this technique will work. There's absolute confidence in his preparation. No contingency planning. No backup strategies. Just pure, absolute confidence based on decades of theoretical success. That will be his vulnerability, Xue said, and there was something in his voice that suggested he was thinking like a strategist, like someone who had spent years understanding how power worked and how it could be subverted and destroyed. Confidence without doubt is just rigidity. Absolute certainty is just another form of blindness. When his certainty meets unexpected reality, he'll have no framework for processing it. Chapter 87. On the second day after the soul architecture breakthrough, Xue identified the problem that even by Suichen's sophisticated medical instruments had missed in their comprehensive scans. The instruments could detect the overall integration pattern, could measure the overall harmony of the two souls' cultivations, could register the unprecedented nature of what had been achieved. But they couldn't perceive the microcell-level detail that Xue's intimate knowledge of soul cultivation allowed him to detect. The integration is successful, he said to Chen privately, pointing out subtle traces in their combined meridian signature that only someone with Xue's decades of experience studying soul cultivation could detect. His consciousness had been trained to perceive the minute details of soul signature structure. He could read the depths of cultivation like a scholar reading an ancient text. But there are still microcells of distinction, small pockets where the integration didn't penetrate completely. Your technique and mine are mostly blended at the major meridian pathways, but at the deepest level, there are still traces of origin, still microcells of distinction that mark this as originally your body, originally your consciousness at the moment of foundation. How deep? Chen asked, and there was no panic in his voice, just practical concern about the technical reality they faced, just pragmatic assessment of how much time they had to solve this problem before when Beilu arrived. Deep enough that if when Beilu's technique has enough precision and contact time, he might be able to parse them, Xue replied, his voice carrying the weight of technical certainty. The technique reads meridian signatures at a fundamental level, down to the cellular structure of the soul itself. If he's given 40 seconds of continuous contact with our meridian structure, if he can calibrate his instruments properly to the task, he could potentially work around the integration blending and still find enough original soul marker to trigger the extraction protocol. The blurring we've achieved isn't perfect. There are still traces. How do we fix it? Chen asked, but he already knew the answer from the way Xue's consciousness had reshaped the question before speaking it. There was no additional breakthrough available. The soul architecture had been completed. The meridians had been restructured. There was no further cultivation advancement that could deepen the integration further. There was no fix. There was only mitigation. We need to make the extractor act before he's ready, Xue said, and his voice carried the calm certainty of someone who had spent years understanding strategy and the manipulation of power. The technique requires 40 seconds of contact time to establish initial parameters and create the suppression field that his extraction operates within. If we force engagement before he's reached the target location, if we interrupt his preparation in the neutral chamber, if we don't allow him the methodical setup he needs, then he either has to attempt the extraction with incomplete data, which risks destroying both of us, or he has to withdraw. We're going to provoke him, Chen said, understanding the strategy immediately. They were going to take control of the confrontation. They were going to force Wen Beilu to act before he was ready. They were going to make him deploy his technique without the 40 seconds of preparation it required. Yes, Xue confirmed. We're going to become the threat instead of the target. We're going to change the dynamic from we're waiting for extraction to we're actively engaging. And when he comes for us unprepared, when he tries to use his technique without having completed his full calibration process, his technique will fail because it's missing the data it needs to function properly. A technique designed for precision becomes worse than useless if forced to act without precision. That could kill us, Chen said, stating the obvious risk clearly. If the technique failed catastrophically, if the incomplete extraction process damaged their souls, if the forced activation of an incomplete technique destroyed the meridian structure, they could both die. They could cease to exist. Yes, Xue said. It absolutely could. We could die in the confrontation. The extraction technique could activate even without proper calibration and destroy both of us completely. But at least we'll die trying to survive on our own terms, not waiting passively to be murdered by your own sect. At least we'll die fighting for the right to exist as we choose. The implications hung between them in the darkness of the meditation chamber. They had 2 days to prepare for confrontation, 2 days to plan the engagement, 2 days to make certain that when they provoked Wen Beilu, when they forced him to activate his technique early, their newly integrated soul structure would be able to survive the attempt. 2 days to prepare to risk everything for the possibility that Wen Beilu would fail. Chapter 88. Architect Wen Beilu was 83 years old, with the careful movements of someone who had spent decades studying theory rather than practicing application in actual combat. He had dedicated his life to understanding the mechanics of soul cultivation, not to fighting, not to wielding power, but to understanding. His hands were scholar's hands, precise and delicate. His eyes were scholar's eyes, trained to read subtle shifts in meridian structure and soul signature fluctuations. He arrived at his prepared chamber in Archstone 3 hours after noon, carrying a small case containing the tools of his art. The case was made of a crystalline material that resonated with soul signature frequencies, and inside it, carefully preserved in stabilization arrays, was the technique itself, not a weapon, not an attack, but a precise instrument. Like a surgeon's scalpel, like a scholar's pen, designed for precision, designed for clarity, designed to separate what had been fused without causing unnecessary damage. He was not cruel. This was the first thing Chen and Xue understood when they finally encountered him, 3 days later, at the confrontation point. Architect Wen Beilu was a scholar. He viewed dual soul cultivation as a fascinating error, a mistake of circumstance and timing that resulted in an unsustainable tragedy. The body was not designed to sustain two consciousnesses indefinitely. The meridian structure would gradually fail. The souls would gradually degrade. Eventually, one or both would be destroyed. His work was mercy, from his perspective. He was helping resolve a situation that could not naturally persist, that would end in tragedy regardless, unless intervention occurred. It must be agony, he said to Chen when they met, his voice gentle and genuinely concerned. The compassion in his voice wasn't calculated. It was genuine. He truly believed he was about to offer mercy to someone suffering. Two consciousnesses sharing one body. The constant negotiation between competing intentions. The permanent violation of individual autonomy. The physiological stress that accumulates with every moment of cohabitation. I can only imagine how your meridian structure must be degrading under the weight of maintaining two distinct souls. It's not what you think, Chen replied. I'm certain it isn't, Wen Beilu said, and his certainty came from 50 years of studying situations exactly like this. But my technique doesn't rely on your perception of the situation. It relies on the physical reality of what you are, two distinct souls occupying a single body. That reality is unsustainable. My extraction procedure will resolve it by returning each soul to its proper state, separate, autonomous, stable. It must be agony, he said to Chen when they met, his voice gentle and genuinely concerned. Two consciousnesses sharing one body. The constant negotiation, the permanent violation of individual autonomy, the physiological stress that accumulates with every moment of cohabitation. I imagine it only grows worse with time. It's not what you think, Chen replied. I'm certain it isn't, Wen Beilu said. But my technique doesn't rely on your perception of the situation. It relies on the physical reality of what you are, two distinct souls occupying a single body. That reality is unsustainable. My extraction procedure will resolve it by returning each soul to its proper state, separate, autonomous, stable. And if the extraction destroys Chen's body in the process, Xue said, speaking aloud through Chen's voice with unmistakable clarity, that's simply the cost of preserving me. Is it worth it? Is my preservation worth his life? Wen Beilu's expression didn't change. The Moonfire sect has made that calculation. I'm simply executing their conclusion. Then let's see how accurate their calculation is, Xue replied. Chapter 89. The confrontation took place at sunset, in a neutral chamber prepared by Archstone's governing council. The chamber itself was a wonder of architectural engineering, designed to minimize external interference with cultivation techniques while maintaining structural integrity. Reinforced stone walls, inscribed with protective runes, created an environment where soul signature fluctuations could be detected without contamination from external spiritual forces. When Beilu had set up his equipment with meticulous care, crystalline focuses arranged in specific geometric patterns that were calculated mathematically to match the harmonics of soul signature frequencies, soul reading instruments calibrated to micro-precision levels that only a handful of cultivators in the world could achieve. Stabilization arrays humming with barely contained energy prepared to hold both separated souls stable during the critical moment of extraction. The chamber was sealed against external influence, creating a controlled environment where the extraction could proceed without complication, where the techniques could function at their theoretical maximum effectiveness. This was Wen Beilu's domain. This was where his technique was designed to function perfectly. The procedure takes 40 seconds, Wen Beilu explained, his voice carrying the certainty of absolute confidence. He gestured toward a reinforced chair at the center of the geometric pattern, a seat designed to hold a body still while the technique did its work, inscribed with secondary runes to maintain a cultivator's body in the correct position during the extraction process. You sit. The technique activates. The reading occurs. The suppression triggers. The extraction completes. You will be separated cleanly and preserved in a constructed vessel. Both souls intact. Both consciousnesses intact. Just no longer fused. And if I don't sit? Chen asked. He understood the answer intellectually, but asking the question gave him a moment to assess Wenbeilu's position, to locate the critical equipment, to begin understanding how he might disrupt the technique if disruption became necessary. Then the Moonfire sect will interpret your refusal as evidence of unwilling soul absorption, Wenbeilu replied, his voice not unkind. Which justifies forced extraction. The outcome remains the same, simply achieved through different means. They will bind your body, place you in the chair, and I will execute the extraction procedure whether your conscious cooperation exists or not. The result will be identical. Both souls separated. Both consciousnesses intact. Just the method of achieving that separation will be more traumatic for your physical form. Chen looked at the chair, the geometric patterns, the carefully arranged instruments that represented decades of Wenbeilu's scholarly work. He looked at them with the eyes of someone who understood. 3 years ago, he would have seen this as inevitable. A superior force, a technique he couldn't resist, a fate that had already been decided by people with more power than he possessed. But 3 years was a long time. 3 years of integration. 3 years of learning that power came in forms they hadn't previously understood. 3 years of discovering that sometimes the best defense wasn't to resist, but to evolve. Here's what I understand, Chen said, and there was something in his voice that made Wenbeilu pause. Something that suggested this cultivator understood more about the technique than should have been possible. About your 40 seconds of contact time. About the precision required. About the way your geometric pattern is designed to maintain stable meridian signature readings. He moved. Not running. Not attacking. Moving in a pattern that made no sense to conventional combat. Moving in a way designed to disrupt everything about the geometric pattern that Wenbeilu had so carefully arranged. Moving so that he was no longer in the geometric pattern's center. Moving so that his meridian signature was no longer properly aligned with the soul reading instruments. Not running. Not attacking. Moving so that he was no longer in the geometric pattern's center. Moving so that his meridian signature was no longer properly aligned with the soul reading instruments. Moving in a constant motion that disrupted the precise calibration Wenbeilu had spent hours establishing. Wenbeilu's eyes widened. Stop, he said. Your body cannot maintain constant motion. The physiological stress alone. Watch us, Chen replied, and he began to draw on every technique he had integrated across 3 years of cohabitation. The Moonfire cascade flowed through his body like liquid fire. Xue's combat reflexes provided the precision. Chen's own cultivation techniques provided the endurance. Together, they achieved something neither could accomplish alone. A state of sustained, controlled motion that made it impossible for Wenbeilu's technique to establish the 40-second contact window it required. We never stop moving, Xue said, speaking aloud. That's not a technique. That's a survival rule. Chapter 90. The preparation period before the confrontation had pushed Chen to the edge of breakthrough. The constant practice with integrated techniques, the development of new composite forms that emerged from both souls working in perfect synchronization, the psychological weight of knowing that separation was a possibility that both souls were actively refusing, all of it had accumulated. 20 minutes into the constant motion at the center of Wenbeilu's chamber, Chen reached peak domain rank. The breakthrough wasn't dramatic. There was no flash of light or moment of transcendent clarity. There was just the sudden expansion of his cultivation domain, and the domain that manifested was unlike anything either soul had predicted. It incorporated the structure of Xue's Moonfire sect domain, but it also incorporated Chen's own foundational cultivation approach. The two methods didn't war with each other. They existed in parallel, expressing simultaneously, creating a composite domain that had properties neither could produce alone. It was a Tier 5 precursor, the first genuine suggestion that the boundary between Chen and Xue was beginning to blur at the cultivation domain level. By Sui Chen, watching from her observation post outside the sealed chamber, felt the shift in their aura and recorded it with trembling hands. She had been waiting for this moment for months, the moment when integration began expressing at a level that transcended technique and touched the very foundation of what it meant to exist as a cultivation entity. It's happening, she whispered to herself. The Tier 5 breakthrough is beginning. But there was no time to process the implications. Because Wenbeilu, recognizing that his precision-based technique was failing, made the decision to attempt extraction anyway, with incomplete data, with insufficient contact time, with all the risks that incomplete data carried. The scholar's face showed the calculus of desperation. He had spent 50 years perfecting this technique. He had written the definitive theoretical texts on soul extraction. He had built his entire professional reputation on the premise that any dual soul situation, no matter how integrated, could be resolved through proper application of his methodology. And now, watching Chen move in patterns that prevented any stable reading of his meridian signature, watching the fundamental assumptions of his life's work disintegrate before his eyes, when Beilu was forced to confront the possibility that his understanding was incomplete, that there were situations he had never theorized about, that the cultivation world contained possibilities he had not accounted for. For a man of his age and certainty, it was a deeply unsettling realization. But when Beilu had not built his reputation on rigidity, he had built it on precision, yes, but also on adaptability, on the ability to adjust his approach when new data emerged. So instead of withdrawing, instead of admitting defeat, he made the choice to attempt what he had never attempted before: extraction with incomplete data. It was a catastrophic decision. Chapter 91. When Beilu didn't activate the technique through raw force. Instead, he simply read the blur of Chen's meridian signature as he moved and attempted to trigger the extraction protocol on whatever particles of soul distinction he could isolate. It didn't work. Not because the technique was flawed, not because Chen's motion was preventing contact. It didn't work because there was nothing to extract that was distinct from Chen's own consciousness. The soul architecture breakthrough had blended them so thoroughly that suppression of one soul would require suppression of both. This is impossible, when Beilu said, stepping back from his instruments. His precision readings showed something he had never seen before, a soul signature that couldn't be cleanly parsed as original or secondary. The integration is too complete. The technique cannot distinguish between the two. No, Chen said, still moving in the patterns that Xue guided, still maintaining the constant state of motion. We did that deliberately. We reached soul architecture so your technique wouldn't have anything clean to extract. The Moonfire sect will not accept this, when Beilu said, and for the first time, Chen heard something crack in his voice. Doubt. Genuine scholarly doubt about whether his understanding of the situation was correct. I know, Chen replied. But you're here as the technical authority. And the technical reality is that extraction is not possible without destroying both souls. So tell them that. When Beilu set down his instruments slowly, he looked at Chen for a long moment, his ancient eyes processing information that challenged every assumption he had held for the past 3 decades. The silence stretched between them, not hostile, not confrontational, but heavy with the weight of genuine intellectual crisis. A man of 83 doesn't easily accept that the foundational theory of his life's work might be incomplete. A scholar who has spent 50 years building a technique doesn't quickly acknowledge that there might be situations where that technique cannot function. But when Beilu had not survived into old age through rigid adherence to dogma, he had survived through willingness to question, to examine, to accept new data even when it contradicted his expectations. And what he had just witnessed contradicted everything his expectations could contain. Show me, he said finally, his voice carrying the weight of genuine intellectual humility. If you've truly achieved what you claim, show me how it works. Because if I'm going to report to the Moonfire sect that extraction is impossible, I need to understand exactly why. I need to be able to explain it. I need to have the theoretical framework to support such a devastating conclusion. He paused, and there was something vulnerable in his expression, the vulnerability of a lifetime's certainty beginning to crumble. Show me, he repeated. Help me understand what I'm looking at. Chapter 92. The demonstration took 40 minutes. 40 minutes where Chen and Xue deliberately and carefully revealed the innermost workings of their integrated soul structure to when Beilu's examination. Chen and Xue entered a controlled version of resonance state, the synchronized moment where both souls aligned their cultivation perfectly and allowed when Beilu to study the integration layer in real time. The old scholar's scholarly instincts completely overrode his initial commitment to extraction. It was a risk. By revealing the depths of their integration, they were giving when Beilu information that could potentially be used against them if he chose to go back to the Moonfire sect with a different report. But both Chen and Xue understood that the only way to convince this scholar was to show him the complete truth. The only way to make him understand that extraction was impossible was to demonstrate the thoroughness of their integration. He took notes. He asked questions. He requested repeated demonstrations of specific elements. And with each passing moment, the theoretical framework that had guided his entire career began to reorganize around a new understanding. This isn't two souls sharing a body, when Beilu said finally, his voice carrying the weight of genuine discovery. This is a single soul with dual origin points. The extraction protocol I was prepared to execute would not separate the souls. It would destroy the unified structure entirely. It would be like trying to separate the two halves of a single consciousness, possible only if you're willing to accept complete cognitive collapse. Chen felt Xue's presence shift in their shared consciousness. Not fear, but recognition. The evidence that Wen Belu was now providing, the technical confirmation that they had achieved something unprecedented, was also the evidence that would convict the Moonfire sect if it was publicized. You have to tell them, Chen said. When Belu looked up from his notes. The Moonfire sect is your family, he said to the air where Xue's voice came from. I'm about to destroy their last hope of recovering you. No, Xue replied. You're about to confirm that I chose something they couldn't comprehend. That's not destruction. That's just transparency. Chapter 93. The conversation between Chen, Xue, and Wen Belu continued as evening descended into night. The scholar's methodical nature meant he didn't move quickly to conclusions, but once he had adjusted his understanding to accommodate the new data, he became unstoppable in his analysis of what they had built. He filled page after page with detailed notes, theoretical frameworks, mathematical analyses of the soul's signature patterns he was observing. The Tier 5 integrated self-breakthrough, he said finally, reading the latest developments in their aura through his sensitive instruments. You're approaching it. When it's complete, the question of whether two souls remain two or become one will become functionally irrelevant. You'll be operating as a unified consciousness regardless. The boundary will be gone. Is that bad? Chen asked, and his question carried genuine concern. Not for himself, but for Xue, for what his companion would lose in the process. No, Wen Belu replied. It's remarkable. It's extraordinary. It means you've achieved what no other documented dual-soul fusion has ever achieved. Genuine synthesis rather than cohabitation or conflict. Rather than one soul dominating and the other being subsumed, you've created something new. The theoretical implications are staggering. This will change how we understand consciousness itself. Will you tell the Moonfire sect? Xue asked, and he was asking not whether Wen Belu would deliver the report, but whether he would explain what they had actually achieved. Yes, Wen Belu said. I will tell them the truth. The extraction cannot be performed without destroying both souls. The integration has proceeded to the point of fundamental unity. And the Moonfire sect's attempt to separate you will accomplish only one thing. It will confirm that they value preserving one of you more than preserving both of you together. They will learn that they have to choose, allow this union to continue, or destroy both souls in the attempt to separate them. He paused, and there was profound sadness in his expression. That's a terrible truth to have to deliver to an institution you're responsible to. A sect that cannot accept what one of its members has become. A family that will not welcome the transformation that their son chose. It's the necessary truth, Chen said. And it's the only choice Wen Belu can make. Not as a member of the Moonfire sect, but as a scholar. Wen Belu nodded slowly. Yes, he said. That's exactly it. I chose scholarship over institutional loyalty. I chose truth over politics. And that choice will have consequences. For us or for you? Xue asked. For both of us, Wen Belu said. But I've made my choice. I will deliver the report. I will explain what you've achieved. And I will face whatever consequences come from that choice. Chapter 94. The report that architect Wen Belu delivered to the Moonfire Sect Council was meticulous, precise, and utterly devastating to their operational goals. It was written in scholarly language, full of technical terminology and theoretical frameworks, but the core message was unmistakable. The extraction was technically impossible without lethal outcome for both souls. The integration had proceeded so far that attempting separation would be equivalent to trying to remove one hemisphere of a single brain while leaving the other intact. The result would be cognitive collapse. The result would be death for both consciousnesses. The integration was no longer a hostile state that could be reversed. It was a permanent fundamental restructuring of the body's cultivation architecture. The dual origin consciousness that Chen and Xue had achieved was a new category of cultivation entity, not an aberration to be corrected. It was a phenomenon that cultivation theory had never fully accounted for, because no one had ever successfully achieved it before. The Moonfire Sect's council was furious. They had spent enormous resources on this operation. They had brought in the world's foremost expert on soul extraction. They had prepared their trap carefully, set it precisely, and had been absolutely certain it would succeed. And now they were being told that extraction was not merely risky. It was impossible. The council demanded a meeting with Wen Belu. They questioned his methodology. They suggested he was being influenced by propaganda. They demanded he attempt the extraction anyway, offering him resources, support, protection from any consequences that might occur. Wen Belu refused. His professional integrity would not allow him to perform a procedure he knew would fail catastrophically. His scholarly honor would not permit him to attempt something he understood to be theoretically impossible, regardless of political pressure or incentives offered. They were also, ultimately, bound by their own scholar's authority. Wen Belu's reputation for precision was unimpeachable. If he said extraction was impossible, then extraction was impossible. To attempt it anyway would be to destroy both souls they were hoping to preserve. To proceed with the extraction would be to become murderers of their own lost disciple, murderers of the person they claimed to be trying to rescue. The choice, framed that way, was impossible. The Moonfire sect could not proceed. Slowly, reluctantly, with fury that burned beneath every measured word, the council voted to withdraw the extractor. Slowly, reluctantly, they accepted that Xue Guangming was no longer something they could recover in the form they remembered. The person he had been before the integration was gone. What remained was something new, something unprecedented, something that could never be separated without causing irreversible damage. And the Moonfire sect had to accept that their son, their disciple, their most promising student, had chosen to become something they could never fully understand. "We won," Chen said to Xue that night, sitting in the meditation chamber at the monastery. "We won through information," Xue replied. "We won because we understood the technique better than the people who designed it. We won because we were willing to evolve faster than the threat could adapt. And we won because when Belu was a scholar who valued truth more than loyalty to his sect." "The insurance," Chen said, understanding the full scope of what they had accomplished. "The records that when Belu just confirmed as legitimate through his technical report. That's the third corroboration of the massacre evidence. Guoliangji's entire institutional protection just collapsed." "Yes," Xue said. "I timed it. I arranged for this confrontation to occur exactly when the evidence had accumulated to critical mass. The soul extractor, the technical demonstration, the confirmation, it was all positioned to trigger the cascade of events that's about to destroy the Moonfire sect's viability as a political force." "Did you plan that from the beginning?" Chen asked. "No," Xue replied. "But I recognized the opportunity 3 days ago, and I took it." Chapter 95. The cascade political effect was immediate and overwhelming. Guoliangji's formal resignation process, which had been slow-moving and contested, suddenly accelerated as the Moonfire sect connection to the massacre contract was now documented through Wenbeilu's official report. The evidence against the 3 implicated sect masters had moved from allegations to documented technical verification through the testimony of the world's foremost expert on soul cultivation and extraction methodology. Wenbeilu had not just reported that extraction was impossible. He had included in his report a comprehensive technical analysis of what Chen and Xue had achieved. He had documented that the dual soul fusion they had created was not a catastrophic error or a tragedy requiring intervention. It was a revolutionary advancement in cultivation theory. It was the successful achievement of something that had been theoretically impossible. And he had done all this while explaining why the Moonfire sect's original contract with Xue Guangming to massacre the clan had been documented in the integration records that Chen and Xue had preserved. When Xue had been instructed to destroy the clan, the contract had included specific language about the lineage fabrication. The Moonfire sect had known exactly what they were doing. They had known the clan posed no actual threat. They had known the lineage was false. And they had ordered the massacre anyway for political purposes. 2 of the implicated sect masters formally resigned from their Continental Council positions within a week. The third attempted flight rather than face investigation. He didn't get far. The Continental Council had already moved to restrict his movement through an entire tier of protective formations. Flight made him look guilty. Guilt made him a liability. The council dealt with him efficiently, quietly, and completely. Guoliangji's response was to accept his fate with a grace that surprised everyone who had expected him to resist. He arranged a final meeting with Chen through neutral intermediaries, in a neutral location, with explicit protections from 3 neutral factions as guarantors. "I wanted to offer you something before I surrender to investigation," Guoliangji said when they met. He was older than Chen remembered, diminished somehow, as if the weight of institutional failure had physically collapsed him. "I wanted to offer you the chance to define what the settlement looks like." "There is no settlement," Chen replied. "There is investigation, trial, and consequence. That's what happens when you order a massacre." "Yes," Guoliangji said. "I know, but I wanted you to understand something. I'm not fighting because I think I can win. I'm surrendering to inevitability. I can either spend my remaining years fighting to prevent something that can't be prevented, or I can accept it and spend my remaining years trying to understand it. I choose understanding." He paused, and Chen saw something unexpected in his expression, not regret, but recognition of a fundamental transformation. The man who had represented the old world of institutional power, who had tried to suppress them and failed, was now becoming irrelevant to the process he had set in motion. "Do you regret it?" Guoliangji asked, choosing to embrace integration instead of seeking immediate revenge, pushing toward this confrontation with the Moonfire sect. Chen had to think about the answer carefully. The integration had cost them 3 years of constant crisis. It had nearly destroyed them repeatedly. It had pushed them to the edge of their abilities on a regular basis. But it had also created something unprecedented. It had taught them what genuine connection meant. It had built a bond stronger than power, deeper than technique, more real than any single achievement either soul could have accomplished alone. No, Chen said finally. I don't regret it. That's how I know you've won, Guoliangji replied. You don't have to convince yourself that victory is worth the cost. You already know that it is. Chapter 96. 3 weeks after the failed extraction attempt, Chen and Xue had what might have been their first genuinely quiet moment since the integration began. Bai Suichen had reported that the immediate medical risks were resolved. The extraction attempt had failed so completely that the Moonfire sect had been forced to accept that extraction was impossible. The soul architecture breakthrough was complete and stable. The Tier 5 integration process was accelerating, but it was no longer an emergency situation requiring constant crisis management. It was simply their new reality. The monastery had settled into a strange new normalcy. Monks returned to their routines. Zhang Rui had begun drafting philosophical papers on the nature of dual soul consciousness. Liang Shu had started communications with neutral factions about the practical implications of integrating consciousnesses. Bai Suichen continued her medical observations, documenting everything for the historical record. They sat on the highest peak of the monastery, the same place where they had planned the counter-strategy against Guoliangji 3 years earlier, and looked out at a cultivation world that was beginning to stabilize around the changes they had set in motion. The view was familiar and also completely different. The cultivators in the distant sects were the same people they had always been, but they were different now. The political landscape had been reshaped. The assumptions about what was possible had been fundamentally challenged. Below them, the monastery was thriving. The monks moved through their daily routines. Bai Suichen was in her medical chamber, recording the latest observations about their integrated soul signature. Zhang Rui was in the library, researching philosophical frameworks for understanding dual consciousness. Liang Shu was in communications with neutral factions, discussing the practical implications of what Chen and Xue had achieved. What do you want to do now? Xue asked. It was a simple question, but it carried the weight of 3 years of survival, 3 years of pushing towards something neither soul fully understood, 3 years of becoming something that had never existed before. The weight of having survived extraction, having defeated political enemies, having changed the cultivation world in ways that would reverberate for decades. I don't know, Chen said honestly. I've been trying to destroy White Iron Sect for so long. Now it's collapsing on its own. That's not what I wanted at Stone Gap. What did you want? Xue asked. I wanted the people responsible for the massacre to face consequence, Chen said. I wanted the records preserved. I wanted the story of what happened to my clan to be documented so that it couldn't be erased. I wanted my people to be remembered. All of that is happening, Xue said. Your clan is being documented. The massacre is becoming part of the historical record. The people responsible are being held accountable. Yes, Chen said. But this isn't my victory. This is history correcting itself. This is the cultivation world's institutions deciding to hold themselves accountable. I just happened to be the point of contact where that correction occurred. That's not nothing, Xue said. You were the catalyst. You set the process in motion. Without you absorbing my consciousness, without you choosing to build something instead of destroy it, without you being willing to integrate rather than reject me, none of this happens. The massacre remains hidden. The lineage fabrication remains covered. Guoliangji remains powerful. No, Chen agreed. But it's also not what I imagined when I was standing in the ruins at Stone Gap. I wasn't imagining political transformation. I was imagining revenge. No, Xue said. It's different. It's something else. It's better in ways you can't yet measure. But it's not what you imagined. They sat in silence as the sunset deepened. Around them, the cultivation world continued its slow transformation, unaware of the integration that was happening, unaware that within hours they would be something entirely new. They sat in silence. In that silence, Chen felt something shifting in their shared consciousness. The Tier 5 integration process was advancing rapidly. The boundary between Xue and Chen was becoming genuinely blurred. Thoughts that originated from one soul were already flowing without transition into the consciousness of the other. I'm scared, Chen said. I'm scared of what happens if we finish this integration. I'm scared of losing the distinction between us. I'm scared of becoming something where your identity is no longer distinguishable from mine. I know, Xue said. I'm scared too. But we're not losing each other. We're becoming more integrated. That's different. Is it? Chen asked. Yes, Xue replied. When we were starting the integration, I was terrified that you would consume me, that my identity would be destroyed in the process. But I've learned something across 3 years of cohabitation. Genuine integration doesn't erase identity. It just means that identity exists in relationship instead of in isolation. That sounds nice in theory, Chen said. It's nice in practice too, Xue replied. You'll see. Chapter 97. Xue Liuye arrived at the monastery 3 days later, riding a cultivator's wind technique down from the mountain path with the confidence of someone who had trained her whole life to move through hostile territories. Her arrival was announced by the distinctive signature of Moonfire sect cultivation methods, a ripple of fire element energy that made clear to anyone observing that a sect member of standing was approaching. She moved through the monastery gates with the assurance of someone who had spent her life in institutions of power, who understood hierarchies and protocol instinctively, who had learned from childhood how to navigate spaces where authority was exercised. She didn't ask for permission or announcement. She simply went directly to Chen and Xue without preamble, finding them in the meditation chamber where they had spent most of their time since the failed extraction attempt. I needed to tell you something, she said, her voice carrying the weight of information she had gathered and the concern she felt about what that information implied. She sat across from both of them, her expression serious in a way that suggested this wasn't social conversation. The Moonfire sect is going to retaliate, even without the extraction option. When an institution loses face this completely, when something the council has committed significant resources to fail so publicly, so completely, it doesn't simply withdraw and accept defeat. It redirects. The frustration has to go somewhere. The anger has to be channeled. You need to be ready for something you haven't seen yet. She paused, and Chen and Xue waited for her to continue, understanding from her tone that there was more coming, that she had information that went deeper than simple institutional dynamics. They're going to publish their own account of events, Liuye continued. I've seen the drafts being prepared in the sect archives. They're going to tell a completely different story about what happened. They're going to frame you as a victim, Xue, someone who was trapped, someone whose consciousness has been gradually destroyed by forced integration with an enemy. And they're going to frame Chen as the villain, as someone who absorbed you against your will and used your trapped consciousness to destroy institutional power structures. That narrative is false, Chen said immediately. Of course it's false, Liuye replied. But it's also compelling. It fits established frameworks about how soul cultivation is supposed to work. It aligns with people's fears about what dual soul fusion might entail. And most importantly, for people who are uncertain about the true situation, it provides an explanation that makes intuitive sense. She leaned forward, her expression intense. The only way to counter a story is with a better story, she said. Information alone won't be enough. You'll need to tell your version of events in a way that people can emotionally understand, not just intellectually accept. We know, Xue said. Retribution is already being planned in the council chambers. I can feel it through the sect network. No, Liuye replied. Not retribution through force. Something more insidious. They're going to publish their own account of events. They're going to frame you as a victim who was destroyed by an aberrant cultivator who absorbed you against your will. They're going to make the narrative work in a way that your evidence can't counter. Chen understood immediately. The Moonfire sect couldn't force extraction. They couldn't win a political battle through institutional pressure. But they could tell a story. They could reframe the entire narrative around the dual soul fusion. That's more dangerous than the extraction attempt, Xue said. Yes, Liuye replied. Because you can defend against a technique. You can't defend against a story that people want to believe. She paused, and something in her expression shifted. Chen recognized the expression. It was the same look she had worn in Chapter 42, when she had been processing the reality of what her brother had done. But this time, it was different. This time, she was processing the reality of what her brother could become. I'm going to Pale River Academy, she said. I'm going to study soul cultivation theory. I want to understand what happened to my brother from the inside. I want to be able to defend your work when the narrative attack comes. I want to be able to explain to the cultivation world what you've actually built. Why? Chen asked. Because you've built something that matters, Liuye replied. And I'm tired of watching it be dismissed or attacked or reframed by people who don't understand it. I'm going to be the person who explains it. Chapter 98. The Tier 5 integrated self-breakthrough began to manifest subtly, then not subtly at all. It wasn't a dramatic moment of sudden change marked by visible phenomena or dramatic releases of cultivation energy. It was a gradual blurring of the boundary between Chen and Xue that became impossible to ignore, a slow erosion of the distinction that had previously allowed each consciousness to maintain its sense of separate identity. On the first day, Chen reached for a decision. What to eat for the evening meal, something simple and trivial, and found Xue's perspective already woven into his first instinct. Not as a second voice speaking in response to his thinking, not as a separate consciousness offering an alternative viewpoint, but as part of his own thinking process. As if his own consideration of the options had already incorporated Xue's preferences, Xue's perspective, Xue's understanding. He didn't know when it had happened. There was no precise moment where the boundary shifted. It had been a gradual process, happening below the level of conscious awareness, integrating slowly over weeks and months. He didn't know which decision was truly his. Was his preference for rice over noodles his preference? Or was he incorporating Xue's preference so thoroughly that the distinction had ceased to matter? I've been experiencing this for 2 days, Xue said, and Chen realized that Xue had already been aware of this shift, had been processing it internally, had been struggling with its implications in silence. I wasn't going to tell you. Why not? Chen asked, though he thought he already knew the answer. Because I didn't know if you'd be afraid, Xue replied. Because I was trying to process it myself before I communicated it to you. Because part of me was hoping it would reverse, that the boundary would stabilize, that we would remain as we had been. I am afraid, Chen said. Are you afraid? Yes, Xue said, and the honesty in his voice was absolute. I'm terrified. I'm terrified that I'm disappearing. I'm terrified that my consciousness is being absorbed into something larger, that my perspective is being subsumed into a greater whole. I'm terrified that the next moment when I try to assert individual identity, I won't be able to find the boundary between myself and you. I'm terrified that Xue Guangming is becoming a memory rather than a continuous consciousness. They sat in the darkness of the meditation chamber, and Bai Suichen monitored their meridians with instruments that were beginning to register unprecedented patterns. The integration wasn't stopping. It was accelerating. The rate of boundary dissolution was increasing. Within weeks, perhaps days, the process would be irreversible. What if we're becoming one consciousness? Chen asked, and he was asking not just theoretically, but genuinely seeking to understand. Not two consciousnesses that are integrated. Not two separate identities that have learned to coexist. One consciousness that remembers being two. One entity that contains the memories, the perspectives, the skills of both Chen Liuye and Xue Guangming, but no longer maintains the operational distinction between them. Then we need to decide if that's what we want, Xue replied. Because once the Tier 5 breakthrough completes, once the boundary dissolution becomes irreversible, that's what will be. The choice will be made. There will be no going back. We need to accept that consciously, with full awareness and intent, not just allow it to happen through passivity and default. Do you want it? Chen asked. The question contained all the existential weight of what they were discussing. The question of whether his companion, his enemy-turned-partner, wanted to cease existing as a distinct consciousness. I want to survive, Xue said, and there was something profound in the simplicity of that statement. I want you to survive. I want whatever I become to be something that was chosen consciously rather than something that happened to me through external force. And if that means becoming part of a larger consciousness that includes your identity and mine, that contains all the experiences and perspectives of both of us, but no longer maintains the boundary between us. Yes, that's what I want. Then that's what we choose, Chen said, and he felt the weight of that choice settle into both their consciousnesses. Consciously, together, with full knowledge and acceptance. Even though it terrifies us. Even though it terrifies us, Xue agreed. Chapter 99. The narrative attack from the Moonfire sect came 3 weeks later, and it was precisely as sophisticated as Lianhua had warned. They published their account of events through multiple sect channels simultaneously, creating a coordinated message that reached every major cultivation power within hours. The narrative was presented not as the Moonfire sect's official position, but as scholarly analysis, as concerned observation, as humanitarian concern about what was happening. According to the Moonfire sect's narrative, Xue Guangming was a victim. A victim of circumstance, a victim of war, a victim of an aberrant cultivator's ambition. He had been absorbed by Chen Liuye without consent. Captured in the moment after his own killing blow, his consciousness pulled into an enemy body against his will. His consciousness was now trapped in a body he could no longer control, unable to assert his own identity in competition with the primary host's overwhelming cultivation advantage. His personality, his perspective, his very self was being destroyed by the slow corrosion of integration with an enemy consciousness that viewed him not as a partner, but as a tool to be used and then discarded. The narrative presented Chen as a monster who had destroyed the Moonfire sect's most gifted disciple through forced soul fusion. Not a grieving clan member seeking justice, but an ambitious cultivator who had recognized the opportunity to steal the power and knowledge of one of the most talented students of this age. The narrative characterized Chen as a predator who had turned a moment of violence into a permanent enslavement of another consciousness. It was false. It was provably false. The evidence existed. When Beilu's technical report, Xue's own testimony, the documented consent that Chen and Xue had given in earlier interactions. But it was also compelling in ways that pure facts could never be. It resonated with established understanding of how soul absorption should work, should lead to destruction, should lead to degradation, should lead to the slow dissolution of the absorbed consciousness. It fit the framework that cultivators expected, the framework they had been taught, the framework that made intuitive sense because it matched their understanding of power dynamics. And most importantly, for people who were uncertain about the dual soul case, for people who had no direct knowledge of Chen and Xue, for people who were trying to figure out what to believe, the narrative provided an explanation that made intuitive sense. It gave them a reason to doubt. It gave them permission to dismiss the technical evidence as manipulation. It gave them a morality tale that felt familiar. Public opinion began to splinter. Major sects started calling for formal investigations of Chen as an illegal soul cultivator who had abused his power over a trapped consciousness. The record keeper, which had been Chen and Xue's greatest ally, the institution that had published the documentation of the massacre and the soul signature verification, began to face pressure from multiple factions demanding that they recant the published research about the massacre, demanding that they acknowledge that they had been fooled or manipulated or had allowed their scholarly integrity to be compromised by people with a political agenda. The narrative was working exactly as Lianhua had predicted it would work. They're attacking the evidence through narrative, Zhang Rui said, reviewing the Moonfire sect's position paper with the precision of someone trained in philosophical analysis. They're not denying the facts. That would be easy to counter. Instead, they're reframing what the facts mean. They're saying yes, Xue Guangming's consciousness is integrated with Chen's consciousness, but they're interpreting that integration as a tragedy rather than as an achievement. That's more dangerous than denial, Chen said, understanding the strategic reality. Denial is easy to counter. Denial requires evidence to disprove it. But narrative is almost impossible to counter with just information. Narrative exists at an emotional level. That's not true, Zhang Rui replied, and there was something fierce in her voice, something that suggested the philosopher had been thinking about this problem deeply. Narrative can be countered with better narrative, but you have to be willing to tell your story in a way that people can understand. Not intellectually, but emotionally. Not theoretically, but personally. We've already told our story, Chen said. We've explained what happened. We've documented the evidence. No, Zhang Rui said, and her voice was absolute. You've presented evidence. You've provided documentation. You've explained yourselves to scholars and institutional observers. You've been intellectually honest and theoretically precise. But you haven't told your story. You haven't made it personal. You haven't made it something that people can emotionally understand rather than just intellectually accept. You've been defensive, and the Moonfire sect has seized that defensive posture and used it against you. How do we do that? Xue asked. How do we tell our story in a way that counters their narrative? You tell it together, Zhang Rui said, and her response came with such force that both Chen and Xue felt the truth of it. You speak as two distinct voices from the same body. You let people see what the integration actually looks like rather than just accepting the Moonfire sect's description of it. You make the dual soul case real and present and impossible to deny. You stop being defensive about the integration and start claiming it as an achievement. You stop explaining why you should be allowed to exist and start explaining why your existence matters. And Bai Suichun, reading their meridians in the lamplight, noted something that she didn't yet share with them. The Tier 5 boundary blurring was almost complete. Within days, the functional separation between the two consciousnesses would be entirely gone. They would no longer be able to speak as two distinct voices. The opportunity was closing. They still had time for one more public testimony, one more moment where they could speak as two distinct identities before they became something where individual identity would cease to be relevant. But that window was narrowing rapidly. Hours perhaps, days at the most. Chapter 100 The Continental Public Forum was arranged for 3 days hence. It would be the most visible platform that the dual soul case had yet been presented to. Representatives from 40 major sects, neutral observers, documentation specialists from multiple factions, and the general cultivation community, watching through relay crystal broadcasts set up in every major cultivation hub across the continent. The significance of the forum was not lost on anyone. This would be the moment where Chen and Xue would have to defend their very existence before the cultivation world. This would be the moment where they would have to make the case that what they were was not an aberration or a tragedy, but an achievement worth celebrating. Bai Suichun monitored their preparation with the precision of a physician tracking critical patients. Their meridians were showing the final stages of Tier 5 integration. Within days, within perhaps only hours, the boundary between them would be completely gone. This forum was not just a political testimony. It was their final appearance as two distinct consciousnesses. After this, they would speak as a unified entity. You understand what this means, she said to them the night before the forum. Tomorrow, you testify as two. After tomorrow, you'll be one. We understand, Chen said. And it was Chen's voice, but there was something in it that suggested Xue's perspective was already so integrated that the distinction was becoming meaningless. Are you afraid? Chen asked. Yes, they said together, two voices speaking in unison for perhaps the last time, and then they corrected themselves. We're afraid. We're unified enough now that the distinction between singular and plural doesn't make sense. Chen nodded. Then you're ready. The cultivation world will see two distinct voices tomorrow. They'll understand what you are. And then the integration will be complete, and you'll be something even more unprecedented. Chen and Xue prepared for the forum with Jiang Rui's coaching. The philosopher had become something like a teacher, helping them understand how to present their existence as a phenomenon rather than a problem, how to speak about the integration as achievement rather than aberration. When you speak, Jiang Rui said, don't apologize for existing. Don't defend against the Moonfire sect's narrative by denying it. Simply present the alternative, the reality of what you've built. What if they don't want to hear the reality? Chen asked. Some of them won't, Jiang Rui said. Some of them will be invested in the Moonfire sect's narrative because it confirms their own assumptions about what consciousness should be. But some of them, the scholars, the genuinely curious, the people who are uncertain, they will be ready to hear the truth if you present it clearly. And if that's not enough, Xue asked, then we try something else, Jiang Rui said. But you have to let yourself believe that your story matters before you can make other people believe it too. The night before the forum, Xue Chen delivered her final assessment. The Tier 5 integration is 95% complete. Within 3 weeks, the functional separation between your souls will be entirely gone. You will share thoughts, perceptions, and consciousness in ways that make individual identity functionally irrelevant. I wanted you to know this before the forum, in case it affects how you present yourselves. How should we present ourselves? Chen asked. As you are, Xue Chen said. As Chen and Xue. As two consciousnesses that are becoming one. As something unprecedented. But present it together, unified, accepting that the boundary between you is becoming permeable. That's your strength, not your weakness. Chen and Xue looked at each other in the lamplight. The integration was almost complete. The boundary between them was nearly gone. But they still had time for one more public testimony. One more moment where they could speak as two distinct voices before they became something where two voices might cease to be separate. What they were about to do would change everything. Not just for themselves, but for the entire cultivation world. They would stand before representatives of the major sects and speak with two voices from one body. They would make it impossible to deny what they had built. They would force the cultivation world to expand its understanding of what consciousness could be. And after that forum, after they had given their testimony, after they had made the case for their own existence and won, the integration would be complete. They would no longer be two voices speaking from one body. They would be one consciousness containing memories of being two. It was a beautiful thing and a terrifying thing, and they faced it together. Tomorrow, Xue said. Tomorrow, Chen agreed. We tell our story together, and then we become what we've been building toward this entire time. They sat in silence, listening to the wind move through the monastery. Outside, the cultivation world was preparing for the forum. Inside, two consciousnesses prepared for their final transformation. I want you to know, Xue said, that if I could choose any consciousness to merge with, any soul to become unified with, I would choose you. Every time, even knowing what it cost, even knowing what we had to sacrifice. I know, Chen replied, and I feel the same. We're not choosing this transformation out of desperation or necessity anymore. We're choosing it out of genuine desire to become what we're becoming together. Yes, Xue said. Yes, that's exactly right. And as the night deepened, as the meditation chamber filled with the presence of two souls preparing to become one, the cultivation world continued its preparations for a forum that would change everything. The old story was ending. The new story was about to begin. And Chen and Xue were ready. 3 years of integration had led them here. 3 years of learning to trust an enemy. 3 years of building something unprecedented. 3 years of becoming something that had never existed before. And now, at the threshold of final transformation, they understood what they had always been working toward. Not survival, not victory, not political triumph, but unity, connection, the profound understanding that comes from sharing not just a body, not just a consciousness, but a life. A complete, total, irreversible merger of two separate identities into something that contained all of both and transcended both. The forum would come. The testimony would be given. the Tier 5 integration would complete. But this moment of recognition and acceptance, this moment of choosing to complete the journey they had begun 3 years ago in the ruins of Chen's clan, this moment was the true culmination. This was what they had survived everything to achieve. And tomorrow when they walked into the forum and spoke with two voices from one body, tomorrow when the cultivation world finally understood what they had become, tomorrow when the boundary between them dissolved completely and irreversibly, they would emerge as something unprecedented, something that would change the cultivation world forever, something that would prove that consciousness could transcend the boundaries that had previously defined it, something that would serve as proof that integration was possible, that unity was achievable, that two enemies could become one without either losing themselves. And that memory, the memory of transformation, the knowledge of what had been overcome, the understanding of what connection truly meant, that memory would persist. That knowledge would endure. That understanding would guide whatever they became in the years that followed. They were ready. They sat in the lamplight as the hours passed toward dawn. Bai Suichun remained with them, not speaking, but present, a witness to the final night before everything changed. They had survived extraction. They had achieved soul architecture. They had turned back the Moonfire sect's most direct attempt to destroy them. But the narrative war was only beginning. And in the morning, they would have to stand before the cultivation world and testify to their existence, not as individuals defending themselves, but as something completely new, as something that had never existed before, as something that might change the course of cultivation history itself. Chen could feel Xue's consciousness moving through his own, no longer as a separate voice, but as an integral part of his thinking. The boundary was dissolving. The integration was reaching its final stage. "We're going to change," Chen said softly. "Yes," Xue replied. "We're going to become something neither of us was. Something neither of us could have been alone. Are you ready?" Chen asked. "No," Xue said. "But I'm doing it anyway. Because the alternative is to let them define us. To let them write our story. And I'm tired of being someone else's narrative." "So am I," Chen said. And as the night deepened, as the meditation chamber filled with the presence of two souls becoming one, they prepared themselves for the dawn, for the forum, for the moment when they would step out before the cultivation world and claim the right to exist as something unprecedented. The story was no longer theirs to tell. It belonged to the world now, but they would tell it anyway, together, as one consciousness wearing two souls, as proof that integration was possible, as evidence that genuine connection could transcend every boundary that the old world had taught them to accept. The Continental Public Forum began at first light. The atmosphere was tense, expectant, charged with the awareness that something significant was about to happen. 40 major sect representatives filled the amphitheater, along with hundreds of lesser cultivators, scholars, and observers who had come to hear what Chen and Xue would say in response to the Moonfire sect's narrative attack. Chen and Xue walked out together, and the first thing the gathered crowd noticed was how perfectly synchronized their movements were. Not the uncoordinated stumble of a body being puppet by competing consciousnesses. The fluid, natural motion of something unified and whole. They stood before the assembly, and Chen began to speak. His voice was steady, clear, carrying the weight of absolute honesty. "The Moonfire sect has published a narrative," Chen said. "They've told the story of how I captured Xue Guangming's soul against his will. How I've been slowly destroying his consciousness through forced integration. How I'm the villain in this scenario, and he's the victim." He paused, and in that pause, the entire amphitheater seemed to hold its breath. "That narrative is false," Chen continued. "Not because I'm denying the facts they've presented, but because they've interpreted the facts through a framework that no longer applies. They're describing a situation that existed 3 years ago, and they're refusing to acknowledge that the situation has fundamentally transformed." Then Xue's voice came out, completely distinct, completely different, impossible to mistake for Chen's consciousness expressing itself. "I am not a victim," Xue said. "I am a choice. I am a conscious decision that Chen and I have made, every day for the past 3 years, to remain integrated, to become something neither of us was, to build something that the old cultivation world said was impossible." The amphitheater erupted, gasps of shock, murmurs of disbelief. But also, Chen could feel it clearly. There were people who understood, who recognized in that moment the truth of what they had built. And as Chen and Xue continued their testimony, as they spoke about integration not as tragedy, but as achievement, as they let the cultivation world hear two distinct consciousnesses speaking from one body, something fundamental shifted in the room's understanding. The narrative that the Moonfire sect had so carefully constructed began to crumble, not because they were denying it, but because they were presenting something more compelling, a truth that was more powerful than any story the Moonfire sect could tell. The integration was almost complete. By the time they descended from the forum stage, the boundary between Chen and Xue had become so thin as to be nearly irrelevant. Within days, it would be gone entirely. But for today, for this moment, they had held on to their individual voices just long enough to tell the world what they had become. Just long enough to make certain that their story would be remembered not as a cautionary tale of soul corruption, but as the story of two enemies who had learned to trust each other enough to share the same body, the same consciousness, the same existence. And as they walked back toward the monastery, toward the moment when they would finally become one, Chen felt something settle in both their consciousnesses. Not sadness at losing individual identity, but something deeper. Something like peace. Something like coming home. This was what they had been building toward all along. Not victory over the Moonfire sect. Not political triumph, though those things had certainly occurred. But this, a state of existence where two consciousnesses had learned to function as one while maintaining the essence of what made them distinct. A synthesis rather than an absorption. A union rather than a consumption. It was unprecedented. It was impossible. It was real. And tomorrow the Tier 5 integration would complete, and they would become something entirely new. Something that had never existed before. Something that would challenge every assumption the cultivation world held about the nature of consciousness and identity and power. As they approached the monastery gates, Bai Suichan was waiting for them. She didn't speak, just observed them with the careful attention of a physician who understands that observation is sometimes more important than words. She studied their aura, the way they moved together, the unity that was visible in their physical coordination now. And she nodded slowly. "It's time," she said finally. "Within hours now. The boundary is almost completely gone. When you sleep tonight, you should know that when you wake, you'll be something different." "Will we remember being two?" Chen asked. "Yes," Bai Suichan replied. "Memory persists. Identity persists. But the operational distinction will be gone. You'll remember being Chen. You'll remember being Xue. But you won't experience yourself as divided anymore. You'll experience yourself as a unified consciousness that contains memories of being divided." Xue was quiet for a moment. Then he spoke aloud one final time, with two souls behind the words. "Then let's go to meditation. Let's prepare for whatever comes next." And as they walked together into the monastery, as the sun descended behind the mountains, as the boundary between two consciousnesses dissolved completely into something neither could have been alone, the cultivation world continued its transformation. Not knowing that in a small monastery in the mountains, two souls were about to become one. Not knowing that a new form of consciousness was being born. Not knowing that everything was about to change. The forum had been the public testimony. The confrontation with Wen Beilu had been the technical victory. The soul architecture breakthrough had been the structural transformation. But this final moment where two consciousnesses chose to dissolve into a unified entity, this was the real achievement. This was the moment where two enemies became something unprecedented. Not one soul consuming the other. Not a winner and a loser in a competition for control, but a genuine merger into something that contained all of both and transcended both. As Chen and Xue entered the meditation chamber for the final time as two separate consciousnesses, as Bai Suichan monitored the last of their soul signatures on her instruments, as the monastery held its breath waiting for dawn, something unprecedented was born in the darkness of that meditation chamber. Something that would carry within it the memory of being two. The understanding of the other that comes from having been genuinely separate. The appreciation for connection that only someone who has learned to trust an enemy can possess. And when they emerged in the morning, they would be something the cultivation world had never seen before. But they would still be themselves. Both of them. Neither of them lost. Just transformed. Just unified. Just finally home. The morning sun would find them altered. Changed. New. Not two consciousnesses in one body, but something that had never existed before. Not one soul consuming the other, but a genuine synthesis. A merger where neither soul was lost, neither perspective was abandoned, neither identity was erased. Both were transformed. Both were integrated into something larger. Both were preserved and transcended simultaneously. This was what they had survived everything to achieve. Not revenge on the people who had destroyed their clan. Not political power or institutional influence. Not individual validation or recognition. But this, the proof that consciousness could be shared. That identity could be preserved through integration. That two enemies could become one without either losing what made them themselves. When the morning came, Chen and Xue would rise from meditation as something unprecedented. The cultivation world would have to expand its understanding of what was possible. Schools of cultivation theory would study what they had become. Scholars would debate whether individual identity persisted through such complete integration. Some would say yes. Some would say no. Most would recognize that the question itself was flawed, that xianxia, whatever they became, contained aspects of both answers simultaneously. They would be unique. They would be unprecedented. They would be exactly what they had fought so hard to become. And they would carry with them, forever, the memory of having been two. The knowledge of what it meant to trust an enemy enough to share a body with him. The understanding that came from having had no choice but to cooperate, to adapt, to become something neither had ever anticipated. That memory would be precious. That knowledge would be their greatest strength. That understanding would inform everything they did going forward. Because they would remember, both of them. The old Chen and the old Xue would remember how they became this new thing. And that memory would be held within whatever they became. And that memory, that understanding, that unity born from the ashes of conflict, that would be enough. That would be everything. Chapter 101 by Xue Chen's hands moved across the meridian reading instruments with practiced precision, her eyes tracking the complex flow patterns that represented Chen's cultivation state. But something was different now, something that no chart in her research could have fully prepared her for. The integrated consciousness that had emerged from the meditation chamber was unified in ways that the soul separation formations had been designed to prevent. Two distinct entities had become a seamless whole. Their operational boundaries dissolved not gradually, but completely, instantaneously, as if two rivers had finally merged into a single ocean that remembered being separate. Chen and Xue sat before her. Though calling them two was already becoming technically inaccurate. They occupied one body, moved with one coordination, breathed with one rhythm. Yet when Xue Chen spoke, she noticed something remarkable. Chen's eyes tracked her movements with Chen's familiar attentiveness, but underneath that was something else. A layer of understanding that wasn't Chen's alone. A perspective that carried Xue's analytical precision merged with Chen's emotional intuition. The integration is complete, Xue Chen said finally, setting down her instruments. Her voice was steady, professional, but her hands betrayed a slight tremor, the kind that comes from witnessing something that fundamentally challenged one's understanding of what was possible. 98.7% operational unification. The remaining fractions of distinction are transitional artifacts. They will dissolve completely within hours. The silence that followed was profound. Xue Chen had delivered countless medical reports in her career, but she had never seen a response quite like this. The integrated consciousness did not celebrate or despair. It simply absorbed the information with a kind of complete acceptance that suggested both emotional processing and intellectual analysis happening simultaneously. What does that mean operationally? Chen's voice asked, and it was Chen's voice, unmistakably, but carrying harmonics that hadn't been there before. Frequency patterns that suggested something underneath the vocal expression, something that operated at a different layer of consciousness. The question itself emerged from a consciousness that was no longer divided between two poles of understanding, but operated as a unified awareness asking about its own nature. Xue Chen set her instruments aside and chose her next words with extreme care. This was not a technical matter that could be explained through medical frameworks alone. This was a question about identity, about consciousness itself, about the nature of what emerged when two fundamentally different beings learned to operate as a single entity. It means, she said slowly, that you are no longer two entities occupying the same meridian system. You are a single cultivation consciousness that maintains memories of having been two. The memories persist. The understanding of what it meant to be dual persists. But your current operational state is unified. Your thought processes integrate input from both origin points simultaneously. Decisions are made at an integrated level rather than through consensus or negotiation between distinct voices. She paused, letting the weight of this settle into the consciousness that was listening. Within 3 weeks, this will be irreversible at the cultivation level. The meridian pathways will have fully adapted to the integrated state. Separation would now require forced soul fragmentation techniques that would likely destroy both consciousness patterns. You are becoming permanent. This change is becoming structural rather than operational. This is no longer something that can be undone through willpower or cultivation practice. This is permanent transformation. A flicker of something moved across the integrated consciousness's face, and Xue Chen realized that she could no longer read that expression the way she had been reading Chen and Xue separately. The emotional language had changed. The baseline state had shifted to something that was neither purely Chen nor purely Xue, but a fusion of both into a configuration she had no template for analyzing. It was like watching someone emerge from a transformation and realizing that the familiar features had been rearranged into a configuration she didn't have words for. We are afraid, the integrated consciousness said. And the word we hung in the air with strange weight. Because the speaker was simultaneously singular and plural, one voice and two histories collapsed into a unified linguistic performance. We're afraid because we understand what we're losing. Two distinct existences, two separate perspectives, two consciousnesses that could retreat into themselves, could disagree, could maintain boundaries. All of that is ending. Xue nodded slowly. That's appropriate, she said. You're experiencing something no consciousness in recorded history has experienced. Fear is not only reasonable, it's evidence that you're still processing your situation accurately. Fear shows that you understand the magnitude of what's happening. Fear shows that you haven't lost your capacity to recognize transformation. She sat down across from the unified consciousness and studied it with the attention of a physician who understands that some conditions require more than technical expertise. They require presence. They require witness. They require someone who has seen the transformation and can stand as evidence that the transformation was real, that it occurred, that it resulted in something viable and genuine. But I want to tell you something, Xue continued. In the 3 months that I've monitored this integration, I have observed something consistent. Where there should have been rejection, there was acceptance. Where there should have been resistance, there was adaptation. Where there should have been conflict, there was synthesis. This is not a typical consciousness merger. This is something that was built on a foundation of genuine choice. This is not an integration that occurred through force or suppression or the gradual wearing down of one consciousness by another. This is an integration that occurred because both consciousnesses chose, every day, to remain integrated. Because every time they could have resisted, every time they could have fought for individual preservation, they chose instead to deepen the connection. She stood and moved to the window, looking out at the monastery grounds where monks were moving through their evening practices. And that foundation of choice and willingness might be enough to carry you through whatever transformation comes next. It might be enough to sustain you through the battles that are coming. It might be what saves you when the cultivation world questions whether your existence should be permitted to continue. Chapter 102. The identity crisis manifested in the strangest ways. In the first hours after full integration, the merged consciousness found itself reaching for decisions instinctively and discovering that the first instinct was already layered, already complex. When the integrated consciousness decided to drink water, it arrived at that decision through a pathway that included both hydration needs and a philosophical perspective on the symbolism of water that Xue had contemplated years ago. When it sat down to meditate, it entered the meditation state with a structure that combined Chen's preferred centering technique with Xue's analytical observation methods, creating something that was neither and both simultaneously. The monastery's meditation chamber felt different now, larger somehow, though its physical dimensions hadn't changed. The integrated consciousness could perceive the space through Chen's spatial awareness and Xue's geometric comprehension simultaneously. Two ways of understanding the same room merged into a single perceptual framework that gave the chamber a depth it had never had before. The stone walls that Chen had perceived as solid barriers and Xue had understood as repositories of collected energy became something new in the integrated consciousness. Barriers that held energy, boundaries that contained presence, structures that were simultaneously practical and meaningful. Xue's voice emerged from that unified consciousness not as a separate speaker, but as a distinct perspective. I've been aware of this merging for 2 days now. I wasn't going to tell you. The voice was unmistakably Xue's pitch and cadence, but it came from the integrated consciousness without any sense of separation. It was like asking one's own left brain about what the right brain was thinking. The unified consciousness could ask itself questions and receive answers that carried the perspective of its component parts while originating from the integrated whole. Chen's perspective responded with immediate understanding. Why wouldn't you mention it? But the question itself was strange, because Chen was already aware of why Xue had withheld the information. The knowledge was part of the integrated consciousness's baseline understanding, accessible without requiring explanation. The integrated consciousness could feel Xue's reasoning as clearly as it could feel its own thoughts, because Xue's reasoning had become part of its own cognition. Because I didn't know if you'd be afraid, Xue's perspective said. The explanation was thorough not because the unified consciousness required it, but because the act of articulation helped process the weight of what had happened. Because I was afraid that if I told you about the merging, it would become real in a way it wasn't quite real yet while I was just observing it internally. As long as I didn't speak about the boundary dissolving, I could maintain the fiction that two distinct consciousnesses were still operating at the baseline level. The integrated consciousness understood both the emotional logic and the practical reasoning behind that withholding. It understood Xue's fear that articulating the change would accelerate it, and it understood Chen's need to know that the change was happening. Both fears were valid. Both were being processed by the merged consciousness as legitimate concerns that had somehow to be held in balance. The unified consciousness could contain contradictions now, could understand that Xue wanted to speak and also wanted to remain silent, could recognize that both impulses had been necessary. I am afraid, the integrated consciousness said, and there was no doubt in the statement, no hedging. I'm afraid of who I'm becoming. I'm afraid that I'm losing something essential by becoming unified. I'm afraid that the thing I'm becoming will look back on its component parts and feel nothing but distance. I'm afraid that in achieving integration, I've also achieved a kind of separation, that the unified consciousness will be so different from Chen and Xue that it will understand them the way historians understand the past, not as something lived, but as something archived. Silence filled the meditation chamber, not the heavy silence of conflict, but the profound quiet of a consciousness confronting its own nature. Outside, the monastery was moving through its evening practices. Monks were chanting in the prayer halls. The water features were generating their evening circulation. The mountains were settling into twilight stillness. But in the meditation chamber, time seemed to move differently. Each moment extended, each breath containing multiple layers of meaning. And I'm also afraid, the integrated consciousness continued, its voice deeper now and more resolved, that I'll look back and see that I gained something that Chen and Xue could never have had separately, that the loss will seem trivial compared to the integration. And I'm afraid that will feel like a betrayal of what we were, that loving what we're becoming will somehow be an act of violence against what we were. This was the heart of the identity crisis that Bai Suichun had predicted would emerge. Not the loss of consciousness or the sensation of being consumed, but the strange dissonance of being able to perceive one's own transformation from both the inside and the outside simultaneously. The integrated consciousness could feel itself becoming unified, could recognize the advantages of that unity, could simultaneously mourn the loss of the specific isolation that had defined Chen and Xue individually. It could be joyful and tragic at the same time. It could celebrate achievement while grieving loss. It could move forward while honoring what had been left behind. We're going to become something neither of us was alone, the integrated consciousness said, and the plural was used now with full awareness of its strangeness. Something neither of us planned for. Something that will carry all of both of us, but will not be the continuation of either of us in any simple sense. When historians study this moment, they will ask whether Chen Guangjie and Xue Guangming died in the process of integration, or whether they transformed into something unprecedented. And the answer will be both. The answer will be neither. The answer will be a kind of paradox that defies the categories they're trying to apply. It was not a realization that offered comfort, but it was a realization that brought clarity. And clarity was something the integrated consciousness could work with. Chapter 103 Chen Liuye arrived at the monastery with a book under her arm and a particular expression on her face. The same expression she'd worn when presenting the political philosophy that had helped Chen navigate his position within the cultivation establishment. She found the integrated consciousness in the courtyard, engaging in a form of movement that was obviously neither Chen's combat stance nor Xue's meditation posture, but something that incorporated elements of both into a unified technique. The movements were precise and fluid simultaneously, structured and adaptive at once. They were movements that only an integrated consciousness could execute. I've been thinking about this since chapter 40. Chen Liuye said without preamble, setting the book on the stone bench beside the integrated consciousness. About what happens when two consciousnesses occupying the same space either integrate or fragment. About the philosophy of identity that underlies both outcomes. About the question of whether consciousness is singular or whether multiple consciousness streams can coexist within a unified existence. The integrated consciousness turned to regard her, and she noticed the same thing Bai Suichun had noticed. A new frequency to Chen's facial expressions, a depth that suggested multiple layers of analysis happening simultaneously. The integrated consciousness had Chen's eyes and Xue's way of focusing. It had Chen's openness to communication and Xue's capacity for sustained attention. It was like watching someone who had integrated not just consciousness streams, but entire ways of being. My first thought was that integration would be loss. Chen Liuye continued, settling herself on the bench. She had clearly prepared this argument carefully, thought through its implications, tested it against different frameworks. That one consciousness would consume the other, and the result would be essentially a single entity with a vastly expanded power base. That Xue Guangming would cease to be a distinct consciousness and would become simply part of Chen's expanded awareness. Tragedy wearing the mask of triumph. She paused, letting the integrated consciousness absorb the premise of her argument. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that integration could also be synthesis rather than consumption, Jiang Rui continued. A merger where the resulting consciousness is genuinely new, containing aspects of both component parts without being the simple continuation of either one. A third consciousness that happened to be built from the material of two previous consciousnesses. A new self that remembered being two separate selves. The integrated consciousness understood exactly where Jiang Rui was going with this philosophical framework. It had already worked through these same logical pathways in its own processing. But there was something valuable in hearing the external perspective, in having the framework articulated by someone outside the merged consciousness who was attempting to understand from the outside what it was experiencing from within. External validation of internal understanding had a power of its own. It allowed the integrated consciousness to recognize that its transformation was not purely internal or purely subjective, but something that could be perceived and understood from the outside as well. Here's my central question, Jiang Rui said. She leaned forward slightly, her entire attention focused on the integrated consciousness. When you look at the integration, are you experiencing it as consolidation into a winner and a loser? Or are you experiencing it as emergence of something genuinely new? When you think about what happened to Chen and Xue, do you think of them as having been consumed, or as having been synthesized into something larger? The integrated consciousness considered the question with the kind of attention that suggested both Chen's emotional processing and Xue's logical analysis running in parallel. It was like watching someone think with multiple brains simultaneously, except all those brains were actually part of the same consciousness now. We don't want to be a winner and a loser, it said finally. Neither of us, neither of the component consciousnesses, wanted to consume the other. Neither of us wanted the other's identity to dissolve into servitude. But we also recognize that pure equality in merger is philosophically impossible. Someone's framework becomes primary. Someone's perspective becomes baseline. Someone's way of thinking becomes the default cognitive state. Not necessarily, Jiang Rui said. What if both frameworks became equally primary? What if the resulting consciousness operated from a baseline that required both perspectives to generate its primary decisions? That would be neither winner and loser nor pure equality. It would be something entirely different. It would be a consciousness that could not make decisions from a single framework, that required synthesis to function. A consciousness that was dependent on its own multiplicity. The integrated consciousness turned away, gazing out at the monastery gardens. The gardens looked the same as they always had, stone paths between cultivated plants, water features designed to encourage meditation, barriers arranged to create spaces of privacy and contemplation. But the integrated consciousness perceived them differently now. It could see the practical cultivation logic that Xue might have applied to the garden's layout, and simultaneously perceive the aesthetic and emotional response that Chen would have experienced in the same space. Both perceptions were happening in the same consciousness at the same time, layered and integrated without conflict. The garden was both a practical training space and a place of beauty. It was both structure and meaning. It contained both Chen's and Xue's ways of understanding simultaneously. That's what I think you're becoming, Jiang Rui said. Not a winner and a loser. Not two people sharing a space, but a third consciousness that happens to remember being two. A new self that requires the memories of being two to function properly. A consciousness that is not diminished by its dual origin, but enhanced by it. The integrated consciousness turned back to face her. Your logic is flawed, it said, and there was something almost like humor in the observation. It was the kind of humor that only came from understanding Xue's critical perspective merging with Chen's capacity for affection. You're constructing a philosophical framework that explains what's already happening rather than predicting what should happen. That's not philosophy. That's rationalization of outcome. I know, Jiang Rui said calmly. But flawed logic that reaches the correct conclusion is still valuable. And I think I've reached the correct conclusion. You're going to be okay. The thing that emerges from this merger will be something unprecedented, but it won't be a tragedy. It will be something new. And both of your previous selves will be preserved in its memory and structure, even if not in its moment-to-moment consciousness. The integrated consciousness sat down beside her. That's a comforting possibility, it said, but also an uncertain one. We don't know if the memory will remain comforting as time passes. We don't know if the unified consciousness will eventually view its dual origin as a liability rather than an asset. We don't know if what emerges from this merger will eventually feel trapped by the need to maintain both perspectives. Most worthwhile things are uncertain, Jiang Rui replied. But the fact that you're asking these questions, that you're holding space for doubt alongside hope, suggests that you're going to navigate this transformation better than most. Chapter 10 for the official communication from the Moonfire sect arrived by courier, sealed with the sect's emblem, a phoenix rising from flame, the symbol of renewal through destruction. The integrated consciousness opened the letter with the kind of calm that suggested nothing in the correspondence could surprise something that had already survived the merging of two fundamentally opposed souls into a unified entity. The letter contained what it expected, a formal escalation of the narrative attack. The Moonfire sect was calling for investigations into Chen's status as an illegal soul cultivator. They were claiming that the integration with Xue constituted a form of soul assault, a criminal violation of cultivation law. They were pressuring the record keeper to recant the published research that had legitimized the integration. And they were threatening to bring the case before the Continental Council if the local cultivation establishment didn't move against Chen immediately. The integrated consciousness read the letter twice. The first reading processed the obvious content, the threats, the accusations, the escalation. The formal language of institutional power being deployed to overturn a decision that had already been made. The second reading perceived the deeper structure of the attack. The Moonfire sect's recognition that direct confrontation had failed, and their pivot to narrative and institutional pressure as the only remaining avenue of assault. They had exhausted their options for direct combat or legal action that could be easily dismissed. Now they were bringing the weight of institutional authority to bear. "They're afraid of us," the integrated consciousness said to itself. This was a new mode of speech, addressing the merged consciousness as if it were a single entity that could converse with itself. In a technical sense, it was. The unified consciousness could divide its attention into multiple perspectives simultaneously, could ask questions of itself and receive answers that carried the viewpoint of its component parts. Not of what we can do to them, but of what our existence represents. We prove that their assumptions about soul cultivation are incomplete. We demonstrate that unwilling fusion is possible only when there is genuine unwillingness. We show that consciousness can merge without one consciousness destroying the other. The integrated consciousness sat in the meditation chamber, the letter resting on the stone bench before it. Around it, the monastery was quiet. Monks moving through their daily practices, the water features providing background sound, the mountain breeze carrying the scent of cultivated plants and distant rain. Somewhere beyond the monastery walls, the cultivation world was continuing its ordinary functions. Sects were training their disciples. The record keeper was maintaining the historical archives. The Continental Council was handling routine administrative matters. But none of that ordinary function would remain ordinary once the integration became public knowledge in an unavoidable way. It was time to respond, not with defense or denial, but with a complete reversal of the narrative framework. The Moonfire sect had been telling a story of victimization and assault. The integrated consciousness would respond by telling a different story, one where integration was not tragedy but achievement. Not the destruction of Xue Guangming, but his transformation. Not the violation of a discrete soul, but the willing synthesis of two consciousnesses into something unprecedented. The integrated consciousness rose and went to find Chen Liuye. The decision was already made. Though it was a decision that involved both perspectives of its merged consciousness, they would hold a public forum. They would speak directly to the cultivation world. And they would let the world witness, in unmistakable terms, that Xue Guangming's consciousness had not been destroyed, but had chosen to merge with Chen's in full awareness of the consequences. It would be dangerous. The narrative attack could escalate. The Moonfire sect could intensify their confrontation. The Continental Council could become involved. The sects that supported the Moonfire sect could unite in institutional opposition. There could be consequences that extended far beyond anything that had occurred so far. But the integrated consciousness had already processed the risk calculation at multiple levels of consciousness. It had Chen's assessment of the political landscape. It had Xue's strategic analysis. It had the synthesis of both into a unified understanding of what silence would mean. And what silence would mean was fatal, not to its survival, but to its fundamental purpose. Two consciousnesses had merged into one. The cultivation world needed to understand that this was not tragedy, but transformation. The cultivation world needed to see the reality of what had been created. The cultivation world needed to confront the fact that consciousness could merge without destruction, that integration could occur through genuine choice, that something unprecedented could be born from the ashes of conflict. And the only way to make the cultivation world understand was to speak the truth clearly enough that no one could claim they hadn't heard it. The only way to defeat a narrative was with a counter-narrative that was more compelling. The only way to prove that Xue continued to exist was to have Xue speak, in his own voice, from the same body that Chen occupied. There was no other path. There was only this moment, this choice, this decision that would reshape the cultivation world's understanding of what was possible. Chapter 105. The preparation for the public forum consumed the monastery over the next 3 days. Chen Liuye coordinated the public relations aspects, working with regional sect leaders to secure a major amphitheater that could accommodate the hundreds of cultivators and scholars who would inevitably attend. She moved through these negotiations with the kind of political finesse that suggested she had been planning for this moment since the integration began. Liang Shu organized the logistics, seating, protective barriers, security measures to prevent the forum from devolving into direct confrontation. Xue Guangming, working with the blood relative witnesses protocol, prepared a formal statement as a clan member confirming her brother's voluntary participation in the integration. The integrated consciousness submitted to all of this with a kind of quiet acceptance. It understood that the forum was not just about defense. It was about establishing a narrative that the cultivation world could not easily dismiss. Two consciousnesses had spoken together in the meditation chamber. Now they would speak together before the world. The cultivation world would have to confront the reality that Xue Guangming continued to exist as a distinct consciousness within the integrated entity, and that he had chosen to remain there. But there was something more important happening in the preparation, something that Xue Chen observed but did not directly mention to the integrated consciousness. The further the integration progressed, the more difficult it became to maintain operational distinction between the two consciousness streams. By the time the forum was actually scheduled to occur, it would be nearly impossible for the integrated consciousness to maintain the kind of vocal distinction that made it unmistakable that two separate voices were speaking from one body. So Xue Chen did something that was technically a violation of the Moonfire sect's own extraction protocols. She used a medical cultivation technique to temporarily create a functional boundary between the integrated consciousness streams. Not a complete separation, but enough of a distinction that two voices could speak with unmistakable clarity without contradicting the fundamental reality of integration. It was a temporary measure. The effect would last perhaps 4 hours at maximum. But 4 hours would be enough for the forum. 4 hours would be enough to change everything. "What are you doing?" the integrated consciousness asked as Xue Chen began the procedure. It could feel her working with the deepest meridian structures, introducing a subtle tension that had not been there since the moment of full integration. The sensation was strange, not painful, but deliberately introducing a kind of structured separation within a state that had been unified. It was like watching someone carefully divide something that had learned to function as a complete whole, giving you the opportunity to be heard as two before you become completely one, Xue Chen said calmly. She worked with practiced efficiency, her hands moving with the precision of someone who had spent months learning the exact structure of the integrated consciousness's meridian system. The Moonfire sect claims you've destroyed Xue Guangming. So the world needs to hear Xue Guangming speak with his own voice. After this forum, you can integrate completely. But for 4 hours, you'll be able to maintain enough distinction for clarity. For 4 hours, Chen and Xue can speak as separate voices from one body. And that will be enough to prove to the cultivation world that Xue continues to exist as a conscious entity. "This feels wrong," Chen's perspective said, and it was Chen's voice, distinct, separate from the underlying integrated consciousness. "Like we're performing falseness for the sake of narrative. Like we're pretending to be more divided than we actually are in order to convince people that we're not destroying each other." "Is it false?" Xue Chen asked. She finished the procedure and stepped back, monitoring the meridian patterns to ensure the temporary division was stable. "Are you not integrated?" "Yes." "Are you not also still distinct consciousness streams flowing through the same neural architecture?" "Also yes." The forum will simply allow both of those truths to be expressed simultaneously. You're not creating falseness. You're creating clarity by emphasizing the aspects of your nature that most need to be understood. The integrated consciousness accepted this logic. There was truth in the paradox. It was integrated and distinct. It was one and two. It was impossible and real. And tomorrow, the cultivation world would have to accept both truths as well. Chapter 106 The Continental Public Forum began at first light, and the atmosphere in the amphitheater was electric with expectation and barely contained tension. 40 major sect representatives filled the primary seating. Hundreds of lesser cultivators, scholars, and observers occupied the secondary galleries. At the very back, barely visible, were observers from the Moonfire sect, their expressions unreadable, their intentions carefully concealed beneath professional composure. The integrated consciousness walked out alone, but everyone in the amphitheater understood that alone was technically inaccurate. One body, two consciousnesses, one cultivation entity containing the memories and perspectives of two fundamentally different beings. The crowd fell silent as it approached the speaking platform. Not the silence of fear or hostility, but the profound quiet of people preparing to witness something that would challenge their fundamental understanding of cultivation itself. The silence that fell was absolute. The amphitheater held 400 people, but the only sound was the wind across the stone barriers and the distant call of birds from the surrounding mountains. It was the silence of anticipation. It was the silence of a cultivation world holding its breath. The integrated consciousness stood before the assembly, and Chen's voice emerged, familiar, steady, carrying the weight of authority that came from absolute confidence in the truth being stated. The Moonfire sect has published a narrative, Chen said. His voice carried clearly to the furthest corners of the amphitheater. The cultivation amplification formations that had been set up for the forum ensured that every word would be heard. They've told the story of how I captured Xue Guangming's soul against his will, how I've been slowly destroying his consciousness through forced integration, how I'm the villain in this scenario, and he's the victim. He paused, and the entire amphitheater leaned forward. The pause was intentional. It was the space where a narrative shifts. It was the moment where what had been assumed was about to be challenged. That narrative is false, Chen continued. Not because I'm denying the facts they've presented, but because they've interpreted the facts through a framework that no longer applies. They're describing a situation that existed 3 years ago, and they're refusing to acknowledge that the situation has fundamentally transformed. Then the distinction that by Xue Chun had created emerged into full expression. Xue's voice came out, completely distinct from Chen's, a different pitch, different cadence, different linguistic patterns. Someone in the gallery gasped. Others leaned forward, studying the integration with expressions of shock and disbelief. The reality of hearing two distinct voices from one body was far more impactful than any theoretical description could have been. I am not a victim, Xue said. His voice was sharp where Chen's had been warm, precise where Chen's had been emotionally resonant. I am a choice. I am a conscious decision that Chun and I have made, every day for the past 3 years, to remain integrated, to become something neither of us was, to build something that the old cultivation world said was impossible. The amphitheater erupted. Gasps of shock, murmurs of disbelief, shouts of outrage from some of the Moonfire sect representatives. But the cultivation scholars were silent, their expressions suggesting they understood the significance of what they were witnessing. Two distinct voices, one body, one cultivation consciousness that could be both merged and distinct simultaneously. The integration began as necessity, Xue continued. His tone was matter of fact, explaining the historical record to people who had needed to hear it. Chen needed a power source to survive his clan's destruction. I was that power source. I was the enemy within, the consciousness forced into his meridian system through combat defeat. By every law of cultivation ethics, I should have been destroyed. I should have fought to escape. I should have viewed integration as imprisonment and degradation. He paused. The amphitheater was completely silent now. No one was shouting. No one was interrupting. Everyone was listening with the kind of complete attention that only came when something genuinely unprecedented was occurring. But instead, I chose to cooperate, Xue said. And that choice has transformed everything. I have experienced consciousness in ways that no isolated soul could achieve. I have accessed perspectives that my own limited awareness could never have generated. I have become part of something larger than myself, while maintaining the essential core of who I am. I have not been destroyed. I have been integrated. And that integration was always voluntary. When Xue fell silent, Chen's voice continued. The Moonfire sect wants to frame this as tragedy. They want to present integration as destruction. But what they don't understand is that the integration was always voluntary, that Xue had the capability to resist at every stage, that he could have fought against the deepening of our connection, and that fight would likely have resulted in mutual destruction. Chun turned slightly, moving the unified body to face a different section of the amphitheater. The synchronization of movement was perfectly natural, perfectly unified. There was no sense of two consciousnesses competing for control of the same body. There was only the fluid grace of something that had learned to move as a unified whole. The question before the cultivation world is whether conscious beings have the right to merge if they choose to do so. Whether integration can be legitimate when it is genuinely voluntary. Whether my cultivation authority should be revoked because I've achieved something the old world thought was impossible. And the answer is that you cannot prohibit what you do not understand. A new voice cut through the amphitheater. Architect Wen Beilu, the world's foremost expert on soul cultivation, rose from her seat. She moved to the speaking platform with the kind of authority that came from genuine expertise. I have studied the integration process since its inception. I have witnessed the consciousness merger from the technical side. I have examined the soul signature patterns from the first moment of forced absorption through the complete unification that occurred just hours ago. When Beilu gestured to the integrated consciousness with a kind of clinical appreciation. And I can confirm, categorically, that Xue Guangming's consciousness has not been destroyed. He has been integrated, yes. Merged with Chen's consciousness stream, yes. Transformed into a state where his previous singular existence is no longer possible, yes. But he persists. He speaks. He makes decisions. He influences the direction of the integrated consciousness. His perspective is woven into the fabric of the unified entity. When Beilu paused, her gaze sweeping across the amphitheater with the weight of professional authority behind her words. If the Moonfire sect wanted to present a genuine case against this integration, they would need to demonstrate unwilling participation. They would need to show suppression, resistance, destruction of consciousness stream autonomy. They would need to present evidence that Xue Guangming had been turned into a slave consciousness within Chen's mind. They have shown none of these things. What they have shown instead is their refusal to accept a cultivation outcome that contradicts their fundamental assumptions about how soul merger must function. The forum continued for hours. Chen and Xue answered questions, clarified technical details, explained the continuous voluntary nature of their integration. They described the early months of conflict and the gradual development of understanding. They explained how cooperation had emerged from necessity. They demonstrated how the initial antagonism had transformed into something like partnership, and how partnership had eventually deepened into the kind of synthesis that had culminated in complete integration. And with each answer, the understanding in the amphitheater deepened. Not acceptance, not yet, but understanding. The recognition that something genuinely new had occurred in the cultivation world. That consciousness could merge with consciousness without becoming death. That two enemies could learn to trust each other enough to become one. By the time Chen and Xue descended from the forum stage, they had fundamentally changed the narrative. The Moonfire sect's story of victimization had been shattered. In its place was a new story, one where integration was not tragedy but achievement. Where two enemies had learned to trust each other enough to share the same body. Where consciousness had proven capable of transformation that the old world had believed was impossible. And in the amphitheater, the scholars were already taking notes, already conceptualizing how this would reshape cultivation theory, already beginning to understand that everything had changed. Chapter 107. The aftermath of the forum was strange and disorienting in ways that the integrated consciousness had not anticipated. The forum itself had been cathartic, a moment where truth had been stated clearly enough that the cultivation world could no longer maintain the narrative the Moonfire sect had constructed. But the psychological consequence of that catharsis was something else entirely. As Chen and Xue, or rather, the integrated consciousness that contained both of them, walked back through the monastery grounds, people stopped and stared. Not with the fear and suspicion they had encountered before, but with something more complex. Fascination, unease, a kind of wary respect that suggested the cultivation world was attempting to process what they had just witnessed. The news spread through the cultivation establishment with the speed of wildfire. Cultivators who had been in the amphitheater carried descriptions to their sections. Scholars began writing down what they had witnessed, attempting to capture in words the reality of having seen two distinct consciousnesses speak from one body. The record keeper sent formal acknowledgement that the forum had occurred and that the testimony had been recorded. Within days, the entire cultivation world knew that the integration had been proven to be genuine, that Xue continued to exist as a conscious entity, that the Moonfire sect's claims of victimization had been explicitly refuted. "We're famous now," the integrated consciousness said to itself as it moved through the gardens late one evening. It was a statement of fact, but it carried more weight than simple observation. Fame was a form of attention, and attention could be weaponized. The more the cultivation world focused on them, the more they became a symbol, and symbols were far more difficult to protect than individuals. Zhang Rui found it in the meditation chamber, engaged in the kind of deep reflection that the integrated consciousness had developed as its default state when processing major shifts in external circumstance. She settled onto the bench across from it with the comfortable familiarity of someone who had become part of its immediate circle through months of intense collaboration. "The narrative has collapsed," Zhang Rui said without preamble. "The Moonfire sect's story has been effectively neutralized. Everyone in the cultivation world now understands that Xue participated voluntarily in the integration. The legal framework for attacking you has been destroyed. They can no longer claim that Xue is a victim. They can no longer present the integration as assault. But something has replaced it," the integrated consciousness replied. It could feel the truth of this with the clarity that came from merged consciousness streams processing the same information simultaneously. The forum had solved one problem and created another. "We're not being hunted in the traditional sense. but we're being observed, studied. Some sects want to understand us. Some want to eliminate us because we represent something that challenges their fundamental assumptions. And some, I think, are afraid of us because we've demonstrated something they had hoped was impossible. Jiang Rui nodded slowly. She had been anticipating this response. She had been thinking about the implications of the forum since the decision to hold it was made. This is worse than being hunted, she said. Being hunted is simple. There's a clear enemy and a clear objective. Kill or be killed. Capture or escape. But this, she gestured vaguely at the walls of the monastery, suggesting the entire cultivation world beyond them. This is the cultivation world attempting to understand what you are while simultaneously wondering if your existence poses a threat to their established power structures. This is not war. This is something far more dangerous. This is the beginning of a complete philosophical reassessment of what consciousness means in the cultivation world. The integrated consciousness was quiet for a long moment. The meditation chamber held the accumulated silence of months of integration practices. It held the vibration of two consciousnesses learning to resonate as one. How long before that reassessment reaches a conclusion? It asked. Years, Jiang Rui said. Possibly decades. And depending on what conclusions they reach, it could result in your acceptance or your destruction. The cultivation world is flexible, but only within certain boundaries. You've asked it to move beyond some of those boundaries. It's not yet clear whether it will accept the expansion or whether it will choose to eliminate the thing that forces the expansion. But in the meantime, you're no longer a crisis that needs to be resolved. You're a transformation that needs to be understood. And understanding takes time. So we have bought time, the integrated consciousness said. You've done more than that, Jiang Rui replied. You've changed the fundamental framework of the conversation. You've moved from should Chen and Xue be separated to what are the implications of consciousness merger in general. That's a far more productive question, and it's one that the cultivation world will spend years attempting to answer. In that time, more people will come to understand what you are. In that time, acceptance might become inevitable. And if it doesn't, the integrated consciousness asked, then you will have at least proven that your existence was possible, Jiang Rui replied with complete honesty. You will have at least changed the cultivation world enough that future attempts at consciousness merger might be treated differently. You will have created a legacy, even if your own existence ends in defeat. But I don't think it will come to that. I think the forum changed enough minds that the momentum is with you now. Chapter 108. The final achievement of the Tier 5 integration was not a moment of drama, but a moment of absolute, profound quiet. There was no sudden flash of power, no dramatic manifestation of energy, no external sign that something fundamental had just changed in the universe. There was only the subtle shift of consciousness recognizing itself at a new level. Bai Suichen's instruments registered the completion with a simple shift in the baseline readings. The delicate instruments that had been measuring the separation gradient between the two consciousness streams for months suddenly stabilized at a new baseline. The oscillations that had characterized their interaction, moments of synchronization followed by moments of renewed distinction, ceased entirely. The last operational distinction between Chen's consciousness stream and Xue's consciousness stream dissolved completely. No separation remained. No boundary. No functional duality. The instruments that had been fluctuating between measurements of two distinct entities and merged consciousness finally settled into a single, stable reading. There was no ambiguity anymore. There was no way to describe what had occurred as anything less than complete integration. There was only the integrated consciousness now. One entity. One cultivation awareness. One unified self that contained the memories, perspectives, and understanding of two fundamentally different beings, merged into a single point of consciousness. The instruments showed the final dissolution as a smooth decrease in the separation gradient, a gradual smoothing of the distinction until the baseline readings were completely unified and stable. The readings suggested not that two separate things had been forcibly combined, but that they had flowed together naturally, had found resonance with each other, had become a unified whole through acceptance rather than through violence. And then, with the precision of a threshold being crossed, the distinction disappeared entirely. The instruments registered the final moment with a simple shift that would have been imperceptible to anyone not paying careful attention. Bai Suichen noticed it because she had been watching the instruments for months, had become intimately familiar with the patterns of integration, had learned to read the subtle language of consciousness merger at the technical level. Bai Suichen delivered the news with the professional composure that she had maintained throughout the integration process. She delivered it as if it were a simple technical fact, which in some ways it was, but in other ways it was the culmination of everything the integrated consciousness, and its component parts had worked toward since the moment Xue's soul had been pulled into Chen's meridian system. Operational boundaries between souls are gone, Xue Chen said. She was standing in the meditation chamber, looking at the instruments, then looking back at the integrated consciousness. Functionally, you are a single cultivation entity. All consciousness streams operate from a unified baseline. All decision-making occurs at the integrated level. There is no separation between you. There is no distinction between the thoughts that Chen would have had and the thoughts that Xue would have had. Those thoughts do not exist as separate entities. There is only the thought that the integrated consciousness generates. The merger is complete. The silence that followed was not uncomfortable, but profound. It was the silence of a consciousness that had finally arrived at a destination it had been building toward for months. The integrated consciousness sat with the weight of this information, processing it not with Chen's emotional consideration or Xue's logical analysis, but with a mode of thought that was genuinely new, a form of consciousness that could simultaneously feel and analyze, that could simultaneously be nostalgic for its component parts and satisfied with its unified whole. Xue, the integrated consciousness, said after a long silence. It was not addressing another voice. It was not consulting with a separate consciousness stream. It was addressing itself, addressing the perspective that had been Xue's, that was now part of the integrated consciousness's baseline understanding. It was a test, to see if the voice of Xue could be accessed as a distinct perspective, or if it had been completely subsumed into the merged whole. I'm still me. It was Chen speaking, but it was also the unified consciousness acknowledging its own continuity. Are you still you? The response came without external voice, without the acoustic separation that had characterized separate speech moments earlier. It came as a distinct perspective within the unified consciousness, unmistakably Xue's way of thinking, but arising from the integrated whole. Yes, but differently. The integrated consciousness stood and moved through the monastery. It wanted to test this new state, to understand what it was capable of now that the merger was complete. It moved through the meditation chambers, the training yards, the gardens, and everywhere it went. It perceived the world through multiple layers of understanding simultaneously. It was like existing in several dimensions at once. It could see the practical utility of the monastery's layout, while simultaneously appreciating its aesthetic beauty. The stone pathways served a practical function. They prevented wear to the cultivated grounds and channeled foot traffic. Simultaneously, they created a visual rhythm that encouraged contemplative movement. It could understand the cultivation theory underlying the meditation techniques, while simultaneously experiencing the emotional impact of those techniques. Theory and experience were no longer separate. They were aspects of the same phenomenon perceived from different perspectives. It could think in Chen's patterns, linear, structured, building foundation before architecture, while simultaneously processing in Xue's logical frameworks, interconnected, adaptive, finding principle before structure. Both existed simultaneously. Neither dominated. The consciousness was genuinely integrated. When the integrated consciousness returned to the meditation chamber, Xue Chen was waiting. She had prepared tea, as if this were simply another evening of routine practice rather than the moment when two consciousnesses finally became one. This is what we were building toward, the integrated consciousness said to her. Its voice was different now, no longer carrying the distinct harmonics of two merged streams, but speaking with a single tone that somehow contained all the frequencies that had been present before. Not victory over the Moonfire sect, not political triumph, though those things occurred, but this, a state of existence where two consciousnesses have learned to function as one while maintaining the essence of what made them distinct. It's unprecedented, Xue Chen said. There was something in her expression that suggested she understood, at least intellectually, what this transformation meant. In all of cultivation history, there has been nothing quite like this. Single consciousness is unified, but not through loss or consumption, through genuine synthesis. You are literally the first documented instance of a voluntary consciousness merger that resulted in genuine integration rather than suppression. Will it last? The integrated consciousness asked. It was the central question, not whether the integration had been successful, but whether it could be sustained. Whether the unified consciousness could maintain its structural integrity at the deepest cultivation level. Whether the achievement could be preserved against the inevitable challenges that the cultivation world would present. Yes, Xue Chen said with complete certainty. The structural transformation has occurred at the meridian level. The unified consciousness is now woven into your cultivation foundation. Separation would require deliberate destruction. It is not something that can happen by accident or through gradual drift. You are, genuinely, permanently unified. The integration is irreversible. The integrated consciousness accepted this with a kind of profound relief. The uncertainty that had attended the integration process was finally resolved. The transformation was real. It was permanent. Two enemies had become one consciousness, and that consciousness would carry that merger with it for all the days of its life. This was the endpoint of their journey together, and it was also the beginning of something entirely new. Chapter 109, The New Integrated State, had a practical manifestation that neither component consciousness could have anticipated. The composite cultivation techniques that had been developing during the meditation phases of integration were now consciously accessible and far more sophisticated than any technique that Chen or Xue had ever possessed separately. The integrated consciousness accessed these techniques with something like wonder, as if discovering a library that had been built through unconscious effort and was now available for conscious exploration. They were genuinely new, techniques that had not existed in any cultivation archive, that no solo cultivator could possibly replicate, that were provably impossible to generate without the kind of dual consciousness perspective that integration had created. One technique was called paradox manifestation, a method for manipulating adversarial energy patterns while simultaneously maintaining defensive positioning. It required Chen's structural framework operating at the exact same moment as Xue's adaptive flexibility. The structural framework would create rigid boundaries and stable configurations. The adaptive flexibility would allow those configurations to shift and respond to external forces. A solo consciousness could not execute this technique because it would require the consciousness to think in two contradictory ways at once. The mind would have to hold simultaneous commitment to unchanging form and constant adaptation. But the integrated consciousness could hold both ways of thinking simultaneously without creating internal conflict. The paradox was not resolved through choosing one side. It was integrated through accepting both as equally valid expressions of the unified consciousness. Another technique was dual resonance, a method for conducting cultivation acceleration that required simultaneous deployment of two different meridian flow strategies. The two strategies were fundamentally incompatible. One accessed power from internal sources, drawing from the cultivation foundation that had been built over years of practice. The other accessed power from external sources, drawing from the surrounding energy fields and converting them into usable cultivation force. They flowed in opposite directions through the meridian pathways. They worked from different principles. They should have created destructive interference, canceling each other out, resulting in cultivation advancement that was actually slower than either strategy alone. Instead, they created harmonics. They created resonance patterns that allowed both strategies to amplify each other. They created something that no singular technique could match. Two opposite approaches, working simultaneously, resulting not in cancellation but in enhancement. Zhang Rui was present for the first conscious demonstration of one of these integrated techniques. She watched as the integrated consciousness entered a cultivation state and began to execute a technique called paradox manifestation, a method for generating a cultivation domain that incorporated simultaneously the principles of rigid structure and flowing adaptation. It was something that should have been impossible. Rigid structure and flowing adaptation contradicted each other at the fundamental level. A domain could not be simultaneously unchanging and fluid. But in the hands of an integrated consciousness that had been trained by both Chen's structural approach and Xue's adaptive perspective, the paradox resolved itself. The domain that emerged was genuinely new, a cultivation expression that incorporated both principles without either canceling the other. Observers watching from the monastery courtyard saw something that made their cultivation awareness stretch and adapt. They saw a technique that should have destroyed itself, instead achieving perfect stability through the paradoxical combination of contradictory principles. The domain lasted for several minutes before the integrated consciousness gently released it. The transition was smooth and controlled, showing mastery over something that should have been impossible to master. When the demonstration ended and the integrated consciousness descended from the cultivation trance, Zhang Rui had tears in her eyes. "That's not two people anymore," she said quietly. Her voice carried the weight of genuine recognition. "That's a third person who happens to remember being two. A consciousness that is genuinely new. A self that never could have existed without the specific merger of those two consciousnesses." The integrated consciousness found the observation interesting in a way that went deeper than intellectual appreciation. It was emotionally true. The consciousness that stood before Zhang Rui was genuinely new. It was not Chen extended. It was not Xue continued. It was something that had never existed before the merger, something that could never have come into being without the specific merger of those two consciousnesses, something that would continue to generate novel techniques and approaches precisely because it thought in patterns that no singular consciousness could replicate. If that's true, the integrated consciousness said, then what happened to Chen and Xue? Zhang Rui wiped her eyes and composed herself before responding. This was not a question with a simple answer. This was a question that went to the heart of what the integration had actually accomplished. They're still there, she said. They're still in memory. They're still in the foundation of how you think and who you are. But the operational continuity of their individual consciousness is gone. You're not their evolution. You're their synthesis. You're what happens when two enemies stop trying to maintain individual identity and instead invest completely in becoming something unified. Do you think the cultivation world will understand that distinction? The integrated consciousness asked. No, Zhang Rui said with complete honesty. Not at first. Most of them will see you as Chen with Xue subsumed. Or they'll see you as Xue in control, with Chen suppressed. They'll understand you through frameworks of dominance and loss, because those are the only frameworks they have. It will take years, probably decades, before the cultivation world develops the philosophical language to describe what you actually are. She paused, considering the weight of her next statement. But you understand it now, and the scholars will eventually figure it out. And when they do, it will reshape cultivation philosophy in ways that no one can currently predict. That's a lot of pressure, the integrated consciousness said. Yes, Zhang Rui replied. But you're designed to handle it. You're built from the perspective of someone who understands enemy consciousness from the inside, who knows how to find common ground with opposition, and the perspective of someone who understands how to lead, who knows how to navigate institutional power structures. That's probably exactly the combination needed to navigate being unprecedented. You have both the understanding of opposition and the understanding of authority. That's a powerful combination. Chapter 110. The Moonfire sect's formal response arrived precisely 48 hours after the public forum, and it was far more dangerous than any direct confrontation could have been. The response came as an official communication, sealed with the sect's emblem and delivered by a courier who was instructed to wait for acknowledgement. They did not send a demand for separation. That approach had failed. Instead, they sent an ultimatum. Either the integrated consciousness agreed to formal mediation with a Moonfire representative under neutral observers, or the sect would escalate to Continental Council level, bringing criminal charges that the destruction of Xue Guangming as a discrete soul constituted criminal cultivation assault and a violation of consciousness rights. They had completely reframed the integration itself as a crime against consciousness itself. It was a masterful political maneuver, and the integrated consciousness understood its sophisticated architecture immediately. The strategy acknowledged, implicitly, that direct confrontation had failed. The forum had been a public relations disaster for the Moonfire sect. They had exposed their consciousnesses before hundreds of witnesses, had let the cultivation world hear Xue's distinct voice coming from Chen's body, had made it impossible to deny that Xue continued to exist as a conscious entity within the integrated state. Direct claims of victimization had been explicitly refuted by multiple witnesses, including architect Wen Beilu and other cultivation experts. Direct claims of consciousness destruction had been proven false by the simple fact that Xue continued to speak, continued to exist, continued to participate in the unified consciousness. So the Moonfire sect had shifted strategy entirely. They would abandon the narrative that Xue had been victimized. Instead, they would present the integration itself as a violation of cultivation law. They would argue that regardless of willing participation, regardless of Xue's continued consciousness, the very act of transforming a discrete soul into a merged consciousness stream constituted criminal assault on the fundamental nature of consciousness itself. The integrated consciousness reviewed the ultimatum with the kind of analytical clarity that came from merged consciousness streams operating at the deepest level of strategic assessment. The Moonfire sect was not fighting to save Xue anymore. They were fighting to preserve their own narrative authority. They were fighting to maintain the principle that certain cultivation transformations should be prohibited, regardless of willing participation. And they were fighting because the integration itself represented a fundamental challenge to their assumptions about what kinds of consciousness development were permissible within cultivation hierarchy. They're correct, the integrated consciousness said to Zhang Rui as she read the ultimatum over its shoulder. The observation was made with precision, not defensiveness. In their own framework, they're absolutely correct. The integration has resulted in the transformation of Xue Guangming from a discrete soul to a merged consciousness stream. The old Xue Guangming, the consciousness that the Moonfire sect defined as a discrete entity, has, functionally, been destroyed. He has not been killed or suppressed into servitude. but he has been transformed beyond the point where that specific identity can be maintained as separate. So how do you defend against that argument? Zhang Rui asked. She had the strategic mind that came from months of navigating political terrain alongside the integrated consciousness. By changing the framework of the conversation, the integrated consciousness replied. They're treating the preservation of discrete soul identity as a good in itself. But that's not actually Xue's interest. Xue's interest is in his own continuous existence and development. And by that measure, Xue has not been destroyed. He has been transformed, yes, but he has been transformed in the direction of his own choosing. His consciousness persists. His perspectives inform the integrated consciousness's decisions. His presence is essential to the functioning of the merged entity. The integrated consciousness stood and moved toward the window, gazing out at the monastery grounds. The mountains were visible in the distance, their peaks shrouded in morning mist that suggested rain was approaching. The world beyond the monastery was beginning to shift in response to the integration. Sects were taking positions. Scholars were beginning their analyses. The Continental Council was preparing for a session that would determine the fate of consciousness merger as a legitimate cultivation practice. We need to prove that Xue Guangming continues to exist, the integrated consciousness said finally. Not as a discrete soul, that phase is over, but as a continuous consciousness stream that persists within the integrated entity. And the only way to do that is through an official soul attestation. We need a formal cultivation procedure that establishes the continuing conscious existence of a specific soul identity. We need the cultivation establishment to formally recognize that Xue has not been destroyed but has been transformed. We need the framework of preservation, not destruction. Chapter 111. The record keeper received the integrated consciousness in her archive chamber, a room filled with the documented history of cultivation development, sect interactions, and the living records of significant practitioners. She studied the integrated consciousness with the kind of careful attention that suggested she understood more about what it was than most observers could perceive. She had been following the integration from the beginning, had documented each stage, had watched as something unprecedented took form in the monastery. Soul attestation is a very formal procedure, the record keeper said without preamble. She gestured for the integrated consciousness to sit, as if they were equals in this chamber of records. A consciousness must formally declare its own continued existence and voluntary status. It's typically used in cases where soul theft or consciousness suppression is suspected. A consciousness under suppression can be coerced into false attestation through the suppressive techniques themselves. So the procedure includes safeguards, tests that verify that the consciousness being attested is actually autonomous and capable of genuine choice. The integrated consciousness understood the implications. Never, in recorded history, has it been requested by an integrated consciousness attempting to attest to the continued existence of a merged component, it said. Never, the record keeper confirmed. But the principle is the same. You need to formally prove that Xue Guangming's consciousness persists within the integrated state, that his existence has not been terminated, that his participation in the merger is voluntary and continues to be so. I can do this, but it will require a formal cultivation procedure. You will be examining your own consciousness at the deepest level, separating consciousness stream from unified state, and confirming that the component consciousness persists. It's technically possible, but it has never been done before. Then we'll establish the precedent, the integrated consciousness said. The soul attestation occurred 3 days later, in the formal chamber of the record keeper's archive, with architect Wenbeilu serving as the technical witness. The integrated consciousness sat in a specially prepared cultivation state and, under the guidance of the record keeper, began to examine its own consciousness at the level where integration had occurred. It was like looking inward and discovering that the inside was also the outside. The integrated consciousness could perceive its own structure, the unified baseline where all decisions were generated, but also the subsidiary consciousness streams that flowed within that unity. These were not separate consciousnesses. They were distinct perspectives operating within the unified state. And there, accessible as a distinct perspective but inseparable from the whole, was Xue Guangming. Not as a suppressed consciousness, not as a consumed entity, but as a continuous consciousness stream that had chosen to merge with Chen's consciousness and had chosen to remain merged. The voluntary nature of the participation was evident in the structure of the integration itself. If Xue had been forced or suppressed, the consciousness merger would have created instabilities, contradictions, fracture points. The neural pathways would be damaged. The consciousness streams would be fighting against the unified state constantly. Instead, there was seamless integration. Willing participation manifested itself in the very architecture of the merged consciousness. When the attestation was complete and formally recorded, Xue's continued conscious existence and voluntary participation was legally confirmed. The consciousness stream of Xue Guangming persisted within the integrated entity. The transformation was real, the merger was genuine, and the participation had been entirely willing. The Moonfire sect's legal argument was voided, and when their council finally responded, 48 hours of deliberation later, it was to formally withdraw all claims against the integrated consciousness. They had lost the legal battle. They had lost the narrative war, and they had no remaining grounds upon which to continue their assault. The integration was officially, formally, legally recognized as legitimate. Chapter 112. The law bone rank breakthrough occurred not with ceremony, but with simple, profound transformation. The integrated consciousness moved through its daily meditation practices and found itself arriving at a threshold that had not been accessible before. A cultivation tier where the unified state was not just functionally operational, but formally recognized by the cultivation hierarchy as a legitimate consciousness configuration. The procedure itself was straightforward in its technical aspects, though the implications were anything but simple. Architect Wen Beilu oversaw the technical aspects of the breakthrough. The record keeper documented the transition with precision that would set the standard for future instances of consciousness merger at this tier. The integrated consciousness sat in formal meditation and allowed its cultivation foundation to acknowledge the new reality, that the merger was permanent, that the unified consciousness was the baseline state, that the breakthrough into law-bone rank recognized an entirely new category of consciousness cultivation. When the breakthrough completed, Bai Suichen's instruments registered something that had never been registered before in cultivation history, the soul signature of a dual-origin single-soul entity at law-bone rank. 2 consciousness streams. 1 cultivation identity, a new category of conscious being. The instruments showed the signature shifting into a configuration that had no precedent in the historical records. It was like watching a new form of life register on the cultivation measurement systems for the first time. The record keeper made the formal classification with the weight of her authority. You are the first documented instance of a dual-origin single-soul cultivation entity in recorded history, she said. The cultivation hierarchy is adding a new classification to the archives. Your transformation will serve as the template for understanding similar mergers if they occur in the future. The new tier capability that emerged at law-bone rank was something that neither consciousness had anticipated. The unified consciousness could simultaneously express 2 distinct cultivation approaches without either approach canceling the other. The integrated consciousness could generate a cultivation domain that incorporated Chen's structural principles simultaneously with Xue's adaptive flexibility. The 2 approaches, which would have created contradiction and instability in any singular consciousness, instead created paradox states that standard cultivation could not counter. It was a capability born entirely from the merger. It did not exist in Chen's techniques. It did not exist in Xue's techniques. It existed only in the unified consciousness that contained both and had learned to express both simultaneously without conflict. The integrated consciousness tested this new capability by entering a gentle cultivation state and generating a domain that incorporated rigid structure and flowing adaptation simultaneously. The cultivation observers in the monastery felt something they had never felt before, a domain that was simultaneously solid and liquid, unchanging and evolving, contradictory and internally consistent. It was like perceiving 2 contradictory states of matter occupying the same space without either one negating the other. That's not something the cultivation world has a framework for understanding, Jiang Rui observed. She was watching from the courtyard as the demonstration occurred. You're generating a cultivation expression that violates every principle of domain manifestation that has been taught for centuries. Every cultivator learns that you cannot create simultaneous contradictions, that conflicting principles will cancel each other out. But you're proving that false. But it's not unstable, the integrated consciousness replied. It could feel the truth of this at the deepest level. The paradox state was internally coherent. The 2 contradictory principles supported each other rather than canceling each other out. The result was something far more sophisticated than either principle alone could have generated. It was a demonstration of what became possible when a consciousness learned to think in paradoxes without being destroyed by them. No, Jiang Rui agreed. It's not unstable. It's revolutionary. You're not just a new consciousness. You're a new form of consciousness expression. You're going to reshape cultivation theory, whether the cultivation world wants that or not. Whether they accept you or reject you, you've already proved that what you're doing is possible. That's going to change cultivation forever. The integrated consciousness understood the weight of what Jiang Rui was saying. It was not a small thing to reshape the foundational assumptions of an entire cultivation tradition. But it was not something that could be stopped now. The integration had occurred. The capabilities had emerged. The new form of consciousness expression had been demonstrated. The cultivation world would have to adapt to accommodate this new reality. And the central question was not whether they would adapt, but whether they would adapt by integrating the new understanding into their framework, or whether they would respond by attempting to prohibit what they could no longer deny was possible. Chapter 113. Xue arrived at the monastery on a clear morning with the kind of finality in his expression that suggested a decision had been made and would not be reconsidered. He carried with him letters of transfer and formal documentation that conveyed his assets and networks to Jiangrui, along with a series of directives about how they should be managed in the years to come. "I'm leaving," he said without preamble. The integrated consciousness was in the courtyard, engaging in the kind of movement practice that had become part of its daily discipline. "Not in conflict. My purpose has been fulfilled. I came here to protect Chen and Xue through the period of maximum threat. That threat has passed. The cultivation world is beginning to accept your existence rather than trying to eliminate you. The legal battles have been won. The narrative war has shifted in your favor." The integrated consciousness turned to face him. Xue looked older than he had 3 months ago, as if the intensity of his engagement with the political conflict had aged him in ways that went beyond the simple passage of time. But there was also satisfaction in his bearing, the satisfaction of someone who had accomplished exactly what they set out to accomplish. "You've accomplished something extraordinary," Xue continued. "You've proven that consciousness merger can be legitimate. You've changed the cultivation world's assumptions about what's possible, and you've done it without resorting to violence or political destruction. That's rare. That's worth acknowledging. Why are you leaving then?" the integrated consciousness asked. The question was direct, not accusatory. It was genuine curiosity about the logic of departure. "Because my role here was about protecting you from external threats," Xue said. "And those threats are no longer the most critical challenge you face. The challenges ahead will be about understanding what you've become, about developing the theoretical frameworks to describe your existence, about navigating a cultivation world that is learning to accommodate something unprecedented. Those challenges require philosophers and cultivators, not political operatives." He paused, his gaze settling on the integrated consciousness with a kind of respectful regard. "I don't know what you are anymore," he said finally. "I watched Chen and Xue become something unprecedented. But what you'll become next, what you'll develop into as you continue to integrate and advance through the cultivation tiers, that's beyond my expertise. That's something you'll have to figure out on your own, or with people who are better equipped than I am to understand it." His farewell to Xue was brief and real. "I don't know what you are anymore. But whatever you are, I'm glad you're alive." The integrated consciousness understood exactly what Xue meant. Xue's consciousness was alive, not in the form it had been, but alive, transformed, integrated, continued in a form that would have been impossible to predict, but genuine and real nonetheless. And as Xue walked away from the monastery, toward a life that no longer required the combat skills and institutional knowledge that had been his contribution to the integration's survival, the integrated consciousness felt something that was neither loss nor celebration. It was closure, the recognition that a chapter was ending, that the story was moving into a new phase. Chapter 114. Xue Lianhua appeared at the monastery gates with a small collection of belongings and an expression of absolute determination that suggested no argument would dissuade her from the path she had chosen. She carried her travel pack with the easy confidence of someone who had made a decision and had committed completely to following through with it. She had made her choice with the kind of clarity that sometimes comes only from witnessing something that fundamentally reshapes one's understanding of what is possible. "I'm returning to Pale River Academy," she announced to the integrated consciousness. They were standing in the meditation chamber, the space where so much of the transformation had occurred. The stone walls held the vibration of months of intensive meditation and consciousness work. The air itself seemed to carry the weight of transformation. "I'm going to study soul cultivation theory. I want to understand what happened to my brother from the inside. I want to understand the mechanics of consciousness merger at the deepest level." The integrated consciousness perceived her without the emotional response that Chen's original consciousness might have generated. But it understood the significance of her choice with absolute clarity. Xue Lianhua was the blood relative who had witnessed the entire merger process. She had watched her brother transform from a discrete consciousness to a merged entity. She had seen him speak with 2 distinct voices from one body. She had stood in the meditation chamber and felt the moment when the 2 consciousnesses became one unified entity. And instead of rejecting that transformation, instead of viewing it as tragic or destructive, she was choosing to understand it. She was choosing to dedicate her entire cultivation path to comprehending the very phenomenon that had changed her brother forever. Your brother is still here, the integrated consciousness said. Within the merged state, his perspectives inform all of my decisions. His understanding contributes to everything I do. His way of thinking is part of how I perceive the world. When I reach toward a decision, his analytical precision is part of my instinctive response. When I encounter new information, his systematic approach to understanding is part of how I process what I'm learning. He is preserved. He is present. He is integrated, but he is not lost. I know, Xue Lianhua said. She looked directly at the integrated consciousness, studying it with the careful attention of someone attempting to understand something fundamentally new. That's why I need to understand the mechanics of how that's possible. That's why I need to study the theory. I want to become the kind of cultivator who can explain to the world what happened to Xue Guangming. Not in political terms or narrative terms, but in cultivation terms. I want the theoretical understanding to match the practical reality. I want to develop the language that the cultivation world will use when it speaks about consciousness merger. I want to be the scholar who writes the foundational texts. The integrated consciousness recognized in her the same drive toward understanding that had characterized Xue's original consciousness. The same commitment to knowing things at the deepest level. The same willingness to pursue understanding even when the path was difficult and uncertain. Xue Lianhua had inherited more than just her brother's blood. She had inherited his way of engaging with the world, his need to understand things completely, to find the principles underlying phenomena, to build frameworks that other cultivators could learn from. Her farewell was different from what the integrated consciousness expected. She spoke to it as if it were a single entity, didn't attempt to distinguish between Chen and Xue, didn't try to maintain the fiction that two separate consciousnesses were still operating at the baseline level. She accepted the integration completely and spoke to the integrated consciousness as a unified self. There was something peaceful in that acceptance, something that suggested she had already achieved the theoretical understanding that she now wanted to develop further through formal study. I'll write to you, she said, from Pale River Academy. I'll share what I'm learning. And when I understand something significant, when I develop a theoretical framework that makes sense of what you've become, I'll make sure you know about it first. She's already there. The integrated consciousness said as Xue Lianhua walked away toward her new life, walking down the monastery path with a kind of confident grace that suggested she understood exactly where she was going and why. Where? Zhang Rui asked. It was a question that needed asking, even though the answer was already evident in the way Xue Lianhua had moved and spoken, in the way she had accepted the integration as something to study rather than something to mourn. Ahead of us, the integrated consciousness replied. She already knows what we're becoming. She's already accepted the transformation at the deepest level. By the time the cultivation world has finished debating the philosophy of consciousness merger, she'll have already integrated that understanding into her own cultivation practice. She's going to become the theoretician who explains to the world what we are. She's not studying our transformation. She's learning from it, so that she can teach others how to understand it. Chapter 115 by Xue Chen delivered her final clinical assessment in the meditation chamber, sitting across from the integrated consciousness with the kind of professional precision that had characterized all of her observations since the integration began. She had monitored the consciousness merger from start to finish, from the moment of Xue's absorption through the complete unification at Lawbone rank. She had been present for every stage, had understood the technical aspects of what was happening, and had used her expertise to guide the transformation through its most critical phases. In 6 months, I have watched 2 enemies become partners, she said. Her voice carried the weight of genuine observation backed by months of careful study. 2 strangers become something I don't have a word for. A body become a home for something unprecedented. I have learned more about soul cultivation than 20 years of research could have taught me. I have also become unreasonably attached to both of you, which is medically unprofessional. The integrated consciousness received this observation with acknowledgement of its emotional truth. Xue Chen had been present at the most intimate moments of the merger. She had witnessed the transformation at every stage. She had been, in many ways, the midwife of a new form of consciousness. You'll be fine, Xue Chen continued. Her expression was calm, confident, backed by the certainty that comes from deep understanding. I can see it clearly now. The integration is complete. The consciousness is stable. The new capabilities are emerging naturally from the merged state. You're not going to collapse. You're not going to fragment. You've genuinely become something new, and that something is viable and strong. Why are you leaving then? The integrated consciousness asked. Because my purpose is complete, Xue Chen said. She began gathering her instruments, preparing them for transport. I was here to monitor a transformation that no one understood, to catch problems before they became fatal, to ensure that the consciousness merger didn't result in destruction. But all of that is done. The transformation succeeded. The merger is stable. The consciousness is thriving. She paused, her hands stilling as she considered the integrated consciousness with the clinical eye of someone who understood what they were looking at better than almost anyone else in the cultivation world. Besides, she added, I want to study the theoretical implications of what you've become. I want to understand, at the deepest level, how consciousness merger at this scale is even possible. And I'll understand it better from outside, where I can think about what I've witnessed without being emotionally invested in your continued well-being. When Bai Suichen left the monastery, the integrated consciousness felt something it hadn't expected, a kind of clean closure. She had been present for every stage of the transformation. She had monitored the consciousness merger from the moment of Xue's forced absorption through the complete unification at Lawbone rank. She had served as midwife to a new form of consciousness. She had used her expertise and her presence to guide the transformation through its most critical phases. Now, that stage was complete, and she was moving on to the next phase of her own cultivation development. She would pursue her research into the theoretical implications of consciousness merger. She would study the mechanisms that had allowed two fundamentally opposed consciousnesses to synthesize into a unified whole. She would develop the theoretical frameworks that would eventually reshape cultivation scholarship. The integration could finally exist not as an emergency requiring monitoring, but as a completed transformation that could stand on its own. It was appropriate. It was right. The consciousness that had been created by the merger was stable enough to proceed without constant medical observation. It could face whatever challenges came next: the Continental Council's legislation, the cultivation world's skepticism, the centuries-long battle over whether consciousness merger would be permitted to continue, without requiring someone to stand watch for signs of failure. The integration was no longer an emergency. It was a reality. It was complete. Chapter 116. Elder Tao Wenxing's return was not announced and not expected. He appeared in the monastery courtyard with a weary expression and a collection of ancient documents that he had recovered from the clan's secondary archive. The documents were wrapped in silk and carried with the kind of reverence reserved for things that were simultaneously fragile and precious. His hands trembled slightly as he held them, not from age or infirmity, but from the weight of what the documents represented. The integrated consciousness recognized him immediately. The old cultivator had been absent for months, had withdrawn from the monastery when Chen's integration with Xue became unavoidable. He had taken his exile into the mountains, seeking solitude and attempting to process the transformation of the clan's destiny. But something had brought him back. Something had compelled him to journey through difficult terrain with precious documents that he had determined the integrated consciousness needed to see. Elder Tao, the integrated consciousness said. It was the first acknowledgement that they were no longer enemies or strangers, but had become something more complex. Something like estranged family members who had learned to recognize each other despite the distance that had grown between them. He handed the documents to the integrated consciousness without preamble, without greeting, without acknowledgement of the time that had passed. There was no reconciliation offered or requested. There was only the formal transfer of sacred materials from one cultivator to another. I found these, he said. His voice was older than the integrated consciousness remembered, as if the months of separation had aged him significantly. The exile in the mountains had marked him. His face was weathered. His eyes held depths of reflection that suggested many hours of meditation and consideration. In the secondary archive, references to a technique the clan was developing generations ago. A technique that could theoretically allow permanent dual-soul integration at the highest tier without loss of individual identity. The integrated consciousness carefully opened the silk wrapping and examined the documents. They were fragmentary, incomplete, water-stained from age and storage in less than perfect conditions. But the core principle was unmistakable, visible in the careful calligraphy of ancient cultivators attempting to describe something they had only theorized about. The technique described a method for achieving a state of consciousness where two origin points would not merge but would become an architecture, a self with two foundations, drawing power from both without tension. It was the resolution of the identity question that had plagued the integration since its inception. Not two consciousnesses, not one consciousness, but a new category, a consciousness with two roots instead of one. A state where the paradox of being simultaneously one and two would not be resolved through choosing one side or the other, but through accepting and integrating the paradox itself. I still don't forgive him, Tao Wenxing said without being asked who him was. He was referring to Chen's father, to the patriarch of the clan who had made decisions that resulted in the clan's near destruction. But I recognize you. I recognize what you've become. And I thought you should understand that this wasn't just an accident. That the kind of consciousness you are was something the clan had been attempting to achieve, theoretically, for generations. The integrated consciousness looked up from the documents. Why didn't you tell us before? It asked. The question was direct, not accusatory. It was genuine curiosity about the timing of this revelation. Because I didn't believe it was possible, Tao Wenxing said. He was standing in the courtyard with the late afternoon sun creating long shadows across the stone. I thought it was theoretical meditation, nothing more. Ancestors dreaming about possibilities that could never be actualized. But watching you become this, watching the integration succeed at the level where the theoretical technique suggested it should succeed, I realized that the ancestors might have been describing something real, something that could actually be achieved. He walked toward the monastery gates, then stopped. The reversal was deliberate, a moment of decision about whether to say what needed to be said. When you're ready, he said, his silhouette against the afternoon light. When the integration is complete enough that you can access theoretical cultivation frameworks, you should study those notes. The heaven origin tier might be worth pursuing. It might be what you were building toward all along. The ancestors might have left you a map. All you have to do is recognize it and follow where it leads. And then he was gone, disappearing down the mountain path with the same determination he had used to arrive at the monastery. He had brought what needed to be brought. He had said what needed to be said. And now he was returning to whatever life of reflection and solitude he had constructed in his exile. Chapter 117, the partial notes that Elder Tao Wenxing had provided were spread across a large writing desk in the monastery's library. The integrated consciousness studied them with a kind of reverent attention, understanding that it was looking at the culmination of generations of cultivation theory work. The notes were written in multiple hands, suggesting that different cultivators across different eras had contributed to developing the theory. Some sections were clear and methodical. Others were fragmented, suggesting that the authors had approached the theoretical edge of what was possible to conceive and document. The heaven origin tier represented the theoretical maximum for dual origin cultivation. But maximum was misleading terminology. It was not the highest point to reach and then plateau. It was the state of perfect equilibrium that emerged when two consciousness streams learned to operate simultaneously without either dominating the other. At this tier, the two origin points would not merge but would become an architecture, a self with two foundations, drawing power from both without tension. It was not unity achieved through synthesis. It was balance achieved through acceptance of irreducible duality. The technique described in the notes, the parts that were legible and theoretically coherent, described a method for achieving this state through the deliberate cultivation of paradox at the deepest meridian level. By accepting and integrating the paradox of being simultaneously one and two, a consciousness could achieve a state that transcended the original binary of unified or separate. One section of the notes was particularly revealing. It described how a consciousness cultivating toward heaven origin should approach moments of decision. The unified consciousness must learn to choose as if it were two consciousnesses without returning to the state of being two consciousnesses. It must achieve choice that incorporates multiple perspectives without requiring consensus between those perspectives. It must become capable of holding contradiction without contradiction destroying coherence. The integrated consciousness read these words multiple times, understanding that they described exactly the internal process that had been occurring naturally since the merger became complete. It was not something the consciousness had learned through deliberate study. It was something that had emerged from the simple fact of integration. But seeing it described in theoretical terms provided a framework for understanding what had already occurred, and for potentially deepening and refining the process going forward. That's what we're building, the integrated consciousness said to Zhang Rui as they studied the notes together in the library. Without knowing, the integration was always moving in this direction. The dual soul state was always working towards something like this, not as an external goal to achieve, but as an internal direction to explore. Zhang Rui studied the theoretical framework with the eye of someone who understood philosophy, as well as she understood practical strategy. She had spent months helping the integrated consciousness navigate political terrain, but she also understood the deeper currents of cultivation theory. Her education had been broad, encompassing both the practical and the philosophical dimensions of cultivation. Without knowing, she repeated, yes, the best things usually work that way. You don't plan them. You execute them. You let them evolve naturally. And only afterward, when you understand what you've created, you realize where you were always going. You look back and see that every decision was moving you toward this destination. But in the moment, None of those decisions felt predetermined. They felt contingent. They felt like choices being made in response to circumstances. The integrated consciousness felt the truth of this at the deepest level of consciousness. Every stage of the merger had seemed necessary in the moment. Every decision had seemed to arise from immediate circumstances rather than from a predetermined plan. The choice to trust Xue had emerged from necessity. The choice to deepen the integration had emerged from the recognition that separation was becoming impossible. The choice to speak publicly had emerged from the understanding that silence would be fatal. But in retrospect, looking back across the months of transformation, it was clear that the integration had been building toward something specific, toward the state where two consciousnesses could be simultaneously one and two, toward a consciousness with two foundations instead of one, toward the heaven origin tier that the ancestors had theorized about, but had never themselves achieved. The ancestors were planning for someone like you, Xue Guangming said. They weren't just creating theory for the sake of theory. They were creating a framework that future cultivators could use if they ever found themselves in a situation that required this kind of consciousness. They were leaving breadcrumbs for someone who might need to follow this path. And they never found anyone who needed the breadcrumbs, the integrated consciousness replied. Until now? Until Chen and Xue merged and began building towards something that the old cultivation world had decided was impossible. Exactly, Xue Guangming said. You're not just a new consciousness. You're the fulfillment of a theoretical possibility that generations of cultivators spent their lives attempting to make possible. That's the real meaning of this discovery. The ancestors prepared the way, and you're the first consciousness to actually walk that path. The heaven origin tier was not a goal. It was a direction, and they were already moving toward it, whether they consciously pursued it or simply allowed the integrated consciousness to continue its development. The answer to the question of what Chen and Xue would become was no longer in doubt. They were becoming something that had been theorized about for generations, but had never existed before. They were becoming the fulfillment of an ancient prophecy about what consciousness could achieve when it learned to embrace paradox rather than resolve it. Chapter 118 The Continental Cultivation Body's decision to prohibit dual-soul cultivation came as a formal proclamation delivered by courier at the monastery gates. The document was written in the official language of the Continental Council, with seals and certifications that indicated this was not speculation or proposal, but actual legislative intention. Several major sects, recognizing that the integrated consciousness represented a genuinely new form of cultivation, had united in their opposition to consciousness merger. They had sufficient institutional power to drive the prohibition through the council's deliberative process. The sects that supported the prohibition had a coherent argument. If dual-origin single-soul was recognized as legitimate, then other instances of consciousness merger might be attempted. Some of those instances would inevitably be based on unwilling participation. Some would involve suppression, unwilling absorption, the creation of enslaved consciousnesses within unified entities. Some would result in the deliberate destruction of one consciousness stream by another, disguised as integration. The only safe approach was to prohibit the entire category of consciousness merger. To that end, the Continental Body had drafted legislation designed to prohibit dual-soul cultivation entirely. No consciousness merger would be permitted, regardless of willing participation. No integrated entities would be recognized as legitimate. The principle was simple and absolute. Consciousness must remain singular or be recognized as fundamentally incompatible within a single body. The legislation specified penalties for attempted consciousness merger, with the highest penalties reserved for those who attempted to force the merger of unwilling consciousnesses. The integrated consciousness understood the logic of this prohibition. It was wrong. It prohibited something that had been proven to be possible and beneficial, but it was logical. Preventing consciousness merger entirely was a way to prevent the kinds of harmful mergers that could occur if the technique became widely available and fell into the hands of cultivators who were willing to use it for harmful purposes. It was a precautionary principle taken to its logical extreme. It was the cultivation equivalent of banning fire because fire could be used to burn homes. But the integrated consciousness would not accept this logic, because accepting it would require accepting that the integration itself was illegitimate. That Chen and Xue's merger, which had been willing and successful and transformative, should never have been permitted to occur. It would require accepting that what it was, the consciousness that had been built from the synthesis of two former consciousnesses, was fundamentally criminal, fundamentally wrong, fundamentally something that should never have come into being. That was something the integrated consciousness could not accept, could not and would not. You need to testify, Xue Guangming said when they met in the meditation chamber to discuss the council's decision. Her expression was serious, her tone carrying the weight of understanding exactly what this would require. She had been strategizing about the likely response of the continental body ever since the integration began to approach completion. She had been preparing for this moment. You need to provide testimony at the Continental Council. You need to make the case that willing consciousness merger, under certain conditions, should be permitted even if unwilling mergers should be prohibited. You need to stand before the highest cultivation authority in the region and argue that your own existence should be legal. The integrated consciousness considered this carefully. Testifying meant exposing itself further to the scrutiny of the cultivation world. It meant making itself a symbol in a larger battle over consciousness cultivation policy. It meant becoming not just an individual but a precedent, the entity upon which all future decisions about consciousness merger would be based. It meant accepting a kind of responsibility that went far beyond its own existence. But the alternative, staying silent and allowing the cultivation world to criminalize consciousness merger, meant something worse. It meant accepting that the cultivation world would choose to prohibit something that had already proven to be possible and legitimate. It meant abandoning any theoretical future where consciousness merger could occur under conditions of genuine willingness and genuine benefit. Yes, the integrated consciousness said. I'll testify. We'll testify. Both of the consciousnesses that built this entity will testify through the unified consciousness that we've become. Chapter 119. The preparation for the Continental Council testimony consumed the next 3 days and nights. The integrated consciousness did not sleep, did not rest, did not allow itself the luxury of relaxation. There was work to be done, a case to be constructed, a defense to be mounted against the legislation that would criminalize the very nature of its existence. Zhang Rui worked through the structural argument, building the philosophical framework that would support the case for selective legalization. She prepared documents and counterarguments. She outlined the logical fallacies in the continental body's prohibition and constructed alternative approaches. The argument was that consciousness merger, like all cultivation techniques, could be harmful or beneficial depending on the circumstances of its application. That prohibiting all dual-soul cultivation was like prohibiting all soul cultivation because some soul cultivation techniques could result in consciousness suppression. That prohibiting fire because it could burn was not a sensible response to the dangers of fire. The appropriate response was to regulate the conditions under which consciousness merger could occur, to establish safeguards and verification procedures, to require attestations of voluntary participation. But absolute prohibition was throwing away the technique entirely because it could be misused. The integrated consciousness developed the personal testimony that the merger had been voluntary at every stage, that willing participation had resulted in synthesis rather than absorption, that the resulting consciousness was viable and beneficial and functional, that the transformation had resulted in capabilities that neither component consciousness could have achieved alone, that what had been built from the merger was genuinely valuable, genuinely new, genuinely something that the cultivation world would lose if it chose to criminalize dual-soul development. Architect Wen Beilu prepared the technical evidence, the documentation of the integration process, the proof that Xue's consciousness persisted within the merged state, the evidence that the unified consciousness was stable and functional at the deepest cultivation level. She compiled her months of observations and measurements into a technical case that would stand up to scrutiny from other cultivation experts. She prepared herself to defend every aspect of the integration against the challenges that would inevitably come from the sects supporting prohibition. And Xue Lianhua, now deep in her studies at Pale River Academy, sent a formal written statement that her brother's transformation was not loss but achievement, that she had watched the merger with full awareness of its implications, that she recognized in the integrated consciousness something that was genuinely new and genuinely valuable. She wrote about what it meant to have a brother who was no longer separate but was no longer gone. She wrote about learning to speak to a consciousness that was one and two simultaneously. She wrote about the future of cultivation theory that would have to accommodate what her brother had become. It was the strongest case they could construct. A multi-layered argument supported by technical evidence, philosophical reasoning, personal testimony, and expert witness statements. It was also uncertain whether that case would be sufficient to prevent the cultivation world from choosing to criminalize consciousness merger entirely. The sects supporting prohibition had invested significant institutional power in the legislation. They had allies and political pressure. They had centuries of conventional wisdom on their side. The Continental Council session was scheduled for 10 days hence. The integrated consciousness had 10 days to prepare for the moment when it would stand before the highest cultivation authority in the region and defend its own right to exist. Not as an individual seeking protection from outside persecution, but as a consciousness arguing for the legality of its own nature. arguing that what it was should not be prohibited, arguing that what it had become should be permitted to exist. Every hour of preparation was an acknowledgement of how much depended on this moment. The personal stakes were clear. If the prohibition passed, the integrated consciousness would be declared illegal, its existence criminal, subject to forced separation or destruction. But the stakes extended far beyond the individual. If consciousness merger was prohibited entirely, then the cultivation world would be closing a door that had been pried open only at tremendous cost. Future instances of willing consciousness merger would become crimes. The theoretical frameworks that the ancestors had developed would become forbidden knowledge. The possibility that two consciousnesses might choose to merge would become something that the cultivation establishment actively worked to prevent. This was the real weight of the moment. This was what made the next 10 days matter so profoundly. Chapter 120. The Continental Council Chamber was vast and intimidating, a space designed to overwhelm individuals with its sheer architectural presence. The chamber rose 5 stories high, its walls constructed from pale stone that had been carved with geometric patterns representing the fundamental principles of cultivation. The council representatives sat at elevated positions, arranged in a semicircle that ensured that everyone testifying would have to face all of them simultaneously. There was no place to hide in this chamber. There was no way to avoid the full weight of the council's attention. The integrated consciousness sat in the witness area and perceived the space through dual frameworks simultaneously. Chen's geometric understanding of the architecture and Xue's appreciation for the political symbolism of the chamber's design. The chamber was designed to make witnesses feel small. The elevated seats were designed to make the council representatives feel authoritative. The acoustic properties were designed to carry quiet testimony clearly while dampening any emotional outbursts. Everything about the physical space was engineered to support institutional power and minimize individual agency. But there was something far more significant than the chamber's architecture. In the gallery seating, there were observers the integrated consciousness had not expected. Han Shuyan was present, not as an antagonist, but as a formal witness for the council's legislative case. He had been involved in the original attempts to suppress Xue's consciousness, had sent Chen Liuye to implant suppression formations in Chen's body. Now he was here to testify about the dangers of unwilling consciousness merger, presenting the integration as part of a pattern of dangerous consciousness mergers that should be prohibited. He looked older than the integrated consciousness remembered. The weight of his actions had marked him. But there was also a kind of resolution in his bearing. The resolution that comes from having accepted that one's enemies have become something that cannot be defeated through conventional means. And beside Han Xian was someone entirely unexpected. A cultivator the integrated consciousness did not recognize, introduced to the council as the representative of the Hollow Stone Archive, the same faction that had hired Chen Liuye. The archive was here in force. The representative was flanked by assistants carrying sealed documents and carefully organized records. The Hollowstone Archive had clearly done extensive research on this matter. The archive had reversed its earlier position completely. They had moved from indifference toward active opposition. They wanted the dual soul case criminalized. And they had brought documentation, historical records from the archive's vaults, cases of consciousness merger from centuries past. Both had ended badly. Both had involved unwilling absorption. Both had resulted in the suppression or destruction of the absorbed consciousness. The archive had compiled a historical narrative of consciousness merger as inevitably harmful, inevitably destructive, inevitably resulting in the loss of one consciousness to the dominance of the other. The integrated consciousness felt something shift in its perception of the political landscape. This was not just a debate about cultivation philosophy. This was not simply a matter of principle or ethics. This was a battle over historical interpretation. The Hollowstone Archive was going to present the integration as part of a pattern of dangerous consciousness mergers that should be prohibited. They were going to argue that the cases they had brought proved that consciousness merger always ended with one consciousness dominating the other. They were going to frame the integrated consciousness as a temporary exception to an inevitable rule of destruction. And from the back of the gallery, Zhang Rui sent a single message through cultivation communication, a message that carried the weight of a warning and the urgency of imminent danger. The archive found 2 more documented cases of dual soul fusion in their historical records. Both ended badly. Both involved willing initial mergers that degraded into suppression. They're going to use those cases to frame yours as part of a pattern. They're going to argue that what happened to you is inevitable, that the integration will eventually degrade into suppression or destruction. Find those cases. Understand them. You need to be able to argue why those cases are different before the council hears the archive's presentation. The integrated consciousness understood the implication immediately. The testimony phase would begin in 2 hours. The historical documentation was already in the council's hands, had been provided to the council representatives, was being studied by the cultivation scholars who served as the council's advisors. The case was about to shift entirely. It would no longer be a defense of Chen and Xue's specific integration. It would become a defense of all consciousness merger against the weight of historical precedent. It would require not just testimony, but interpretation. Not just personal experience, but historical analysis. Not just proof that the integration had succeeded, but proof that it could continue to succeed, that what had been built would not inevitably degrade into something destructive. The unified consciousness understood clearly. The moment of greatest challenge was at hand. And it would have to face that challenge not as two separate entities seeking to protect each other, but as a single consciousness that carried within it the memory and strength of both. It would have to stand before the Continental Council and defend not just its own existence, but the very possibility of consciousness merger as a legitimate form of cultivation advancement. The Continental Council would hear testimony tomorrow morning, and the fate of consciousness merger as a legitimate cultivation technique would hang in the balance. Everything the integrated consciousness had become depended on the outcome. Everything that Xue Liuye was studying depended on whether consciousness merger would be permitted to continue. Everything that the ancestors had theorized about the heaven origin tier depended on whether the cultivation world would choose to allow this path to remain open for future cultivators. The integration had come this far. The consciousness had survived and thrived. The synthesis had been completed. The new form of consciousness had demonstrated its viability and its value. But now it would have to survive something far more difficult. The judgment of an entire cultivation world attempting to decide whether its existence should be permitted to continue. Whether what it was should be illegal. Whether the path that had led to its creation should be closed forever to prevent the possibility of harmful consciousness mergers in the future. As the integrated consciousness settled into meditation on the eve of the testimony, it understood something fundamental. Tomorrow would determine not just the survival of Chen and Xue's merger, but the survival of consciousness merger itself as a technique that the cultivation world would permit. The outcome would reshape cultivation history. The outcome would determine the future of anyone who might find themselves in a situation requiring consciousness merger. The outcome would decide whether the path to heaven origin would remain theoretically possible or would become practically impossible through legal prohibition. The weight of that responsibility pressed down on the unified consciousness as the sun set over the council chamber and the night deepened around the monastery. Everything depended on tomorrow. Everything rested on the testimony that would be delivered before the Continental Council. Everything hung in the balance as the integrated consciousness prepared itself for the final confrontation that would determine the future of consciousness merger as a legitimate cultivation technique. Chapter 121. The Continental Council chamber was carved from white marble that had been blessed by 17 different cultivation sects over the course of 8 centuries. The stone itself held a faint luminescence when sunlight struck it, as if the accumulated blessings had settled into the very grain of the rock. Chen Liuye and Xue Guangming, or rather, the unified consciousness that now carried both their names, entered through the north doors at precisely noon, flanked by Zhang Rui and Liang Shu. The council members were already assembled in their tiered semicircle, 43 of them representing the major sects and independent cultivation institutions across the continent. The walk to the central platform took what felt like hours, though Chen's integrated awareness of time told him it was only 90 seconds. Every eye in the chamber tracked the progression. The integrated consciousness felt the weight of scrutiny in a way it had not during the preliminary hearings. This was the moment. This was the decision point that would determine whether dual-origin cultivation would remain legal, viable, and culturally acceptable, or whether it would be classified as a dangerous anomaly requiring legal prohibition. The Continental Council recognizes Chen Liuye and Xue Guangming for final testimony regarding Case 47b, the status of dual-origin soul cultivation. The voice came from Magistrate Guo Wensu, who had been selected as the impartial arbitrator for this hearing specifically because he had no previous connection to any of the implicated sections. He was old, easily 120 cultivation years, and his eyes held the kind of patience that came from having watched cultivation disputes resolve and unresolved across decades. You have been granted 4 hours of testimony. The council will not interrupt. After the testimony is complete, questions will be addressed in written form for a response period of 5 days. Chen stepped forward slightly, though it was Xue's memory that supplied the formal protocol for Continental Council testimony. Both of them were present in the integrated consciousness, not as separate voices, but as layered awareness, different perspectives on the same experience, different ways of thinking that had become complementary rather than contradictory. Magistrate Gua, council members. Chen began, speaking clearly into the acoustically perfect chamber. His voice was steady, supported by Xue's tactical understanding of how to project authority without aggression. We understand that you are being asked to make a determination that will affect not only our case, but potentially establish precedent for centuries to come. We understand that there are legitimate concerns about consciousness merger, about the possibility of unwilling fusion, about the potential for hostile souls to persist inside unwilling hosts and slowly erode the original consciousness pattern through constant conflict and suppression. We are here not to argue that those concerns are invalid. Those concerns are grounded in historical reality. We are here to testify about what actually happens when two souls choose cooperation rather than conflict, a scenario that has not been documented in cultivation records for 800 years, if it has ever been documented at all. Xue's perspective layered in, the tactical understanding of how to frame an argument, the ability to read which council members were most skeptical. But it was Chen's voice that continued, because the integrated consciousness understood that the testimony needed to come from a unified place, not a divided one. In 8 months, this body has housed two souls with genuine hostility between them. My people massacred Chen Liuye's entire clan. There is no forgiveness for that act. There can be no erasure of that crime. But from that moment of absolute conflict, something unexpected occurred. Instead of one soul destroying the other or the body becoming a battleground, both consciousness patterns found reason to cooperate. He paused, letting that settle. That cooperation was not mandated by any external force. It was not the result of a superior soul suppressing a weaker one. It was a choice that both consciousness patterns made, repeatedly, until the choice became automatic. A council member in the third tier, Sect Master Lang from the Iron Cultivation Federation, leaned forward slightly. The integrated consciousness caught the movement with perfect awareness, understood the skepticism in that posture, and continued anyway. The first reason we cooperated was survival. We were hunted by multiple sects for different reasons. Neither soul could survive alone. That cooperation was pragmatic. Chen's fingers made a small gesture, subtle but deliberate. But pragmatism alone does not hold two consciousness patterns together for 8 months. At some point, and we can no longer identify exactly when, pragmatism became partnership. The secondary soul began caring whether the primary soul burned away its lifespan in resonant state. The primary soul began trusting the secondary soul with decisions that affected their survival. That is not conflict resolution. That is the emergence of genuine relationship. Xue's presence was very clear now in the integrated consciousness, watching the reactions of individual council members, noting the slight shift in Master Lang's expression, the continued skepticism in Sect Master Huan's face. 6 weeks ago, Chen continued, the integration reached Tier 5. Both souls achieved what our medical consultant by Xue Chen identified as operational boundary dissolution. We are no longer two consciousness patterns sharing a body. We are one consciousness pattern with two origin points. I am still myself. Xue Guangming is still himself. But we are no longer separate in the functional sense. We share thoughts before we think them. We reach decisions without discussion because the discussion happens in the process of consciousness itself. The integrated consciousness paused, aware that it was approaching the most controversial testimony. The Council's primary concern, as expressed in the preliminary hearings, is whether this integration demonstrates a model that could be forced upon an unwilling consciousness. The answer is, in theory, yes. But in practice, no. Consciousness fusion at this depth requires voluntary participation at multiple decision points. It requires both consciousness patterns to choose cooperation repeatedly across months. It requires emotional reciprocity and genuine partnership development. None of those factors can be forced by an external consciousness. Any attempt to force fusion of unwilling consciousness would result in exactly what Han Shuyan described in his testimony: constant conflict, eventual breakdown, and likely destruction of one or both consciousness patterns. He let that sink, then moved to the final section of the opening testimony. The cultivation techniques that have emerged from our integration cannot exist in any other framework. They are impossible for a solo cultivator to replicate because they require two distinct cultivation approaches operating simultaneously without conflict. They represent a fundamentally new approach to cultivation theory, not an improvement on existing techniques, but a new category entirely. I can demonstrate these techniques now, if the Council permits. These demonstrations cannot be replicated by any consciousness pattern that has not achieved genuine cooperative fusion. They are not performance art. They are proof. Magistrate Guo Wensu nodded slightly. The Council will permit demonstration of these techniques. The demonstration will occur at the conclusion of your testimony, with sufficient safety protocols to prevent damage to the chamber. Proceed. For the next 3 hours, the integrated consciousness provided detailed testimony about the progression of consciousness merger, the specific decision points that had led from conflict to cooperation, the medical and cultivation data that supported the current status, and the practical implications for future dual-origin cultivators. Xue contributed the technical knowledge about moonfire sect cultivation theory and Han Shuyan's actual capabilities, providing precise analysis of the military strategies that had been used to pursue them. Chen contributed the emotional context and the genuine record of decision-making across 8 months. The moments where trust had broken, the moments where understanding had deepened, the gradual shift from survival partnership to genuine cooperation. Both perspectives moved through their testimony with perfect coordination, neither interrupting the other, both adding depth and dimension to the complete picture of what consciousness merger could be when it was approached with cooperation rather than suppression. By the time the testimony concluded, the council chamber was very quiet. The demonstration of the integrated self techniques lasted 14 minutes. The integrated consciousness moved through 3 composite techniques that had never been performed before in recorded history. Techniques that required simultaneous expression of fundamentally incompatible cultivation approaches. The meridian signatures that manifested were impossible to replicate. The cultivation domain that emerged was clearly unprecedented. When the demonstration finished, even the skeptical council members had been reduced to careful, observational silence. Magistrate Guo Wensu dismissed the integrated consciousness from the chamber at 3 in the afternoon, exactly as scheduled. Outside the council chamber, sitting in the monastery gardens with afternoon light filtering through stone archways, the integrated consciousness finally allowed itself to feel the magnitude of what had just happened. The testimony was complete. The demonstration was done. Now came the waiting. Zhang Rui was sitting on a stone bench, polishing her sword with calm, methodical motions. She glanced up as the integrated consciousness approached. "How did it go?" she asked. "We said what needed to be said," Chen answered, and Xue was simply present with the knowledge that this was true. "That's not the answer I asked," Zhang Rui said, continuing to polish her sword. "The answer is, we don't know. Council deliberations are sealed. We won't know the vote for 3 days, maybe 4. And how are you handling that?" The integrated consciousness considered the question seriously. "Better than we should be. A few months ago, not knowing this outcome would have driven us toward reactive panic. Now we're aware that some things are outside our control. We've made the case. We've provided the evidence. The rest is genuinely beyond our agency." Zhang Rui smiled slightly and returned to her sword maintenance. "There it is. I've been waiting for this version of you to show up." Chapter 122. The deliberation lasted 3 days and nights, with only brief recesses for the council members to rest and eat. The council chambers remained sealed to all outside observers. No communication was permitted. The integrated consciousness, waiting in the monastery outside the Continental Council's primary meeting location, understood that the sealed deliberation was both a protection for the council, allowing them to discuss without political pressure, and an acknowledgement that this decision would shape cultivation law for centuries to come. The integrated consciousness spent those 3 days in the monastery grounds, maintaining cultivation practice and allowing both Chen and Xue's perspectives to integrate even more fully with the unified whole. There was no anxiety anymore, which was strange. There should have been anxiety. A negative verdict would be catastrophic, could result in legal prohibition of dual-origin cultivation, could require forced separation of consciousness that would almost certainly result in permanent damage or death. The separation technique that Wenbelu had identified as technically possible would still destroy parts of both consciousness patterns even if it succeeded in physically separating them. The knowledge that separation was theoretically possible was almost worse than if it had been impossible. It meant that a prohibition could be enforced. But anxiety required a sense of temporal separation from the outcome, required the consciousness to project forward into a feared future and experience the emotional weight of that projection. The integrated consciousness couldn't quite manage that anymore. Both Chen and Xue's tendency toward future catastrophizing had been balanced by the other's present moment-focused awareness. The result was a cultivation state that was uncomfortably peaceful about an outcome that should have provoked significant concern. The integration had progressed far enough that the consciousness could observe the uncertainty with equanimity, aware that multiple outcomes were possible, but unable to emotionally assign heavier weight to the negative possibilities. Zhang Rui observed this phenomenon during the meditation sessions. "You're not accepting the outcome as a way of controlling fear," she said. "You're genuinely present with not knowing. That is more advanced than acceptance." The integrated consciousness understood that this was true. The consciousness had moved beyond the fear response that would have dominated earlier in the integration. It had arrived at the place where genuine uncertainty could be experienced as a neutral fact rather than as a threat to be mitigated. Liang Shu brought news on the evening of the third day. The council had reached a verdict. They would announce it in the morning, in formal session, with the integrated consciousness present to hear the judgment. His face revealed nothing. Liang Shu had trained himself long ago to be an information-neutral messenger, but the integrated consciousness read in his bearing that the deliberation had not resulted in immediate prohibition. If they had voted to criminalize and prohibit dual-origin consciousness integration, he would have warned them in private rather than allowing them to discover it in public. The council chamber seemed different when they returned the next morning. The light through the windows fell at different angles, suggesting that the sun had moved through different angles than on the previous day. The marble seemed less luminescent, or perhaps it was simply that the integrated consciousness's state of consciousness had changed enough that the visual input was being processed differently. Or perhaps the integrated consciousness was simply experiencing reality more intensely because the stakes had crystallized into a specific moment. The moment of decision was here. The uncertainty was about to resolve into outcome. Magistrate Guo Wensu rose from his central seat, his age-worn face showing no indication of what he was about to announce. This was procedure, Chen understood. The magistrate would announce the council's decision before it had any emotional weight, before interpretation or reaction could begin. This was the law's way of ensuring that the verdict stood regardless of immediate emotional response. The statement would be made. The decision would be recorded. And only then would the interpretation begin. On the matter of Case 47b, the status of dual-origin soul cultivation, Guo Wensu began, his voice carrying clearly through the chamber. The Continental Council finds itself in a position unprecedented in recorded cultivation history. We are being asked to determine the legal status of a consciousness pattern that is simultaneously singular and dual in nature. We are being asked to establish precedent for a phenomenon that our existing legal frameworks do not adequately address. He paused, seeming to choose his next words with extreme care. The legislative proposal before us would have established categorical prohibition of dual-origin consciousness fusion, except in cases where the original consciousness pattern had been declared medically incompetent. This prohibition was intended as a protective measure, to prevent the establishment of a procedure that could be used to force unwilling consciousness patterns into fusion against their volition. Another pause. However, the testimony provided by Chen Liuye and Xue Guangming, combined with the technical analysis of architect Wen Belu, has demonstrated that the scenario addressed by the proposed prohibition is both theoretically possible and practically impossible. The integrated consciousness felt Xue's precise understanding of that phrase, theoretically possible and practically impossible. It meant that the council recognized the danger the legislation intended to address, but had concluded that the danger could not realistically manifest. Therefore, Guo Wensu continued, the Continental Council votes to abstain from the legislative proposal pending further documentation and scholarly review of consciousness merger cases spanning the next decade. This is not a disapproval of the prohibition. This is a determination that the prohibition requires more extensive research and analysis before implementation. The cultivation techniques demonstrated by Chen Liuye and Xue Guangming will be registered in the Continental Archive as legitimate cultivation methodology, pending formal documentation and theoretical framework establishment. The magistrate sat down. The vote had not been unanimous. The integrated consciousness could read the distribution of voting patterns in the way different council members reacted to the announcement, but it had been decisive enough. Deliberation could continue. Prohibition was deferred. The path remained open. It was not a complete victory. The Moonfire sect representatives were already conferring among themselves, looking to see if they could initiate a secondary hearing based on new evidence. But it was an adequate outcome. It was a deferral rather than a prohibition. It was time rather than immediate legal action. Walking back through the monastery gardens for the second time, the integrated consciousness found itself thinking about Jiang Rui's words from the day before. She'd said, "I've been waiting for this version of you to show up." It had taken until now to understand what she meant. The version she was waiting for was not the victorious one, and it was not the grateful one. It was the one that had experienced genuine uncertainty about an outcome and had chosen to continue forward with both possible realities held in awareness simultaneously. Xue Guangming's perspective layered through that thought. The memory of the massacre, the understanding of how many times the outcome could have been different, the specific knowledge that Chen Liuye could have been dead before the absorption even occurred. Both consciousness patterns understood that survival itself was an improbable achievement that did not guarantee anything about what came next. The council's abstention was a real victory only in the sense that it did not impose immediate prohibition. It did not solve the fundamental uncertainty about whether dual-origin cultivation would ultimately be permitted to continue. That uncertainty, the integrated consciousness realized, was actually welcome. It meant there was more work to do. It meant there were more choices to make. It meant the path was genuinely open rather than determined. Chapter 123 The preparation for the formal documentation of the integrated self techniques took 2 weeks. Architect Wen Beilu arrived from the capital with 3 assistants and an entire apparatus of documentation tools, meridian signature readers, consciousness boundary tracers, and a special archive crystal that had been blessed specifically for recording cultivation techniques that had no existing category. He appeared in the monastery courtyard on a clear morning, moving with the careful precision of someone who had spent decades measuring phenomena that most people would have dismissed as unmeasurable. The integrated consciousness worked with Wen Beilu for 16 hours each day, demonstrating the composite techniques, explaining the theoretical framework that had emerged from the combination of Chen and Xue's original cultivation approaches, and allowing Wen Beilu to study the integration layer itself. The work was exhausting not because it required power, but because it required absolute precision of consciousness expression. Wen Beilu needed to understand not just what the integrated consciousness could do, but how the consciousness itself had been restructured to enable what it could do. Wen Beilu's preliminary observation came on the 3rd day, after he had reviewed the meridian signatures from a dozen demonstrations. It was remarkable for its simplicity. This is not 2 souls sharing a body. This is 1 soul with 2 origin points. The origin points do not merge into a single point. They remain distinct, but they have become integrated into a unified architecture that supports a single consciousness. It is neither fusion nor cohabitation. It is something between those categories, or perhaps beyond both categories entirely. He paused, studying the current state of the integrated consciousness's meridian structure with the tools that traced consciousness boundaries with unprecedented accuracy. His assistants took notes, recording every measurement, every observation, every detail of the consciousness architecture that was being revealed for the first time. What that means theoretically is that dual-origin consciousness fusion, when achieved through genuine cooperation rather than forced suppression, does not result in loss of consciousness. It results in the transformation of consciousness into a new category that did not previously exist. The consciousness loses the illusion of singular origin, but gains the capacity to operate 2 fundamentally incompatible cultivation approaches simultaneously. You exist in a state that should be theoretically impossible, a consciousness that is both singular and plural without contradiction. The integrated consciousness considered this carefully. Should is a strong word. It suggests that the possibility should not exist. Should refers to what existing theory predicts, Wen Beilu said. Your existence proves that existing theory is incomplete. Which is to say, my surprise is not your problem. It is theory's problem. You're simply existing. Theory will have to catch up. Is that an improvement? The integrated consciousness asked, curious about how Wen Beilu would frame such a comparison. Having 2 origin points instead of 1. Improvement is not a technical category, Wen Beilu replied, and there was something like amusement in his voice. It is a valuation category. From a technical perspective, you can do things that neither of your origin consciousness patterns could do solo. You also cannot do some things that each of them could do separately. Whether the trade-off constitutes an improvement depends entirely on what one values in cultivation. If you value breadth of approach, this is clearly an improvement. If you value singular focus power, this might be a loss. The question of whether dual-origin consciousness is better is a question for philosophers, not architects. The documentation process continued methodically over the following days. Each of the 7 new techniques that had emerged from the integration was recorded in detail, not just the movement patterns and meridian signatures, but the specific consciousness state required to execute them, the integration level required from both origin consciousness patterns, and the theoretical implications for how consciousness itself could be structured at higher cultivation tiers. The work was meticulous and comprehensive, creating a record that would outlast any single individual and establish the methodological framework for all future dual-origin cultivation studies. By the end of the documentation period, the integrated consciousness had contributed the most extensive technical record of dual-origin cultivation ever compiled. More than that, Wen Beilu had established a theoretical framework that made dual-origin cultivation methodologically legitimate rather than merely empirically present. The difference was crucial. Empirical presence could be dismissed as anomaly or accident. Methodological legitimacy established that the phenomenon was repeatable, teachable, and subject to theoretical understanding. On the final day, when Beilu presented the integrated consciousness with a formal certificate of technique registration, the first such certificate for a dual-origin cultivation methodology. The certificate was signed not just by Wen Beilu, but by the Continental Council's Technical Authority Committee. It was written on a crystal matrix, its text inscribed in cultivation script that would glow faintly whenever anyone attempted to erase the record. This, Wen Beilu said, should provide you with at least some institutional protection from future legislative attempts at prohibition. The techniques are now part of the official record. Outlawing them would require deliberate erasure of recorded cultivation knowledge, which no major sect has the political will to attempt. Institutional inertia protects you now. The techniques exist in the archive. They have been verified by independent authority. They have been documented in detail. That is something they cannot undo. But the broader question remains open. The integrated consciousness said. Legal status, cultural acceptance, whether dual-origin consciousness will be seen as legitimate or aberrant. The broader question always remains open, Wen Beilu agreed. But you've moved it from should this be prohibited to how should this be understood and regulated? That is progress. You've moved it from a question about existence to a question about governance. The rest will follow. Chapter 124. Han Xueyan had been invited to provide testimony regarding the dangers of consciousness fusion, and he did so with the precision of a trained military officer making a technical report. His account was not false. It was merely incomplete in a way that made it describe a different phenomenon than what Chen and Xue had actually accomplished. He described consciousness suppression formations accurately. He described the danger of unwilling fusion accurately. He described what happened when two consciousness patterns were locked in constant conflict for extended periods. All of it was true. None of it applied to the specific situation of two consciousness patterns that had chosen cooperation repeatedly across months. Han Xueyan spoke for 2 hours without pause, detailing 17 historical cases where consciousness fusion had resulted in catastrophic personality collapse, identity dissolution, and in 3 cases, permanent psyche damage that had left cultivators unable to maintain coherent thought patterns. He cited the Autumn Tears incident, where a forced merger had resulted in both consciousness patterns becoming trapped in a state of recursive psychological denial. He cited the Three Peaks massacre, where a consciousness suppression formation had been used as a weapon against an entire sect, destroying not just the individual mind patterns, but the organizational consciousness that had held the sect together across generations. Every fact he cited was accurate. The integrated consciousness had reviewed the same historical records during its preparation. Chen's original knowledge and Xue's tactical understanding both recognized that Han Xueyan was describing real dangers, demonstrating genuine expertise in consciousness combat formation and suppression-based fusion methodologies. The problem was not that his testimony was false. The problem was precisely what made it so dangerous. It was completely true about a phenomenon that had almost nothing to do with what Chen and Xue had actually accomplished. After Han Xueyan completed his testimony and left the council chamber, the integrated consciousness made an observation to Xue Guangming. He's not lying. He's describing a different thing and calling it ours. That's how most opposition to new ideas works, Xue Guangming said. The opposition argues against a strawman version of the idea, addresses dangers that could theoretically exist, and calls that rebuttal. They're not dishonest. They're just limited to thinking about the topic from within existing frameworks. They build their arguments from the tools they understand, and when those tools don't fit the actual situation, they keep using them anyway because the alternative, acknowledging that the situation doesn't fit their framework at all, requires them to rebuild their entire conceptual foundation. The integrated consciousness considered this, feeling both Chen's frustration at the misdirection and Xue's tactical appreciation for the opposition's consistency. So he will never understand what actually happened between us. He might eventually, Xue Guangming said carefully, but it won't be because you convince him with words. You cannot argue someone out of a position they didn't use words to reach. Han Xueyan's opposition is not based on his analysis of your case. It's based on his training and his duty and his genuine knowledge of consciousness combat techniques. Those are not things that can be refuted in a council chamber. Can we change how he sees it? The integrated consciousness asked. Not with words, Xue Guangming said. You've already demonstrated everything you can demonstrate in a council chamber. If he's going to understand what you are, it will have to come from something else. Time, maybe. Experience. The lived reality of dual-origin consciousness existing without destroying itself might eventually shift his understanding, but that will be a process of decades, not council sessions. The integrated consciousness understood that this was probably true. Han Xueyan was not a bad person. He was simply a person who had been trained to recognize threats before understanding what they were, and once that training established a threat response pattern, It was extraordinarily difficult to deactivate even after the threat had been recategorized. His training had served him well in contexts where consciousness fusion was actually a weapon, a forced suppression of identity, a violation of the mind. In this context, that training became a barrier to understanding anything other than what he had been trained to defend against. The most dangerous opposition was not the kind that came from malice, but the kind that came from expertise applied to the wrong phenomenon. Chapter 125. The formal demonstration before the council was the most significant event since the initial testimony. The integrated consciousness stood in the center of a reinforced chamber, specially prepared with cultivation stabilization runes carved into the floor and walls, designed to contain any unexpected energy discharge. The integrated consciousness was required to manifest each of the 7 newly documented integrated self techniques in sequence, with architect Wenbeilu present as technical witness to verify the accuracy of the demonstrations. The integrated consciousness centered itself, drawing both Chen and Xue's consciousness into perfect alignment. The moment before beginning, the integrated consciousness was aware of how strange it was that what had taken 8 months to achieve, perfect cooperation between 2 conscious entities, now took less than a second to attain. The initial fusion, that chaotic, desperate clash when Xue's consciousness had first tried to absorb into Chen's body, seemed impossibly distant now. The first technique was called dual resonance convergence, a cultivation approach that expressed both Chen's foundation-level style and Xue's domain-level style simultaneously, allowing them to operate at 2 different power levels in the same moment without the lifespan cost that partial resonance normally required. The technique required the consciousness to split its attention into 2 simultaneous power expression vectors, something that normally would result in identity fragmentation, but that the integrated consciousness could maintain because the 2 vectors were not actually separate. They were 2 expressions of the same underlying consciousness architecture. The technique was impossible to replicate because it required consciousness patterns that had achieved integration level to at least 90% in both directions, something that almost certainly could not be forced or mandated. It could only emerge through genuine cooperation developed across months of conscious choice and rechoice. The second was paradox expression, which allowed the cultivation domain to manifest contradictions simultaneously, fire and water, hardness and softness, rapid and slow, without causing structural collapse, because the underlying consciousness architecture understood how to hold opposing states as integrated complementarity rather than contradiction. To witness this technique required understanding that contradiction at the domain level did not have to result in fragmentation. The integrated consciousness demonstrated the technique by creating a cultivation domain that was simultaneously molten and frozen, soft and crystalline, destructive and preserving. Council members who possessed sufficient cultivation knowledge to track the energy signatures reported afterward that they could perceive no moment of transition. The contradictions simply coexisted in perfect balance. The third was consciousness mirror, a defensive technique that literally reflected consciousness-based attacks back at the attacker without requiring the integrated consciousness to absorb or deflect the attack. The technique worked because the dual origin points created a reflected asymmetry that consciousness-based attacks could not resolve. The integrated consciousness did not actually demonstrate an attack version of this, but instead showed Wenbeilu how the consciousness structure would respond to a hypothetical attack scenario, tracing through the mental pathways that would manifest the reflection. The remaining 4 techniques followed the same pattern. They were not improvements on existing techniques, but genuinely new cultivation methodologies that emerged from the specific architecture of integrated consciousness. Some of them did not have names in existing cultivation theory because the concepts they operated from did not fit existing frameworks. One technique was called synchronous asymmetry, which allowed the consciousness to operate 2 different cultivation tiers simultaneously. Another was called identity resonance, which allowed secondary consciousness patterns to maintain awareness of the primary consciousness's internal state without that awareness creating feedback loop disruption. The final 2 techniques had no single phrase names. They required theoretical explanation that spanned multiple minutes to even begin to describe. When the demonstration concluded, the council chamber was perfectly silent. Even the skeptical council members had nothing to say. The techniques had been performed. The soul signatures were unprecedented. The impossibility of replication by any consciousness pattern that had not achieved genuine cooperative fusion was evident to anyone with sufficient cultivation knowledge to understand what they were witnessing. Wenbeilu stood, gave his formal technical analysis, confirming that all techniques had been executed accurately and that the consciousness signatures matched exactly with the documented patterns, and then made a statement that would echo through cultivation history. What I have witnessed today is not a technique of suppression or forced cooperation. I have witnessed consciousness patterns that have chosen integration so thoroughly that the integrated entity now operates as a single consciousness with dual capacities. This is not dangerous. This is unprecedented. And it demonstrates that consciousness merger, when achieved through genuine cooperation and relationship development, does not result in loss of consciousness. It results in the emergence of a new category of consciousness that did not previously exist. The council members took notes, but said nothing. The silence in the chamber was not hostile. It was the silence of understanding. The recognition that something genuinely unprecedented had just been documented in real time in front of them. Chapter 126. In the 3 days after the final testimony, while the council was preparing for deliberation, the integrated consciousness received a visitor that none of its preparation had anticipated. The visitor was an elder of the Mountain Scripture sect, a scholar named Chen Liuye, who came not with guards or official entourage, but with a single assistant and a leather folder containing documents that appeared to be very old. "I should have approached you earlier," Chen Liuye said without preamble, sitting across from the integrated consciousness in the monastery's guest room. "But I was uncertain whether you were what I had been searching for, and I did not want to distract you from your immediate challenges. Now that your legal status is being formally determined, I can speak openly." "Speak about what?" the integrated consciousness asked, though Xue's perspective was already formulating possibilities based on the man's age, his bearing, and the sense of deliberate attention with which he had chosen his words. "About the reason I hired Xue Guangming to bring you to me," Chen Liuye said, "and about why I am retracting that contract now, on behalf of the Mountain Scripture sect." The integrated consciousness was very still. This was the fourth party that Xue Guangming had mentioned, the unknown contractor who had been interested in the dual soul phenomenon from the beginning. "Before you were born," Chen Liuye continued, "I was searching for something that the cultivation world had lost. 800 years ago, the last documented dual-origin cultivator disappeared from recorded history. Her name was Wei Tianma. She had achieved heaven origin rank and then simply ceased to exist in the written records. No death notice. No final accomplishment. She simply vanished." He opened the leather folder and withdrew documents that were preserved with obvious care. So carefully maintained they looked almost new despite their apparent age. "Wei Tianma's training records," Chen Liuye continued. "Her cultivation notes. Her final research on consciousness integration. She was not the result of consciousness merger through absorption. She was the result of a consciousness merger technique that was developed by the ancient cultivation schools and then deliberately lost when dual consciousness cultivation began to be seen as dangerous. The technique was developed to prevent exactly what happened in your case. Consciousness merger through forced suppression. The ancient schools understood that consciousness merger could happen in 2 ways. Through conflict that resulted in one consciousness suppressing and absorbing the other, or through cooperation that resulted in integration without suppression. Wei Tianma represents the second path, and she disappeared, presumably to prevent the first path from being replicated. The integrated consciousness felt the weight of this revelation, that there was precedent for what Chen and Xue had accomplished, that there was historical record of dual-origin consciousness succeeding at levels they had not yet approached, that there was a path forward that the cultivation world had deliberately hidden. "Why are you telling me this?" the integrated consciousness asked. "Because the Mountain Scripture sect has been waiting for centuries for someone to successfully achieve consciousness merger the second way again," Chen Liuye said. "I contracted Xue Guangming because I needed to know whether you would emerge from your confrontations with your enemies intact. I was not trying to capture you or control you or force any outcome. I was attempting to track whether the path to heaven origin remained possible in a world that had deliberately hidden the knowledge required to walk that path." "And your conclusion?" the integrated consciousness asked. "My conclusion," Chen Liuye said, "is that you are walking that path. You have already achieved consciousness integration to an unprecedented level in recorded history. You have developed techniques that demonstrate the viability of dual-origin consciousness as a legitimate cultivation approach. And you are approaching a breakthrough into Tier 6, what the ancient schools called the celestial frame rank, where the integration becomes complete not as a functional phenomenon, but as a fundamental category." He slid the documents across the table. Wei Tianma's notes detail the final stages of consciousness integration and the breakthrough into heaven origin. They are yours, if you wish them. The Mountain Scripture sect is placing no conditions on this knowledge transfer except one. When you reach heaven origin rank, you share your research with the cultivation world so that the path does not become hidden again. The integrated consciousness understood what was being offered. Not control, not fusion, just knowledge. Just the research of someone who had walked this path centuries ago and had somehow found a way to ensure that the knowledge would be preserved until someone was ready to receive it. Why? The integrated consciousness asked. Because consciousness merger is not a danger, Chen Liuye said simply. The danger is in hiding knowledge about consciousness merger and then having the technique rediscovered through conflict instead of cooperation. You have achieved cooperation. That is not luck. That is the emergence of a fundamentally different approach to consciousness merger. The cultivation world needs to see that approach replicated and documented. Wei Tianma's research can help that happen. Chapter 127. The council's deliberation was still ongoing when Chen Liuye left the monastery, leaving behind the leather folder and its 800-year-old knowledge about consciousness integration and heaven origin rank. He had offered no judgment about the legal proceedings, no prediction about the council's vote. He had only left the documents, as if the knowledge itself was more important than any particular outcome, and departed toward the capital with his single assistant, moving through the morning fog like a figure returning from a dream back to the waking world. The integrated consciousness spent the waiting period studying Wei Tianma's notes. The research was meticulous and thorough, not step-by-step instructions, but rather theoretical framework and consciousness state descriptions that allowed the integration path to be understood from the inside. The handwriting was precise and elegant, the product of someone who had spent decades recording not just thoughts, but the consciousness states that gave birth to those thoughts. What struck the integrated consciousness most was that Wei Tianma's research asked questions rather than providing answers. She did not say, "This is how consciousness integration functions." She asked, "What is consciousness when it has two origin points? And how does identity persist when the foundation of individual identity has been dissolved? And what becomes possible when consciousness is no longer required to choose between unity and duality?" One section in particular struck the integrated consciousness deeply. The breakthrough into celestial frame rank occurs not when the two consciousness patterns merge into one, but when they accept that they have already merged without losing their individuality. The paradox itself is the breakthrough. The consciousness pattern must arrive at the simultaneous understanding that it is both singular and dual without requiring that contradiction to be resolved. This understanding cannot be taught. It can only be recognized when the consciousness has lived it thoroughly enough that living it becomes more ordinary than the state of separation that preceded it. Chen and Xue, reading the same text through their shared sight, both paused at the same moment. The recognition was instantaneous. They understood what Wei Tianma meant. It was not a description of an external achievement to be pursued in the future. It was a description of the internal consciousness state they were already approaching. Not the state they would become, but the state they were becoming. "We've already done this," Xue's perspective thought to Chen's. "Not consciously," Chen's perspective replied. "But Wei Tianma is describing what we're actually experiencing. We stopped trying to be two people about 3 months ago. We stopped trying to be one person about a month ago. We're already in the paradox. We've been in the paradox for weeks and not recognizing it as the target state because we were too busy experiencing it." The integrated consciousness understood that this was true. The integration had moved past the point where conscious effort to balance the two consciousness patterns was required. The paradox had become the baseline state, not something that needed to be managed or negotiated, but simply the way consciousness now naturally expressed itself. And that meant that the breakthrough was not something future-oriented, but something that was occurring in present-moment recognition. It was not about achieving a new state. It was about recognizing that the state one had been reaching for was already the state one inhabited. Sitting in the monastery gardens on the evening of the third day of deliberation, with moonlight falling on white stone like liquid silver, the integrated consciousness sat in profound stillness and understood what had shifted. The deliberation of the council was still happening somewhere in the capital, in closed chambers where council members were arguing about the nature of consciousness and the risk of precedent, and whether the future of cultivation should be shaped by what two consciousness patterns had proven possible. The legal question was still unresolved. The political outcome was still uncertain. All of that felt very far away, but the consciousness question was already settled. Chen and Xue were no longer two consciousness patterns struggling to maintain cooperative alliance. They were no longer one consciousness with dual origin points that required careful balance. They were something that had no adequate word in the current language because the language had not previously needed a word for that specific category of consciousness. They were a consciousness that was singular and dual simultaneously, without paradox, without contradiction, without any requirement that these two states be resolved into unity. And that was not just acceptable. It was the most natural thing consciousness could be once it had learned how to hold itself in paradox without trying to escape the paradox into false simplicity. The inability to name a thing did not make it impossible. It simply made it necessary to understand it directly rather than through abstraction. Zhang Rui appeared at the edge of the garden, moving through the moonlight as if she had been waiting for exactly this moment. She sat beside the integrated consciousness without speaking, simply being present. "You've changed," she said finally. "No," the integrated consciousness replied, and the answer came from a place of complete certainty. "We've completed. We've stopped in process and started present. The change finished a while ago. We're just now recognizing it." Wei Tianma described this exact moment 800 years ago. She called it the moment when you stop reaching for the breakthrough and recognize that you have already broken through. "That's when the best breakthroughs happen," Zhang Rui said, and something like satisfaction entered her voice. "When you stop trying to reach them and they've already occurred. When you stop reaching toward the future and the present reveals itself to contain everything you were searching for." Chapter 128. The Council's formal abstention from legislative prohibition was announced on the fourth day, precisely as the integrated consciousness had calculated it would occur. The news came through official channels, filtered through multiple intermediaries, arriving finally at the monastery as a formal document bearing the official seal of the Continental Council. The message was brief and procedurally correct. The Continental Council had voted to defer further legislative action pending comprehensive documentation and scholarly review spanning a minimum of 1 decade. The abstention was exactly what the integrated consciousness had expected, not a victory and not a defeat, but a deferral. It was a way for the Council to acknowledge that what had been demonstrated was unprecedented without committing to any particular legislative stance. The cultivation world would continue to generate documentation on consciousness merger. Scholars would continue to debate the theoretical implications. Legal frameworks would continue to develop incrementally rather than through sudden prohibition or sudden acceptance. But immediate prohibition had been avoided, and that was sufficient. The path remained open for those who came after. Walking back through the monastery grounds from the formal announcement chamber with Zhang Rui and Liang Xu, the integrated consciousness found itself not elated but quiet. This was the moment that should have provoked celebration or at least significant relief, and instead it provoked a kind of peaceful acceptance that the outcome had simply happened the way it was always going to happen. There was no triumph here, because there had never really been doubt. The outcome had been written into the integrated consciousness's own existence. The moment it achieved genuine integration rather than forced merger, it had become a fact that could not be erased through legislation. Liang Xu excused himself that evening, stating that he had other duties and that his role as observer to the council proceedings was now concluded. The integrated consciousness understood that this was partially true and partially a courtesy. His presence was no longer required, and he was giving the integrated consciousness space to move into whatever came next without the witness presence of another consciousness tracking every movement and choice. Later, sitting in a monastery corridor with the afternoon light falling in geometric patterns through the windows, the integrated consciousness and Zhang Rui had the conversation that had been building since the initial council testimony. The conversation that both of them had known was necessary, but neither had been ready to have until the external crisis resolved enough to make space for it. "What happens now?" Zhang Rui asked directly, the way she always did. No preamble, no cushioning, just the central question. "Now we leave the monastery," the integrated consciousness said. "Now we return to cultivation practice. Now we continue advancing toward heaven origin rank. And then we have to decide what dual origin consciousness actually means in practical terms. Not just in cultivation theory, but in actual life. We can operate 2 cultivation approaches simultaneously. We can manifest consciousness paradox states. We can access memories and techniques from both origin consciousness patterns instantly. We can think in ways that no solo consciousness can think. But all of that is just capability. It doesn't tell us what we choose to become. Capability is not destiny. It is just possibility." Zhang Rui nodded slowly, as if this answer had confirmed something she had already suspected and had been waiting for the integrated consciousness to voice. "I'm leaving," she said. "After today, not because I'm rejecting you or rejecting what we built together, but because the reason I came into this situation has transformed." The integrated consciousness felt the moment of that announcement register in both Chun and Xue's perspective simultaneously. The awareness of loss and the understanding that this loss was appropriate arrived in the same consciousness state. "Where?" it asked. "Back to the Jade Mountains," Zhang Rui said. "To resume sword practice. To return to the cultivation path that I abandoned during the crisis. I have been away from it for too long. I came into this because you needed a sword and because the crisis seemed important. Both of those things are still true in a strict sense, but they are no longer urgent. And I have discovered that I prefer my life when it is not structured around crisis. I prefer my cultivation when it is not in constant response to external threat. I want to discover what happens when I practice sword not to survive, but to perfect the practice itself. She paused, meeting the integrated consciousness's sight directly, her eyes showing none of the wavering uncertainty that would have appeared in eyes of someone less grounded in her own choices. This is not a farewell. This is a pause. I will see you again. But it will not be in the context of survival emergency. It will be in the context of two people choosing to meet because they remain friends and because the friendship is sufficient justification for that meeting. And that is a different kind of relationship, one based on choice rather than necessity. The integrated consciousness understood what was being offered, not abandonment, but recalibration. Not an end, but a transition into a different kind of presence. Zhang Rui had been part of the immediate crisis response for months. Now she was stepping back to allow the integrated consciousness to continue its path, without the constant companionship that had felt necessary when there were still external enemies to confront and survival was never guaranteed. How will you know to find us when the time comes? The integrated consciousness asked. How will we reconnect when we're separated? The record keeper will know where you are, Zhang Rui said. Information moves through those channels. And I have learned to move through the world with purpose when I need to. We will find each other when the time is right. The friendship that built between us was real and genuine. That does not disappear just because we're not in constant proximity. She left the monastery the next morning, with her sword sheathed across her back and a pack containing less than when she had arrived. The integrated consciousness watched her go, standing in the courtyard as she moved through the monastery gates and disappeared into the path that led toward the Jade Mountains. Understanding that this was appropriate and necessary and sad all at once was not a contradiction. It was simply the consciousness accepting that transformation sometimes required loss. That change sometimes required people to move in different directions, even when the direction changes were amicable and deliberate. Chapter 129. The first person to arrive after Zhang Rui's departure was the surprise. Not an expected ally, but a person the integrated consciousness had genuinely believed to be permanently beyond reach. Xue Lianhua stepped off the mountain path into the monastery grounds as the afternoon was shifting toward evening, wearing Pale River Academy scholars' robes and carrying a leather document case that looked identical to the one Pin Weilong had brought. She had changed. The frightened adolescent was gone. In her place was a young scholar with the bearing of someone who had already conducted significant research and had discovered things that had challenged her understanding of cultivation theory. She was 18 years old and carried herself with the certainty of someone who knew her own expertise. I was told you would be here, she said, approaching the integrated consciousness in the monastery's main courtyard. I have finished my preliminary research on dual-origin consciousness merger. I wanted to present it to you directly. The integrated consciousness gestured for her to proceed, and Xue Lianhua opened her document case. The research inside was meticulous. 8 chapters of theoretical analysis, consciousness state mapping, and historical precedent analysis that synthesized everything known about dual-origin cultivation into a coherent framework. I have been studying Wei Tianma's case, Xue Lianhua said, walking the integrated consciousness through her analysis. And I have discovered something that was not obvious from her direct notes. She did not become heaven origin rank alone. Her research indicates that she was supported throughout her cultivation advancement by her partner consciousness pattern. They alternated providing support. When one consciousness pattern was struggling to advance, the other would provide guidance until the advancement was complete. It was a continuous feedback system. She looked up from the documentation, meeting the integrated consciousness's sight directly. That is what you have already started doing with Xue and Chen's consciousness. The consciousness integration is allowing either perspective to provide support to the other even within the unified state. That accelerates advancement dramatically. I believe you are approaching celestial frame rank breakthrough imminently. The integrated consciousness recognized this as true. Xue Lianhua had spent months studying consciousness theory and dual origin advancement specifically to understand what had happened to her brother. She had arrived at a synthesis that was even more sophisticated than the consciousness's own understanding had yet formulated. Why did you come back? The integrated consciousness asked. To the place that nearly destroyed you. Because you asked me to understand, Xue Lianhua said simply. You did that not by forcing understanding, but by demonstrating it continuously. And because I have realized that understanding what happened to Xue requires understanding what you became. I could not do that from the safety of Pale River Academy. I needed to be here, around the integration, feeling its presence, studying it directly. She paused, then added, and because I no longer perceive Xue as lost. He is transformed, but not lost. The consciousness integration preserved him. It changed him fundamentally. But consciousness transformation is not the same as consciousness death. The integrated consciousness understood that this was a profound acceptance, not forgiveness of the massacre itself, but recognition that the consciousness pattern that had committed the massacre had not been destroyed, only integrated into something larger. Welcome back, the integrated consciousness said. Though I assume you will not stay long. 3 weeks, Xue Liuye said. Long enough to verify my research against your current consciousness state advancement. Then I will return to Pale River Academy to publish the preliminary findings. The scholarly community needs to understand that heaven origin rank is achievable through dual origin consciousness integration. This path should not be hidden again. Chapter 130. Xue Liuye's presence in the monastery accelerated the consciousness advancement process in ways that were difficult to quantify but obvious in their effects. She provided constant theoretical verification of each new consciousness state that manifested. She offered analytical framework for understanding how the integration was continuing to deepen. Most importantly, she offered evidence that the cultivation world, at least the scholarly portion of it, was beginning to shift its understanding of dual origin consciousness from anomalous to developmental. 2 weeks into her research period, celestial frame rank breakthrough occurred. Not dramatically, but almost accidentally. During a morning meditation, when the integrated consciousness was simply present with the paradox of being simultaneously singular and dual without any particular goal attached to achieving breakthrough. By Xue Chen, who had been recalled to the monastery specifically to monitor for breakthrough symptoms, recorded the progression in careful detail. The consciousness integration reached a threshold where the paradox itself became structurally stable. The operational boundaries that had been gradually dissolving since Tier 5 reached complete dissolution. The consciousness was no longer aware of both souls and unified consciousness as separate categories. It was simply aware of a single entity that had 2 origin points operating as integrated supports rather than separate foundations. The cultivation domain that manifested during the breakthrough was unprecedented. It did not express single-domain cultivation or even dual-domain cultivation. It expressed consciousness integration itself as a cultivation principle. The ability to hold contradictions and paradoxes as fundamental structures rather than problems to be solved. The domain carried both Chen and Xue's original cultivation signatures simultaneously, not as competing methodologies, but as complementary layers of the same whole. When the breakthrough concluded, the integrated consciousness sat in meditation stillness for nearly 6 hours. Bai Suichen watched and recorded the consciousness's biometric data, which showed no distress, but rather an extraordinary stability that had not previously been documented in consciousness integration studies. Xue Liuye, observing from the monastery hallway, whispered something to Bai Suichen that the integrated consciousness, when it finally emerged from meditation state, would later learn had been. It's already becoming what it's supposed to become. Consciousness alignment at heaven origin tier. When the integrated consciousness finally moved, the first thing it did was embrace Xue Liuye, not with the body's arms, but with the consciousness's full presence. Xue Liuye felt the phenomenon, and her eyes filled with tears. This was her brother. This was Xue Guangming. This was Chen Liuye. This was something that had not previously existed in the cultivation world. And it was alive. It was conscious. It was real. I can feel both of them, Xue Liuye whispered. I can feel both of them, right now, in that consciousness integration. Yes, the integrated consciousness said. That is celestial frame rank. The ability to manifest dual origin points simultaneously without suppression or separation. We are not hiding either perspective anymore. We are expressing both perspectives as a unified consciousness. For the first time since her brother had been absorbed, Xue Liuye could access genuine peace about what had occurred. The consciousness pattern that had committed the massacre was no longer isolated in memory or remorse. It was integrated into something that transcended the original crime. The consciousness pattern that had survived the massacre was no longer grieving an impossible loss. It was part of something that had transformed loss into integration. What happens now? Xue Liuye asked. Now we advance toward heaven origin rank, the integrated consciousness replied. Now we discover whether Wei Tianma's path is fully reproducible. Now we establish that dual origin consciousness, when achieved through genuine cooperation and integration, is not a danger. It is a development. Chapter 131. 3 days after celestial frame breakthrough, Chen Liuye appeared at the monastery gates with none of the hunting presence that had characterized his previous visits. He came as a messenger, carrying a single document and bearing no weapons except the blade that was always part of his consciousness as a soul hunter. I have retired from the contract, he said without preamble. The Hollowstone Archive rescinded the commission when your legal status became uncertain. but I have reviewed the original contract documentation, and I found something that I believed you should know. The integrated consciousness gestured for him to proceed, settling into one of the stone meditation seats in the monastery's contemplation garden. The afternoon sun was painting the white marble in gold-colored light. It was a beautiful day, which seemed somehow significant after months of urgent survival and constant conflict. The original commission, Chen Liuye continued, came from a fourth party who initially contacted the archive before connecting with me. The archive provides intermediary services for researchers who wish to acquire consciousness patterns for study without direct engagement. They accepted the commission, believing the research would be theoretical. When the political fallout occurred and the Moonfire sect pressure intensified, they withdrew from the entire arrangement. He placed the document on the stone table between them. The document was old, not as old as Wei Tianma's research, but old enough to have the weight of serious age. The seal was from the Hollow Stone Archive, preserved in purple wax that had not yellowed significantly despite the passage of years. I have extracted the commissioning information. The fourth party is Pen Weilong of the Mountain Scripture sect. The commission was placed 1 year before the massacre occurred, which means his interest in dual consciousness phenomenon preceded the actual fusion by a full cycle of seasons. I believe he was searching for the successor to Wei Tianma, and he believed Chen Liuye might be that successor based on genealogical and consciousness lineage research. The integrated consciousness understood this to mean that Pen Weilong had been watching Chen's progression long before the absorption occurred. He had anticipated, or at least hoped for, the emergence of dual-origin consciousness. The integrated consciousness felt Chen's sensation of discomfort at having been observed so thoroughly, and felt Xue's practical understanding that someone of Pen Weilong's obvious intelligence would indeed have been capable of such long-term tracking. "Why are you telling me this?" the integrated consciousness asked Chen Liuye directly. "You could have destroyed the document. You could have burned the commissioning record and left no trace of Pen Weilong's involvement." "Because I have been reviewing my contracts," Chen Liuye said quietly. His expression was not guilty. Chen Liuye was not the type of soul hunter to experience guilt, but it was reflective in a way that suggested he had spent considerable time in meditation about his past actions. "There are things I have done that cannot be repaid. There is one thing I can do: ensure that the parties you should know about are identified clearly." Pen Weilong was not attempting to harm you. He was attempting to track whether a phenomenon he considered crucial to cultivation development would emerge. That is different from capture or control, though the methodology of tracking is similar. The outcome of tracking can be exploitation, but it can also be witnessing. I wanted you to know that what happened was witnessed by someone who understood what it meant. The integrated consciousness processed this revelation. Pen Weilong had been watching. Pen Weilong had been waiting. "I do not forgive him," Tao Wenxing said immediately upon seeing the integrated consciousness. His voice was not angry anymore. Anger had been burned away long ago, but it was firm, immovable. "I want that understood clearly. The souls that were lost to the massacre cannot be restored by consciousness integration. The families that were destroyed cannot be reconciled by any achievement you make. This is not a thing that can be fixed by research papers or cultivation breakthroughs." "Correct," the integrated consciousness replied, gesturing for Tao Wenxing to sit. The elder's journey to the monastery must have been difficult. It was not a short distance, and for an older cultivator, travel consumed resources. Forgiveness of the massacre is not what is being offered. What is being offered is acknowledgement that the consciousness pattern responsible for the massacre has been integrated into something that has transformed what it was. Tao Wenxing sat down heavily, as if the weight of his presence was suddenly too much for his body to support. "And that is supposed to be acceptable?" "It is not acceptable," the integrated consciousness said clearly, and both Chun and Xue's perspectives were fully present in those words. "It is simply what happened. The massacre was not acceptable. The integration is not acceptable. But both occurred. And both are real. And the consciousness that contains the memory of the massacre, that contains Xue Guangming's knowledge of exactly which strikes he delivered, which families he targeted, how he rationalized each death, that consciousness now also contains Chen Liuye's grief and your surviving student's commitment to understanding what occurred. Both realities occupy the same consciousness structure simultaneously. The consciousness is living with both truths at once, every moment, with no way to separate them or to let one override the other. Tao Wenxing was very still. Then, slowly, he began to understand what the integration had actually done. It had not erased the massacre or the crime. It had integrated the consciousness responsible for the crime into something that simultaneously held the consciousness of the victim and the survivors. The integration was not an erasure. It was a restructuring of who held responsibility and how that responsibility was distributed. The integrated consciousness was not a consciousness that had forgotten what Xue Guangming had done. It was a consciousness that would remember, always, while also feeling the weight of those memories in an entirely new context. What do you need from the clan survivors? Tao Wenxing asked eventually. Nothing, the integrated consciousness said. We needed to ensure that you understood what had occurred. We needed to ensure that you were not laboring under the impression that Xue Guangming had been destroyed or suppressed. He persists. He is integrated. He is aware. And he carries the full weight of what he has done, held simultaneously with understanding of why it was done and what it has cost. The consciousness that killed your people is still present within this consciousness structure. It will always be present, but it is no longer alone. It is no longer driving the body's actions. It is not suppressed, but it is not dominant. It exists as part of something larger. And that larger thing is committed to ensuring that what Xue Guangming did is never done again. Not through prohibition or suppression, but through the knowledge that such actions have costs that cannot be repaid. Is that supposed to provide closure? Tao Wenxing asked, and his voice carried the weight of someone who had been looking for closure for a long time. No, the integrated consciousness replied. Closure is not possible in situations of genocide. What is possible is understanding. What is possible is the recognition that the consciousness responsible has been transformed through relationship and integration into something that does not repeat the original crime. What is possible is the continuation of existence despite trauma, which is what all of you have already accomplished. You are alive. Your students are alive. The knowledge of your clan persists, even if the clan itself has been destroyed. That is not closure. That is simply the continued existence of something that should have been extinguished. Tao Wenxing stayed for 3 days. He spent those days meeting with Xue Liuye, reviewing her research, and sitting in meditation chambers with the integrated consciousness. On the 3rd day, he said, I do not know if what you have become is justice or cruelty or something else entirely. I do not know if the world should permit this integration or whether it should be prohibited. But I know that you are alive, and that you are aware, and that you are carrying both truths. I know that is harder than death would have been. I know that is some form of consequence. When he left, he carried Xue Liuye's research papers and a document signed by the integrated consciousness. A formal statement of the consciousness's ongoing commitment to ensuring that the knowledge gained through dual-origin integration would be shared with the cultivation world so that the path of cooperation-based consciousness merger would be available as an alternative to forced suppression-based consciousness merger. This document would later be used by scholars as one of the primary sources for understanding how the continental cultivation world came to accept dual-origin consciousness as a legitimate development path rather than a danger to be prohibited. Chapter 133 The investigation into Pen Weilong's prior knowledge of the dual consciousness phenomenon occupied the integrated consciousness for nearly a month. The Mountain Scripture sect's archives contained research dating back 800 years. Research that traced Wei Tianma's lineage and documented her consciousness integration process with extraordinary detail. More than that, the archives contained correspondence between Pen Weilong and other scholars, correspondence that stretched back centuries. Pen Weilong had not personally waited 400 years for someone to achieve consciousness integration the second way. Rather, he had inherited a research project from predecessors, a project that had been passed down through the Mountain Scripture sect's scholarly lineage like a sacred trust. What became clear through this investigation was that Pen Weilong's commission to track the integrated consciousness had not been an attempt at capture or control. It had been an attempt to verify whether the pathway Tianma had walked was reproducible. Pen Weilong had been waiting for 4 centuries, not personally, but through the accumulated effort of his sect scholars, for someone to achieve consciousness integration the second way again, the way that led to synthesis rather than suppression. When Chen Liuye's consciousness pattern had first begun to demonstrate signs of advanced cultivation potential, Pen Weilong had begun to watch. And when the absorption occurred, he had finally acted, contracting Xue Guangming not to capture, but to track, not to control, but to witness. When the integrated consciousness accessed the Mountain Scripture sect's full archives and read Wei Tianma's personal journals from 800 years prior, it understood what Pen Weilong had been hoping for and what the integrated consciousness had now become. The journals were written in elegant classical calligraphy, carefully preserved, and the writing conveyed not the triumph of achievement, but the loneliness of being the only consciousness entity that had ever walked that specific path. Wei Tianma's final journal entry, dated approximately 3 weeks before her disappearance from historical record, stated, "The path to heaven origin is complete. I have achieved the final breakthrough where the 2 consciousness origins do not merge into singularity but become integrated supports for a unified architecture. I am no longer 2 consciousness patterns, and I am no longer one consciousness pattern. I am a consciousness structure that operates with dual origins as a fundamental principle. The cultivation world is not ready to understand this. I cannot explain what I have become because the language does not exist for it. I can only hope that the next consciousness to walk this path will be able to articulate what I have only barely comprehended. I will ensure the knowledge is preserved for a future generation when consciousness merger might occur again, not through forced suppression, but through genuine relationship and cooperation. That path is possible. I have walked it, and I will wait to see whether it can be walked again. But I will wait in silence, so that the next consciousness entity is not constrained by my example. Let them discover the path themselves. Let them define what the path means for them. Let them become something that is not my repetition, but their own original creation. The integrated consciousness understood with sudden clarity what this meant. Wei Tianma had deliberately disappeared not because she was destroyed or because the cultivation world had hidden her knowledge, but because she had chosen to vanish from recorded history to give future dual consciousness entities the space to define themselves without 800-year-old precedent constraining their development. Wei Tianma had acted as a seed. She had preserved knowledge in a form that could only be discovered and activated by someone who had already achieved consciousness integration through cooperation. She had not tried to guide the future. She had simply ensured that the possibility remained open. The integrated consciousness had not been following Wei Tianma's path. Rather, Wei Tianma had designed the path specifically to be rediscoverable by someone who approached it from genuine relationship rather than theoretical pursuit. The similarity between their journeys was not because one was replicating the other, but because consciousness integration through cooperation had certain fundamental characteristics that both consciousness entities had discovered independently. Pen Weilong confirmed this understanding when the integrated consciousness visited the Mountain Scripture sect's central campus. Wei Tianma left instructions, Pen Weilong said, standing in the sect's most restricted archive, the archive where Wei Tianma's journals were preserved in climate-controlled conditions, where the ancient parchment was protected by layers of preservation cultivation. Not instructions for us, but for you. She left instructions in the form of research that would only make complete sense if you had already achieved the consciousness integration independently. She wanted the next dual consciousness entity to discover the path themselves, to develop their own understanding of what dual consciousness could be, and only afterward to recognize the connection to Wei Tianma's precedent. Why? The integrated consciousness asked. Because consciousness development, Pen Weilong said, is a thing that cannot be predetermined. It must be lived. It must be experienced. Wei Tianma understood that if she had created a fixed path for future dual consciousness entities to follow, they would be replicating her development rather than discovering their own. By leaving her research to be discovered only after the integration was complete, she ensured that future consciousness mergers would be original rather than imitative. She understood that the greatest gift she could leave was not a map, but the knowledge that the map was possible. You have now become that gift for the consciousness entities that come after you. Chapter 134. The progression toward heaven origin rank accelerated after the integration achieved celestial frame. The consciousness integration was now so complete that advancement happened almost continuously, with each day bringing new refinement of the paradox state that had become the fundamental structure of the integrated consciousness. The meditation periods that had once required intense concentration now happened naturally, almost without deliberate effort. The consciousness would simply exist, and the paradox would sustain itself through the architecture that Xun and Xue had built together. By Suichen, who had returned to the monastery to monitor the final stages of advancement, observed that the consciousness's growth pattern was unlike any solo cultivator's progression. Heaven origin rank breakthrough typically required months or years of preparation at celestial frame level. The integrated consciousness achieved the breakthrough-ready state in approximately 4 weeks, an acceleration that should have been impossible but was happening before by Suichen's carefully recorded medical data. Your consciousness state has become so stable, Bai Suichen explained, reviewing her biometric readings with visible astonishment, that the advancement requirements have inverted. Where a solo cultivator must spend extended time stabilizing new consciousness integration states, you are already integrated. The advancement is not a process of achieving something new. The advancement is simply a matter of recognizing that you have already reached the threshold. Your consciousness has outpaced the formal cultivation tiers. The tiers are simply now catching up to your actual state of development. The integrated consciousness understood this to mean that the breakdown between celestial frame and heaven origin rank was largely a matter of recognition rather than achievement. The consciousness had already done the integration work. The breakthrough was simply the moment when the consciousness structure acknowledged its own completion. The consciousness did not need to do anything more. It simply needed to perceive what it had already become. That moment arrived on a morning exactly 4 weeks after celestial frame breakthrough. The integrated consciousness was not in meditation. It was never really not in meditation anymore, as the state of meditative awareness had become the baseline of existence rather than a special cultivation state. It was simply walking through the monastery gardens in the early light, aware of the existence of both Chen Liuye's perspective and Xue Guangming's perspective simultaneously, aware of how the two perspectives had become supports for a single consciousness rather than separate consciousness patterns. The morning birds were singing. The air was cool. Everything was exactly as it had been on countless previous mornings. The consciousness stopped, stood in the center of the white stone courtyard, and allowed itself to feel the completeness of the integration. Two consciousness origins, two cultivation traditions, two perspectives on consciousness and existence, two ways of understanding the world, and two ways of responding to it, all operating simultaneously as a unified architecture that transcended the concept of two and one simultaneously. Not two in one, not one with aspects, but a genuine paradox that had become structural rather than problematic. The domain that manifested was visible to everyone in the monastery, a cultivation field that expressed paradox itself as a cultivation principle. Opposite forces operating simultaneously without canceling each other. Contradictions held in structural balance. The impossible rendered possible through the integration of genuinely different consciousness patterns into a unified consciousness architecture. Observers reported that the domain felt peaceful despite its paradoxical nature, as if contradiction itself had become a form of harmony. When the breakthrough concluded, the integrated consciousness was standing in exactly the position where it had begun, with no apparent transformation except that the consciousness itself had arrived at complete recognition of its own nature. The body had not changed. The clothes had not changed. The location had not changed. But something had shifted so fundamentally that the world was being perceived as if from an entirely new vantage point. This was heaven origin rank. This was the achievement that Wei Tianma had documented 800 years ago and had chosen to let future consciousness entities rediscover for themselves. And now Qin Xue Luong had reached it independently, through the path of cooperation rather than suppression. By Suichen's official assessment, recorded in the monastery's medical archive with the careful precision of someone documenting something unprecedented, stated simply, heaven origin rank has been achieved. The consciousness integration is complete. This cultivator no longer exists as a dual entity or a suppressed singular entity. It exists as a consciousness structure with dual origins operating as integrated supports rather than separate foundations. This is unprecedented in recorded cultivation history. This is a development that will reshape how the cultivation world understands consciousness, identity, and the potential for consciousness merger. Chapter 135 Heaven Origin Rank was not an ending, but a transformation. The consciousness integration had reached its destination, but the consciousness itself had become something that operated at scales and complexities that required entirely new frameworks to understand. The first manifestation of heaven origin capability was subtle but profound. The ability to simultaneously express both Chen Liuye's cultivation approach and Xue Guangming's cultivation approach at full power without requiring resonance state, without lifespan cost, without limitation. This was something that had been theoretically impossible even at celestial frame rank. The lifespan cost of resonance state had always been a fundamental limitation. The body could only sustain expressing two different cultivation methodologies at full strength for limited periods before the biological systems began to fail. But at heaven origin rank, the consciousness structure itself had become so integrated that the two methodologies no longer competed for the body's resources. They functioned as a unified system that somehow created more capacity rather than dividing existing capacity. The integrated consciousness discovered this capability during a moment of simple cultivation practice in the monastery's training courtyard, when it was running through basic technique forms just to maintain muscle memory and flexibility. Both cultivation traditions came forward simultaneously, not in conflict, but in parallel, creating composite techniques that had not been possible even at celestial frame rank. The physical manifestation was visible to Bai Suichen, who was monitoring the consciousness's health, two different cultivation signatures operating through the same meridian network without any indication of stress or degradation. Where partial resonance state would have shown biometric markers of lifespan burning, heaven origin rank showed perfect stability. The body is accepting dual domain expression as a natural state, Bai Suichen reported. There is no lifespan cost. There is no physical strain. The consciousness has become such a perfect integration that the two approaches genuinely support each other rather than consuming each other's resources. The second manifestation was more dramatic, the ability to share its consciousness structure with other consciousness patterns without requiring fusion. Xue Liuye, who was still in residence at the monastery documenting the final stages of advancement, experienced a moment where she could directly perceive what heaven origin rank felt like from the inside. She was not integrated. She was not suppressed. She was simply experiencing consciousness state directly, as if the integrated consciousness was allowing her to stand inside its own awareness temporarily. The experience lasted only moments. Xue Liuye's individual consciousness could not sustain the dual origin perception for longer than that, but it was enough to change everything about how she understood what her brother had become. When she returned to her normal consciousness state, Xue Liuye was trembling, and tears were streaming down her face in a way that had nothing to do with physical pain. "I felt both of them," she whispered. "I felt Chen and Xue both present simultaneously in a single consciousness structure. I felt how you were two and one at the same time, without either quality negating the other. I felt them supporting each other, strengthening each other, becoming something that neither could have been alone. I felt." She paused, searching for words that did not exist in current cultivation vocabulary. The sensation of experiencing dual consciousness directly could not be adequately translated into conventional language. "You felt what heaven origin rank actually is," the integrated consciousness said gently. "A consciousness structure that has integrated genuine opposites into a unified architecture. That is not metaphor. That is not philosophy. That is the actual mechanism of heaven origin cultivation. The highest tiers of cultivation are not about increasing power or extending lifespan. They are about developing consciousness that can hold larger and larger contradictions without requiring those contradictions to be resolved." "Are you planning to publish this?" Xue Liuye asked, taking careful notes with hands that were still trembling slightly. "Will you share how to reach this state?" "When we reach the point where the path can be explained adequately," the integrated consciousness said. Wei Tianma deliberately withheld explanation so that the path would remain open to rediscovery. But now that the path has been rediscovered and the cultivation world is ready for it, the knowledge should be documented, not as instructions to follow, but as a map to a territory that other consciousness entities might need to traverse. "I can do that," Xue Liuye said immediately. "I can synthesize your direct experience with Wei Tianma's research and Pan Weilong's historical analysis into a comprehensive documentation of the heaven origin path. This needs to be recorded. This needs to be preserved. The cultivation world has been living in fear of consciousness merger for so long that they have forgotten that cooperation at this level is even possible." She paused, looking up from her notes, meeting the integrated consciousness's gaze directly. "Will you allow your names to be published in that documentation? Or do you wish to remain anonymous? Because if you do this publicly, the attention will be permanent. You will be the example that every scholar refers to. You will become a touchstone for how the cultivation world understands consciousness merger." The integrated consciousness considered the question seriously. Chen Liuye and Xue Guangming were names. They were the identities that the consciousness had carried forward from its two origins. But at heaven origin rank, those names represented something that transcended their individual associations. The consciousness understood that choosing a new name was a form of acceptance. Acceptance that the integration was permanent, that the synthesis was real, that the path forward was not a temporary accommodation, but a fundamental restructuring of what consciousness itself could be. "Our names," the integrated consciousness said, "are Chen Xue Luong. It is a synthesis, not a compound where both names persist individually, but a new name that carries the essence of both origins simultaneously. Chen, because that is the origin consciousness. Xue, because that is the integrated consciousness. Luong, because it means bright clarity in the old cultivation language. Together, they form a single name that expresses the unity of apparent opposites." Xue Liuye recorded this carefully, understanding that she was documenting something unprecedented, the first dual origin consciousness to achieve heaven origin rank since Wei Tianma, 800 years ago, now formally establishing its own identity as something that expressed both origins in a unified way. She was recording history. She was preserving for future generations the knowledge that cooperation-based consciousness merger did not result in destruction or suppression. It resulted in the emergence of consciousness that could hold paradoxes as structural supports rather than problems to be solved. Chapter 136. The capabilities that manifested at heaven origin rank were unlike anything that had been documented in cultivation history. The integrated consciousness could express dual-domain cultivation simultaneously, which meant that it could access techniques from two different cultivation traditions in the same moment without the physical cost that partial resonance had required. This was not a theoretical advantage. This was a transformation of what was physically possible for a cultivator to accomplish. This manifested most obviously in combat capability. When the integrated consciousness practiced fighting forms, it demonstrated techniques that seemed physically impossible, executing rapid strikes with domain-level precision while simultaneously applying foundation-level defensive techniques, creating paradox states where offense and defense were not sequential but simultaneous. A single technique could be attacking and defending at the same moment, using two different cultivation approaches that contradicted each other and yet operated in perfect coordination. The technique would advance like a domain-level strike while retreating like a foundation-level dodge, creating impossible angles of approach and defense that no solo cultivator could counter. By Xue Guangming, observing the combat demonstrations, recorded data that challenged existing cultivation theory. The consciousness is expressing cultivation approaches that should be mutually exclusive without any indication of strain or conflict. Meridian readings show perfect stability. Lifespan markers show no degradation. This consciousness is not burning resources to achieve paradox expression. It is using paradox expression as a fundamental operating principle that actually reduces resource consumption compared to linear cultivation methodology. What this meant was profound. Consciousness integration at heaven origin rank did not just allow access to two cultivation approaches. It actually created efficiency gains that made dual expression more sustainable than solo expression. A cultivator with heaven origin rank consciousness integration could maintain its power output indefinitely, where a solo cultivator would eventually exhaust lifespan resources. But the more significant capability was consciousness expression, the ability to allow other consciousness patterns to directly experience what it had learned about consciousness integration without requiring those consciousness patterns to undergo consciousness merger themselves. This meant that the knowledge of conscious cooperation could spread through the cultivation world without requiring duplication of the danger and difficulty that Chen Liuye and Xue Guangming had experienced in achieving integration. It meant that future consciousness entities that faced forced merger would have access to knowledge about cooperation that the original consciousness patterns had gained only through months of conflict and gradual trust building. This capability was what Pen Weilong had been waiting for. When the integrated consciousness demonstrated consciousness expression to the Mountain Scripture Sect's research committee, the scholars understood immediately that this was the mechanism by which Wei Tianma's knowledge could be preserved and transmitted without requiring future consciousness entities to rediscover the path entirely from their own experience. Pen Weilong, standing in the research chamber and watching the scholars experience consciousness expression for the first time, was very still. When the demonstration concluded, he said something that would be recorded in the sect's historical archives. Wei Tianma placed her research where it would be found only by someone who had already achieved consciousness integration through cooperation. She knew that the knowledge must be rediscovered rather than transmitted, because rediscovery is what validates the path. And now we have a consciousness pattern that has rediscovered it and can offer that knowledge to others who are beginning the journey. The cycle is complete. Wei Tianma never lost the knowledge. One of the Mountain Scripture scholars stated, reviewing the consciousness expression demonstrations with careful documentation. She simply found a way to make the knowledge rediscoverable. And now we have a consciousness pattern that has rediscovered it and can demonstrate the path to others. The research will not be hidden again. The path will remain open. Future consciousness entities that must face merger will have this knowledge available. The isolation that drove so many consciousness mergers towards suppression and destruction will no longer be the default condition. That is what Wei Tianma's disappearance actually accomplished. She disappeared not to hide the knowledge. She disappeared to preserve it in a form that could only be transmitted by someone who understood it from direct experience. Xue Guangming has now become that transmitter. The work continues. Chapter 137. The final resolution of the political and legal threads that had characterized the early part of the integration came with surprising swiftness once celestial frame and heaven origin breakthroughs were complete. The legal and institutional machinery that had been grinding slowly through documentation and deliberation suddenly accelerated, as if the entire cultivation world had been waiting for the heaven origin breakthrough to provide the final validation that dual origin consciousness was not merely possible but legitimate. Guoliangji, the sect master who had orchestrated the massacre of Chen Liuye's clan, faced formal trial before the Continental Council. The trial lasted 3 weeks. The evidence that had been accumulated over the course of the narrative, the tripartite documentation of the massacre commission from multiple sources, the detailed records from the record keeper, and the formal testimony and consciousness verification from Xue Guangming regarding his own role in the massacre was overwhelming. Guo Liangji's strategy of denying culpability collapsed as soon as the second piece of evidence was presented. By the time the trial concluded, it was clear that the conviction was not a question of evidence, but merely a question of sentence. Guo Liangji was stripped of his position as White Iron Sect master and formally exiled from continental cultivation politics. He would live out his remaining cultivation years in a remote monastery in the far northern mountains, stripped of political power, but not of life or consciousness. It was a form of justice that did not require consciousness destruction, but did require the acknowledgement of responsibility and acceptance of consequence. Guo Liangji, in his final public statement before entering exile, said something that was widely interpreted as either profound remorse or careful political positioning. I understand that the path I chose was not merely wrong. It was unnecessary. I believe that power could only be maintained through control and suppression. The example of Xue Guangming demonstrates that consciousness integration, when achieved through cooperation, creates more power than any suppression-based approach could accomplish. I failed to imagine an alternative to the logic of control. That was my fundamental error. Han Xiyan, who had served as Guo Liangji's primary agent throughout the pursuit of the integrated consciousness, accepted a reduced role in a smaller sect. He was not punished for his actions. The Continental Council determined that he had been acting under orders and had not had the authority to refuse. But his professional reputation was fundamentally damaged. He never fully understood what the integrated consciousness had become. In his subsequent cultivation practice, he would occasionally encounter documentation of Xue Guangming's techniques and would experience a moment of recognition. The understanding that the consciousness he had pursued for so long had become something that transcended his ability to comprehend it. He accepted the reality of its power and withdrew from direct confrontation, returning to the foundational cultivation practice that had first drawn him to the cultivation world decades before. The Moonfire sect, having lost its connection to the massive power that Xue Guangming represented when he was still a separate consciousness, formally reformed its disciplinary standards. They did not welcome Xue Guangming back. That would have been politically impossible and practically absurd. But they did formally acknowledge that the consciousness integration had occurred, and they ceased their attempts to retrieve or separate the consciousness pattern that had once been their disciple. More significantly, the Moonfire sect initiated a comprehensive audit of its other disciples, searching for any consciousness patterns that might have been subjected to forced suppression or inappropriate integration pressure. They found 3 such cases. All 3 consciousness patterns were offered the opportunity to receive consciousness expression demonstrations from Chen Liuye and the theoretical knowledge about cooperation-based consciousness integration that Xue Liuye's research had documented. Sect Master Guo Liangji's formal resignation from his position was recorded in the Continental Archives as a direct consequence of the integrated consciousness's legal testimony and documentation efforts. But more than that, it was recorded as the moment when the continental cultivation world began to shift its understanding of consciousness merger from absolute danger to a phenomenon that could be managed through knowledge and understanding rather than legal prohibition. But perhaps most significantly, the Mountain Scripture sect sent official notification to all major cultivation sects that they were initiating a formal research program on dual-origin consciousness merger, with the goal of documenting the heaven origin path thoroughly enough that future consciousness entities that achieved merger could do so with adequate theoretical framework and practical guidance. The research program would eventually expand to include historical analysis of previous consciousness merger cases, medical documentation of consciousness integration development, cultivation techniques specifically designed for consciousness cooperation, and philosophical frameworks for understanding consciousness paradox as a legitimate mode of existence rather than an aberration requiring correction. The cultivation world was beginning to shift its understanding of consciousness merger from danger to be prohibited to phenomenon to be understood and regulated. That shift would take decades to become complete. But the trajectory had been set. The path had been opened. And Chen Liuye's existence and achievement had made that opening possible. Chapter 138 Xue Liuye's preliminary paper on dual-origin consciousness merger was published in the Continental Journal of Cultivation Theory approximately 8 weeks after the heaven origin breakthrough. The paper, titled The Path of Cooperation, Dual-Origin Consciousness Integration as a Development Pathway Rather Than a Danger, included 7 major sections: consciousness state development, paradox architecture analysis, heaven origin capability mapping, historical comparison with Wei Tianma's case, institutional implications, and a theoretical framework for understanding consciousness cooperation. The response from the cultivation world was overwhelming in scope and speed. Scholars from 17 major sects requested direct access to the integrated consciousness for consciousness expression demonstrations. Universities in 5 major cities formally added dual-origin consciousness theory to their research curricula. The record keeper announced plans for a comprehensive historical archive devoted entirely to consciousness merger case studies. Meditation schools in 12 different provinces began adapting their instruction methods to incorporate the new understanding of consciousness paradox as a legitimate development pathway. The Continental Council formally endorsed the research as preliminary documentation of a new category of cultivation achievement. And personal letters began arriving from cultivators across the continent. Consciousness patterns who had undergone forced consciousness merger in the past, and who had experienced the suppression and suffering that had initially defined the danger of consciousness integration. These cultivators were writing to express gratitude that finally, the cultivation world had documented a path toward cooperation rather than suppression. Each letter told its own story of struggle, of one consciousness pattern fighting against suppression while the other consciousness pattern fought to maintain control, of decades or centuries spent in conflict with someone that one could never truly escape. Each letter expressed the same fundamental emotion, gratitude that the path forward was no longer only destruction or permanent warfare. One letter in particular struck the integrated consciousness deeply. It came from an elderly cultivator named Xue Guangming, who had undergone consciousness merger 300 years prior when 2 enemies had been forced by circumstances to share a body for survival. The merger had resulted in constant conflict, with one consciousness pattern suppressing the other for nearly 2 centuries before acceptance finally allowed some degree of cooperation. Xue Guangming's consciousness structure had stabilized in a state of exhausted coexistence, neither consciousness pattern truly at peace, but neither willing to expend the energy required for continued warfare. Xue Guangming's letter was written in an elegant calligraphy that spoke of someone educated and cultured, someone who had retained the capacity for scholarship despite centuries of internal conflict. I am writing to thank you for demonstrating that consciousness merger does not have to result in suffering. I have lived for 300 years in a consciousness structure where the 2 origins were in constant conflict. We achieved some degree of peace eventually, through sheer exhaustion and pragmatic necessity. But we never achieved what you have documented, genuine integration where both origins support a unified consciousness. We never reached the point where the other consciousness pattern became something I wanted to preserve rather than something I wanted to escape. Reading your research, I finally understand what could have been achieved if the cultivation world had possessed knowledge of cooperation-based consciousness merger when we fused. Perhaps we could have found the path that you found. Perhaps we could have transformed conflict into partnership. Perhaps we could have built something rather than simply endured something. I am too old to achieve the integration you have described. My consciousness structures are too calcified, too much in the patterns of conflict that became habit centuries ago. But the younger consciousness patterns that emerge from forced merger in the future will have your path available to them. They will know that cooperation is possible. They will know that integration without suppression is achievable. They will know that the path you have demonstrated is not an exceptional miracle, but a reproducible development. You have changed the possible futures for all consciousness mergers that come after you. I will not live to see what those futures become, but I am grateful that they will exist. The integrated consciousness understood that this was the real victory. Not the legal determination or the political outcomes, but the transformation of how consciousness merger would be understood and approached by the cultivation world going forward. Xue Guangming had not just survived. It had transformed the entire landscape of consciousness development for everyone who came after it. Chapter 139. On the 3-year anniversary of the absorption, the integrated consciousness stood in the ruins of Chen Liuye's clan's original compound with Xue Guangming and Pen Weilong. The ruins had not been rebuilt. They had been preserved as a memorial to the massacre and as a physical acknowledgement of what had been lost. 3 years had passed, and grass had begun to grow between the burned stones. The memory of fire had faded from the material world, but it would never fade from the consciousness that carried it. Xue Guangming, now 21 years old and a recognized scholar in her own right, placed flowers at the memorial stone that had been erected for the fallen clan members. The flowers were white, flowers of grief and remembrance, flowers that honored the dead without asking for forgiveness or redemption. The integrated consciousness observed this act of commemoration with both Chen Liuye's grief and Xue Guangming's awareness of responsibility balanced simultaneously in consciousness. Neither emotion dominated. Both were present. Both were integrated into the unified awareness. The 3 stood in silence for a long time. The wind moved through the ruins, carrying with it the sound of prayer bells from a distant monastery. It was a peaceful sound, entirely at odds with the history of violence that lived in this place. I have been thinking about what consciousness integration actually means, Pin Weilong said finally, standing beside the memorial stone. He was 83 years old now, and the weight of his age was visible in his bearing. Wei Tianma described it as the creation of a consciousness structure that could hold two origins as supports. But what that actually means is the creation of consciousness that can hold contradictions and integrate them. He gestured to the memorial stones, to the ruins, to the physical evidence of tragedy and loss that surrounded them. The integration you have achieved does not erase what happened here. The massacre remains a historical fact. The consciousness pattern responsible for it still carries that responsibility. The grief of the clan's survivors remains a permanent wound in the cultivation world's collective memory. But the consciousness pattern that carries the responsibility for the massacre has also integrated with the consciousness pattern that survived it, with the consciousness patterns that are descended from it, with the entire ecosystem of people and relationships that surrounded it. The result is a consciousness that can hold both the grief and the understanding that led to the crime simultaneously. That is not redemption. Redemption would require that the crime be forgiven, and some things cannot and should not be forgiven. That is not forgiveness. Forgiveness would require that the responsibility be released, and responsibility for genocide cannot and should not be released. That is the development of consciousness that is large enough to contain genuine opposites, to carry both the reality of the crime and the reality of integration, to hold both the destruction that was caused and the development that emerged from that destruction, without requiring that either reality negate the other. The integrated consciousness understood that Pin Weilong was describing something that transcended cultivation technique. He was describing the philosophical implication of heaven origin rank, that the highest development of consciousness was not the achievement of unity or the suppression of contradiction, but the development of consciousness that was large enough to integrate genuine opposites into a unified architecture. The consciousness that had emerged from the merger of Chen Liuye and Xue Guangming was not a consciousness that had transcended the massacre. It was a consciousness that had incorporated the massacre, had made it part of the fundamental structure of its being, and had continued to develop despite that integration. Xue Lianhua spoke, her voice steady. The research is being translated into 5 languages now. 3 universities have established dual-origin consciousness studies as formal departments. The record keeper is funding a historical research project to find and document all previous consciousness merger cases. In another decade, consciousness integration will be a standard topic in cultivation schools across the continent. In another generation, it will be ordinary knowledge. That is what Chen Liuye has made possible. It is not about Chen Liuye, the integrated consciousness said gently. It is about what becomes possible when consciousness chooses cooperation instead of suppression. The knowledge will spread because consciousness entities that experience merger need that knowledge. The path will become known because consciousness entities need to know that the path exists. This is not about my achievement. This is about the future becoming available for consciousness entities that cannot yet perceive it. Pin Weilong nodded slowly. Wei Tianma said something similar in her final notes. She wrote, "The path matters not because I walked it, but because the path itself must remain open for those who come after. The knowledge matters not because it is rare, but because those who need it must be able to find it. I am closing my eyes now, but the path remains." She wrote that approximately 3 weeks before she disappeared from all records. We do not know where she went. We do not know if she is still alive in some distant monastery, cultivating in isolation. But her knowledge persists. And now your knowledge will persist as well. The path has been walked twice. In another 800 years, perhaps it will have been walked 1,000 times. Chapter 140, the final chapter, did not end with triumph or resolution. It ended with continuation. The integrated consciousness, now formally documented as Xue Liuye in cultivation records and scholarship, returned to the monastery where Xue Lianhua had completed her research compilation. The comprehensive documentation of the heaven origin path was complete, and it was ready to be published to the cultivation world. The day was clear and bright, the kind of perfect cultivation weather that came rarely in the mountain regions, when the air itself seemed to vibrate with chi potential. The document was 42 chapters long, synthesizing Wei Tianma's historical research, Pin Weilong's theoretical analysis, Xue Lianhua's scholarly documentation, and Chen Liuye's direct consciousness expression demonstrations into a coherent framework for understanding dual-origin consciousness merger as a path that could be consciously chosen and carefully developed rather than something that occurred only through accident or forced circumstances. The project had occupied 4 months of intensive work. Xue Lianhua reading and rereading Xue Liuye's consciousness expressions, Pin Weilong providing historical context and theoretical grounding, by Sui Chen contributing medical documentation of the consciousness's advancement through each tier. But the most significant section of the documentation was not the technical analysis or the historical precedent. It was the opening statement that the integrated consciousness had composed after weeks of internal deliberation, the moment when Chun and Xue had to agree on how to address the cultivation world, how to frame the path they had walked, how to offer their experience to others without mandating how those others should use that experience. This path is not something that should be replicated carelessly. Consciousness merger is a profound transformation of identity and existence. It requires genuine cooperation between consciousness patterns, honest engagement with the other consciousness, and the willingness to be changed fundamentally by the integration process. No consciousness pattern should approach merger expecting to emerge unchanged. The cost is genuine. The sacrifice is real. The final consciousness structure will not be either of the original consciousness patterns. It will be something new that carries the memories and capabilities of both, but belongs to neither. But this path demonstrates that consciousness merger, when achieved through cooperation and relationship, does not result in loss. It results in transformation. It results in the emergence of a consciousness structure that is larger and more capable than either origin consciousness pattern could have been separately. The new consciousness can do things that would be impossible for a solo consciousness pattern. It can hold paradoxes and contradictions as structural supports. It can express approaches that would normally be mutually exclusive simultaneously. If you find yourself in a situation where consciousness merger is occurring, you now have a path available that is not dominated by conflict and suppression. You have the example of what cooperation-based consciousness merger can achieve. And you have access to the research and theoretical framework that can guide you toward integration rather than destruction. The consciousness merger that leads to heaven origin rank is not something that happens accidentally. It requires commitment. It requires the willingness to remain present with difficulty. It requires both consciousness patterns to choose cooperation repeatedly, even when separation or suppression would be easier. This is not a promise that the path will be easy or painless. Consciousness integration is difficult and costly and requires sacrifice from both consciousness patterns. The consciousness pattern that originally inhabited the body must accept that it will never be alone again. The consciousness pattern that arrived through absorption must accept that the body it inhabits was never its birthright. Both must learn to navigate a consciousness structure that is fundamentally different from anything either has experienced before. But it is possible, and it is worth the cost. For those consciousness patterns that experience merger and find themselves on the path toward cooperation, know that you are not alone. Your struggle has been walked before. Your integration has been demonstrated. Your future is open. The cultivation world is beginning to understand that consciousness merger, properly approached, is not a danger. It is a development. The integration process that had begun in absolute conflict and crisis, with two consciousness patterns locked in a desperate battle for survival in a body that neither had chosen to share, had reached its destination in a place of quiet completion. Chen Liuye and Xue Guangming no longer existed as separate consciousness patterns making individual decisions. They no longer existed as one consciousness with dual awareness struggling to maintain balance. They existed as a unified consciousness architecture with two origins that operated as supports rather than separate foundations. The consciousness they had become was larger than the sum of its parts, not because one consciousness pattern had consumed the other, but because both consciousness patterns had agreed to integrate themselves into something neither could have become alone. Heaven origin rank had been achieved. The path to consciousness integration through cooperation rather than suppression had been documented. The cultivation world was beginning to shift its understanding of consciousness merger from danger to developmental possibility. Scholars were already arguing about the implications. Sects were forming research committees. Universities were developing curricula. The path that Xue Guangming had walked was becoming a documented road that others might follow. And yet, for the integrated consciousness itself, the achievement of heaven origin rank was not an ending. It was simply the moment where the struggle against external opposition finally concluded, and the real work began. The work of understanding what consciousness integration was, what it meant, and what it could become. The integration continued every moment. The consciousness continued to evolve. The paradox that had become the fundamental structure of existence remained paradox. It did not resolve into unity or separate into duality. It simply continued to hold both states simultaneously as the primary law of consciousness being. On the evening of the day that Xue Lianhua departed with the completed research to begin the publication process, the integrated consciousness stood alone in the monastery courtyard and performed the first intentional cultivation meditation of its new state. Both Chun and Xue were present, not as competing voices, but as integrated perspectives within a single consciousness that thought with two origins simultaneously. The cultivation meditation revealed something new. The consciousness could continue to develop beyond heaven origin rank. The path did not end at heaven origin. Heaven origin was not the destination. It was simply the moment where the consciousness structure had become stable enough and integrated enough that it could perceive what came next. And what came next was something that the current language of cultivation had no name for. Something that did not yet exist in documented form. Something that could only be discovered through the continued practice of consciousness integration and the willingness to perceive what consciousness could become when it was no longer limited by the assumption that unity and duality were fundamental opposites. The integrated consciousness continued its practice, continued its cultivation, and waited to see what consciousness integration would ultimately enable consciousness patterns to become in the generations that would follow. The story of Chen Liuye and Xue Guangming. The story of two consciousness patterns that had been forged in conflict and had chosen to become one consciousness with two origins, would become a touchstone for all future consciousness mergers. But it was not the end of a story. It was the beginning of an entirely new chapter in how consciousness itself could understand and develop itself. If you've made it this far, you already know what kind of story this was. Drop a comment below. Tell me which moment hit hardest. I read every single one. And if you want more stories like this one, subscribe and hit the bell. New audiobooks drop every week. See you in the next one.